After my journey through time, I repeatedly failed to become a wealthy woman. Possessing an immortal body, I was drawn into romantic entanglements by Senju Tobirama. Kagura was akin to a languid fish, her life's ambition being to become a carefree, salted duck egg, basking in wealth. However, in order to save her village and alter Tobirama's tragic fate, Kagura was reluctantly thrust into action. With her intelligence, she persuaded 5 nations to change the course of the First Shinobi World War. Chapter 1. A fortuitous encounter at the Valley of the End. Hashirama, Madara. As the guttural roars of 2 men calling each other's names reached her ears, Kagura furrowed her brow in annoyance. Shao-chun, could you refrain from watching anime during work hours? If you must, at least wear headphones. The manager might dock you pay. No one responded. Struggling to open her eyes, she noticed the dim light of dawn, a murky darkness that allowed her to see her surroundings, albeit not clearly. Kagura gazed in bewilderment at the unfamiliar landscape before her. An endless expanse of forest and hills, with what appeared to be the glimmering surface of the sea in the distance. She found herself seated on a smooth boulder at a high elevation, affording her a panoramic view of everything around her. Yet, how had she arrived here? Where exactly was this place? In the distance, 2 men were locked in fierce combat. Kagura rubbed her eyes for a clearer look, only to be left speechless, her jaw nearly hitting the ground. Is this the battle between the Nine-Tails and the Wood Golem? Was this the clash between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End? In a cinema? Have 3D VR experiences become this realistic? Aside from the 2 living combatants and a fox in the distance, she was utterly alone, confirming this was definitely not a cinema. No. Kagura recalled being rushed to the emergency room after 3 consecutive days of overtime. What on earth? Had she worked herself to death and somehow traversed to this world? But even if that were the case, why did others get to travel to peaceful times to join Naruto and Kakashi on missions, while she ended up here? If memory served her right, this monumental battle concluded not long before the First Shinobi World War commenced. Did it not? Perhaps she was merely dreaming. Dreams could encompass anything, even the likes of Madara and Hashirama. Yet, there was little time for Kagura to ponder her situation, for the duel between these 2 legendary figures was simply too captivating. When she had watched the anime, she had replayed the Valley of the End battle countless times. Now, witnessing it live, she couldn't possibly miss this visual spectacle. Other matters could wait until she had finished watching. She rummaged through her pocket and found a half-pack of sunflower seeds she had stashed before being whisked away by the ambulance. Fortune smiled upon her. She could enjoy a snack while watching the show. Seated cross-legged atop the stone, Kagura munched on her seeds, eyes glued to the unfolding battle. Uchiha Madara stood atop the Nine-Tails, using his Sharingan to command the beast against Senju Hashirama. Hashirama unleashed the Wood Dragon technique, while the Nine-Tails retaliated with the Tailed Beast Bomb. In response, Hashirama summoned a Wood Golem, which caught the Tailed Beast Bomb in one hand, then returned it with force. Bravo! Madara managed to envelop the Nine-Tails in a portion of Susanoo, shielding it from the Tailed Beast Bomb. Kagura watched as an ever-expanding orange-red fireball surged forth, devastating the earth and flora in its path, until a massive cloud of smoke obscured her view, leaving her anxious and impatient. After what felt like an eternity, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing the Nine-Tails fully clad in Susanoo, its orange-red form enveloped by a blue-white armor, while Hashirama remained unscathed, having employed the Wood Release, Great Force technique. Thus, after unleashing a significant attack, both combatants remained entirely unharmed. Madara and Hashirama appeared to be exchanging words. Kagura, munching on her seeds and enjoying the spectacle, had little interest in their banter. She was practically bouncing in her seat, eager for them to resume fighting. From her vantage point, she couldn't discern their conversation, but her imagination ran wild, conjuring a dialogue akin to the following. Hashirama, enough of this. Return to Konoha with me. If we continue, I might have to kill you. Madara, what did you say? Do you look down on me? I'm more powerful than ever. I could toss a stone to the other side of the river. Do you see this fan in my hand? It's a divine artifact. Be careful, or I might take your life with a single swipe. Hashirama, don't be so arrogant. Return to the village, and I'll step down. How about you take the role of the village leader? Madara, do you think I care about such a trivial position? Hashirama, what are you so upset about? Isn't it better to find a wife and live a good life? Madara, Not all. I'd rather smash your head. Cough, cough. The above exchanges were mere fabrications of Kagura's imagination. She certainly wasn't eavesdropping. Would release. All things are bound. After ensnaring the Nine Tails with this technique, Hashirama made his escape, with Madara hot on his heels. Once again, Madara commanded the Nine Tails to unleash a tailed beast bomb, this time enveloped by Susanoo. Isn't that going to hit Konoha? Kagura mused aloud, spitting out a shell. Hashirama bit his finger, and, with a resounding 5-elemental gate, 5 colossal, demon-faced gates erupted from the ground. Utilizing these gates, Hashirama deftly redirected the tailed beast bomb's trajectory. That it was at this moment that Kagura belatedly realized something was amiss. The redirected tailed beast bomb was now hurtling directly towards her. In her haste, she swallowed a sunflower seed shell that scratched her throat, making her cough until tears streamed down her face. The tailed beast bomb was drawing nearer, illuminating her vision with a blinding blue-white light. This was it. She was seated directly above the valley that would later become the Valley of the End. It was over. She was doomed. How could an ordinary person withstand such a force? But then she thought, this is just a dream. What does it matter if I die here? The tailed beast bomb was akin to an atomic bomb in modern society, swift and devastating. Kagura barely had time to register pain before she was reduced to dust. If this were truly a case of reincarnation, she would undoubtedly be the quickest to perish among all the transmigrators, she thought with a smirk. Surely, the dead do not possess thoughts, right? So, this must be a dream, yes? Yet the sensations felt all too real. Dream, transmigration, dream? She was utterly bewildered as Kagura pondered. She noticed the particles of dust blown away by the wind gradually coalescing, forming limbs, a torso, a head. Minutes later, a complete version of herself stood upon the ground. What is this? She examined her hands, touched her cheeks. It was so real. She suddenly realized that if this wasn't a dream, then in this world of Naruto, she seemed to possess an extraordinary ability. Tentatively, Kagura approached the perilous range of the 2 legendary shinobi once more, only to be affected anew, witnessing her own demise yet again, before resurrecting in pristine condition moments later. Now, Kagura was overjoyed. This was even more exhilarating than receiving praise from her superior or receiving a bonus from her boss. She had finally confirmed that in this realm, she possessed an immortal body. Did this imply that she could indulge in any whim without fear of consequence? Indeed, this was a splendid ability. With such power, who would covet the Byakugan, Sharingan, or Rinnegan? Who would care about the powers of the Sage of 6 Paths? With this ability, Kagura could traverse the ninja world without concern for retribution. The battle raged on for several hours, and, as the sun rose, the once feared Uchiha Madara was unexpectedly struck down by Tobirama Senju, who had deviated from the anticipated course of battle. With Madara's fall, the era of heroes was on the brink of concluding within a few years. Hashirama gazed mournfully at Madara's lifeless body, appearing as if he had lost all will to live, akin to a person mourning a deceased parent. Although the expression may not have been traditionally used in this context, it aptly described Hashirama's current state. I suggest you incinerate this man's body. Otherwise, your brother will undoubtedly take it for research purposes. He is not truly dead and will cause trouble in the future. Believe me, I never deceive, Hashirama lamented, still engulfed in the sorrow of losing his dear friend. His attention was suddenly drawn to a woman who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. Where did you come from? He inquired, perplexed. His focus had been solely on overcoming Madara, leaving him oblivious to anyone else's presence. This woman, dressed strangely, emitted no chakra whatsoever. In a battle of such magnitude, it was inconceivable that anyone would linger in the area rather than flee for their lives. Well, it's a long story, she replied. Then make it brief. He urged. Kagura faltered, realizing that the god of ninjas was not quite as she had envisioned. All right, I have traversed from another realm, she confessed. Hashirama looked at her incredulously. What do you mean by traversed? Traversed means, I have come from a real-world existence into your animated universe. Does that make sense to you? She attempted to explain. It was evident that he did not understand and remained skeptical. If Kagura were in Hashirama's position, she would also be disbelieving if someone claimed to have traversed dimensions. After all, she would think that person had lost their mind. What does incinerate mean? Kagura rolled her eyes, bemused by the lack of knowledge in this world. It means to burn it with fire. Hashirama stared at her, dumbfounded, before muttering, absurd. At that moment, a man with white hair and crimson eyes, adorned with a fur collar, descended from the sky, landing gracefully behind Hashirama. It was Tobirama Senju, looking remarkably handsome. "Oh, your brother has arrived," Kagura exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. Young Tobirama was indeed striking. Kagura, an admirer of white-haired characters, felt exhilarated to see a living embodiment of her artistic creations. Perhaps her unabashed admiration was too apparent, as Tobirama regarded her warily and asked Hashirama, "Ani, who is this woman?" Hashirama, weary from the recent skirmish, gestured toward his head. "It seems things are not quite normal here. I'm not sure if our battle has affected her." Upon hearing this, Tobirama cast a sympathetic glance toward Kagura. "Hey, my mind is perfectly fine," she protested. "Then tell me, where are you from?" Tobirama inquired. "I am Chinese," Kagura replied proudly, puffing out her chest, which was rather flat aside from a few buttons. The entire ninja world had never heard of such a country. Tobirama turned back to Hashirama. "Ani, do you know where China is?" Hashirama waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in the conversation. Tobirama sighed, to not even know where one hails from. "It seems your injuries are more severe than I thought. We shall take you back to Konoha. We cannot leave you here unattended." "Wait, what?" Kagura was momentarily taken aback by the abruptness of their decision. Were they not concerned that she might be a spy from another land? Tobirama hoisted her off the ground with ease, his grip on her shoulder painfully tight, eliciting cries from Kagura. The sensation was all too real. She finally confirmed that this was no dream. She had indeed traversed into the world of her beloved Naruto. Once the three departed along with the body, two shadowy figures emerged from the spot where Madara had fallen. One figure asked the other, "Have you collected it?" The second, frowning in confusion, shook his head. "No, not a single piece." "Then he is not dead?" "I'm uncertain, perhaps so," replied the first figure, expressing disappointment. "I wish to see your blade come to fruition sooner." The other figure chuckled and shook his head. "There's still a long way to go. We are far from achieving 1,000 pieces. Chapter 2. Tumult in the Interrogation Room. As news of Hashirama's defeat of Uchiha Madara spread throughout Konoha, Kagura remained in the hospital undergoing comprehensive examinations. Accompanying her was a woman named P-Ba Lake, who maintained a stern demeanor yet was quite attractive. Kagura vaguely recalled that P-Ba Lake was the wife of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had only appeared briefly in the anime, ultimately meeting her demise shortly. Thereafter, her only notable moment was delivering Naruto. That if she could deliver babies, why was she following me around? The thought made Kagura's face turn green. All tests are completed. Everything appears normal, with no signs of injury. The medical staff informed P-Ba Lake. P-Ba Lake simply nodded, her expression remaining stoic. This was the archetype of the Ice Queen, often favored by straight men. While she seemed difficult to approach, it only heightened the desire to conquer such a challenge. Even Kagura, being a woman, felt the allure. Kagura recalled how Sarutobi Hiruzen had repeatedly been seduced by Naruto's alluring techniques, confirming that men were universally susceptible to beauty, regardless of having a stunning wife. Feeling somewhat guilty for mocking Hiruzen, Kagura pondered whether men's attraction to beautiful women paralleled women's interest in handsome men. She had never been in love and was uncertain of others' experiences, but for her, love had once clouded her judgment, rendering encounters with handsome men frustrating. "What's your name?" P-Ba Lake's voice pulled her from her thoughts. "Kagura," she replied. "Kagura?" "Yes." Kagura nodded vigorously. "Of the Kagura clan?" "Nanny?" Kagura was taken aback. Was she so eager to associate her with a clan? If she were to be thrust into the Kagura family, they would never acknowledge her. It seemed the only option left was to feign amnesia. That it was a strategy that had often proven effective. I can't recall. I might have sustained a head injury from the Hokage's attack, and now I can't remember anything, she fabricated. P-Ba Lake scrutinized Kagura, then glanced at the medical report before looking back at her, appearing perplexed. No abnormalities were detected. It's strange. "Are you a doctor?" "Yes," P-Ba Lake replied curtly. I need to be hospitalized." Well, based on the report, hospitalization did not seem necessary. Kagura needed to stay in the hospital for at least one night. Being new to this world, she had nowhere to go, and it was unsafe for a woman to sleep on the streets. "I don't remember where my home is, nor do I recall anything from before," Tobirama instructed you to examine me thoroughly. Now that I've lost my memory, you cannot just send me away. Initially hesitant, Peebaw Lake's demeanor shifted upon hearing Tobirama's name. Yes, he was the mentor of Saratobi Hiruzen. Peebaw Lake held him in high regard, and naturally, she would ensure his directives were followed diligently. Thus, Kagura spent a delightful night at the Konoha Hospital. Aside from the somewhat narrow and hard single bed and the pervasive scent of disinfectant filling the ward, it was quite pleasant. Of course, one had to overlook the occasional agonizing cries of injured ninjas undergoing treatment that pierced the air. The following day, the busy Tobirama personally visited the hospital to check on Kagura's condition, leaving her utterly astonished. In the realm of reality, Kagura, as an illustrator for anime and games, was immersed solely in her artwork, surrounded by colleagues who were either devoted otaku or reclusive men, leaving no opportunity to meet handsome individuals. Furthermore, she always felt that real people could hardly compare to their animated counterparts, thus she had never experienced the warmth of male companionship. However, her circumstances had dramatically changed upon her arrival in this world, and on the very next day, she received the concern of the future second Hokage, making her feel that even if she were to perish on the spot, it would be worth it. Naturally, such thoughts were mere musings. She was far from willing to embrace death, for she possessed an immortal body, and to squander that ability would be a disservice. On ordinary days, Tobirama donned a simple gray kimono without a fur collar, his countenance exuding an air of aloofness, yet his demeanor was noticeably gentler. It was a different kind of charm. Your body shows no significant issues, but the nurse began, casting a furtive glance at Kagura, hesitant to label her as mentally impaired in her presence. "What is it?" Tobirama inquired, his deep voice resonating like a bass, causing Kagura, who adored listening to voice actor dramas while working, to be momentarily enraptured. The combination of Horiuchi Kinyu's voice with Tobirama's visage was nothing short of perfection. She has lost her memory. Tobirama seemed taken aback by this revelation, pausing for a full 3 seconds before shifting his gaze to Kagura, only to find her staring at him with an infatuated expression, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. He cleared his throat to dispel the awkwardness that I was considering asking her who she is. But what shall we do about her amnesia? Perhaps. Send her to the interrogation room. Let Shinji question her. Wait, did she hear that correctly? You mean the interrogation room? Images of gruesome tortures flashed in her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. During her time watching anime, she often fast-forwarded through scenes depicting interrogations in Konoha, and the thought of her delicate self being subjected to such treatment was unbearable. Indeed, there are members of the Yamanaka clan there. Do not worry. If you cannot remember, they will delve into your mind to ascertain your identity. If you are a spy from another village, how could I possibly allow you to remain in Konoha? The Yamanaka clan, known for their mind-reading techniques, was indeed a formidable family. Kagura swallowed hard. Encountering a member of the Yamanaka clan meant she was about to face a potentially mortifying ordeal. 2 ninjas, one on each side, dragged her towards the interrogation room, indifferent to her protests. Tobirama did not even lift his eyelids, unaware that Kagura was internally cursing him vehemently. The interrogation room was somewhat distant from Konoha Hospital, situated in a separate building. To reach it, one had to traverse 3 streets. Along the way, Kagura could not help but ponder the unsavory memories hidden in her mind. She had always been quite eclectic in her interests. Did reading inappropriate novels and comics count? Would her indiscretions, such as sharing risque jokes with colleagues, be uncovered? What else? As an illustrator, she certainly had drawn various illustrations for her favorite couples. The mere thought of these secrets being laid bare made Kagura want to smash her head against a storefront sign. Who could have imagined that her trivial secrets would one day be scrutinized so openly? She could already envision the expression on Shinji's face upon discovering the contents of her mind. Surely, he would think she was akin to the Lich King. But then again, who in this world knew her? Even if her reputation were to be tarnished, it did not seem so unbearable that if worse came to worst, she could simply leave Konoha. There were plenty of other villages where she could find refuge. With that thought, her spirits lifted considerably, and even her posture straightened. In the interrogation room, Kagura was placed inside a machine resembling an overturned cauldron, with only her head protruding. Shinji placed a hand atop her head and asked, "What is your name?" "Kagura." "Kagura." "Yes, indeed, my name is Kagura." She smiled, pleased to find that her pen name felt so fitting, even in this new world. Shinji had never encountered someone about to be subjected to his mind reading who appeared so cheerful, leaving him with a look of skepticism. The ninja who had accompanied Kagura whispered to him. Though their voices were hushed, the silence of the interrogation room rendered their words crystal clear to Kagura. Tobirama said her mind is broken, probably due to a blow from the Hokage. How pitiful. Whose mind is broken? Kagura rolled her eyes, exasperated. The phrase broken mind had become all too familiar to her in recent days, but unbeknownst to them, she truly was mentally impaired in the real world, currently a vegetable. However, the two worlds did not intersect. Her vegetative state did not hinder her from thriving in the other realm. Shinji exclaimed in surprise, "Don't be absurd. The Hokage would never strike a woman." Indeed, it was Tobirama-sama who said so. I heard that this woman was present at the scene of the battle between Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Perhaps she is Madara's woman or an accomplice. Huh? Shinji was taken aback once more. This gossip was becoming increasingly ridiculous. Kagura was on the verge of rolling her eyes into oblivion. She longed to report this gossiping ninja. Could he not ruin her reputation? She was as innocent in relation to Madara as scallions tossed with tofu, utterly pure. Noticing Kagura's displeasure nearly spilling out of the machine, Shinji cleared his throat and began the mind-reading technique. Though she reassured herself that there was no one here she cared about, and that embarrassment was merely embarrassment, she still felt a tinge of anxiety when Shinji truly began to delve in her thoughts. What would he uncover? Would he pry into every detail of her life? Was he privy to her bathing and bathroom habits? The mere thought sent a chill down her spine. It was far more embarrassing than him seeing her mind filled with adult-themed novels and comics. Minutes ticked by, and Shinji uttered a perplexed hum, appearing quite bewildered. Several more minutes passed before he abruptly removed his hand, staring at Kagura with evident confusion. "What are you looking at?" Kagura retorted that. Shinji found himself at a loss for words. He beckoned to his assistant, saying, "Please fetch Hachi for me." The assistant, unsure of the situation, dared not question his superior and hurried off. Upon seeing him, Kagura pouted, feeling as if she were facing a demanding client. For a mere word from a client, she might toil late into the night, much like any beleaguered worker. It seemed that the plight of laborers was universal. In this realm, she vowed not to be as unfortunate as in her previous life. She would abandon all pretenses, completely disengage, let others toil as they wished. Kagura would not conform, even if the king of heaven himself commanded her to work overtime. After another interminable wait, just as Kagura was beginning to feel drowsy, a man entered. He bore a striking resemblance to Yamanaka Hachi, with his yellow hair, though she was uncertain of their familial connection. Nothing of significance could be gleaned. The only thing we discovered is that she was eating sunflower seeds at the scene of the battle between the Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Eating sunflower seeds? Yes, Shinji nodded, realizing how absurd it sounded. Who in their right mind would munch on sunflower seeds in a life-threatening situation? Clearly, this individual's mind was indeed compromised. Perhaps my skills are insufficient. I would prefer you to take a look yourself. He spoke thus, casting a skeptical glance at Kagura, resting his palm atop her head. It was evident that his abilities surpassed those of Shinji. However, mere minutes later, he withdrew his hand, his expression mirroring Shinji's previous bewilderment. "Well?" Hayashi shook his head. "I cannot perceive anything. Just as you mentioned, I only saw her munching on sunflower seeds atop the mountain. Her audacity is quite remarkable." "Thank you," Kagura replied with polite gratitude. "What shall we do then?" "Lord Tobirama is still awaiting news," inquired the curious ninja beside them. Hayashi smacked his lips thoughtfully, his demeanor serene. "We shall relay the truth." Chapter 3. Settling in the cell. Upon emerging from the Konoha hospital, Kagura found herself turning around to make her abode in the underground cell of the interrogation room. She felt as though she were the most unfortunate soul in the world. Fortunately, after some coaxing, the guard's heart softened, granting her a private cell. Food and sleep required no expenditure. Aside from the lack of freedom and a certain grubbiness, her stay here seemed rather agreeable. Yet, boredom began to gnaw at her. The cell was quite spacious, with a corridor wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side, stretching endlessly into the depths, its destination unknown. Flanked by smaller cells on either side, the absence of sunlight rendered the place exceedingly dim, and an unpleasant odor permeated the air. Indeed, it could be succinctly described as filthy, chaotic, and dreadful. Kagura, feeling an acute sense of ennui, sat at the entrance of her solitary cell, gazing outward. She could clearly observe the surrounding cells, where a diverse assortment of individuals were held, both men and women, their faces marked with curiosity upon seeing the newly arrived Kagura. Curiosity and the desire to join in are quintessential human traits. Even in a world reminiscent of anime, this remains unchanged. Let it not be said that Chinese people have a penchant for meddling. They shall not bear that blame. Hey, newcomer, what brought you here? A gaunt man in a diagonally opposite cell grinned at Kagura, his smile betraying a hint of schadenfreude. I was merely munching on sunflower seeds while others were fighting. And I got caught. Doesn't that sound amusing? Kagura replied nonchalantly, eliciting laughter from everyone in the cell. In an instant, the formerly dreary atmosphere transformed into a lively one. Kagura chuckled too, her laughter somewhat superficial, as if she were inherently a comedian. In her previous life, she had always been amusing, her effervescent personality and carefree demeanor endearing her to others. Perhaps this was a result of her upbringing. Her parents loved each other and harbored no biases against daughters. A child raised in such a loving environment would naturally develop a pleasant disposition. Even in this new world, Kagura remained unchanged, still embodying her vibrant self. Has the village really become so strict? You can get arrested for eating sunflower seeds at a fight? Someone inquired, laughter mingling with disbelief. I refused to believe it. Surely. You must have spat out the shells at someone. Another chimed in. Why were they fighting? Was it over sunflower seeds? Kagura found their banter amusing. These individuals were ninjas. Yet their imaginations seemed rather limited. Not at all. I was caught while enjoying sunflower seeds at the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, she declared. And the cell fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. What's wrong? Why the sudden quiet? Kagura leaned against the iron bars of her cell, peering out to find all eyes fixed on her, their expressions a mix of confusion and belief. After a prolonged pause, one brave soul finally asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Kagura smiled. "What reason would I have to deceive you?" Another silence ensued, and Kagura held her breath, finding this sudden stillness rather unsettling. Just as she felt her breath would run out, the cell erupted once more into lively chatter, everyone debating the two combatants' conflict. I knew it would come to blows eventually. A young man who appeared to be in his 50s, dressed in tattered clothes with half-gray hair, remarked, "And how would you know? What else do you know that we don't?" A 20-something lad teased him. "I truly know. Madara is particularly stubborn and inflexible. He won't adapt. As for the Hokage, he embodies the archetype of wisdom veiled in simplicity. Madara will gain no advantage against him. Do you think a man like the Hokage could use a kunai to end his life? He wouldn't heal in time, and conversely, he gives off a vibe of an honest man. Over time, Madara will be unable to endure it. A confrontation is inevitable. Honesty does not always equate to truthfulness, a universal principle that rings true." Everyone pondered the elder's words, and after a couple of minutes, many began nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is as you say. The Hokage is rather straightforward, but he has a crafty younger brother pulling the strings behind the scenes. What relevance does Madara have in such a scheme? Yes, while on the surface, it appears that Hashirama is leading the village, the policies, from foreign affairs to the minutiae of village life, are dictated by his brother Tobirama. Everyone knows Tobirama disapproves of Madara. Do you think he wouldn't undermine him? Who knows? Though publicly, the Uchiha clan seems to fare well. I have yet to witness any overtly hostile policies against them. Nevertheless, Madara's thoughts may diverge from the rest of his clan, which is why he ultimately left the village alone. Exactly. I knew he would return after leaving the village years ago. A young girl interjected. So who won this time? Before Kagura could respond, someone chimed in. Come on, it's obvious. The Hokage, of course. They've been battling since the Warring States period. He has always emerged victorious. In front of the Hokage, Madara is but a younger brother. Not necessarily. Another countered. I've heard that the Uchiha clan Sharingan can evolve remarkably. Who knows? This notion held some merit, and Kagura watched these gossipers in disbelief. Perhaps it was the stark contrast with the experiments confined within Orochimaru's cells that made this place feel like an entirely different world. Hey, young lady. Was Madara's ocular technique impressive this time? Kagura nodded. It was indeed formidable. He even summoned Susanoo and brought along the Nine Tails. A collective gasp echoed throughout the cell. The Nine Tails? Susanoo? The Hokage is so formidable. It's a pity he lost. Please don't say that. He merely lost. He is not dead. Exactly. Kagura cleared her throat. Actually, someone did die. Huh. The Hokage died? No, it was Uchiha Madara. I'm just idly playing with a piece of grass I picked off the floor, but no one believes me when I say he is still alive. The notion of Madara's death seemed more palatable than that of Hashirama's. After a few minutes of silence, they resumed their own conversations, devoid of the sorrow that had accompanied the news of Hashirama's demise. Kagura observed them, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over her. It was evident that being a leader necessitated a solid foundation of public support. Given Madara's popularity, aspiring to be Hokage would indeed be a daunting task. After a prolonged period of silence, the guard, who had been quietly observing the prisoners gossiping, finally reasserted his authority, rapping his baton on the table with a resounding thud. "Keep it down. You're making too much noise." Kagura shot him a sardonic glance, disregarding his wide-eyed glare, and turned to lay down on the straw mat in the corner, seeking solace in slumber. Chapter 4. What is lacking in that aspect? During the initial 3 days in the cell, having resolved her needs for food and sleep, and being surrounded by fellow inmates sharing similar plights, Kagura found the experience bearable. However, as time passed, her patience began to wane. Not only was she unable to bathe, but one fateful night, she even witnessed a rat larger than her hand scurry past her, sending her into a frenzy of desperation to escape. While desiring freedom is one thing, the reality of achieving it is another. As the days dragged on, a sense of weariness enveloped her, leaving her to rely on idle chatter with her fellow inmates to stave off the relentless tedium. What a predicament! Having read no fewer than 100 time travel novels, she found herself in a uniquely pitiful situation, first dying twice upon arrival, and now languishing in prison. What transgressions had she committed? Heavenly deity, grant me release. I vow to uphold a balanced diet for life. I shall not break this promise. Yet the heavens remained indifferent to her pleas, showing no signs of liberating her. In a few days, Kagura suddenly realized that she had traversed into the realm of Japanese animation. If she were to seek assistance, it should undoubtedly be from the deities of Japan. Who were these divine beings? Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo? Oh, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo, I, your humble devotee, wish for a life of balanced sustenance, only asking for your benevolence to release me from this confinement. The outcome was predictable. If the gods were truly effective, this cell would have been vacated long ago. Bored and restless, she resorted to listening to gossip and news from the ninja world, fearing that if she lingered too long, she might lose her sanity by the time Tobirama decided to release her. From the conversations of her fellow inmates, Kagura gleaned a wealth of information and secrets about this world. She learned how Hashirama Senju wed Mido Uzumaki, the peculiar hobbies of various feudal lords, the amicable relations between certain nations, and which dango shop in the marketplace was the most delectable. While much of this was tolerable, Kagura felt compelled to critique the claim of delicious dango. After all, dango is merely made from smashed rice. Can one really distinguish between excellence, goodness, and mediocrity in such simplicity? Shifting topics. Was Uchiha Madara truly driven to leave the village due to his discord with Hashirama? Madara was undeniably a fervent war enthusiast, always yearning for battle. Who among his clan would willingly abandon a peaceful life to follow him into conflict? Disappointment washed over Kagura. She had hoped that Madara's departure stemmed from jealousy over Hashirama's marriage. The other inmates regarded Kagura with a mix of curiosity and confusion. Lord Hokage already has several children. What of the second Hokage? In the anime, Tobirama has no descendants. Could it be true? Who is the second Hokage? Indeed, at this time, Tobirama had yet to assume the mantle of Hokage. No wonder they were bewildered. I mean, Lord Tobirama. Does he have children? Children do not simply descend from the heavens. One remarked. How could he have offspring without a wife? Unable to contain herself, Kagura burst into laughter. Exactly. Do you think children sprout like gourds? You plant them in spring, and by summer, they appear on vines? A mischievous glint flickered in Kagura's eyes. Tobirama was not exactly a youth. Could it be that he was incapable in certain aspects? After all, the Senju clan was a prestigious lineage in Konoha, a family that founded the village. With a brother as the village leader and herself holding significant power behind the scenes, one would expect him to be a highly sought-after bachelor, handsome, wealthy, and influential. Yet, astonishingly, he remained a solitary figure. Just then, a woman's voice trembled from a corner. Which aspect are you implying he is lacking? The moment she spoke, Kagura regretted her words. It was a phrase laden with implications best left unspoken. How could she explain? The women in this world might not grasp the full meaning, but the men certainly understood. The thought of the usually stoic and imposing Tobirama being inadequate in that regard sent the men in the cell into fits of suppressed laughter, culminating in a raucous uproar. "So, Lord Tobirama is lacking," they chuckled. "I suspected as much. He is of age, yet remains unmarried." One voice chimed in. "This revelation has finally resolved my long-standing confusion." As they reveled in their laughter, Kagura noted that within their dreary confines, the men found some solace in imagining themselves superior in some way to the lofty Tobirama. Yet, the cell was not meant for hardened criminals. Most were merely individuals caught in minor disputes. Thus, some among them would soon be released. Eventually, news of Tobirama's supposed inadequacies spread through Konoha, and one day, he stormed to Kagura's cell. In the darkness, his blood-red eyes betrayed no emotion, and his handsome yet stern face seemed more severe than when an employer scrutinizes a job well done. Standing there, he exuded an aura that felt imposing, leaving Kagura somewhat flustered. What could he possibly want? She shrank back into the corner, feeling intimidated. Tobirama gazed down at her, his brow furrowed, and his lips twitching, a clear sign of his restrained anger. "Hey," he spoke, his voice ringing like crystal chimes. "You've been spreading rumors about me." What am I saying?" Kagura queried, perplexed. "I'm in a cell. The phrasing is quite vague. Are you implying I am inadequate in some regard?" Upon uttering this, she noticed Tobirama's face flush crimson, even in the dim light of the cell. The other inmates leaned in, straining to catch every word, their breaths held in anticipation. So that was the issue, Kagura thought with a sigh of relief, laughing heartily. No, that was merely speculation, a reasonable hypothesis based on facts. We never reached a final conclusion. In truth, we are unsure if you are or are not. So, do not label me unjustly." As she defended her stance, she saw Tobirama's expression twist into a knot of frustration, his eyes tightly shut, radiating an ominous aura. Now, you mustn't be angry. If you are, it only validates my speculation. It said that one reacts when their sore spot is prodded. She scrutinized him, her gaze unabashedly lingering on a particular area. "You are truly." Before she could finish, Tobirama interrupted, and from the shadows emerged a striking young man. "Kagami, if I'm not mistaken, this must be Uchiha Kagami," she thought, noting the Uchiha clan's reputation for producing handsome men. "Tobirama-sama, I'll escort her to your office," Kagami offered. Tobirama shot Kagura a piercing glance, noting her disheveled state, and rolled his eyes. "Forget the office, let us take her to my residence." "Wait, what?" she exclaimed. "And just to clarify, no excessive punishment. Otherwise, I will file a complaint." Tobirama scoffed, then suddenly smiled, a smile that sent shivers down Kagura's spine. "Aren't you curious about my capabilities? Why not test them for yourself?" Kagura stood frozen in shock. His implication was unmistakable. Was he truly suggesting that? How reckless. She thought to herself that there was no need for such validation. "You claim you are capable. I believe you. There's no need for verification." Just then, Kagami returned with the keys, and Tobirama cast a final glance at Kagura, commanding, "Take her away." The cell door creaked open as Tobirama strode out, and Kagami, ever the gentleman, gestured for her to proceed. Yet Kagura remained rooted in place, her expression a mix of laughter and despair as she stammered incoherently. "I find this cell rather acceptable. Extending my stay here is not out of the question. Perhaps you might leave first." As the conversation progressed, I felt a sense of despair creeping in. "Please, do not concern yourself with me. Let me fend for myself." Jing smiled faintly, insisting that this was unacceptable. "Kagura-san, it is best to comply. Lord Tobirama's temperament is quite severe." He did not continue, yet the implication was clear. Prolonged waiting would incur punishment. Reluctantly, Kagura steadied herself against the wall and rose, her expression one of resignation as she departed. She walked ahead, with Jing trailing behind. Upon exiting the cell, Kagura heard the anguished cries of a woman, "My lord Tobirama." It seemed this woman was an ardent admirer of Tobirama. What a pity. Chapter 5. My ability is to foresee the future. Tobirama's residence was not far from the cell, directly across from the interrogation room. It was a quaint two-story building, embodying the traditional Hokage aesthetic with its yellow walls and red tiles, resembling two stacked red umbrellas. As they reached the entrance, Kagura clung to the doorframe, unwilling to enter. Jing, with remarkable patience, merely observed, occasionally smiling. "Lord Tobirama has his own principles. You need not fear." Kagura cast him a sidelong glance, her eyes clearly conveying, "You are a man. Of course, you are unafraid. I, on the other hand, am a woman." After a moment of hesitation, the grand door at the entrance swung open, revealing Tobirama's displeased countenance. "Why do you not come in?" Jing smiled, glancing at Kagura, who appeared utterly defeated. Tobirama followed Jing's gaze and instantly understood. "You may leave." "Can I really go?" Kagura spun around to flee, only to be halted as a large hand seized the back of her collar. Her petite frame often led others to remark that she looked like a high school dropout, implying her slight stature and underdeveloped figure. With a mere tug, Tobirama lifted her effortlessly. "I was speaking to him. Why are you running?" Jing nodded slightly and turned to depart. Kagura was certain she caught a glimpse of him stifling a laugh as he left. The door closed behind her, and in the next moment, Tobirama loosened his grip, causing Kagura to tumble unceremoniously onto the floor. With apparent disdain, he remarked, "How filthy. I hope there are no fleas. Hey, you, quickly wash up in the bathroom. It's on your left." Had she been in her right mind, Kagura would have firmly rejected such a proposition. However, she had lost count of the days since her last bath. Was it half a month or 20 days? The odor was unmistakable. At that moment, the mere mention of a bathroom felt more inviting than the affection of her own parents. She scrambled to her feet and dashed into the bathroom. The bathroom was modern, featuring a bathtub against the wall. Kagura surveyed the space, which was just right for a single occupant. The sink was adorned with men's toiletries, soap, a toothbrush holder, a razor, everything except for items belonging to women. TSK, she shook her head, confirming that Tobirama was indeed a lifelong bachelor. It was amusing to think that one single soul could feel sympathy for another equally solitary being. After washing her face and hair, applying body wash twice, and rummaging through the drawers to find an unopened toothbrush, she finally cleaned herself up. However, she was dismayed to discover a lack of clean clothes. The garments she had arrived in were far too soiled to be worn again. They were practically unwearable. What was she to do now? Once more, she scanned the bathroom and eventually found a fresh bathrobe in the corner cabinet. It was a deep blue men's bathrobe, freshly laundered and still carrying a hint of soap's fragrance. Although it was oversized, nearly reaching her height, it was better than nothing. She draped it over herself, deciding it was better to wear it than to remain hidden in the bathroom indefinitely. Just as Tobirama was about to swallow a sip of water, he heard the bathroom door creak open. Upon turning, he promptly spewed the water back out. There stood a slender woman, wrapped in his bathrobe, resembling a child who had raided an adult's wardrobe. How comical it appeared. "Why are you wearing my clothes?" Kagura felt the weight of guilt, her voice barely above a whisper as she mumbled, "I had nothing else to wear. My previous clothes are unfit. Perhaps you could lend me some money to buy something new?" Tobirama was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he was perpetually besieged by individuals seeking to extract money from him, be it his brother Hashirama, the students, or now this woman who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Did he truly exude wealth, or did others view him as a fool? Let us put the matter of finances aside for now. We have other matters to address. Please, come here. He gestured to the empty space beside him. At that moment, Kagura grew wary, recalling Tobirama's earlier words in the cell. In her anime-obsessed days, she often fantasized about transmigrating into various worlds, dreaming of interactions with handsome men and beautiful women. Yet now, facing a living embodiment of her fantasies, she found herself hesitant. The thought of action was far more daunting than mere words. Although she feigned confidence, she had never experienced romance nor engaged in anything remotely risque. Anxiety surged within her. Clutching the robe tightly around her, she endeavored to secure it further. Beads of cold sweat formed on her brow as she glanced between Tobirama and the entrance, contemplating whether it was still possible to escape through that door. Tobirama perceived her inner turmoil with ease, a bemused expression crossing his face as he remarked, "My flying thunder god technique is quite swift. I wonder if you have heard of it." "Of course, I've heard of it. In a few years, someone even faster will emerge, but it seems inappropriate for a man to boast about his speed, does it not?" "Oh, but this is not the time for idle chatter." Tobirama's complexion shifted through shades of white, red, green, and black as he contemplated his response. He was on the verge of expressing anger when he caught sight of Kagura, her brow furrowed and eyes shut in resignation. With a sigh, he swallowed his ire. "Very well, come sit beside me. I will not frighten you. I have no interest in someone of your age. After all, I am considerably older than you." This revelation struck Kagura. Tobirama was likely around 40 years old, significantly older than herself. She could even refer to him as uncle. However, as a former fictional character, his youthful and handsome portrayal by Kishimoto had led her to overlook this fact. Then why do you want me to come over? She inquired, cautiously choosing a spot as far from him as possible. You have committed no crime, and I cannot keep you confined indefinitely. Nevertheless, we must clarify your identity. Oh, I understand that. However, I seem to have forgotten much. All I can recall is my name, Kagura. What is your role? I feel no chakra from you. Are you not a ninja? How could I possibly possess such abilities? Upon seeing Tobirama's puzzled expression, Kagura quickly corrected herself. I mean, I'm not a ninja. I am merely an ordinary person. If I must claim any unique trait, it would be my ability to foresee the future. Really? His crimson eyes bore a skeptical look. Indeed, I am not deceiving you. To prove my ability, I assure you I can reveal certain details about you. Things known only to you or those very close to you. Seeing Kagura's unwavering confidence piqued Tobirama's curiosity. His eyes narrowed with interest as he replied, "Oh?" Kagura laughed inwardly, thinking to herself how unexpected it was. She had watched the entire series, and there was nothing she did not know. Whatever you wish to inquire about, I can certainly divulge. Very well, tell me when my mother passed away, do you know? The first question left Kagura momentarily speechless. In the original story, her mother was never mentioned, so how could she possibly know? Tobirama scoffed, as if to say, I knew you were boasting. Let us change the subject then. How old is the pine tree at the Ani family this year? Pine tree? Kagura looked bewildered. Who is that? You don't even know who the pine tree is? Tobirama raised an eyebrow. Then I can at least ascertain that you are not from Konoha. Otherwise, you would know the eldest son of my older brother. Kagura was infuriated. What absurd questions was this guy asking? It was peculiar how their family was structured. The four elder brothers combined were like a house, while their sons and grandsons resembled trees. What were they trying to do? Grow up to cut wood and continue building houses? You are all so strange. I have already mentioned that I hail from Huaxia. Then why are you lying? Lies are often meant to conceal something else. So what exactly are you trying to hide? I am not lying. But you cannot even answer these two questions. How could you possibly predict the future? You claim it is the future, yet it is clearly the past. A mere quibble. The veins on his forehead were about to pop. Tobirama snorted coldly, feeling discomfort by her jibes. Lord Tobirama, why don't we discuss the future? You have hidden Uchiha Madara's corpse, haven't you? Kagura's sudden mention of Madara caught Tobirama off guard. He looked at her in surprise, seeing the unwavering smile on her face. How do you know? I also know that you wish to study the Mangekyo Sharingan. I know you were deceived by Madara. That corpse is a fake. He fully understood your personality and exploited your unwillingness to destroy his body, allowing him to feign death and escape. That is quite intriguing, but I do not believe it. Then let me say something else. The Nine Tails should currently be sealed within Uzumaki Mido, right? I surmise that in the near future, you and your brother will set out to capture the tailed beasts, correct? At this point, surprise flickered in Tobirama's eyes. 2 days prior, Hashirama had held a private meeting with him. The battle at the Valley of the End had revealed the Nine Tails' power, prompting Hashirama to propose capturing the tailed beasts scattered across the world as chakra conglomerates. These beasts could serve as formidable forces. Capturing them and distributing them among other nations might foster a balance, potentially leading to peace in the ninja world. However, this meeting was highly confidential. Not even his closest students were aware of it. How could this woman, imprisoned in a cell, possibly know? Hey, you claim to predict the future. I mentioned I possess the ability to foresee what is to come. You might regard me as a witch. Ah, no? A witch seems too old. Let us say I am a wandering sorceress, capable of divining fortunes and predicting the future. Tobirama was half convinced. He was a cautious and pragmatic person, and it was difficult to persuade him with mere words. I know much more. I know you will capture all tailed beasts except Shikaku. I also know your brother wishes to convene a summit of the 5 Kage, correct? Such information was confidential. How could she possibly know? Tobirama was growing increasingly uneasy, his curiosity piqued. After all, he was human, and curiosity is a trait inherent to all humanity. She claimed she could predict the future, and he was genuinely eager to discern whether her assertions held any truth. You need not exert effort to scrutinize me. I am not a spy. I am merely an ordinary sorceress, providing divination services, nothing more. If you are uneasy, I can leave Konoha. If you wish to monitor me, I can remain. It matters not to me. So what will you choose? With a cup of water in hand, Tobirama contemplated Kagura's proposal, weighing it for a long time before arriving at a decision. Stay in Konoha. If you truly possess this ability, I would prefer not to send you to another nation. Then I have my own conditions. You dare to negotiate? Speak. Please provide me with a shop in the shopping district. I am not a ninja and cannot undertake missions. If you do not assign me some tasks, I will starve at your doorstep. Tobirama felt 3 black lines forming on his forehead. After a long sigh, he nodded. I will rent it to you, but remember to pay the rent. Kagura rolled her eyes and pouted. No wonder the proposal to sell tailed beasts would be raised at the upcoming 5 Kage Summit. It was nothing less than the malevolent capitalism of the ninja world. Chapter 6. Divination. Kagura's shop opened in a less bustling area of the shopping street. She was not particular about the location. As long as she had a place to settle, that was sufficient. Before opening her shop, she pondered for quite some time about what to do. An art studio seemed overly idealistic and impractical in the ninja world. A snack shop was out of the question. She was rather lazy and possessed only mediocre culinary skills. So she was uncertain if anyone would come to dine. Besides, she could not manage alone, nor did she have the funds to hire help, so that option was dismissed. Aside from these, she could not think of anything else to do. Then, a flash of inspiration struck her. Since she had watched all 720 episodes of Naruto, why not open a shop for divination, just as she had with Tobirama? Although one should not indulge in superstition, considering the numerous shrines scattered throughout Konoha, perhaps this could serve as a viable means of survival. Most importantly, this venture was remarkably low risk, with zero investment and substantial potential profit. Whether she could genuinely predict fortunes was irrelevant. The patrons sought comfort, and offering them pleasant words was always a safe bet. Thus, after 2 days of preparation, Kagura's divination shop finally opened its doors, with the straightforward name Divination. A sign hung on the shop's exterior, stating, "This establishment offers divination services, including auspicious dates for marriages and funerals, as well as future predictions. Interested parties may enter to discuss further with the owner." Yes, the introduction was as simple and direct as it could be. On the day of the grand opening, Tobirama and Hashirama happened to pass by. Tobirama glanced at the utterly uninspired shop name, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hashirama, in contrast, was visibly excited, peering eagerly through the door. At that moment, Kagura was dozing off, casually wiping drool from her mouth with her sleeve when she lifted her head to see Hashirama's beaming face. "Hokage-sama? Ah, hello, Kagura-san. EW, how dirty." Tobirama expressed his disdain at her wiping drool. In Hashirama's presence, Kagura restrained herself considerably, attempting to behave with the utmost respect, emulating the demeanor of her neighboring shopkeepers. Suddenly, Hashirama leaned closer to her with a serious expression, asking in a barely audible voice, "Tobirama mentioned you can predict the future. Is that true? Was it really necessary to be so grave just to ask that?" I suppose so. Then let me ask you, if I go gambling tonight, what do you foresee my luck being? Will I win or lose? Losing a close friend has left me disheartened, and I fear I may be out of practice." Indeed, Hashirama had a penchant for gambling. However, how could Kagura possibly know the outcome of winning or losing? Fortunately, Tobirama stepped in just in time to save her. He pinched Hashirama's sleeve with 2 fingers, pulling him away with an expression of exasperation. "Is this why you asked me for money a few days ago? Does Mito know?" Upon hearing Mito's name, Hashirama immediately wilted, hastily pleading with Tobirama not to tell her. "Have mercy, I haven't gone in over a month," he lamented. Looking quite pitiful, Kagura kindly reminded Hashirama, "Hokage-sama, it's one thing for you to go alone, but do take Tsunade with you. Her luck is dreadful, and she has amassed quite a debt even after 50. As the conversation unfolded, Hashirama was taken aback, retorting, "Who is Tsunade?" To which the response was, "Your granddaughter." "Has she been born?" Hashirama gazed at Tobirama in confusion, who merely shook his head. "I have no idea. That's a matter concerning your son's family." At this moment, was Tsunade not yet born? Kagura appeared bewildered, realizing she had spoken too soon. The 3 exchanged puzzled glances, caught in an awkward silence. Just then, a voice echoed from afar, calling out while running toward Kagura's shop. "Lord Hashirama, she has been born." Hashirama stared in astonishment as the figure approached. Finally recognizing it was his kin, Senju, he hurriedly inquired, "What has been born?" "Lady Kanro has given birth. It's a girl. Lord Mito sent me to fetch you." Overjoyed, Hashirama entirely forgot his earlier curiosity about the outcome, darting after Tuka like the wind, soon disappearing from sight. Watching the vanishing figures, Kagura murmured to herself, "Who is Lady Kanro? Could it be that Hashirama has a concubine? She is the wife of Ieyamatsu." "Oh." Kagura jumped in surprise. "Why are you still here? Aren't you going to see?" Tobirama regarded her as if she were deranged, questioning, "Why would I follow when his son has had a child? But you are the great uncle. Shouldn't you go take a look?" Kagura thought. The newborn must be Tsunade. In the anime, Hashirama had mentioned Tsunade as his granddaughter, whom he doted on immensely as she was his first grandchild, indulging her to the point of her becoming somewhat unruly. "I shall not go. I will visit later. Your country's familial bonds are rather tenuous. Now then, you should attend to your own matters and not linger at my shop entrance. With your fierce appearance, who would dare inquire about fortunes?" Tobirama, feeling rebuffed by Kagura, walked away in defeat, as if holding back a breath. She seemed to be the second person to disregard and disdain him. Who was the first? Uchiha Madara. But he is no longer living. The following day, as the fortune-telling shop opened, Hashirama appeared, brimming with excitement. "Kagura-san, you truly are divine. It is indeed a girl, just as you foretold. Her name is Tsunade, a delicate little one, resembling the sweet rice dumplings from the nearby shop. Simply adorable." Upon seeing his newborn granddaughter, Hashirama's youthful heart fluttered. Who could resist such a soft and precious little rice dumpling? Moreover, it seemed that the bond between grandparents and grandchildren was universal. Kagura was certain that when Mito had given him a son, he had not been this jubilant. "With such joyous news, Lord Hokage, considering my accurate predictions, might you waive my rent for a year? At worst, I could offer you a discount on future consultations." Mention of money caused Hashirama's expression to sour instantly. "My pockets are emptier than my face. I must consult Tobirama for financial matters. You truly do seem a bit pitiful as the village leader." Hashirama laughed heartily. "I am not good with numbers. Even if you give me money, I cannot manage it." Tobirama, however, is exceptionally sharp and trustworthy with finances. "By the way, you did not come all this way just to tell me how adorable your granddaughter is, did you?" At Kagura's reminder, Hashirama recollected his purpose, quickly adopting a sincere demeanor to ask, "As you have predicted, Tobirama and I are about to set off to capture the tailed beasts. Could you divine whether it will go smoothly?" Kagura chuckled inwardly at the thought that even the god of ninjas was superstitious. It was said that the higher one's position, the more superstitious they became, and this held true even in the anime. With that in mind, Kagura contemplated how much to charge him. As a newcomer, she was still unfamiliar with local pricing, so she waved 5 fingers in front of Hashirama. "What does this mean? With a discount applied, you only need to give me 50,000 ryo, and I shall provide your fortune." 50,000 ryo was not exorbitant. It was roughly equivalent to the reward for a C-rank mission. Hashirama readily produced the money, having recently stashed away some savings intended for gambling. But now he chose to part with it for peace of mind. Upon receiving the payment, Kagura pretended to ponder over her crystal ball for a moment, then nodded cheerfully at Hashirama. The anxious man, witnessing her smile, felt an immense weight lift from his heart. "Rest assured, Lord Hokage, you shall successfully capture all the tailed beasts except for the one tail." Hashirama received the answer he sought, while Kagura obtained the money she desired, resulting in a mutually joyous outcome. However, as they celebrated, a sudden chill swept over them, prompting both to turn and see Tobirama standing behind them, his brow furrowed and clad in a fur-collared coat, clearly preparing for a confrontation. With a look akin to that of a weary father observing foolish children, he sighed heavily after a moment, grabbing Hashirama by the collar and dragging him away. "If I can't see you, you waste money indiscriminately. Your allowance is halved for next month." "Huh, I call you elder brother. Could you show some mercy?" Hashirama's temples throbbed. He suppressed his anger, realizing that even begging for mercy would be futile. With a handful of seeds to munch on, Kagura watched the two brothers recede into the distance, reflecting on how Hashirama truly resembled his portrayal in the anime, exceptional in martial prowess, yet seemingly lacking in intellect. This stark contrast was indeed endearing, reminiscent of Naruto in later episodes. After all, they were both reincarnations of Ashura, which made some sense in various aspects. Chapter 7. Embarking on a new venture regarding pricing. Kagura was still in the exploratory phase, needing to determine her business rates based on her daily living expenses. In the initial days, aside from Hashirama's 50,000 ryo, her shop saw no further income, as villagers preferred to invest their funds in the shrine rather than her establishment. Observing her dwindling resources, Kagura pondered what she could do to supplement her income. In her previous life, she had been an illustrator. Why not return to that vocation? Thus, she erected a new sign stating, offering various artistic services, including portrait painting. Renowned as a human camera, high quality at low prices. If unsatisfactory, no charge. The first 2 days passed with no customers, until one afternoon, a small boy curiously entered the shop. At that moment, Kagura was idly counting her hair strands when she noticed the shy child, with white hair and an adorable appearance, entering her shop. Another child with white hair. This was truly in line with Kagura's aesthetic preferences. The boy appeared to be around 4 years old and was undeniably cute, despite his somewhat vacant gaze. As long as he was not mischievous, who could resist the charm of a young child? Kagura donned a warm smile and greeted him, inquiring, "What brings you here?" The little boy glanced between Kagura and the sign outside, pointing and asking, "Is it true that you help with art assignments?" Ah, Kagura's eyes brightened. Finally, after waiting so long, I have a customer. Though he is just a little one, as long as he has money, age matters not. Yes, indeed. But do you have any money? She asked with a smile. I do. The boy exclaimed, pulling out 5 coins worth 10 ryo each from his pocket, proudly presenting them to Kagura. 50 ryo, huh? That's not too shabby. It could at least buy a bowl of ramen. How much could a child possibly have? Having something is better than nothing, and given my lack of principles, even if the child had no money, I'd still help him with his art assignment. Receiving 5 coins, Kagura retrieved a pen and paper from the counter, inquiring, "What are the assignment requirements?" "A hidden temple in the deep mountains," the boy repeated. Kagura chuckled. Realizing she could easily tackle this task, she had drawn something similar during her university days. However, was it truly necessary to ask a child of 5 or 6 to create such a challenging illustration? "Tell me, little one, how do you interpret this prompt?" At her question, the boy looked up at her, his expression one of bewilderment. Indeed, if he understood, he wouldn't have needed to seek help. After preparing the drawing paper, Kagura began to sketch. Although she did not approach it with the same seriousness as when submitting her own assignments, the essence remained intact. She included the deep mountains, flowing streams, and an old monk, yet intentionally adopted a more childlike style in her strokes. Upon completing the artwork, she couldn't help but laugh at the crooked lines. It was delightfully juvenile. "This is wonderful." The boy's face finally lit up with a smile, replacing his earlier anxiety. "Thank you for the compliment. Now, what is your name?" The boy beamed, responding with a loud, cheerful, "Tsukumo Hataki." Astounded, Kagura took a moment to process this revelation. She had often referred to him as her son or husband in her previous life, only to discover that his father was still a child in this world. How disjointed. Clutching the artwork, the young Tsukumo reminded her to keep it a secret before disappearing into the street. Kagura nodded, assuring him it would be kept confidential, and softly requested, "Please come back for assignments again, and feel free to bring your classmates along. The more, the merrier." Once the child vanished, Kagura felt a pang of guilt, akin to someone selling answers outside an examination room, misleading the youth. Yet, considering it was merely an anime, she soon eased her conscience. It's interesting how, in the midst of wrongdoing, one finds numerous justifications for their actions. The arrival of the first customer often leads to a second. Gradually, others began to visit her establishment. Some came to seek auspicious dates for weddings or moving into new homes, while others, uncertain about their fortunes, sought guidance before undertaking perilous missions. For Kagura, divination was met with a mix of skepticism and reverence. When customers arrived, she would first offer a slight scare, followed by some flattering words to assuage their concerns, mastering the art of raising before lowering. As for the second service, drawing, her clientele consisted primarily of children, producing artwork for school assignments, which she did not consider a serious business venture. These little ones would sneak in and out, reminding her to keep their visits confidential. It was challenging for Kagura, as she had to mimic their naive artistic style while also differentiating her work. Reminiscent of her own childhood experiences of copying assignments while being too timid to do so openly. Although the artistic tasks were mundane, earning a bowl of ramen for each piece allowed her to avoid starving, and what more could she ask? When divining for ordinary ninjas and villagers, she couldn't charge exorbitant fees like she would have with Hashirama. Most C-rank missions yielded minimal rewards, often divided among a team, leaving her with very little. This was akin to Naruto's early struggles, where despite undertaking numerous missions, he barely saved enough for a bowl of ramen. only to have it squandered by Jiraiya. Thus, pricing her services at 50,000 was impractical for ordinary ninjas. She had to set her rates slightly below that, ultimately resulting in negligible earnings. Kagura sat in her shop, reflecting on her situation. Having watched all 720 episodes of Naruto, she found herself unable to leverage her knowledge of the script to her advantage. Who could have anticipated that even after crossing into this world, she would still fret over basic necessities? Her hair had been shedding more than usual lately, not from late-night phone usage, but rather from the stress of financial worries. She realized that she could not continue like this and needed to devise a plan to make some money. Recalling the plot of Naruto, she pondered how to earn quickly. If wealth was synonymous with earning, it surely belonged to the Akatsuki. How did the Akatsuki's finance leader, Kakuzu, manage to accumulate wealth? It involved accepting missions to kill. Perhaps that was a path best left unspoken. Wait a moment. If Kagura remembered correctly, after the first 5 Kage summit, Kakuzu had attempted to assassinate Hashirama, dissatisfied with the distribution of tailed beasts. Reflecting on this, she wondered how Kakuzu believed he could eliminate someone capable of capturing tailed beasts. Was it merely to intimidate when facing Konoha ninjas in the future? If she could convince Kakuzu to work for her through sheer verbal prowess, financial woes would be a thing of the past. In her daydreams, Kagura envisioned a scenario where her silver tongue could persuade Kakuzu to become her ally. Yet she neglected to consider her own lack of skills. Even Naruto, the acknowledged master of persuasion, only succeeded after defeating his foes and then using his words to elevate the situation. In essence, verbal persuasion served to provide an opponent an honorable retreat after being bested, leading to mutual satisfaction. Thus, it became clear why Naruto's persuasive techniques came into play after a battle. Before that, with victory uncertain, no one would heed his words. Kagura had to abandon that path. Propping her chin on her hand, she sighed deeply, contemplating how to survive in the ninja world. In that moment, she realized she was worse off than a corporate worker who at least had a stable job and a paycheck, whereas her future was bleak. And she might find herself homeless by tomorrow if she continued to daydream in her shop. Who said that all stories of crossing over were filled with adventure and fortune? How had her narrative diverged so completely? Chapter 8. Business Opportunity. 6 billion explosive tags. Speaking of Kakuzu and the Akatsuki inevitably led to thoughts of their founders, the 3 little strong ones from Amagakure. Despite their later stature, when they established the Akatsuki, they were still relatively young and inexperienced. Among the trio, one could not forget Konan. The soul rose amongst the thorns. When recalling Konan's shining moments, it was certainly not her moments with the puppy, nor the origami flowers she gifted Tsunade, or even her near kiss with Yahiko. It was the ludicrous 6 billion explosive tags that truly stood out. Kagura remembered a night when she was reluctant to sleep, hiding under the covers at 23, fearful of her mother discovering her late-night phone escapades. She had come across various bloggers discussing explosive tags, some of whom even calculated how long it would take to produce 6 billion of them, their weight, and the financial costs involved. In this place devoid of calculators, Kagura found herself unable to verify the figures, only recalling that a particular blogger used an A4 sheet as an example. If a single A4 sheet weighs over 4 grams, then assuming that an explosive tag is roughly the size and weight of half an A4 sheet, it would amount to just over 2 grams. Calculating further, 1,000 sheets would be 2 kilograms, 1 million would be 2 tons, 100 million would be 200 tons, and 1 trillion sheets would equate to 200,000 tons. Thus, 600 billion sheets would weigh 120,000 tons. This figure, 120,000 tons, sounded abstract. The blogger mentioned that a truck's capacity is roughly 30 tons, which would require 40,000 trucks. 40,000 trucks. It was mind-boggling to even imagine such a colossal number. Although Konan's jutsu allows her body to transform into paper and manipulate it freely, these are not ordinary sheets of paper. They are explosive tags, not something that can be produced overnight. If someone were to craft these explosive tags for her, how long would it take? If she employed 10,000 workers, each capable of producing 1 sheet per second, and if they worked 24 hours a day without breaks, it would take approximately 41,667 days, roughly 116 years. Kagura mused. Would they have to start production from the Warring States period to keep up with the explosive tags? Having discussed the production time, let us consider the cost. If each tag is priced at 1 currency unit, 600 billion tags would amount to 600 billion units. In today's society, This translates to approximately $928 million. The blogger noted that Bill Gates' fortune is around $879 million, indicating that the Akatsuki organization is wealthier than Gates. Most of this wealth is attributed to Kakuzu, so he must be quite formidable. In the world of ninjas, they earn bounties through missions, with a clear price on Asuma's bounty being 35 million currency units. Using this as an average benchmark, the organization would need to eliminate 2,617 Asumas to amass $928 million. One could argue that even a production team of donkeys could not achieve that. Moreover, Conan had previously stated, "I have experimented numerous times." Suddenly, a thought struck Kagura. If Kishimoto was not merely speaking fancifully, and if Conan had indeed utilized 600 billion explosive tags, then it would be impossible for her to have produced them alone. This would necessitate purchasing a portion from the outside. If it takes 10,000 workers 1 second to produce a tag around the clock for 116 years, this meant that if she commenced production of explosive tags now, she could sell them to Conan before the Fourth Great Ninja War. I am truly clever. Kagura grinned widely, envisioning boxes filled with ninja currency, and conjured an image of Kakuzu's face, realizing he was not merely enriching the Akatsuki, but was, in fact, contributing to her own wealth. After reveling in her thoughts, a stark reality confronted Kagura. Despite the potential for profit, her greatest obstacle was the lack of startup capital. How could she afford paper, hire workers, or establish a factory? All of this required substantial funds and would demand a lengthy investment. 3 to 5 years might yield no returns, and even if she could sell to other ninjas, it would be a pittance compared to $928 million. Yet, in the presence of such immense figures, even those who struggle to make ends meet would be tempted. The idea of producing explosive tags for Conan took root in Kagura's mind and began to flourish, akin to chives sprouting after rain, growing rapidly. Even the paper in the shop caught her eye, as she contemplated saving it for future explosive tag production. As a time traveler with a seemingly clairvoyant ability to seize opportunities, it was only natural for her to recognize this as a golden chance, an opportunity that felt like free money. She resolved to capitalize on it. In the world of Naruto, she aspired to realize her dream of becoming a wealthy woman, even if she could not enjoy the luxuries of a rich heir herself. She could ensure her children lived that life. She envisioned herself as a prosperous matron, capable of casually producing 200,000 currency units at will. Kagura envisioned a bright future ahead, while others who traversed into this world sought forbidden jutsu and rare ocular powers. She harbored a different ambition, to simply become a joyful, affluent woman, wandering between nations, indulging in romantic pairings, and witnessing thrilling battles, all while enjoying her untouchable existence. For the first time, she eagerly anticipated the return of Hashirama and Tobirama. As the one managing finances, would Tobirama lend her money? In the real world, her entrepreneurial endeavors might be recognized, but here, she wondered if Hashirama's wood release could be utilized to construct a factory like Yamato's. They say Hashirama used his wood release to conquer lands while Yamato employed it for beautification. Surely it would be a waste to ask the god of shinobi to build her a factory. Pondering such distant possibilities felt overwhelming. Perhaps she should start by making a few tags herself for experimentation? Kagura muttered to herself. Regarding the production of explosive tags, she resolved to take action, acquiring some paper and purchasing a bit of gunpowder from an elder at the village entrance who was crafting firecrackers. She began to use a brush dipped in glue, sprinkling a bit of gunpowder onto the paper and drawing symbols haphazardly. Upon completion, she realized she must have appeared foolish. If explosive tags were made in such a manner, wouldn't they all require lighters when the time came to use them? Searching for a lighter in her ninja tool pouch would likely lead to her demise at the hands of enemies. Though she had yet to witness genuine explosive tags in this world, many claimed that they encapsulated fire release techniques within the paper, which could be unleashed when needed. For ninjas lacking proficiency in fire release, this is undoubtedly a boon. Kagura pondered if it were feasible to replicate this method for other jutsu. Much like the scientific tools seen in Boruto. No, she must visit the factory that produces explosive tags to gain insight. Since arriving in Konoha, she had only met a handful of people. With Hashirama and Tobirama absent, the aloof goddess from Biwa Lake would certainly not entertain her. The only remaining individual was Uchiha Kagami, a man who always seemed cheerful and gentle. Surely he would not refuse her request for assistance. After 3 days of wandering the village, Kagura finally encountered Uchiha Kagami one afternoon, just as he returned from a lengthy mission, appearing quite fatigued. Upon seeing Kagura, his first thought was of her relationship with Tobirama, causing a moment of awkwardness. Several companions returning with him noticed a woman approaching and either whistled or whispered amongst themselves. An ordinary person might have felt compelled to explain, but he was anything but ordinary, remaining calm as a sage. Finding you is quite the challenge, brother. I am an only child, not a brother, nor do I have one. This man has no sense of humor at all. The two exchanged glances while nearby. A group of ninjas jeered, creating an awkward atmosphere. Yet, Kagura, ever the businesswoman, did not forget her purpose for seeking him out and quickly pulled him aside. Bend down and lend me your ear. Although surprised, he complied obediently, bending down. I would like to request your assistance. What is it? I wish to observe how you produce explosive tags. Kagami looked at her in bewilderment. Why do you want to see that? Do you intend to destroy Konoha? There was no need to stretch one's imagination so far, she thought. Kagami, what are you two whispering about? One of his companions teased. Kagami turned to him, chuckling. This is the girl Tobirama Sensei brought out of prison. His words struck like thunder on a clear day, causing the ninjas to widen their eyes in astonishment. The casual banter that had filled the air was abruptly replaced by their intense scrutiny of Kagura, their gazes laden with blatant inquiry, as if to suggest that apart from her attractive visage, she possessed no other merits. How could a perennial bachelor like Tobirama be enamored? The sheer transparency of their stares left Kagura with no doubt. This was mere gossip, an unreal romance that could only be labeled as such. I am not. I do not. Do not let your imaginations run wild. The triple denial, though belated, was in vain, for their expressions conveyed disbelief in her words. With a resigned shake of her head, Kagura muttered to herself, all name, no substance. Chapter 9. Astonishment. The scene of explosive tag production after finally dispatching the ninjas. Kagura clung to Uchiha Kagami like a starving puppy around its owner, circling him with an unwavering determination not to be dismissed. Eventually, Kagami, unable to withstand her persistence, raised his hands in surrender. On account of your relationship with the sensei, I shall grant you a brief glimpse, just a glimpse. Agreement reached. After a celebratory high-five with the surrendering Kagami, Kagura felt as though a windfall of currency was soaring towards her. The first step towards her aspiration of wealth had commenced, and everything was proceeding with methodical precision. Konoha housed a factory dedicated to the production of ninja tools for its own village. Though to call it a factory was somewhat generous, as it merely consisted of a few rooms where workers crafted the tools, which were then collected by designated personnel, with payments made periodically by the village. Standing outside the factory, Kagura hesitated, prompting a puzzled Kagami, who had taken a few steps forward, to return and inquire. Why do you not enter? It looks rather shabby. One might mistake it for a storage shed. Are you certain this is a ninja tool factory? Kagami nodded solemnly. With a long sigh, she resigned herself to the fact that her purpose was to learn a skill. Other matters could wait. When she established her own factory, it would certainly be grand enough to match the prestige of the foremost ninja village among the 5 great nations, though that was a matter for another day. The entrance of the factory was guarded by ninjas to prevent theft by those from other villages. This period had only recently emerged from the Warring States era, and while other villages sought to emulate Konoha's one village, one nation policy, they had yet to recover from the ravages of war. Despite efforts to recuperate, the disparity between rich and poor remained stark, and some bolder nations dispatched their ninjas to engage in petty theft, confident that, as long as they were not apprehended, they could deny their actions and avoid diplomatic repercussions. Previously, there had been numerous incidents of theft from the factory, and while Tobirama sought to pursue the matter, Hashirama had intervened. Hashirama's profound empathy led him to conjure countless scenarios that could compel ninjas to resort to theft, nearly reducing him to tears as he lamented their plight. Who would willingly risk death to steal ninja tools unless driven to such desperation? He mused. Observing his elder brother's emotional turmoil, Tobirama felt his temples throb with frustration. What could he do but indulge him, silently accepting the burden of their losses? To mitigate the ongoing thefts, Tobirama arranged for guarding ninjas to stand watch at the factory, with shifts alternating throughout the day, essentially employing security personnel, which successfully curtailed further incidents of thievery. Kagami, as a member of Tobirama and Hashirama's guard, frequently accompanied the two leaders, and the villagers recognized him. Upon seeing him arrive, they instinctively allowed passage, suspecting that Tobirama was inspecting the ninja tools. The factory's interior was not particularly vast. Kagura had little interest in kunai or shuriken, so Kagami guided her to the workshop for explosive tag production. The room was sparsely populated, with only a dozen or so middle-aged women engaged in their tasks. They stood in a line before iron tables, where sheets of talisman paper lay ready. One would perform fire-release ninjutsu, while the other sealed the technique onto the paper using space-time sealing techniques. Their collaboration was seamless, their movements fluid and harmonious. Now you understand how they are produced, don't you? Hey, you there, Kagura-san. Kagura-san. She was jolted from her astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Is this truly how explosive tags are made? This is utterly absurd. The production process, reliant on fire-release ninjutsu, was limited by the finite chakra of an individual, leading to a low yield and high cost. Typically, lower-ranking ninjas could not afford them, and even among middle and upper ranks, they were seldom used unless in grand warfare. Those with substantial wealth might procure them, but it was all contingent on personal finances. Indeed, it was only the members of prominent clans, such as Shikamu, who could afford to fabricate numerous explosive tags to ensnare Haiden, and the village leader, Hanzo, who could bury countless tags to obliterate Nagato. This brought them back to the beginning. One could not help but acknowledge how affluent Konan truly was, how wealthy the Akatsuki organization had become, and how adept Kakuzu was at amassing wealth. If placed in the realm of reality, Kakuzu would undoubtedly dominate the charts of desirable spouses, his advanced age being no obstacle. As many would vie for partners even older than their mothers-in-law. Upon leaving the factory, Kagura felt utterly disheartened and demoralized, like a sapling battered by a tempest. Kagami, observing her despondency, was perplexed. What troubles you? You have seen it all. Why the gloom? With a long sigh, Kagura lamented her misfortunes. Lacking funds is one thing, but I cannot even create an explosive tag. I lack both fire-release ninjutsu and space-time sealing techniques, not to mention chakra. They say that with hard work, even the heavens will lend a hand. Why does this not apply to me? Not only does it not apply, but it feels as though every door has been shut tight, with not even a crack left open. I feel utterly cursed. I wish I could inhabit the body of someone in this world, she confided, leaving Kagami utterly bewildered. Why are you so fixated on explosive tags? It is all for the sake of money. In this realm, Kagura was free to articulate her thoughts without fear of being labeled materialistic. If I told you that decades hence, someone would seek to purchase 6 trillion explosive tags from me, would you believe it? Kagami recalled what his comrades had said, that the woman brought back by Lord Tobirama was pitiable, likely having lost her wits after being struck by the Hokage. Initially skeptical, he now found himself reconsidering. What is that look in your eyes? Kagura glared at him, as Kagami's gaze brimmed with sympathy, as though mourning the fate of a promising youth now rendered useless. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he struggled to contain his laughter. 6 trillion is such an unfathomable number that I cannot grasp it. Surely, even the daimyo could not muster that sum. After all, a single tag might cost 300 to 400 ryo, with the most expensive reaching tens of thousands. How much does 6 trillion translate to? Well, considering that previously a single explosive tag was priced at 1 ryo, it indeed seems quite affordable. This brought them back to the beginning once more. Konan was truly wealthy, far surpassing even Bill Gates, and the Akatsuki was extraordinarily affluent, while Kakuzu had a remarkable talent for amassing wealth. If he were to livestream this, surely the chat would be inundated with Kakuzu is a money-making genius. Scrolling endlessly across the screen, as she pondered, Kagura mused. Why is it that only middle-aged married women are engaged in the production of explosive tags? Can men not partake in this work? Is there truly a gender distinction in crafting explosive tags? The mirror gently grasped her hair and explained. Generally, ninjas who marry and bear children seldom undertake missions. It is akin to an early retirement. In an era fraught with turmoil, nurturing the next generation and cultivating new talent is essential. Children typically cannot be separated from their mothers, placing the burden of responsibility upon them. Many among them were exceptionally skilled ninjas prior to marriage. The esteemed Tobirama Senju envisioned providing them opportunities to shine, assigning them safer tasks in the rear lines, such as crafting explosive tags. These talented women adeptly wielded fire techniques. Indeed, the second Hokage was quite considerate. While having them produce explosive tags, he ensured that homemakers could showcase their talents, all the while safeguarding their well-being and ensuring their children would not lose their mothers. Moreover, they received a salary, which attests to his suitability as a manager. Kagura inquired further, "Are their salaries fixed?" After a moment of reflection, the mirror replied honestly, "I am unsure. My family does not work here." An idea sparked in Kagura's mind. Although she had traversed into the world of Naruto, she remained fundamentally a modern individual, burdened by the oppressive realities of capitalism and incessant competition. Now, having transcended into this realm, her thoughts turned to how to seize business opportunities from the village. If fixed salaries were transformed into piecework compensation, rewarding effort with earnings, wouldn't productivity soar? After all, even in this world, there exists no individual who would willingly forsake financial gain. Otherwise, ninjas would not be fervently competing for missions. Even Orochimaru, a scientific madman who devoted every spare moment to experiments, had astonishingly high mission counts. Despite having defected from Konoha at a young age, mission experience, D, 16 times, C, 332 times, B, 521 times, A, 491 times, S, 108 times, totaling 1,468 times. This does not even account for the missions he undertook after leaving Konoha, where he had the freedom to pursue whatever he desired without counting them. One must question, is there competition or not? At this level, it seems that the legendary Sannin are all quite affluent. Jiraiya, having crossed over, exclaimed loudly, "Nonsense. I have to rely on Naruto to pay when I go out with women. Who says I am wealthy?" Chapter 10. What is wrong with this couple? In truth, Kagura had always believed that, in terms of wealth, Orochimaru was one of the few hidden tycoons within the ranks of Hokage. Although he undertook numerous missions and earned substantial sums, those finances could hardly sustain his extensive experiments. In Konoha, he might have the backing of Danzo. Yet the numerous strongholds scattered across the 5 great nations were certainly not funded by him. It is known that wherever Orochimaru goes, a stronghold follows. As if he were establishing a chain of hotels. Each of these underground bases is equipped with a complete set of advanced experimental apparatus, all of which carry significant value, far beyond what one person could afford. This brings to light Orochimaru's unique talent for persuasion. In Kagura's mind, the only individual capable of rivaling Naruto's persuasive prowess was Orochimaru himself. Firstly, many of the strongholds across the 5 great nations are established through his clandestine negotiations with various officials who secretly fund him. The ability to conjure grand visions for diverse powers is not a feat achievable by ordinary individuals. Indeed, even pyramid schemes would envy such acumen. Secondly, he possesses the uncanny ability to touch the deepest recesses of a child's heart with just a few words. Every time he attempts to lure a child, he is at his most eloquent, as exemplified in his interactions with Kinshiki. Once, as the heir of the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku, Kinshiki was an utterly bewildered little angel of immense potential. Orochimaru approached, delivering a profound monologue. Life itself holds no inherent meaning. One must simply continue to live. For perhaps they will encounter interesting people and events, much like how one might come across a beautiful flower. Listen closely. Even an adult woman like Kagura could scarcely resist such philosophically rich and poignantly literary sentiments, let alone a child. Such eloquence could earn the admiration of even Uchiha Madara, who would deem it the highest form of artistry. In the entire shinobi world, aside from Naruto, who saved his village through his persuasive tactics, no one else possesses such capabilities. It is understood that Orochimaru, deeply engrossed in scientific research, is a hidden tycoon. While Jiraiya indulges in writing risque literature and seeking out women, ultimately impoverishing himself to the point of relying on Naruto's generosity. Tsunade, on the other hand, wanders from game halls to gambling dens, having amassed considerable debt by her 50s, forced to rely on her disciples to sell pet pigs to make ends meet. In conclusion, Kagura arrived at a rather cliched realization. One must engage in earnest endeavors and refrain from indulging in harmful vices, lest their wealth diminish with age, leading to a dismal twilight. After all, not everyone encounters a naive child like Naruto, who willingly offers the fruits of their labor. Nor does everyone possess Tsunade's knack for returning to power after a long absence. Thus, dedicating oneself to building a career and aspiring to become wealthy is undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Having learned the method of crafting explosive tags, but lacking the skill to produce them herself, Kagura pondered how much she would need to borrow from Tobirama to establish a factory, hire workers, and procure raw materials. Just contemplating it amounted to a considerable investment. Sighing, she lamented how much more challenging it was to earn money here than in the real world. Perhaps she should have traversed to a land of abundance instead. Resting her head on the counter, she sighed deeply, making it appear as though she were heartbroken. At that moment, a cheerful couple appeared at the shop entrance. The wife exclaimed, "Ah, they're here. Let's go inside. Welcome." Kagura immediately adjusted her demeanor, donning an exceptionally professional smile. "How may I assist you today?" It was then that the husband, who had remained silent until now, suddenly pointed at Kagura with astonishment. "Ah, it's you. You know me?" A broad grin spread across the man's face as he turned to his wife, declaring, It's her. The one I told you about, the criminal." The wife looked utterly bewildered and retorted, "You've mentioned at least 10 people along the way. How am I supposed to know which one you mean?" She asked the one Tobirama took from the prison. Upon hearing this, the wife instantly remembered, her smile even more exaggerated than her husband's. "Oh, you mean the one who supposedly wasn't capable?" Yes. What a peculiar couple." Kagura silently lamented, all while maintaining her forced smile, a facade that belied her true feelings. Speaking of gossip, women are naturally more inclined to indulge in it, and she quickly leaned in closer to Kagura, eager to inquire, "So, how is Tobirama, really?" How would I know? Don't be so stingy. You were taken home by him. He said he wanted you to try for yourself, right? You must tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone." The woman's eyes sparkled with a burning curiosity. As ordinary individuals are often particularly intrigued by the secrets of those who seem godlike in Konoha, much like fans in the entertainment industry obsess over their idols' gossip. Kagura had no faith in her promise. Anyone who made such assurances would undoubtedly inform others. "Why would I tell you? I've never tried. How would I know?" She mentally screamed. "Do you really think we would believe you if you said you hadn't tried?" The couple both shook their heads, their faces clearly expressing disbelief. How should she respond to this inquiry? To claim he was capable would directly imply that she had indeed engaged in adult activities with Tobirama, which would irreparably tarnish her reputation. Conversely, to assert he was incapable brought forth a shudder at the thought of Tobirama's predatory gaze. After much deliberation, Kagura concluded that preserving the reputation of a living person was more important than that of a mere paper figure. Thus, she resolved to provide a self-serving yet damaging answer. "As you might imagine, he is utterly incapable, so I have no connection with him. Please refrain from asking me such trivial questions in the future." Wait, why do they gaze at her with such overwhelming sympathy? Kagura has developed a form of PTSD from these looks, ever since her arrival in this world. Countless individuals have regarded her with that same pitying expression, as if her situation were truly dire. Alas, while sympathy is somewhat appreciated, she should also try to remain optimistic. Aside from his shortcomings, Lord Tobirama is one of the finest men in Konoha. The village cannot do without him, and all the villagers respect and admire him. This cannot tarnish his reputation. "You must not." "Wait," Kagura interrupted her wife. "The more you speak, the more confused I become. What do I have to be concerned about? I am not reclusive. His capabilities do not concern me." The sympathetic gazes persisted. "Being beside an incapable man certainly brings you distress. I understand." Oh no. It appears that this response was equally inadequate. It is indeed a Schrodinger's question. Only after the fact can one determine if he is capable or not. In other words, they all believe there is something between her and Tobirama, correct? Kagura was struck by this realization, feeling as if she had been hit by a thunderbolt. The thought of being a young lady, not a conservative living in the Qing dynasty, yet being inexplicably associated with an older man was infuriating. It would be one thing if there were substance to it, but she had not even touched Tobirama's hand. How did it come to this? "I tell you, dare to spread such rumors, and I shall make you pay," she threatened, raising her fist. Oh, the couple was so startled their expressions morphed into a comical fright. "Do not speak carelessly, or I shall cast a spell to become a ghost, haunting your bedside and witnessing all your actions." Upon reflection, that imagery was too vivid and unsettling to contemplate. Nodding vigorously, they complied. "Now, let us discuss serious matters. What brings you here?" Upon mentioning this, the younger lady became quite animated, hastily responding, "Please tell us if he will ever return." "What nonsense is this? Whether he will return depends on his character. Does it not? How can one predict such a thing? This character has never even shown his face in the series." Kagura theatrically examined a crystal ball, contemplating how to deceive them. Unable to foresee the outcome, she could still frighten them. Kagura feigned profundity, pushing the crystal ball aside with a grave expression. and stated, "Your husband, it seems, is not entirely trustworthy and will encounter disputes. I have glimpsed the next decade, and it would be best for him to behave as a proper ninja, avoiding any reckless behavior. Otherwise, he may find himself imprisoned again, perhaps even dying in jail. Death is the most feared fate." And indeed, upon hearing this, the man turned pale, repeatedly assuring his wife that he would never cause trouble again, pledging to be a devoted husband and to remain honest, vowing to avoid dying in prison. Kagura, still unfulfilled, seized the opportunity to further intimidate him. Moreover, "Should you cause trouble again, your wife shall quickly remarry, for her fate dictates such. A warning to you. However, if you remain by her side, your bond will strengthen, and your family will thrive harmoniously. You may disregard my words, but consider this. Another man could take your place, marrying your wife, residing in your home, and your children would call someone else father. The most uncontrollable aspect of humanity is imagination. Indeed, merely envisioning this caused the man's face to contort in horror. With that, Kagura felt a sense of satisfaction, akin to avenging a great wrong, and she pocketed a handsome sum of 20,000, far surpassing any earnings from assisting a primary school student with art assignments. Chapter 11. Scheming against a drunkard. A secret remains a secret only when known by one. Once more than two are aware, it ceases to be a secret. Moreover, on that day, 3 individuals were present in the shop. In this vast world, filled with diverse individuals, some possess lips sealed tighter than a coffin, guarding secrets until death. Others, however, have mouths as loose as an elderly woman's waistband, promising to keep a secret only to forget it entirely. You might say they are not superstitious, yet they seek omens. Or you might claim they are superstitious, yet they show no reverence for spirits. Therefore, when Tobirama, Hashirama, and Hashirama's wife, Mito, an expert in sealing techniques, returned to the village after capturing the tailed beasts, they were met with the outrageous rumor of Tobirama's incompetence, which had spread like wildfire, even altering the gaze of Hashirama and his wife toward him. The gossip circulated in the village with alarming specificity. A. That woman claimed with her own mouth that Lord Tobirama is incapable. B. Tried a dozen times, not once successful. C. Lord Tobirama has always been incapable. D. Lord Tobirama lacks that function. It seems he is worthless. Soon, the rumor would morph into, Lord Tobirama is actually intersex. Orochimaru. Who just mentioned me? Such is the nature of rumors. One passes it to another, and somewhere along the line, a twist occurs, leading to the tale reaching the ears of the concerned party in a distorted form. What a calamity. Do you harbor a grudge against me? One evening, as Kagura was closing the shop, Tobirama appeared at the door, brimming with fury. Clad in a light-colored kimono, his demeanor was anything but soft. He resembled a prickly hedgehog, his words laced with barbs. His protest, "What does it have to do with me?" lacked conviction, fingers gripping the wooden sign. A hint of fear evident in his demeanor. He seemed worried that his anger might unleash a water dragon technique upon her, a fate she did not wish to endure, for this shop was her lifeline. In recent days, her little shop had become a viral hotspot, with groups of people flocking to see her, often murmuring, "So, this is the woman Lord Tobirama has chosen. She may be younger, but she is quite beautiful. I do not care. It is all your fault that my reputation has been tarnished. For 38 years, I maintained a positive image, but since you arrived in the village, what have I become in the eyes of the villagers?" Tobirama sulked on the ground, like a petulant child. A breeze wafted from his direction, and Kagura caught a whiff of alcohol. Was he drunk? It seems that no matter the realm, declaring a man inept is an immense blow. She felt a twinge of sympathy for him. "Go tell those people that I am capable, that I am quite impressive." His voice gradually diminished, and his fair cheeks flushed. Whether from intoxication or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. "And what else should I say? Blame you for making me look like a fool." His suddenly elevated voice startled Kagura. As the subject of the gossip, their antics were bound to provoke speculation. To avoid attracting attention from passers-by, Kagura leapt to Tobirama's side, hastily covering his mouth to silence his outburst. "Goodness, do you not think this rumor has already spiraled out of control? Please, for the love of everything, just be quiet." At 10 o'clock that night, a few pedestrians remained on the street, mostly emerging from izakayas. Tobirama's loud voice drew the attention of some passers-by, and Kagura, now dreading their stares, urged him to leave. Yet, he seemed rooted to the spot, unyielding. With no other choice, Kagura resorted to dragging him into the shop. Was that Lord Tobirama just now? A man dressed as a ninja asked his companion. Ah, it seems so. Lord Tobirama's striking white hair is unmistakable. TSK. Still out this late to see his girlfriend. What a lovely relationship they have. Who could deny it? The iron tree, when it blooms, truly astonishes. Inside the shop, Tobirama sat in a chair, bearing an expression of deep grievance. It was hard to reconcile that a man of such authority, second only to the Hokage and the Hidden Leaf, could be brought to such a miserable state by a mere girl. His pent-up frustration was palpable. All of this was due to her reckless words, claiming he was incapable. A man's dignity was at stake. How would she rectify this? Was it fair to place the blame solely on him? After all, who encouraged her to speak so carelessly while he was confined? His initial assumptions were merely reasonable conjectures. It was her reckless behavior that had escalated the situation. Now she turned the tables on him, accusing him instead. I won't take the blame. You must go and explain to everyone that I am indeed capable. Remarkably so. He insisted. You are being unreasonable. She shot back. What's the point of reason? I'm talking about you. You are insane. I don't care. Just go. Their exchange was reminiscent of two childish schoolmates. Absurd yet amusing. However, Kagura could not find humor in it. Observing this bothersome drunkard, a clever plan suddenly took root in her mind, one that would be unfeasible when Tobirama was sober. With this thought, her tone softened. How about this? I will make a proposition. If you agree, I shall clarify your reputation, telling the entire village that you are not only capable, but can also perform 7 times in one night. How does that sound? You will regain your prestige in the village. Really? He asked, intrigued. Indeed, I never lie. Excluding the paper dolls, of course. Deal. Wait, are you not going to ask what it is? I need a loan. I wish to establish a factory for creating explosive tags. The interest? You decide. As long as it remains reasonable. I also need to rent land to construct the factory. Is that acceptable? Under the dim light, Tobirama furrowed his brows, his handsome visage now appearing rather stern. After a moment, he could only utter, another ploy to swindle me. That excuse is so flimsy. Even my elder brother wouldn't use it. It's too contrived. I am not a fraud. I am, at least, a businessman. You could allow me to pay taxes while providing jobs for the capable female ninjas who are currently unemployed. As a high-ranking official, shouldn't you lend your support? What loans? What taxes? I don't understand. You are a lowly swindler. With a firm poke from Tobirama's finger, Kagura felt as though she might be sent flying from her seat had she not clutched the armrests tightly. You just agreed to the deal. If you refuse me now, I won't help clear your name. It's not my reputation on the line. Once again, the air around Tobirama grew heavy with tension. After a brief internal struggle, he finally relented with a clap of his hands. Very well, it's settled. You shall go door to clarify my name. Should anyone dare to speak ill of me again, I will hold you responsible. Fine, you have the money, you make the rules. Kagura hastily opened the shop door to send him off, feeling both elated and incredulous. What was she doing, bending over backward for this benefactor? It felt as though she had crossed into a different realm, where her servitude had become an involuntary skill. How absurd. Chapter 12. No men in her heart. Drawing the blade naturally, rumors and gossip spread like wild chives after rain, sprouting with the slightest breeze. Before Kagura could clarify whether Tobirama was indeed capable, fresh news emerged of Tobirama and his young girlfriend enjoying a romantic evening, conversing at the shop's entrance for half the night. Half the night? Why not say all night? The absurdity was beyond the realm of critique. In the office, Tobirama suffered from a headache due to his hangover, unable to resist pinching the bridge of his nose. To maintain a clear mind for daily affairs, he had always abstained from alcohol. Born in a time of war, he faced constant danger. Intoxication would dull his senses, preventing him from reacting promptly to threats, thus endangering his life. Observing his younger brother, who was attempting to alleviate his discomfort, Hashirama recalled the circulating gossip. Incapable? He scrutinized Tobirama, who sat on the desk like a stool, taking in his brother's tall stature and striking features. Since childhood, Tobirama had been remarkably normal, garnering admiration from many single women. In every aspect, he was exceptional. How could he possibly be associated with such a term? Yet, upon reflection, Hashirama had a granddaughter. While Tobirama remained a solitary figure, it seemed somewhat abnormal. In times of war, Tobirama would often express uncertainty about his survival, not wanting to leave a widow behind. Even after the era of conflict ended and he established the Hidden Leaf, he remained focused solely on his duties. acting as the village's nominal leader while the actual management fell largely on his shoulders. Was he using work as an excuse to conceal something deeper? Tobirama, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. Upon opening his crimson eyes, he found his elder brother, tears streaming down his face. "Who are you trying to scare?" Tobirama exclaimed, startled, nearly tumbling from his seat. "Why are you crying?" Hashirama rushed to grasp Tobirama's hand, his eyes welling with tears. "It's my fault as an elder brother for being so inattentive. I had no idea you were suffering. Don't worry. I will seek out the best doctors from the 5 great nations to heal you. Trust me, I will make sure you recover." Visible chakra radiated from Tobirama, an overwhelming aura that even Hashirama found intimidating. Tobirama's eyes glimmered with fury, prompting Hashirama to quickly retreat. "You need to be more aware. It's one thing for others to spread nonsense, but you shouldn't join in." To Hashirama, Tobirama's anger appeared to stem from a man's dignity being trampled upon after his secret had been exposed. His eyes filled with sympathy, as if to say, "I understand. I truly do." "What do you understand?" "This is infuriating. Is it too much to ask for you to behave like a proper village leader and focus on your work instead of indulging in absurdities? Are you a reed swaying with the wind?" While the brothers clashed within the office, Kagura welcomed a notable guest, the village head's wife, Uzumaki Mito. Mito was stunningly beautiful, leaving Kagura momentarily entranced. Who wouldn't he admire a lovely lady? This appreciation for beauty transcended gender. However, recalling the illustrations she had once crafted for Mito and the first Hokage, she felt a rush of embarrassment. After a leisurely tour of the shop, Mito's gaze settled on Kagura. Faced with such beauty, Kagura instinctively tensed, unsure of where to place her hands. Mito, however, displayed no airs of superiority, greeting her with a gentle smile. "You must be Kagura. Indeed, you are a lovely young lady. I've heard that Tobirama is quite fond of you." "Heard? From whom?" Kagura inquired. "Naturally, from the villagers." Kagura smiled wryly. The gossip had reached even the ears of one of the involved parties. Despite some unfavorable rumors about Tobirama, she believed they were untrue. "What do you think, Kagura-san?" Having learned from past experiences, Kagura resolved to keep silent on the matter, unwilling to fall into any traps. She would not be fooled again. "I have heard that Tobirama returned yesterday without taking a moment to rest before seeking you out, which evidently indicates a strong bond between you two. But how can one discern the depth of this affection? Is engaging in idle chatter at the door truly a testament to a profound relationship? I believe, dear lady, you may have misunderstood something. As a person with experience in matters of the heart, I can assure you that despite Tobirama's seniority, he is exceedingly reliable, whether in software or hardware. As for hardware, he is currently pondering how to articulate things more eloquently. His abilities, in any case, are remarkably outstanding. If you were to marry into the Senju clan, you would not find yourself at a disadvantage." "Good gracious," Kagura interjected. "What do you mean by marrying into the Senju clan? Are you suggesting I become a bride of the thousand-handed guanin?" "Thousand-handed guanin?" Mizuho furrowed her brow in confusion. "Are you implying the true count of hands?" Kagura silently shed tears within, feeling utterly disheartened. They seemed to be speaking entirely different languages. The wood release is a bloodline limit unique to Hashirama. Even if you wish to learn it, I have no desire to do so. I am not interested in such pursuits. My only wish is to become a wealthy woman. Oh, do not be so shy. I understand that young ladies are often modest. Tobirama is no longer a child. He should settle down. This has always been a priority for both me and Hashirama. Now that you both harbor mutual feelings, why wait? You should marry within the next few days. How could this person be so oblivious to the words of others? She rambled on without noticing the unmistakable, bold refusal written all over Kagura's face. Having traversed into the world of Naruto and facing an arranged marriage, Kagura must be the first to experience such a situation, a singular existence with no precedent. At 23, in the prime of her youth, her own mother had never pressured her in this manner. Why was this woman allowed to brazenly dictate her fate, making an uncertain matter sound so definitive? Could she continue to remain in Konoha? After Mizuho departed, Kagura watched the throngs of people pass by in the streets, muttering to herself in disbelief. If this continued, would she be forced to marry Tobirama and become the second Hokage's wife? Setting aside her feelings about marriage, just contemplating the impending war in a few years, where Tobirama might be gravely injured or even perish at the hands of the Cloud Village, filled her with dread. The identity of a widow was utterly incompatible with her essence. Moreover, having traversed into this world, should she not explore it thoroughly rather than settle for mere romantic entanglements? She aspired to be a woman whose heart was free of men, a warrior who roamed the 5 great nations. With this resolve, Kagura decided she could no longer remain in the comfort of Konoha. She must flee before Mizuho could send someone to arrange a marriage. Escaping as far as possible, ideally out of Konoha entirely, so they could never find her again. Without hesitation, Kagura packed her meager belongings, consisting of only 2 outfits, and purchased some bread and rice balls to sustain her on her journey, ready to depart with a lightened load. Chapter 13. Tobirama chasing Kagura under the moonlight. At that time, Konoha was not as equipped as it would later become, and the ninja on duty at the Alm Gate were far from vigilant. With Hashirama present, the thought of invading Konoha was not on anyone's mind, leading to a relaxed atmosphere among the guards. Seizing the opportunity during a shift change when no one was around, Kagura stealthily slipped out through the main entrance. Clutching a crude map, she had surreptitiously torn from the wall of a nearby shop while purchasing her rice balls. She wondered if the shop owner would be furious to discover the missing map. There was no specific route marked. It merely indicated the general locations of countries and villages, along with some major roads and rivers. It would be a miracle if she could locate her destination using this map. As she munched on her bread, she ventured southeast. Without a compass, phone, or navigation, and in unfamiliar territory, she had no idea if she was heading in the right direction. If fortune favored her, perhaps in a few days she would encounter Uchiha Madara in a hidden cave of the grass village. It would be unacceptable not to meet him at least once after her journey. She had yet to witness the first dancer of Konoha in action, and missing that would surely leave her with regrets. Kagura continued along the road, which gradually narrowed and became overgrown with weeds, making her progress increasingly difficult. As darkness descended, she looked up to see the moon hanging in the sky, and she couldn't shake the feeling that a werewolf might suddenly howl from the shadows. Quite terrifying indeed. Despite possessing the ability of immortality, fear does not diminish due to one's capabilities. It is merely an oppressive weight on the heart. Huddled beneath a tree, Kagura remained motionless, beginning to regret her impulsive decision to venture out into the wilderness. What if there were wolves? What if there were tigers? If she were consumed by wild animals, would her body still be able to recover? The more she tried to suppress her anxious thoughts, the more active her imagination became, as if her mind were purposely working against her. All her life, Kagura's imagination had always manifested in the most trivial of ways. Nearby, a nightingale chirped a few notes, startling her into an involuntary gasp. Although her voice was soft, it startled the birds perched above, causing them to take flight with a flurry of wings, reminding her of the American horror films she had watched in her youth about vampires and werewolves. She envisioned bats fluttering down and transforming into a pale-skinned man, his fanged mouth opening wide as he sank his teeth into her neck, draining her of blood. Shivering, Kagura wrapped her arms around herself, shaking her head to dispel the terrifying images from her mind. Suddenly, a voice filled with mockery echoed nearby, sending her heart racing. "Who is there? Show yourself," she shouted, her fear evident. "Isn't it amusing that a coward like you would attempt to flee the village? Who is it?" Kagura nearly jumped, her heart racing. The voice was tinged with a slight nasal quality, reminiscent of the delicate sound of crystal clashing together. Normally, she would recognize it instantly. But in her current state of fear, her immediate concern was whether the person approaching bore ill intentions. Emerging slowly from behind a tree was a figure. The moon broke through the clouds, illuminating him gradually. As the light reached his feet and traveled upward, she saw a man clad in a tight-fitting blue-black ninja outfit, his leisurely pace halting before her. Upon seeing the crimson eyes and the markings on his face, along with his striking white hair, he was unmistakable. "Tobirama. Yes, it is I." Her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settled upon recognizing his face, and an unexpected warmth washed over her, as if she were reuniting with a long-lost family member. The fear dissipated, and she leaned against the tree for support, feeling drained. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, I see. You've been following me. Haven to you?" Tobirama almost denied it but decided against it. Let Kagura think whatever she wished. "Ah, you pervert. You've learned to stalk people now? If this were in our world, I would definitely report you to the authorities." Kagura had a talent for provoking Tobirama with just a few words. "I followed you because I was concerned for your safety. Please do not be ungrateful. Could you be so benevolent?" If it weren't for your sister-in-law pressuring me to marry you, I wouldn't need to flee in the dead of night. Who is truly to blame for my predicament? At this, Tobirama's arrogance deflated slightly. Upon hearing that Mizuho had approached Kagura with a marriage proposal, he had immediately sought to divine their fate. But by the time he arrived, the shop had already closed, and when he inquired with the neighboring shopkeeper, he learned that after Mizuho left, Kagura had hurriedly purchased some food and closed the shop, never to return. Standing at the entrance of the shop, Tobirama found it difficult to articulate his emotions. This individual, who had always tarnished his reputation, had departed, and indeed, it seemed that whenever he became entangled with her, misfortune inevitably followed. Yet, on the other hand, a subtle sense of loss began to unfurl within him. Shouldn't someone of his stature, the illustrious Tobirama Senju, at least garner some affection from a significant portion of the eligible women across the ninja world? Why then, did he appear to her as a plague to be avoided? This was his first encounter with a bruised ego, and it left him feeling quite reluctant. A voice within urged him, "Bring her back." The emergence of this thought startled him. Was there truly something different about Kagura in comparison to other women? She was audacious, sharp-tongued, and adept at twisting the truth, often bargaining with him and daring to retort. Beyond her striking appearance, she seemed devoid of any commendable traits. Why then did he find himself so preoccupied with someone like her? Perhaps he was indeed unwell. As he watched the sun dip below the horizon, anxiety gripped him at the thought of Kagura's inability to perform ninjutsu. What if she encountered danger? Clenching his teeth and chastising himself for his lack of resolve, he set off in pursuit of her. When he finally located her, she not only failed to express gratitude but also acted like a startled kitten, turning the tables on him with her accusations. How infuriating! What redeeming qualities did she possess? She was utterly insufferable. What are you staring at? Out of words, are we? I am determined to become the wealthiest woman in the ninja world. I won't be hindered by trivial romantic entanglements. You underestimate me, Kagura retorted, still fuming. Initially, Tobirama was quite incensed, but as his anger simmered, he was left with a lingering sense of discontent. Aside from Uchiha Madara, was she truly the first living person to regard him with such disdain? Am I truly so unappealing? He muttered, feeling wronged. All I asked was for you to marry me. There was no need for a midnight escape. Am I really so unlikable? The bitterness in his heart was akin to sour vinegar. Kagura, notoriously oblivious, seemed completely unaware of his inner turmoil. With unfiltered honesty, she declared, "The person I wish to marry hasn't even been born yet. You're far too old." With that, Tobirama felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart. The term old was unappealing to anyone, especially when it was an immutable fact. The twilight of life, whether applied to a beauty or a hero, invariably carried a sense of melancholy. Upon reflection, their 15-year age gap meant that, given a few more years, he could very well be her father. "Are you truly not coming back with me?" he asked, surveying the encroaching darkness. The words felt difficult to utter, but the sight of Kagura eyeing him warily made it all the more challenging. Turning away to avoid her gaze, he could easily read her thoughts etched across her face. "With your bland figure, you think you can marry me? I have no interest in you. Just listen to Mito's words and disregard the rest." "Really?" In the darkness, Kagura's eyes sparkled with delight. Tobirama felt a pang of disappointment, but nodded affirmatively. "All right then, let's hurry back. I'm terrified. What if a wolf appears? I wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth." Realizing that Tobirama harbored no romantic feelings for her, Kagura relaxed her demeanor, seizing his arm and sprinting back. Though Tobirama felt somewhat awkward, the cover of night concealed his discomfort, and Kagura, oblivious, dashed ahead with the agility of a rabbit. Frustration gnawed at him, and he mentally cursed her 100 times over. This woman, whose loyalty shifted faster than the turning of a page, deserved to be fed to wolves. As their figures receded into the distance, their voices grew fainter. "How did you know I was here? Were you really following me?" "I wasn't." "Then how did you find me?" "I want to tell you." "Hey, you're making me curious. Please, tell me." I said no. "Humph. If you want to say, then fine. It's not that impressive." Tobirama would likely never reveal to Kagura that the moment he poked her forehead in the shop that night, he had inscribed a seal upon her, one that was invisible to anyone but himself. Chapter 14. Susanoo engulfs the Great Buddha. Together they annihilate. 4 nations. Gossip possesses a certain temporal nature. As soon as a new rumor emerges, the old ones naturally fade into obscurity. Thus, for a time following their encounter, Discussions surrounding Kagura and Tobirama diminished, with the focus shifting primarily to the upcoming 5 Kage summit. The summit was initially proposed by Hashirama, who personally dispatched messengers to each of the other 4 nations Kage, inviting them to attend the negotiations. Once this news circulated in Konoha, the villagers were primarily concerned with the content of the discussions and their implications for Konoha, while matters of romantic entanglements paled in comparison to the interests of the village. After a brief wait, Hashirama finally received the responses he sought. All 4 Kage agreed to attend the summit, resulting in a flurry of activity in Konoha once more. Among them, Tobirama was the busiest. He was meticulous, and in contrast to his elder brother Hashirama, who was formidable yet somewhat absent-minded. Tobirama assumed the role of a diligent aide, managing all logistical matters behind the scenes. The 2 brothers functioned like a finely honed blade. Hashirama was the sharp edge, while Tobirama served as the sheath, quietly preparing everything necessary for his brother. From selecting the location of the summit to determining its objectives and demands, all responsibilities fell to Tobirama. Hashirama merely needed to represent the land of fire at the event. In this sense, it was difficult to ascertain who was using whom. Rather, they complemented each other perfectly. Hashirama's penchant for superstition persisted. On the day of the summit, under splendid weather, he appeared with his beloved granddaughter, the cherubic Tsunade, seeking Kagura's divination on the likelihood of success for the upcoming negotiations. It will be quite successful, Kagura assured. But Hashirama's anxiety was palpable. There is nothing to worry about. Even if the superficial peace is a result of your own imposing presence, it will at least afford the ninja world a few years of tranquility. Your time is still far off, and I wouldn't want to burden you with worries about the future. Kagura chuckled, playfully teasing little Tsunade. It was her first encounter with the infant, who was only a few months old, yet already adorably plump. She had often heard from the owner of the neighboring shop that the Hokage's greatest pastime was parading around with his granddaughter, boasting about her cuteness to anyone who would listen, resembling a doting grandparent to a fault. With such an adorable little one, who could resist? As she contemplated the imminent 5 Kage summit, her thoughts naturally drifted to the distribution of tailed beasts and the ensuing 3 great ninja wars. Even as a mere observer, the sacrifices made during the wars weighed heavily on her heart. After all, her cherished characters like Lin and Obito had perished in the chaos of war. Although they had yet to be born, the thought lingered. Hokage, have you considered the implications of possessing all 8-tailed beasts? If so, no nation would dare to challenge the land of fire, ensuring a prolonged era of peace. Hashirama, usually grinning like a simpleton while cradling Tsunade, adopted a serious expression at her words, revealing a glimpse of the village leader within him. Concentrating such formidable power in one individual may deter others from aggression. But what about the other nations? They would still engage in continuous conflict among themselves. The innocent populace bears the brunt of these wars, suffering the gravest consequences. My aspiration is for the entire ninja world to finally embrace the peace it has long yearned for, not just Konoha and the land of fire. If each of them possessed formidable power that could counterbalance one another, the prospect of war would compel them to reflect on whether they could gain an advantage, thereby curbing conflicts to some extent. I believe this represents a modest contribution of mine to this ninja realm. Kagura felt an urge to applaud in her heart, admiring the grand vision of the man before her. It was no wonder he could serve as the village leader. Not only was his martial prowess exceptional, but his ideological awareness was leagues beyond someone like Kagura, as if he had undergone countless lessons in political education. Every traveler desires to hold absolute power in their grasp. Individuals like Kagura, who are resigned to their fate, are indeed rare. Most believe that possessing absolute power equates to wielding absolute influence, a notion that is devoid of right or wrong, especially since those who traverse this world face lower costs of trial and error. However, Hashirama, as one who truly lived in this world, had many considerations aligned with the current circumstances. His costs of trial and error were steep, so much so that a misstep could cost the lives of an entire village or even a nation. How troublesome. Why not unify the 5 great nations? Kagura's seemingly joking remark left Hashirama aghast, his mouth agape in disbelief. How could I possibly possess such capability? Clearly, Hashirama was unaware of his own abilities, nor did he know that in later generations, he would be referred to as the god of ninjas. With Susanoo and the great Buddha, the 2 of us could annihilate 4 nations. This phrase, coined by an astute netizen, upon reflection, did not seem far-fetched. It is said that when a Hokage falls, an entire village perishes. Given their terrifying combat prowess, unifying the entire ninja world does not appear to be such a distant dream. What does this imply? It suggests that by allying with Madara, they could easily overthrow the other four nations. Once unified, all would have to heed their command, eliminating concerns about other nations clashing. Not so fast. A white-haired figure appeared behind Hashirama, revealing Tobirama's face, which had never once borne a smile, resembling an iceberg. "Ah, Tobirama, come to visit Kagura-san?" Hashirama said cheerfully, teasing Tsunade in his arms while conversing with Tobirama. Tobirama cast a sidelong glance at Kagura, and the disdain she held for him ignited a surge of unexplainable anger within him, prompting him to glare at Hashirama. "Mito mentioned it's time for little Tsunade's feeding. So I came to tell you to hurry back and attend to the child before she suffers." At his words, Hashirama suddenly recalled how long he had been away. He could not allow his precious granddaughter to be left hungry, and thus hastily departed with the child in his arms. "How foolish of you to speak of such unconsidered notions as unification at your age. What does age have to do with it?" Kagura retorted, pouting as she glanced at her hair, which barely reached her shoulders. "If we're talking about hair length, your brother's hair is the longest I've ever seen." Tobirama raised an eyebrow, rolling his eyes. "You two are equally matched. Your combined wisdom is no greater than the length of your hair. Was this person raised on sharp tongues? Are you aware of the geographical positions of the 5 great nations?" "Yes. Konoha is centrally located, while the other nations are not only geographically disadvantaged, but also environmentally challenged. For instance, the jagged cliffs of the Cloud and Lightning Gorge, the desert of Sunagakure, the incessant rains of Amagakure, and the island nation of Kirigakure. Not to mention their considerable distance from Konoha, many are isolated in the corners of the world. Even if unification were achieved, they would continue to govern themselves due to the vast distances involved." Kagura pondered Tobirama's words, finding a semblance of truth in them. It reminded her of the feudal states during the Warring States period. Yet, did not Qin Shi Huang unify 6 states, surpassing even your 5 great nations? Governing independently could render unification a mere farce. However, achieving such unity would necessitate relentless warfare initially, and if the final outcome remained unchanged, what significance would such efforts hold? For instance, if trouble arose in the land of clouds, by the time reinforcements from other regions arrived, it would be too late, leaving only the aftermath of battle to clean up. The distinction between unity and division would be negligible. Furthermore, without the absolute suppression of warfare, it would be impossible to compel other nations to relinquish their sovereignty. Yet where there is war, there is death, which fundamentally contradicts their initial intentions. In essence, Hashirama harbored no such ambition. Ability is one matter, desire is another. He simply did not wish for it, rendering further discussion futile. However, reflecting on the numerous war-torn nations of the real world, Tobirama's words held some merit. After all, unlike domestic issues, the very concept of global unification seems absurd. Kagura lacked military knowledge and governance skills, yet she gleaned some understanding from Tobirama's discourse, precisely because Hashirama comprehended the situation. He wielded his reputation as a form of intangible pressure, striving to procure a fleeting peace for this war-torn ninja realm. But had he contemplated the world that would exist after his demise? Perhaps he had, yet he saw no better alternatives. Chapter 15. Selling tailed beasts to supplement finances. Having delved into the uninteresting realm of politics, Kagura had not forgotten Tobirama's promise from that evening and inquired when he could provide funding. Tobirama looked at her with bewilderment. "What funding? A loan? What loan?" "A loan to build a factory." The two exchanged incredulous glances. "You aren't trying to renege on a debt, are you? Alcohol truly is a treacherous substance." In truth, Tobirama had not entirely forgotten. He vaguely recalled that the two had struck some sort of deal, though the specifics eluded him. Gazing at Kagura's near-tearful expression brought a sudden lift to his spirits. He found her distress amusing, experiencing a peculiar sense of satisfaction, wondering what sort of twisted humor this revealed about himself. Clearing his throat, Tobirama said, "All right, I understand, it's a loan. You can come to my office another day to discuss it. After all, it requires signatures and seals. It's not as simple as just opening your mouth and having the money fly into your hands." "And the land?" "What land?" "The land for building the factory." Tobirama was once again at a loss for words, resolving never to drink again, for in his drunken state, this little one might have tricked him out of more than he realized. Securing the loan, He also managed to rent a plot of land on the village's outskirts. It was a bit distant, but given that producing explosive tags and storing them involved explosive risks, such high-risk activities could not be situated in the village's center, where the population was dense. Looking at the barren land, visions of Yamato's three-room technique floated through her mind. Perhaps, Hokage-sama, could you assist me with a favor? What favor? Help me build a factory. It's quite simple. Hashirama looked at Kagura as if she were deranged, as if she were gravely mistaken. Even I took ages to construct my own home. You think building a factory is that easy? Just use wood release, this and that, form some seals, clap your hands. And voila! Hashirama maintained an expression of disbelief. What was that technique Yamato used? Kagura pondered earnestly. The four pillars technique? She relentlessly circled Hashirama, persuading him to help her build the factory. Her persistence was akin to a stubborn adhesive, making even the strongest glue feel inferior. Finally, after much exasperation, Hashirama acquiesced to give it a try. Thus, with a mindset of mere experimentation, they indeed constructed a factory, one comparable in size to the one Kagura had visited previously. However, she had no right to complain and could only tell herself that once profits were made, she would upgrade to a larger one. Resembling a mother who always desired a bigger house, gazing at the factory they had built, Hashirama furrowed his brow, filled with questions. Looking at his hands, and then at the factory, he realized for the first time that wood release could be utilized in such a manner. After a lengthy observation, he finally erupted into joyous laughter, reveling in his newfound skill. Decades later, there would be someone even more adept at using wood release to construct houses. A single individual capable of building an entire village's worth of homes. What was that technique called again? The art of the Senju clan? Kagura mused. If only Hashirama were like Yamato, then I would promptly establish a Konoha real estate company, with myself as CEO and Yamato as the foreman. They would monopolize the construction business across the ninja world, reaping profits from real estate projects without fail, far more swiftly than the 60 billion required for explosive tags. And without the need to purchase materials, just ensuring Yamato's chakra was adequately replenished would suffice. A genuine zero-investment venture. I have discovered a path to wealth. This is it. However, Hashirama is certainly not Yamato, and the thought of having the god of ninjas working for her was a bold leap she was not yet prepared to take. Both Kagura and Hashirama were jubilant, one lost in delightful fantasies, while the other was exhilarated by the unlocking of new skills. In the office, as he gazed at the IOU in Kagura's drawer, Tobirama furrowed his brow deeply. The concept of loans was utterly foreign to him. How could he possibly use the village's public funds for a girl? That money was painstakingly assembled from his own meager possessions. Holding the IOU inscribed with Kagura's name, he pondered how to procure funds to cover the deficit and replenish the treasury. Fortuitously, the opportunity to supplement the finances arrived swiftly, adorned with a particularly grandiose rationale: selling tailed beasts. Distributing tailed beasts was indeed a commendable strategy for maintaining peace in the ninja world at that time. Aside from the one-tail Shikaku of Sunagakure and the nine-tails Kurama of Kanahagakure, no other nations possessed tailed beasts. The power of these beasts was largely shrouded in hearsay. Many had only heard rumors of their formidable might, likening it to that of an army. Thus, for nations and villages lacking such assets, even spending exorbitantly seemed justified. I may not know how to wield them, but I cannot afford to be without them. It was this very mindset that Tobirama aimed to exploit. For the sake of peace, giving them away for free would be acceptable. Tobirama wished he could strike his elder brother on the head. If you want tailed beasts, purchase them. Capturing them is no simple task. We have invested considerable manpower and resources in the endeavor. We could easily lay claim to the tailed beasts, but we have chosen not to. This is our sincerity, our genuine desire for peace in the ninja world. If we give them away, you might suspect ulterior motives. So it is best to buy them. You owe us no favors. With a mutual balance of absolute power, our allied nations can rest assured. It is a win-win situation. Ah, what a masterstroke of benevolence and authority. The Kage of the other three nations remained silent, silently calculating in their minds. The Kazekage was not swayed by such tactics. As a village that had long possessed tailed beasts, their need for land and resources outweighed their desire for power. Thus, Tobirama's arguments fell on deaf ears. And he clearly articulated his demands. Grant me land and a third of the profits from the sale of tailed beasts, or I shall not sign the agreement. Thankfully, it was Hashirama and Tobirama who attended this meeting. Had it been Madara, the table would likely have been flipped. The brazenly manipulative behavior of the Kazekage drew disdain from the other Kage, who threatened, "If you refuse to sign, we shall unite against you." The Kazekage, observing the expressions of the others, felt an impulse to call them out for their lack of martial ethics. Witnessing the prospect of peace slipping away, Hashirama once again prostrated himself, not on the ground, but on the table, with such force that Tobirama feared for his brother's well-being. "Indeed, we have had our share of conflicts, all stemming from our desire to protect our own kin and clans. Sometimes, it has been an act of desperation. Even if we successfully sign this agreement today, who knows how long it will last, or how faithfully everyone will adhere to it. Yet, I have always dreamed that one day, ninjas could assist each other across borders, uniting as one cohesive entity. This is the vision I hold for the future. I implore you all to make today the first step toward this dream. I sincerely wish for us to weave a shared dream of ninjas." The Five Kage Conference officially ratified the peace treaty. The tranquility of the great nations inspired that of the smaller ones, and as the meeting concluded, all parties left in high spirits. Some purchased tailed beasts, while others profited from their sale, fulfilling their aspirations. Yet, the Kazekage gained nothing, no land, no financial share, and was pressured into signing the peace agreement, leaving him feeling utterly isolated. Tobirama urged Hashirama to hasten back to Konoha, fearing the Kazekage might return seeking compensation. "Why the rush? We haven't even shared a drink with the other Kage?" Hashirama protested, feeling aggrieved. After such a long wait, peace had finally arrived. Surely this momentous occasion warranted a toast among all. "Let us celebrate at home. What if the Kazekage intercepts us and demands money or land?" Tobirama retorted. "Any parcel of land in Konoha, or rather, any land in the Land of Fire, is non-negotiable. As for money..." Hashirama's empathetic nature began to surface once again. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Tobirama quickly produced his trump card. "You wish to demand money without lifting a finger? Wouldn't it be better to save that money for gambling than to give it to someone else?" Striking at the heart of Hashirama's weaknesses, Tobirama had him in a bind. Although it seemed a tad cruel towards the Kazekage, Hashirama nodded in agreement and quickened his pace. Chapter 16. Can the affairs of a businessman truly be called deceit? On the way back to the village from the peace conference, they passed by Kagura's explosive tag manufacturing facility. At this moment, Kagura had already prepared everything. The talisman paper was procured, and recruitment notices had been posted, awaiting talented ninjas skilled in fire release to line up for employment so that operations could commence. Tobirama gazed at the factory with a strange sense of unease. Feeling as though he had constructed a factory only to have it compete with another factory he had funded. "Aren't you leaving yet?" he inquired, watching as Hashirama eagerly anticipated returning home to see his granddaughter. However, Tobirama remained motionless at the factory entrance, his brow slightly furrowed, deep in thought. As he looked at the building, Tobirama recalled Hashirama's excited expression from a few days prior when he had encountered his brother returning from the casino. Hashirama had enthusiastically grabbed him and exclaimed, "Tobirama, your Kagura is remarkable. She even knows that my wood release can be used to build houses, something I wasn't even aware of." "Wood release can be used to construct houses?" Tobirama asked, astonished. Hashirama nodded vigorously, gesturing animatedly. "Yes, houses of this size." Utilizing wood release for construction was theoretically feasible, though it seemed somewhat excessive. However, as Tobirama surveyed the factory before him, he considered the merits of further developing other applications for wood release. At the very least, it would be convenient, and perhaps he could spearhead a research initiative to train more ninjas skilled in wood release techniques. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was immensely proud. "This matter rests on me. Your failure is my success." And Yamato chimed in, "I thank you." Returning to the matter at hand, Tobirama inquired, "Whom do you intend to sell these explosive tags to?" Kagura was taken aback by the question, stammering, "Naturally, there are buyers. It's not for you. Nor is it for sale right now." Tobirama narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within their crimson depths. "Oh, your tone suggests an air of danger. So, who do you intend to sell them to?" "A woman not to be trifled with," Kagura replied. "A woman?" Tobirama echoed, while Kagura quickly calculated the relationship between Conan and Tobirama in her mind. If pressed, she would say that the woman was the disciple of his disciple. Yes, that seemed accurate enough. Tobirama found Kagura's mysterious demeanor irksome and gave her a light rap on the head, wishing to jolt her back to reality. "My disciple hasn't even begun taking on students yet. Where would a grand disciple come from, let alone a great grand disciple? Believe it if you wish. Kagura retorted defiantly. Kagura rolled her eyes in disdain. 600 billion. It's 600 billion explosive tags. Do you understand how lucrative that is for me? Tobirama, on the other hand, seemed genuinely perplexed. No matter how one looked at it, the current Kagura did not come across as particularly astute. These 600 billion explosive tags could detonate for 10 minutes. Although no one was harmed, and only solitude was shattered, that was of no consequence to me. I was simply coveting her wealth. Even if what you assert is true, by the time the monkeys have accepted apprentices, and those apprentices have taken on their own disciples, how many years would that take? Is your factory merely a chiwen, taking in but never letting out? Once the funds I provided are depleted, how will you procure raw materials, pay salaries, or repay debts and interest? Kagura seemed to forget this critical issue. Her stockpiling would naturally render her unable to sell. If she couldn't sell, it would be akin to a one-way street. Transforming her assets into cash was a monumental dilemma. Thus, her gaze shifted to Tobirama with a new scheme in mind. Tobirama internally scoffed at Kagura's antics. This woman was utterly transparent with her emotions, and her little schemes were etched upon her face, a candidness that was rather admirable. At that moment, she was slyly assessing him, likely concocting some petty strategy to extract funds from him. Kagura was oblivious to the fact that Tobirama had already seen through her. She bounded up to him like a rabbit, her tone softening considerably as she pleaded. Growing up in a water town, a woman from Jiangnan knew how to be as gentle as water when trying to win someone over, enough to make the listener feel weak in the knees. Lord Tobirama, was the negotiation successful? Very successful, he replied, maintaining a serious demeanor, unaffected by her sudden gentleness. Did you manage to sell the tailed beast? Her narrow eyes widened in shock. Who told you I sold the tailed beast? Naturally, it was my deduction. Have you forgotten my profession? I mentioned that nothing escapes my notice. Well, if you sold it, why not lend me some more? Dream on. Don't be like that. Let's arrange a payment plan. Kagura began counting on her fingers. From now until the Fourth Great Ninja War, when will that be? Approximately 60 years from now, as it hasn't been explicitly stated by Kishimoto. But there's roughly 50 years in between. So let us do a 50-year installment plan. How does that sound? Tobirama genuinely wished he could pry open Kagura's skull to see what peculiar structure lay within. Her thoughts were so disjointed and fanciful that only his elder brother Hashirama could contend with her in such a manner, and even then, victory was uncertain. You will not deceive me for funds again, little one. Business matters cannot be deemed deception, just as a scholar's endeavors cannot be labeled as theft. I don't understand your words. Let me enlighten you. This is called long-term investment. In 50 years, when I sell all the explosive tags I've hoarded, I will be the wealthiest person in the ninja world. At that point, I shall invent a golden ninjutsu, perhaps one called money ninjutsu. Once I am affluent, I will establish a bank in Konoha and a real estate company too. If your brother is short on funds, he can come work for me as a construction worker, with excellent benefits. I shall sell houses to those impoverished ninjas, allowing them to pay in installments, borrowing from my bank. Oh, how brilliant I am. While Kagura continued to indulge in her dreams of wealth, Tobirama's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens. He failed to comprehend why anyone could be so unrealistic, fantasizing about money falling from the sky. Most unforgivable of all was his inexplicable interest in this money-obsessed woman. It was utterly absurd. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Spending too much time with someone whose mind was not quite right could lead to his own unraveling. He resolved to leave post-haste. Why the hurry? We can still discuss the loan. Kagura shouted from behind him. There's nothing to discuss. Tobirama was indeed lacking in compassion. Having shared his grand ambitions with her, she found him unappreciative, revealing that his limits were perhaps only that of a village chief. While becoming an entrepreneur would be a task for another lifetime, Kagura, who had not transformed into a capitalist in her previous life, who had not amassed a fortune to live extravagantly, saw her reincarnation in the world of Naruto as a chance to fulfill that desire. But for now, did you sell the 7 tails to Takigakure? She called out to Tobirama's retreating figure. Mind your own business. Only having sold one, they would feel underestimated. Warning him to be cautious. The leader of Takigakure was not particularly clever and would likely soon seek someone to assassinate him. It was unclear whether Tobirama heard Kagura's words, but his pace quickened even further. Observing his retreating figure, Kagura scoffed, muttering about his stinginess, while secretly shedding tears of sympathy for Hashirama. It was ironic that selling the tailed beasts had been Tobirama's idea, yet he bore the brunt of the blame while Hashirama reaped the benefits. Assassination would likely not succeed. But it raised a pertinent question. Was it truly as Hashirama claimed? Did Tobirama, at this time, not possess the strength to dominate the world? Did his power truly not differ significantly from that of the other village leaders? If not, Kagura would never fathom what prompted the leader of Takigakure to send an elite shinobi, at that time lacking even the strength of a mere genin, to assassinate the Hokage. Was this akin to Moon landing in absurdity? Kagura pondered as she sat at the factory entrance, gazing at the sky. Chapter 17. Manufacturing gas masks to sell to Amigakure Yugikure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure. Having spent lavishly to acquire tailed beasts, they became engrossed in how to generate revenue. And their primary task after obtaining the tailed beasts was to study how to control them. The Jinchuriki were merely vessels. They sought to understand how the expensive acquisitions could be utilized in warfare. Thus, in the ensuing years, each village lost interest in war. As for mastering the control of tailed beasts, everyone was navigating uncertain waters. Elder brother, do not mock second brother. For even Konoha and Sunagakure dared not claim they had absolute control over the tailed beasts. Their only achievement was sealing the beasts within themselves, ensuring they did not run amok. Actual manipulation or utilization was beyond their current capabilities. The Uzumaki clan, with their ability to sense malice through the Nine Tails chakra, was already considered quite adept at that time. No one had yet proposed that love could be used to tame the tailed beasts. That notion was rather amusing to Kagura. Her assessment of Kushina's belief that love could tame the tailed beasts was ironic. Had either Mito or Kushina ever bestowed love upon the Nine Tails? Their affections were directed solely towards their husbands, were they not? The poor Nine Tails had not only been deprived of love, but had to endure their displays of affection from within, unable to escape the situation, a truly pitiable existence. Peace was the prerequisite for all nations to develop economically, educationally, and technologically. It was this very peace that allowed Kagura to quietly pursue her grand plans for wealth. The recruitment notice was posted on the outer wall of the divination shop, and the promise of more work, more pay was particularly enticing. In no time, ninjas lined up outside for interviews. As Tobirama, accompanied by Kakashi and Danzo, returned from inspecting the village, they were startled by the throng of people outside the shop. Is there a lottery happening? Danzo mused, craning his neck to see. Only during a lottery in Konoha would such crowds gather. I inquired. And it seems to be for interviews, Kakashi reported. With his remarkable initiative, he had quietly asked those in line while Tobirama and Danzo observed from the sidelines. Tobirama regarded Kakashi with approval. One's abilities, character, and efficiency could often be discerned through seemingly trivial matters, and Kakashi was indeed meticulous and proactive, a valuable ally in the making. The shop's name, fortune-telling, elicited a look of perplexity from the aloof Tobi, who turned to Jing and inquired. Is the divination business truly thriving to the point of needing interviews for hiring? Jing chuckled at his question, refraining from contradicting him, and instead directed his gaze towards Tobirama. Tobirama wore a peculiar expression, arms crossed, his eyes fixated on the woman bustling at the entrance. Her smile was somewhat jarring, and for reasons unknown, it irked him. He felt conflicted. On one hand, he feared that Kagura's factory would overshadow the local one and wished for its swift demise, yet on the other, he hoped for Kagura's enterprise to prosper, allowing her to fulfill her dreams of wealth. It felt as though two little voices were bickering in his mind, causing him a headache. Tobirama pursed his lips and turned to leave before the students could notice. Days later, Tobirama learned from Saratobi that Kagura's factory's output was steadily increasing. Many retired female ninjas from the Saratobi clan, skilled in fire techniques, had found work there, forming the backbone of the labor force. They appeared quite content, with many clan members reporting that some no longer cooked at home, opting to dine at the factory instead, where Kagura provided meals thrice daily. Accommodation, however, was still lacking. Is this a good thing? Tobirama mused. It seemed Saratobi was troubled despite the apparent success. Even his mother had taken to working at the factory, returning home later than he and his father. Tobirama quickly understood the Saratobi's plight. The housewives who had traditionally managed the home were now absent, leaving the men and children unaccustomed to the absence of hearty meals upon their return. Please, Tobirama-sensei, do something about Kagura. If this continues, I fear the men of Konoha may revolt. A rebellion? Tobirama scoffed. With him around, it was unlikely anyone would dare to revolt. except for Uchiha Madara, of course. After enduring countless complaints from the men for a month, the winds suddenly shifted. Those who had previously lamented found themselves speechless upon discovering the women's wages, wishing they could abandon their ninja identities and work in the factory instead. These fellows, how easily they are swayed by money, Tobirama remarked, realizing that dreams are but illusions, while tangible ninja currency is the most pragmatic. He suddenly recognized Kagura's remarkable talent for earning money, a skill he envied. Standing by the back window of the office, he gazed at a nearby area designated for establishing a ninja academy. Hashirama's renown had ushered in peace to the ninja world, but the duration of this peace was uncertain. A silent understanding among the villagers. Hashirama's lifespan dictated the length of this tranquility. If he were to pass, no one could guarantee what fate would befall Konoha. To safeguard the village, it was clear that one person's strength and reputation were insufficient. More ninjas were needed, as the remnants from the Warring States period were aging, necessitating fresh blood. After consulting with his brother, Tobirama proposed the establishment of a ninja academy. The school would welcome students from the entire village, regardless of their backgrounds, allowing children to break free from familial constraints and receive systematic instruction on becoming competent ninjas. Graduates of this academy would form the backbone of Konoha's future, serving as the strongest shield for the village. At this time, Konoha was merely a few years old, having recently emerged from continuous warfare during the Warring States period, and was in dire need of resources. The funds from the sale of tailed beasts had already been allocated, and with numerous upcoming projects, the available money was but a drop in the bucket. Should I also learn from that little one and find ways to earn some money? Tobirama pondered, gazing at the vacant plot ready for development. At the very least, I should secure funding for my ninjutsu research. The news of the lucrative wages at the explosive tag factory spread throughout Konoha, leading the villagers to view Kagura favorably and boosting the fortunes of her fortune-telling business. The earnings from this venture would sustain daily expenses, while the stocks of explosive tags in the factory's second-floor warehouse multiplied daily. Kagura envisioned Conan before her, carrying countless boxes filled with ninja currency, all waiting to be opened. She told herself, there are several truckloads of ninja currency waiting for you. All the explosive tags are mine, with cash exchanged for goods. After toiling for 50 years, she dreamed of waking up as a wealthy woman. As she indulged in her fantasies, a tall figure entered the shop, and upon looking up, she was met with a face as cold as ice. It's you? Indeed. What brings you here? The man hesitated, fumbling with his words before finally revealing his intention. How can I quickly earn some money? I wish to conduct some research. Kagura was taken aback. Then, unable to contain her amusement, she burst into laughter. Tobirama, unaccustomed to such matters, felt a blush creeping onto his fair complexion. Do not laugh. Is this how one approaches a request? Kagura shot him a sidelong glance. Say nothing. Consider it as if I never asked. What an uncommunicative man. Do you truly wish to know? Tobirama frowned, his words contradicting his curiosity. Men's pride is indeed peculiar, she mused. Come here. She beckoned him closer, and he approached with skepticism. Leaning in, she whispered in his ear, create some gas masks and send some ninjas disguised as merchants to sell them in the Rain Village. They are in dire need of such items. Gas masks? In the Rain Village? Tobirama questioned, skeptical. Why would they need those? Residing there is Hanzo of the Salamander, the very one who will conspire with your future apprentice, Toby. This man is toxic. Without a gas mask, those around him are likely to succumb to his poison. While they remain unaware of this valuable item, your sales will surely soar. Trust me, I speak the truth. Toby, that's not important. What matters is Hanzo. Despite her earnest tone, Tobirama remained uncertain, yet considering her reputation for divination, perhaps. Very well, he sighed. Tomorrow, I shall modify one of the workshops in the ninja equipment factory to produce gas masks for sale. Should they fail to sell, I shall confiscate your explosive tag factory. You are unreasonable. On that day, a passerby recalled that only Kagura and Tobirama were present in the fortune-telling shop. It was said that Tobirama had done something to provoke his little girlfriend, who, like a spring-loaded rabbit, jumped up to thump his head, and to everyone's surprise, he did not evade. This tale wound its way to Mito's ears, who, while soothing his granddaughter, responded with indifference. Just a bit of playful banter. Nothing to make a fuss about. Thus, word spread again, this time involving Mito and Hashirama. The Hokage's idea of fun involves being scolded by Mito. The crowd murmured in astonishment, What an odd form of amusement. Truly, the Hokage is one of a kind. Chapter 18. The exhausting daily life of Tobirama with a mix of skepticism and determination. Tobirama transformed one of the workshops in the ninja equipment factory into a gas mask production facility. The surrounding villagers were baffled, for it was a time of peace, and they could not fathom the utility of such items. Tobirama found himself in a perplexing situation, contemplating merely a trial run. If the products failed to sell, he could simply store them away until needed. To his astonishment, however, the several hundred gas masks truly sold out in Rain Hidden. In a certain mansion within Rain Hidden, a man clad in a gas mask handed a brand new mask to a young man before him, saying, "Try it on. With this, you need not confine yourself here alone every day." The young man, Hanzo, took it with a sense of curiosity and donned it over his face. Behind him, a servant who had kept the distance set down a small cat and gently nudged it toward Hanzo. The oblivious kitten, unaware of the gravity of the situation, lazily rubbed its head against his leg. Hanzo hesitated for a moment, then squatted down to pick up the kitten, their eyes meeting in a moment of connection. The kitten mewed softly. Hanzo exhaled heavily, waiting in silence. After several minutes had passed without any sign of distress from the lively kitten, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The man was elated. With the mask, they could finally live without the constant fear of a fatal breath. Quickly, find a merchant and order more. Every villager in Rain Hidden deserves one. When Tobirama received the news that they had indeed sold out, and had even received additional orders, he was left momentarily speechless. Indeed, Kagura was not to be underestimated. She had seemingly opened the heavens of fortune. This venture of selling gas masks was a dual success. It not only generated revenue, but also revealed the existence of a dangerously toxic young man in Rain Hidden, whose very breath posed a lethal threat, one to be cautious of on future battlefields. Gazing at the pile of ninja coins before him, Tobirama felt a profound satisfaction. He had been engrossed in researching new ninjutsu, a passion of his that also served as a precautionary measure. A ninja must continuously evolve to remain invincible. His forte lay in the creation of unexpected ninjutsu. The ability to defeat Izuna was chiefly due to his recently developed Flying Thunder God Slash. In any world, intelligence is paramount. The disparity in information is the key to victory, and he aspired to be the enigmatic figure whom others could never fully comprehend. Do you think I only possess the Water Dragon Bullet technique? I have the Flying Thunder God Slash, and a plethora of other fresh techniques you have yet to witness. This was Tobirama, a man later revered as the master of forbidden techniques. While Tobirama thrived financially from the gas masks, Kagura's explosive tag factory faced a fiscal crisis, with expenditures exceeding income, leading her to struggle with paying her workers. The more inventory piled up in her warehouse, the heavier her burdens became. One day, she fortuitously encountered Kagami and poured out her troubles, which he promptly relayed to Tobirama. Not one to forget kindness, Tobirama pondered throughout the night and ultimately devised a mutually beneficial acquisition strategy. Acquisition? Kagura seemed not to grasp Tobirama's words, springing to her feet in disbelief. That day, when Tobirama visited the divination site, he found Kagura frowning as she calculated the wages due to her workers for the month. "You can sell me a portion of your explosive tags. I will acquire them." Thus began the initial scene. Selling a portion to liquidate some funds for the workers' wages was the only feasible route. Otherwise, what would she do? Default? Do you dare default on your workers' wages? Believe me, I would not hesitate to imprison you. Tobirama spoke earnestly, and Kagura recognized his resolve. A man like Tobirama, who cared for the village more than himself, would indeed go to any lengths for the villagers. Even imprisoning her, the unscrupulous capitalist, would merely be a matter of his will. Though reluctant to part with her explosive tags, Kagura, reflecting on her dire situation, reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. "I will sell you 1/3. That should suffice for 2 months." Her heart felt as if it were weeping, conjuring visions of little Nan, staring at the diminished supply of explosive tags, snatching back a box filled with ninja coins while exclaiming, "You think this little amount warrants such a price? I believe you are mistaken. Return it to me." Tobirama regarded Kagura's expressive face with disdain, snorting in response, "I am merely assisting you. Why act as if you have suffered a great loss? You are clearly taking advantage of the situation." Tobirama, the master of sharp retorts, had never gained the upper hand in arguments with this woman, much to his chagrin. With an unexpected surplus of explosive tags, he instructed Hisashi to transfer some to the ninja tool shop In peacetime, excess stock was unnecessary, and retail was the only viable means of liquidation. He mused that even a little profit was better than none. With the cessation of hostilities between major nations, Hashirama found himself frequenting gambling establishments, often wandering away from the village. In the past, when Madara was still alive, the two would sit atop the Hokage rock, sharing dreams and boasting, but now, with his former friend gone, no one else could make him feel as free to speak his mind. The nostalgia for their childhood camaraderie weighed heavily on Hashirama. Prompting a sigh, his gambling ventures took him to various renowned establishments, seeking thrills without the perils of battle. For Hashirama, the essence of gambling lay in the thrill of anticipation. Upon hearing of a skilled dice player in a certain village, he felt compelled to challenge them. Upon learning of another village where victory was assured, he sought to bask in their fortune. Thus, for more than half the year, Hashirama was often absent from the village. The responsibilities that fell to the village leader were shouldered entirely by Tobirama, who found himself juggling multiple roles. The village's infrastructure projects required his approval, while the retirement of aging ninjas necessitated his personal allocation of farming areas. When conflicts arose between prominent clans, they sought his mediation, and his presence was equally vital in diplomatic matters. In essence, from political decisions to mundane tasks, Tobirama became the go-to figure for all. Eventually, one day, as he surveyed the mountain of paperwork on his desk, exhaustion marked his expression for the first time. The ceaseless influx of documents seemed endless, and he hadn't even conducted his village inspections in weeks, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. On that day, Kagura arrived to deliver the loan repayment schedule, only to find him weary and distracted. They had not seen each other in over 10 days, and he appeared significantly worn. "Goodness, you look a decade older," Kagura teased. Shaking her head, Tobirama leaned back in his chair, too fatigued to even lift his eyelids, responding in a deep, gravelly voice. "If it were you, you might age 20 years. I'm young. I fear nothing. Can I age more than you?" Tobirama silently made a mental note to repay her teasing in the future, for he was not one to forget a grudge. Even upon receiving the monthly payment from Kagura, Tobirama's demeanor remained unchanged. The prospect of money did little to brighten his spirits. "If you were adept at delegating, you could lighten your workload. I have divided everything I could." His tone hinted at a sense of grievance. "But you possess the shadow clone technique. Why not create a few clones to assist you? Your original self would surely find it easier." "Shadow clones?" Tobirama scoffed. "Clones are merely illusions, meant to confuse the enemy. How could they assist in actual tasks?" Perhaps Tobirama has yet to develop the shadow clone technique? Even if I haven't, it's a chance to seize. I will develop it sooner or later, better early than late. After all, what will Naruto use in the future? Kagura elaborated to Tobirama about the technique of shadow clone jutsu, leaving the development of it to him. After she departed, Tobirama remained preoccupied with her mention of the technique. Could he truly master such a ninjutsu? The clones, being physical entities, would certainly assist him in various tasks. But if they were indeed tangible, his chakra would be divided among them. The more clones he created, the more chakra would be siphoned away. This ninjutsu might serve well for mundane tasks, but in the heat of battle, he feared he would be depleted of chakra before long. After all, Naruto wielded this technique in combat. Kagura's words echoed in his mind, and he scoffed, muttering, "Who is this Naruto? Is he the one she mentioned? The one who wishes to marry yet has not yet been born? Absurd. Certainly not." Chapter 19. Mortality for Wealth. Foul for food. A year slipped by unnoticed. Sitting beneath a tree outside the explosive tag factory, Kagura reflected on the passage of time, realizing she had earnestly lived a whole year in this fictional world. Throughout this year, she rose early and toiled late, managing to consult on fortunes at the shopping district while periodically checking on her stock at the factory. Despite accumulating a good amount of inventory, her earnings were meager, yet she had managed to persevere, an impressive feat indeed. However, when she first traversed into this realm, she had vowed to be carefree, yet now it seemed she had transformed into a model citizen. She abstained from smoking, drinking, nightclubs, and frivolous relationships, dedicating herself wholly to her work. Even her dreams revolved around wealth accumulation. She had significantly contributed to Konoha's economic growth. To claim she was slacking off would be laughable. Who among the truly idle could achieve such accomplishments? How had she come to this? While munching on a slice of watermelon, she pondered the enigma. Sated and secure, she cherished the comforts of life, seeking shade in summer with air conditioning and Wi-Fi. enjoying warm soup and roasted sweet potatoes in winter. When boredom struck, she would engage in casual conversation, and when solitude beckoned, she would retreat into her home for days, choosing the path of a blissful sloth rather than succumbing to societal pressures. This was the ultimate dream of a second chance at life. Yet, despite her rebirth in this fantastical realm, her obsession with wealth remained unchanged. The pursuit of riches would preclude her from living the life of a carefree sloth, as diligence was the true creator of wealth, who had ever prospered by merely lying in bed feigning death. Kakuzu appeared in Konoha while Kagura was lamenting her exhausting endeavors. At this point, Kakuzu was merely around 30 years old, his appearance not vastly different from what she would later witness, save for his attire. For he was not yet donned in the Akatsuki's black and red cloak. Half of his face was obscured by a black mask, making it impractical to see his full visage, except for his fearsome green eyes that glimmered ominously. He wore no forehead protector, and his garb was quite ordinary, blending seamlessly with the villagers of Konoha, though this was only a fleeting first impression. Upon observing him closely, Kagura recognized him, a testament to the advantages of being a time traveler. It was as if she possessed a divine insight, aware of every person and event that had transpired in the original narrative. Two kindred spirits, both enamored with wealth, immediately felt a connection. The thought of Kakuzu laboring tirelessly, accumulating bounties through perilous means that would ultimately fill her own pockets, made her feel a sense of camaraderie with him, more comforting than encountering a deity of fortune. She mused about printing his image and distributing it to homes, ensuring that people would pray at their stoves thrice daily for abundant wealth. Kagura considered how long it had been since the Five Kage summit, and how the village leader of Takigakure had only just conceived the idea of assassinating Hashirama, showcasing the peculiarities of his thought process and his notably delayed reflexes. Kakuzu, noticing Kagura's persistent gaze, initially feared his cover was blown. However, upon sensing her chakra was non-existent, he relaxed, concluding she was merely an ordinary villager. The assassination of Hashirama was merely an impulsive whim of the village leader, who had initially rejoiced at being allocated a tailed beast. It was unclear who had sown the seeds of discontent in his mind. He grew resentful, believing it unfair that others received two while they only had one, feeling slighted as a village. Even a mere paper doll holds dignity. And his frustration mounted until he devised a vengeful plan to eliminate the architect of his grievances. Thus, on a pitch-black night, after consuming 2 jugs of counterfeit alcohol, the village leader summoned the elite jonin, Kakuzu, to his office, entrusting him with the daunting task of assassinating the Hokage. Kakuzu, a man of sound reasoning, recognized the futility of this mission. The notion of single-handedly confronting Hashirama was a pitfall, far more unrealistic than setting a modest goal of earning 300 million ninja coins in a year. Yet, the ironclad rule of ninjas dictated obedience, especially when the superior was the leader of a village. Emerging from the village leader's office, Kakuzu wore a frown, mentally weighing himself against the tailed beasts, knowing well which side of the scale would tip in favor of the beasts. How could the leader believe he was fit for such a task? Despite harboring countless objections, he had no grounds for refusal. He gazed skyward, wishing upon the inky expanse for a wiser individual to assume the role of village leader, or at least for a more rational person to take their place. As he wandered the outskirts of Konoha, the first person he encountered was Kagura, a youthful girl devoid of guile and untrained in ninjutsu, an ideal candidate for gathering information. After contemplating for a moment, he redirected his steps towards her. He observed Kagura, noting the spark of excitement in her eyes, which caused him to furrow his brow and break into a cold sweat. "Why are you staring at me like that?" he asked, his voice frosty and devoid of any social finesse. "Because you're handsome," Kagura exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with delight. A person who can earn enough to purchase 6 billion explosive tags is undeniably charming, worthy of being compared to the reincarnation of Fanli, a true dragon among men. I don't share that particular interest," he replied, perplexed. "Really?" Kagura widened her eyes and pondered his words, instinctively sensing that he was not entirely straight, exclaiming in disbelief, "You are that person?" After a moment of contemplation, Kakuzu finally grasped her implication and felt a fresh wave of cold sweat. He quickly waved his hands, clarifying, "What I meant was that I currently have no intentions of dating. Your admiration for my looks is of no consequence. Oh, while a touch self-absorbed, it's harmless enough. Just focus on earning money," Kagura thought to herself, feeling a hint of disdain for her own fixation on wealth. Look, if you follow this road straight ahead, there are no forks. Continue until you reach the main gate of Konoha. If you prefer not to enter through the main gate, you can follow the outer wall northeast, where there is a gap, seemingly caused by a certain ninja's summoning beast that remains unfixed. Around 6 in the evening is when the two shifts overlap, making it an opportune time for infiltration, she explained. Kakuzu was left in a state of bewilderment, bewildered that she had begun to speak at length without him even asking questions, and how she had discerned what he sought to learn. Wait a moment. What? Don't you want to know this? Or was I unclear? Kagura asked, puzzled. Yes, I do wish to know, but... Ignoring him, Kagura continued. The Hokage's residence is located on the west side of the village. It's situated at a higher elevation, characterized by red tiles and yellow walls, 3 stories high, easily identifiable. As for the office, it lies beneath the Hokage Rock, a large standalone building, even more distinguishable. Although Jiao Do found it peculiar, he listened intently and soon noticed that Kagura had suddenly ceased speaking. Why had she stopped? Kagura flashed him a smile, pulled over a stool, and gestured for him to sit down. She then said, "These words are meant for you to convey to the village chief. He will undoubtedly inquire about how you managed to enter, how you discovered the target, and how you executed the mission. As for the killing part, it's impossible to fabricate. So just speak the truth. After all, your adversary is none other than the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. Even Uchiha Madara, with the 9 tails and his Susanoo, could not defeat him. You, an elite jonin, should refrain from meddling. If Hashirama gets serious, you would be in grave danger." "So what now?" Jiao Do asked, resembling a devoted student seeking knowledge from a teacher. "Thus, you shall return home and concoct a tale for him. Regardless, he will inevitably seek your life sooner or later. Besides, Hashirama is currently absent from the village, and even if you went, you wouldn't find him." "Wait a moment. Why would the village chief want to kill me? I was sent to carry out an assassination." Upon uttering this, Jiao Do regretted his words, wishing he could retract his tone. Such a confidential matter should not have slipped out so carelessly. That cunning woman must have been attempting to extract information from him. Oh, the treacherous Hidden Leaf Village. How could your intellect not serve you as well when it comes to making money? A small village attempting to assassinate the leader of a major village and failing at it entails diplomatic repercussions. In my estimation, to avoid inciting war, a scapegoat must be sacrificed, and you are that scapegoat. Jiao Do, standing at 6 feet tall, sat on the stool, appearing as obedient as a primary school student. He pondered Kagura's words and found them to hold a semblance of truth. Following such a dull-witted village chief would only diminish your intelligence. Listen to me. Return and seize the land of demonic curses for yourself. With that in your possession, it would be akin to possessing immortality. The village chief would find it impossible to harm you. Kagura had even devised an escape plan for him. Jiao Do, a first-rate ninja, considered it indeed plausible. He had never wished to undertake this mission, yet now, with a masterful plan laid out for him, he merely needed to return and articulate it as instructed. The heavy burden on his heart was lifted, and he felt an immediate sense of relief. Thus, the two engaged in casual conversation for a while, and Jiao Do returned home, successfully avoiding a confrontation. Although in the original narrative, Hashirama had not executed Jiao Do and had allowed him to leave, it was impossible to engage with Hashirama without sustaining injury, to ensure she could secure a substantial amount of ninja currency 50 years hence. Kagura was willing to make minor alterations to the fabric of this world. At that moment, her mind was consumed with thoughts of ninja currency, completely oblivious to the concept of the butterfly effect. The flutter of a butterfly's wings could potentially stir a storm across the Pacific. Kagura's arrival may bring either fortune or misfortune to this ninja realm. The honest Jiao Do, having heeded Kagura's counsel, genuinely returned and seized the land of demonic curses. However, during the process, he accidentally killed the village chief. Initially intending to use the land of demonic curses as a means of self-preservation, fate took a cruel turn. The village could no longer accommodate him, and he, no longer attached to it, fled with the land of demonic curses, becoming the highest-ranking rogue ninja in the history of Takigakure. Chapter 20. Who came to this world aspiring to be a chef? After a year in Konoha, Kagura gradually acclimated to the life of the ninja world. It felt akin to residing in a military encampment, where most individuals were armed forces, while she, a non-ninja, lived like the families of these ninjas, leading an ordinary existence akin to any typical person in the world, eating, sleeping, and working day in and day out. Repetitive daily life can become tiresome. In the real world, vacations provide an escape from work's drudgery, but such luxuries are impractical in the ninja realm. Setting aside the absence of travel agencies or vehicles for self-driving, wandering aimlessly could easily lead to being apprehended by other nations as a spy. If that were the case, she would prefer to remain in Konoha as a law-abiding citizen. Indeed, the village on Earth is far superior, is it not? How she longed to travel, to savor various delicacies, to attend concerts, to revel in music festivals. Speaking of food, Kagura suddenly felt her stomach growl. Glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, she realized it was 12:30. No wonder her belly was rumbling. What to eat? The mere thought of a meal brought a deep frown to her face. Her palate, raised on the 8 major cuisines of the world, found little allure in traditional Japanese fare. Initially, she relished it out of novelty, but as time went on, her taste buds dulled. Japanese cuisine is known for its subtlety, emphasizing original flavors. Sashimi, raw cabbage shreds, and even pickled vegetables are uncooked. While pickled cucumbers and radishes are one thing, raw pickled eggplant is quite perplexing. Why not try making something herself? After enduring the lightness of Japanese cuisine for long enough, Kagura finally purchased cooking utensils, pots, bowls, plates, knives, forks, chopsticks, and spoons, filling 2 large boxes that now lay on the floor of her living space. To an outsider, it might seem as if someone had just moved in. The shop, Fortune and Misfortune, had 2 rooms. The front served as a business space, while the back was Kagura's residence, complete with a kitchen and bathroom. When she first arrived in this world, she deliberately refrained from acquiring such items, feeling that having them would imply she was truly settling down and wouldn't leave. Deep down, she still believed she did not belong to this world and would one day return to her own. Yet, as a food enthusiast, she ultimately succumbed to her love for culinary delights. After all, isn't it said that people are driven by their need for sustenance? Cooking for oneself is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Kagura muttered to herself as she began unpacking the food she had bought from the shopping street alongside the utensils: green peppers, lean meat, and fresh noodles. She decided to make a simple stir-fried green pepper and pork noodle dish. The pork was sliced thin and marinated with cooking wine and soy sauce, mixed with a bit of cornstarch and a drizzle of oil to lock in moisture. This ensured that the pork would not turn dry when stir-fried. The marinating time was used to prepare the green peppers. After washing them, she removed the stems. Some might discard the seeds and inner membrane, but Kagura, not being meticulous, left them intact. With one hand pressing down on the green pepper, she flattened it and easily sliced it into strips. A bit of ginger and scallions were added for enhanced flavor. With the vegetables prepared and the pork marinated, she set up 2 stovetops, one for boiling noodles and the other for stir-frying the pork, working in tandem without hindrance. A small amount of cooking oil was heated in the frying pan until wisps of smoke rose, at which point she added the ginger. Once the ginger released its fragrance, she swiftly added the marinated pork, using a spatula to separate the pieces. Some preferred to stir-fry meat in cold oil, perhaps out of fear of sticking, but Kagura did not share this preference. She believed that such a method left the meat with an oily taste. Not being a chef, her palate had been refined through years of experience, and cooking for herself according to her tastes was quite satisfactory. Once the pork was cooked through, she added soy sauce, often referred to as dark soy sauce for coloring, followed by the sliced green peppers and scallions, seasoning with salt, sugar, and MSG to taste before serving. Of course, if one preferred a soupier noodle dish, a bit of water could be added, but not too much, lest the flavor dissipate into the broth, leaving the meat bland. With the pork stir-fried and the noodles fully cooked, she carefully placed the perfectly separated noodles onto a plate, pouring the green pepper and pork mixture directly from the frying pan atop the noodles, thus minimizing the number of dishes to wash. The ingenuity of a lazy person finds expression in the most curious ways. At that moment, as she sat at the table, gazing at the meticulously crafted dish of green pepper and pork noodles, she imitated those around her, clasped her hands together, and said, "I shall begin," before indulging heartily in her meal. Just as she grasped her chopsticks, a voice called out from outside. "Kagura-san, is Kagura-san there?" The sound was somewhat familiar. Kagura, balancing a plate, poked her head out and spotted Akidu Takakazi at the door, wrinkling his nose as he sniffed intently at something. What a delightful aroma. Before she could finish her thought, Takakazi's gaze zeroed in on the dish in her hand, and his eyes lit up, sending a chill down Kagura's spine. What was it? It was undoubtedly food, but it was something she had never seen before. She had tasted every cuisine in the ninja world, yet this was entirely new to her. The fragrance was enticing, reminiscent of green peppers and meat, yet distinctly different from anything she had ever experienced. "Oh, this is my freshly prepared green pepper and shredded meat noodles. Have you eaten yet? Would you like to try some?" Kagura offered, adhering to the customary politeness of her Chinese heritage. If he were Chinese, he would surely recognize the insincerity in her words, but unfortunately for her, he was not, and thus he failed to grasp the nuances of such politeness. Unexpectedly, her invitation was met with the enthusiasm of a genuinely earnest person. "Since Kagura-sen kindly invites me to lunch, I shall graciously accept." "Nanny." Kagura watched in disbelief as Takakaze swiftly took the plate of noodles from her hands and devoured it in mere moments. She had never witnessed anyone consume food with such rapidity, leaving her little time to savor the aroma herself. In an instant, the plate was entirely cleaned. "Thank you for the delightful meal." Takakaze beamed, his eyes curving into crescent moons, his plump figure and rosy cheeks evoking a certain cherubic charm, an apt description, though Kagura felt it was somewhat misplaced. "By the way, your culinary skills are truly remarkable, Kagura-san. This must be the most delicious food I've ever tasted, certified by me. Akidu Takakaze. Sugoi," he declared with utmost seriousness, giving her a thumbs up. "Ha ha ha, I appreciate the compliment." Kagura replied with a feigned smile, glancing at the plate that had been returned to her, now spotless as if licked clean by a dog. "It must indeed be quite delicious, wouldn't you agree? Oh right. I almost forgot the main matter. Lord Tobirama sent me to collect the explosive tags, as the time has come." Upon hearing this, Kagura suddenly recalled their agreement to retrieve the explosive tags on this very day. Tobirama had converted all her borrowed ninja currency into explosive tags, meaning she would no longer need to repay in currency, but instead with these tags. I wonder what he plans to do with so many explosive tags. Perhaps for the summer festival, to set off fireworks? Kagura mused quietly. "Let me share a secret," Takakaze whispered, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Having enjoyed your delicious food, I must reveal that Lord Tobirama intends to develop a new jutsu using the explosive tags. In the world of ninjas, the development of new techniques is often shrouded in secrecy until they are perfected or publicly demonstrated, as such information could be detrimental if it fell into enemy hands, akin to revealing one's trump card prematurely. However, in Takakaze's eyes, Kagura was no ordinary person. She shared a close relationship with Tobirama, so divulging this information to her was deemed safe. Developing a new jutsu with explosive tags? Takakaze nodded, acknowledging the significance of such a powerful technique. Kagura smirked, thinking it was more than just impressive. It was akin to exploiting a glitch in the system, a technique that Tobirama had devised but struggled to experiment with, the mutual explosive tags. After escorting Takakaze to the factory to collect the tags, Kagura felt her stomach grumbling. Having prepared a meal for an hour without tasting a single bite, only to have it devoured in mere moments by someone else. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. Perhaps I am simply not cut out for cooking. Waiting to eat suits my lazy disposition much better, she contemplated. Once she became wealthy, she envisioned hiring a chef to prepare various delectable dishes for her daily indulgence. She did not want to cook. She wanted to be the one sitting at the table, ready to feast. Yet, in this world, could she truly find a chef skilled in Chinese cuisine, even if she were willing to pay? The odds felt akin to winning the lottery. For the first time, Kagura fervently wished to encounter another traveler like herself in this world. However, even among other travelers, most were intent on collecting jutsu and altering the world. Who would come here wishing to be a mere cook? Thus, her sense of melancholy deepened. Chapter 21. Cunningly seeking a meal, one old and one young. Ever since that day when Akidu Takakaze experienced Kagura's culinary prowess, he had taken to loitering around her shop during meal times, sometimes indulging in dumplings, other times savoring rice bowls, braised ribs, or shrimp in tomato sauce. Not to mention the steamed buns and flaky pastries. He had completely reshaped his understanding of food, because he consistently managed to enjoy delectable meals in his mind. Kagura had become a culinary deity. Thanks to Takakaze's enthusiastic promotion, Kagura's reputation as a culinary genius spread throughout Konoha. Almost everyone in the village knew that the proprietor of the fortune-telling shop, Kagura, was a remarkable young woman, intelligent and skilled not only in business but also in the culinary arts, validated by none other than Takakaze, the village's most discerning eater. However, Kagura remained blissfully unaware of her growing fame until one summer afternoon, when Tobirama appeared at her shop, holding the unsteady form of Tsunade, who was just learning to walk. After stammering for a while, Tobirama pushed Tsunade forward and said in a rather stiff tone, "There's no one at home. Watch this child for me. She is hungry and needs something to eat. As the culinary genius you are, please prepare something to satisfy her." At that moment, Kagura first heard of her culinary renown, quickly piecing together the reason behind it. "If you want me to make something, I will do it," Kagura huffed, picking up little Tsunade, who was just over a year old and had 6 tiny teeth. As she poked the soft cheeks of the child, Tsunade beamed back at her with a smile, proving how adorable human infants can be. "Mommy, mommy," Tsunade exclaimed, reaching her chubby little hands towards Kagura, snuggling against her. Kagura was taken aback. "Little one, I am not your mother. Please do not tarnish my reputation," she chuckled while pinching Tsunade's cheek. Tobirama, clearly amused, spoke in a teasing tone. "If anyone's reputation is in jeopardy, it is not yours, Kagura." The identity of the person he referred to was obvious, causing Kagura to raise an eyebrow. In front of such a small child, she couldn't lose her temper. That would frighten her, so she held back. "Mommy, mommy," Tsunade called again, evidently hungry, pressing against Kagura as if she were a little lamb. "Well, Kagura's face flushed. She knew what Tsunade was doing. Seeing the flustered woman, Tobirama couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph, but also thought it best to alleviate her embarrassment, considering she was still unmarried and a young lady. He feared that both she and Tsunade might face repercussions. "That little one only knows to call everyone mommy. She doesn't say anything else," Tobirama explained. "She truly is hungry. Why don't you prepare something for her?" As he spoke, he turned his face towards the wall, leaving only a profile for Kagura, appearing somewhat awkward. "Dumplings, flaky pastries, steamed buns, any of those would be fine, right? Is it really appropriate for such a young child to eat those?" Kagura pondered, gazing at Tsunade's round, glutinous face. She felt a twinge of uncertainty. She had never learned how to care for infants. What could a child of this age eat? Unsure, she decided that a steamed egg custard would be a safe choice. Countless times, after hearing the picky eating habits of relatives' children, my mother would lament to Kagura that today's children are spoiled by an abundance of delectable food. "When you were young, there weren't so many novel treats. You thrived on eggs and egg custard, which were delightful. It is evident that egg custard is the most reliable dish. Crack 2 eggs into a bowl, whisk them. Add a few spoonfuls of water, a pinch of salt, and a dash of sesame oil, then steam it in a water bath. It's the quickest method. Ready in just over 10 minutes. Fei Jian, arms crossed, paced in front of the stove, ensuring that there was indeed only a bowl of steamed egg in the pot. His expression soured, a mix of annoyance and grievance. "What are you swaying about like a pendulum for?" Kagura, feeling dizzy from his antics, scolded him. "You only let Xiao Gang eat. What about me?" "You?" Kagura was bewildered. "At your age, you still want to eat egg custard?" Fei Jian froze in place, genuinely curious about what was going on in this woman's mind. Sometimes intelligent, yet at times as dense as a block of wood, utterly oblivious to others' sentiments. Was she wise or foolish? Perhaps foolish, foolish, foolish. "Can I eat something else?" "You have to eat, right?" "I'll eat whatever you eat. I'm not picky." "Ah, so you're just here to mooch off meals." Kagura squinted at Fei Jian, perplexed, and couldn't help but ask, "Is the leadership in your village truly this destitute? You can't even feed yourself and spend your days here scrounging for food. It's one thing for your disciple, but now even you are like this." "Lord Fei Jian, is the village's finances really this dire?" Fei Jian stared at Kagura, realizing that she was serious, especially with that last remark. As she looked at him with genuine concern. "Well, Akimichi Shufeng told me that no one in his family is home due to their mission. When he returns, he can't even find a drop of water to drink. It's truly pitiful. I let him come here to eat when he has nothing. Recently, Jing mentioned that his family is in debt due to house repairs, and they can only afford rice. I felt sorry for him, so I invited him and Shufeng to dine together. Later, they brought along Nikazane, who said his mother works at my explosive tag factory. And with no one to cook at home, he came along too. Last week, how many people came? Shufeng, Jing, Nikazane, and even Mito with Xiao Gang in one arm. We're all counted that day." At this, Fei Jian's expression darkened, as if he could wring water from it. "These little rascals sneak in daily to scrounge for food. Now, adding you to the mix," Kagura smirked, baring her teeth in mock irritation, as she lowered her head to retrieve her hair from Xiao Gang's grasp, playfully exclaiming, "And you, little one, She poked the tip of Xiao Gang's round nose. If they can eat here, why can't I? I'm all alone. Returning home to find no food and no water. Recently, my irregular diet has caused me stomach pains. Just because I don't like to play the victim doesn't mean I'm not suffering. How can those little rascals compare to my plight? Playing the victim? What is that about? Kagura rolled her eyes, finding Fei Jian's childish behavior rather amusing. Supporting her back with one hand and holding her bottom with the other, she handed Xiao Gang back to Fei Jian before turning to leave. Hey, where are you going? Fei Jian called out, but Kagura ignored him. Where are you really going? After a moment of silence, Kagura, unable to contain herself, shouted back, to buy groceries. At last, Fei Jian felt a spark of joy. Though he was not one to express emotions openly, his heart was elated, even if his face remained impassive. The clouds of gloom had dissipated, and a subtle smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. He gently poked Xiao Gang's egg-like face and said cheerfully, Xiao Gang, we've won. The clock on the stove chimed, signaling that the 15 minutes had elapsed, and a bowl of fragrant, tender egg custard was ready. Fei Jian carefully placed Xiao Gang on a small stool and approached the pot, lifting the lid. Instantly, the aroma of the steamed egg wafted through the air, igniting hunger and causing a rumble in his stomach. He hadn't eaten all day just to enjoy a meal at Kagura's place. It was no easy feat. Mommy, I'm hungry. Fei Jian finally managed to extract the steaming custard from the pot, burning his hands in the process. He cooled his fingers by touching his earlobe and glanced at Xiao Gang with a softer gaze, though his tone remained as frosty as ever. Xiao Gang, call me uncle. Mommy, mommy, Xiao Gang called out. Fei Jian of the Senju family, he corrected. At the dining table, Ganlu looked quizzically at Mito and asked, Mother, where did uncle take Xiao Gang? Mito shrugged, just as puzzled. Who knows? I told him that dinner was about to be served, but he insisted on leaving. He usually loves grilled fish, but today he didn't want any. How strange. I wonder if uncle will think to get something for Xiao Gang, Mito mused, falling silent as she questioned whether that iron-willed man could truly care for a child. Perhaps he could, better than Hashirama, at least. The thought of her husband, who hadn't returned to the village in 2 months, dampened her appetite. Watching her chopsticks snap in her hands, Ganlu's expression turned comical. Mother. Mito laughed awkwardly. No. It's fine, continue eating. Chapter 22. One who cannot smile teases another who cannot smile. When Kagura returned from grocery shopping, she found a large and a small figure by the table. The adept Fei Jian was frantically feeding little Xiao Gang, and bits of egg were scattered all over the table. Looking at Xiao Gang, his small face was smeared with food, resembling a little calico cat. Open wide. Yes, wider. What a terrible spoon. It's utterly useless. The child's small mouth required a specially designed tiny spoon, which was much less effective than the standard size used by adults. Delicious, right, Xiao Gang? We'll come back tomorrow, all right? Tomorrow, Uncle will take you to your home, and Kagura will cook for us. Just how delicious could it be? Humph, you little one are better than I am. I haven't even tasted it yet. Fei Jian focused entirely on feeding the child, completely relaxed in a safe environment, oblivious to Kagura's return. Thus, she stood at the doorway, listening to him muttering to himself. This childish man, is he really over 30? To Kagura, his mentality seemed akin to that of an elementary school student. Is it true that men remain boys at heart until the end? Upon seeing Kagura return with bags of vegetables, Fei Jian quickly fell silent, as though he hadn't said a word, merely continuing to feed the child. Yet, his crimson eyes darted toward Kagura, brimming with curiosity about what she had purchased. How delightful could it be? This was a question that had occupied Fei Jian's mind in the nights leading up to this moment. The whole village praised Kagura's culinary skills. Just how good could they be? For Fei Jian, who had endured the chaos of the warring states, food had always been a means of survival, a necessity to sustain life. He had been too preoccupied with the struggles of battle, later establishing a village and achieving a hard-won peace through negotiations. Regardless of the era, he had always been the one who worked tirelessly, viewing food merely as sustenance, without concern for flavor. However, Kagura was different. It wasn't merely about culinary skill. It was because of her. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter, but with Kagura, he wanted to experience it for himself. The villagers all speculated about the connection between Kagura and him. In truth, he knew better than anyone that their relationship was so innocent that he couldn't even hold her hand. He had once thought, what is the big deal about a woman? When he was busy, he often forgot about her entirely. However, once the busyness subsided and he was left alone, he found the long-accustomed loneliness unbearable. That solitude, which he had come to accept as part of his life, suddenly became intolerable one day. Kagura was quite talkative, relentless in her arguments, yet she was also intelligent, brimming with quirky ideas, and possessed a kindness and charm that made her appealing, despite her rather plain physique. He believed that being with such a woman would surely alleviate his boredom. Yet, it was all one-sided. She was unlike other women, impervious to his illustrious lineage, exceptional talents, and renowned in the ninja world. For the first time in his life, he had met a woman who thwarted his advances. It was somewhat vexing, and he felt even more despicable for not turning back after hitting a wall. He didn't know how long he had been lost in thought when Tobirama snapped back to reality, only to find Tsunade diligently serving herself a bowl of egg custard. On the table lay several completed dishes, and Kagura, having hung up her apron, flashed him a teasing smile. It was fortunate that they hadn't tea-fed Tsunade directly. She was indeed sharp-tongued, and Tobirama finally found someone who could match his wit. After finishing the 2 bowls of egg custard, Kagura frowned as she fetched some water to wash Tsunade's face. After her efforts, Tsunade was left with a clean and adorable visage. Looking at the refreshed little Tsunade, Kagura nodded in satisfaction, as if admiring her own masterpiece. There were no toys for children here, but Tsunade was fascinated by Kagura's crystal ball, and Kagura generously tossed it to her to play with. Thus, while the child entertained herself with the crystal ball, the adults finally had the opportunity to enjoy their meal. Grilled river fish, sweet and sour meat, mapo tofu, and stir-fried mushrooms with bok choy, alongside a yellow, fragrant concoction that resembled either soup or porridge, left Tobirama puzzled as he looked up and asked Kagura what it was. "It's millet porridge," she replied. "You mentioned your stomach hurt, and millet porridge is good for digestion. The one from the breakfast shop I used to frequent was delicious." As she spoke, Kagura paused, reflecting on how it had been over a year since she had enjoyed that porridge, suddenly feeling a twinge of melancholy at the realization that she had been here for more than a year. Good for digestion, Tobirama thought with a smirk, realizing she did listen to him after all. "Hurry and eat. There's rice after the porridge. What a life I have, nurturing both my apprentice and my teacher. Am I so easy to bully?" Kagura muttered as she popped a piece of mushroom into her mouth. Tobirama couldn't help but chuckle, sipping the porridge. It lacked strong flavor, yet there was a subtle rice aroma, mild but surprisingly enjoyable. As he sampled each of Kagura's 4 dishes, he noticed their taste was distinctly different from what he usually experienced, despite the simple ingredients. Food could be this delicious. What had he been eating before? "This is really good," he exclaimed instinctively, only to feel a flush creep up his cheeks under the soft lighting, slightly embarrassed at his enthusiasm for food. Kagura laughed, her eyes clearly conveying a sense of pity. As a single woman, Kagura's culinary skills were mostly inherited from her mother. They couldn't compare to a professional chef. Yet, her cooking, which might be ridiculed in the real world, garnered high praise in the ninja realm, highlighting the unfortunate culinary realities of her peers. Poor souls, she mused. How fortunate they are to be born in the great China. Forget the Manchuhan imperial feast and the 8 culinary traditions. Even the food stalls behind the school could satisfy someone's cravings for years. Reflecting on the delightful meals she had enjoyed and casting a sympathetic gaze at Tobirama, she pushed her plate toward him, encouraging him to eat while it was hot. "The mapo tofu has just a hint of spice. I didn't dare add too much since your stomach hurts. The stir-fried mushrooms and bok choy are light and easy to digest, and you can have some sweet and sour meat for protein." As Tobirama looked at Kagura, he felt a warmth reminiscent of family dinners at his elder brother's home, where Hashirama and Mito would similarly urge him to eat. It was a comforting feeling, a sense of belonging. He smiled, and the transformation in his demeanor was palpable, like spring rain melting away ice. Kagura, captivated by his smile, couldn't help but think how handsome he truly was. "It's wonderful to see you smile more often. It makes you far more pleasant to look at. You have no idea how fierce you appear most of the time," she remarked. Tobirama remained silent, aware of his own shortcomings. Most of the day, his expression was either blank or furrowed, and he rarely smiled, having been teased about it by another equally stoic individual. "Ugh, just thinking about that guy irritates me. How ridiculous for one who cannot smile to mock another," he thought, still harboring a grudge against Uchiha Madara. Indeed, disliking someone meant just that. Even if they were long gone, the disdain lingered. Chapter 23. The opening of the Chinese cuisine restaurant in the days that followed. Tobirama consistently found time to bring little Tsunade to the restaurant for a free meal. As their encounters increased, Tsunade grew familiar with Kagura, and the little one eagerly associated her with delicious food, much to Kagura's amusement. With the addition of Tobirama and the little one, the group of freeloader friends expanded, and Kagura felt a twinge of fear at the growing number. These individuals could eat voraciously, finishing every dish she prepared, making her feel like the pigs at the farm, who were at least picky eaters. Watching her increasingly empty wallet, she felt the weight of the situation as she experienced the sensation of being eaten out for the first time. In times of peace, the ninja missions posed little danger to life, and gradually, Kagura's fortune-telling business dwindled, becoming less sought after. She often sat in the restaurant, watching the passers-by. Yet none ventured inside. It was not an exaggeration to say the place was deserted. If this continued, she feared she might have to go hungry. Glancing at the sign advertising her drawing services, she couldn't help but smile ruefully, wondering if she would have to assist elementary school students with their art projects. The meager earnings from such tasks wouldn't suffice to feed this large group. She decided she could no longer allow them to feast for free. Thus, on one fateful day, when her companions came to inquire about their fortunes once again, they were stunned to find the original counter replaced entirely by small tables. The decor unmistakably reminiscent of a restaurant or izakaya. The group stood in shock, their heads shaking in bewilderment, expressing ignorance about the sudden change. Kagura emerged from the back, wearing an exceptionally sweet smile, and announced loudly, "From today onwards, I am opening a restaurant." Initially doubting her own culinary skills were sufficient for running a restaurant, she realized that given the current patron's limited culinary experiences, her skills would be more than adequate. Thus, the restaurant came into existence, and the shop underwent a name change. Tawanzo, filled with suspicion, stepped outside to inspect the sign. He squinted at the 4 prominent characters and couldn't help but place a hand on his forehead. The name was, as always, emblematic of a straightforward and spirited style, Chinese cuisine. Much like the previous ominous divinations, it was blunt and clear, unmistakably of the same lineage. Upon re-entering, confronted by the inquisitive gazes of the crowd, Tawanzo nodded, confirming that it had indeed transformed into a restaurant. A collective sigh escaped the group. Previously, they could either brazenly partake in meals or resort to minor tricks, but now that it had become a restaurant, they no longer had the pretense to indulge without payment. Observing the myriad expressions on their faces, Shenhua couldn't suppress a chuckle within. "I hope you'll continue to support us," she said with a faint, half-hearted tone. "But don't lose heart. I have an idea. If you spare some time to help, I can still ensure you dine for free." Thus, within Shenhua's Chinese cuisine, one could witness Sarutobi Hizashi employing fire techniques to stir-fry due to a gas malfunction. Shenhua, while tossing the meat in the pan, commanded, "High heat, more heat." Hizashi controlled his chakra to intensify the flames. As the braised pork changed color, she added water, and once it boiled, she instructed, "Now, let it simmer on low heat. This will yield meat that is tender and flavorful." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hizashi glanced skeptically at the meat, ultimately directing his gaze at Shenhua, suggesting, "Perhaps I should check with the gas department. At this rate, I fear I might exhaust my chakra." Shenhua chuckled, patting him on the shoulder, exuding a mentor's confidence as she said, "Trust me, this is a form of training." Hizashi wore an expression of disbelief. "Indeed, mastering the control of flames will refine your chakra skills. Believe me, even if you were to assist Lady Biwa in surgery, it would be a mere trifle." "Can it really be so?" Hizashi pondered, his skepticism lingering. He was currently pursuing Biwa, and mastering chakra intricacies could indeed be advantageous, though he wondered if she would agree. Not only Hizashi, but one could also see Akimichi Takufu diligently kneading dough with the multiplication technique. Shenhua detested this laborious task. For a large bowl of dough would leave her arms aching, but for Takufu, strength was his forte, making him the perfect candidate. The dough he kneaded resulted in exceptionally chewy buns, dumplings, or noodles, even enticing Baiju. Note, in the original work, Baiju has a penchant for anything chewy. Tawanzo took on the task of running errands for groceries. In his youth, Tawanzo was a proud young man. Distinct from his carefree childhood and his later cunning demeanor, at this time, he was rather aloof. Such coolness was ill-suited for front-of-house duties, relegating him to support roles in the kitchen, making grocery shopping a fitting responsibility. Naturally, he occasionally lent a hand with wind techniques when Hizashi, overwhelmed, struggled to control the flames, akin to a traditional bellows. Uchiha Kagami, a meticulous individual with exceptional learning capabilities, was well-versed in handling the ingredients Toanzo procured. After a few demonstrations from Shenhua, he could execute them proficiently. Not only did he excel in the basic tasks of sorting and washing vegetables, but he also prepped them according to Shenhua's specifications, slicing, dicing, or julienning. His knife skills were impressive. In the restaurant's front area, the remaining two were also contributing. One could see the smiling Tsunade assisting patrons with their orders. Customer A. Tsunade, another pot of wine. Tsunade, just a moment, coming right up. Customer B. I'd like to add a dish. Tsunade, please go ahead. Of course, there was also the reticent Mizuto Kamon, cautiously calculating at the register, fearful of making errors. For overcharging was one matter, but undercharging would be a significant loss for him. No one could expect free meals. Each had their responsibilities, a point clearly outlined by Shenhua. In their everyday lives, these once serious ninjas suddenly appeared in Shenhua's modest restaurant, much to the astonishment of onlookers. On the surface, it was Shenhua's establishment, but to the uninformed, it seemed as if it were under the official sponsorship of Konoha. Given that a certain individual had just used the Flying Thunder God technique to deliver takeout, I was merely passing by and thought to bring this along for you. Tobirama remarked before vanishing from sight. The villager stood at the door, momentarily stunned, before asking his equally bewildered wife, "Was that not Lord Tobirama?" She nodded, affirming, "Indeed. It was him, silver hair, those crimson eyes, and his aloof demeanor. Unmistakably Lord Tobirama." The couple glanced down at the steaming dumplings in their hands, then exchanged knowing looks. Was it somewhat excessive for Tobirama to deliver takeout? He claimed to be just passing through. Observing their location at the village's edge, they pondered where he could possibly be going. Outside the village? Closing the door, they opened the steamer, the dumplings still steaming, wafting the aroma of flour and meat throughout the room. Taking a bite, they found it still hot. So delicious, dumplings must be enjoyed while hot, they mused. In truth, Tobirama's delivery was quite appropriate. Indeed, it was delightful. No one could escape the allure of good food. Yet, in the kitchen of Chinese cuisine, Tobirama frowned, exclaiming in a low voice, "What about my dignity? As a distinguished acting village leader, being sent to deliver takeout is quite unbecoming. I am very busy." At that moment, Toanzo entered, carrying several large boxes stacked high, blocking his view. Inadvertently, he collided with Tobirama, who vanished with a soft thud. The kitchen staff exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their amusement. Toanzo, bewildered, inquired, "Did something just happen here?" No. Everyone waved their hands in denial. "I feel like I bumped into something." "Indeed. You did. You collided with a shadow clone." Chapter 24. Taking an apprentice as labor ninjas, after all, are still ninjas. When idle, they can help out. But when training or on missions, they cannot be present. However, Shenhua's Chinese cuisine is perpetually bustling. On one hand, there is the novelty for the villagers, and on the other, the food is genuinely delectable. Patrons who have dined once find themselves returning for more, with some having dined there for over a week consecutively. Often overwhelmed, when no one is available to assist with grocery runs, Shenhua improvises with whatever ingredients are at hand, yet astonishingly, the villagers remain as enthusiastic as ever. Unfortunately, this has taken a toll on other establishments. The foot traffic at the ramen shop noticeably dwindled, and one day, the owner, unable to endure it any longer, stopped a familiar customer outside to inquire why. "Why haven't you been coming for ramen, when you used to have 2 bowls a day?" The customer, slightly apologetic, replied, "I've recently developed a fondness for various types of noodles: dough noodles, hot dry noodles, wonton noodles, braised beef noodles, Anhui flat noodles, Chongqing noodles, and Xinjiang fried noodles, along with an array of bridge-crossing rice noodles, chicken soup rice noodles, and duck blood vermicelli." The ramen shop owner was left utterly bewildered, not comprehending much beyond the fact that they were all types of noodles. In essence, they are all incredibly delicious. I have been sampling a different one for each meal, and I've managed to avoid repetition for days. The customer reminisced about the chewy duck egg noodles from this morning's wonton dish, the succulent wontons, and the rich flavors causing his mouth to water, but lunchtime was still a while away, and he had to hold off. Finally, he kindly advised the ramen shop owner, "You should try it too. I assure you, once you do, you'll want to close your shop immediately." The owner of the ramen shop glanced at his establishment, stretching his neck to peer toward the Chinese restaurant. He contemplated whether he should venture there, feeling a sense of urgency to close his own shop. A wave of frustration washed over him as he pondered his predicament. The pork cutlet shop was faring little better, with its clientele diminished by nearly half. Previously, patrons had no choice but to select between fried pork cutlets or fried chicken cutlets. But now, with the introduction of the Chinese cuisine, their options had expanded dramatically, akin to an ascent from the depths of a well to the heavens. This abundance of choices was overwhelming, unless one possessed a genuine passion for pork cutlets. Those who felt compelled to choose had vanished without a trace. The tempura shop faced a similar fate, its business dwindling, leaving the owners idly chatting in the shade at the entrance. They unanimously regarded Kagura as a remarkable individual, seemingly adept at everything she undertook, akin to a deity descended from the heavens. If this trend continued, would they not inevitably have to shut their doors? The ramen shop owner surveyed his establishment, feeling a sense of foreboding about the future, yet he was reluctant to close it down. He dreamt of passing down the art of handmade noodles to his son, and in turn, to his grandson, hoping to establish a century-old legacy. The owner of the tempura shop, however, remained optimistic, fanning himself with a hand fan as he cheerfully remarked, "Do not fret. The opening of a new restaurant always brings a sense of novelty. Once this novelty wears off, things will revert to normal. We have built a solid foundation over the years." The pork cutlet shop owner chimed in, affirming that they were traditional dishes. And tradition was the true essence of culinary excellence. If business was slow, they could simply treat it as a well-deserved break. This optimistic mindset, reminiscent of a laid-back attitude, was indeed refreshing, even enticing to Kagura. During the day, she was consumed by her work, but at night, after closing, she pored over the accounts with her calculator. To her astonishment, the profits from a single day at the restaurant surpassed the earnings she had made in a week during her fortune-telling days. Had she known that running a restaurant could be so lucrative, she might have reconsidered her previous endeavors. She mused that perhaps she should have consulted her own fortune to determine her true path. However, managing the restaurant single-handedly was exhausting. It was evident that every profession had its challenges. If this continued, even a resilient spirit would struggle to endure such demands, fearing that while she earned a living, she might not survive to enjoy it. It appeared that she would need to take on an apprentice and hire a few waitstaff and kitchen hands. Once she trained an apprentice, she could simply oversee the cash register, collecting payments while savoring the fruits of her labor. As soon as Kagura posted her recruitment notice, a long queue formed outside the Chinese restaurant. Upon returning from a mission, Mitsu and Tozai, while peeling potatoes, peeked out from the kitchen, reminiscing about the days when they recruited for the explosive talisman factory. "So many people," Mitsu remarked sincerely. Tozai nodded in agreement, then posed a question. "Do you think once we recruit someone, we will no longer be needed?" Mitsu pondered this, and their expressions soured at the thought. "Isn't it quite pathetic that we are doing unpaid work while fearing being let go?" Yet, Tozai's next comment struck a chord. "But do you still want to enjoy the delicious food that Kagura makes?" Mitsu found himself at a loss for words. And even the proud and stubborn Tozai reluctantly nodded in agreement, recalling how delectable the candied sweet potatoes were. Crispy on the outside, soft on the inside. And the amber yams, topped with that heavenly honey sauce. They exclaimed, both blushing at their uncharacteristic enthusiasm over food. They sighed collectively, calculating how much money they had left and what they could afford to eat. The thought brought tears to their eyes, realizing they needed to take on more missions. Tozai nodded in agreement, affirming the need for diligence. It is often said that people strive for their careers, love, and dreams. Yet here were individuals motivated by the desire for good food. Was this a commendable or a lamentable pursuit? Ultimately, it mattered little. Finding waitstaff and kitchen hands was relatively straightforward. However, locating a suitable apprentice proved more challenging. Many were drawn to the thriving business of the Chinese restaurant, hoping to learn from Kagura merely to open their own establishments, showing little genuine interest in cooking. Kagura sought an apprentice who had a true passion for the culinary arts. Someone grounded and perceptive, an expectation that seemed rather demanding. Nevertheless, after interviewing several candidates, she found one who initially gave her a less than favorable impression. He appeared rather unrefined, reminiscent of a street urchin, and though he was of similar age, he lacked maturity, exuding a restless energy. Kagura worried he might bounce around the kitchen rather than focus on his duties. Yet, his remarkable learning ability and quick wit redeemed him. When tasked with recreating the simplest dish of sour and spicy shredded potatoes, he was the only one who could replicate it with speed after her demonstration. Although the flavor was not entirely authentic, it was acceptable, albeit slightly lacking in vinegar and spice. "Is it tasty?" he asked nonchalantly while reclining on a stool, his demeanor suggesting that Kagura was the one auditioning for him. She nodded, acknowledging it was satisfactory, though a bit bland. "That was intentional," he replied with a radiant smile, his bright white teeth almost blinding. "You're not from Konoha, are you? Your dishes tend to be on the heavier side. Konoha residents prefer lighter flavors. While heavier dishes are fine occasionally, to retain customers, adjustments are necessary." Kagura had never considered this perspective before. Her culinary choices had relied solely on her memory. However, his insight sparked a realization about why Chinese food abroad never quite matched the authentic taste found at home. It was modified to suit the local palate. Recognizing him as the only one who had applied critical thought, she ultimately chose him, as he would be easier to teach. "What is your name?" Kagura inquired as he was leaving. "Me? Call me Ray, everyone does," he responded, flashing another broad smile. His spiky white hair seemed to suit the name, though his age did not quite align. "You don't happen to have a son named Jiraiya, do you?" Kagura teased. Ray's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" "I do have one, nearly 2 years old, quite mischievous, but he is not my son, he is my younger brother. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have become a chef." Thinking of his rambunctious younger brother made Ray sigh. He continued, "I originally wanted to be a ninja, but I couldn't master ninjutsu. I couldn't even extract chakra. As for taijutsu, I'm equally inept. It seems I'm not cut out for it. However, I've decided to let my brother try once the Ninja Academy opens. Perhaps he will be the first ninja in our family." Kagura had a fondness for Jiraiya from the original story. They shared certain similarities, both being artists in their own right, he creating tales through words, while she expressed her artistry through illustrations. Though Jiraiya often carried an air of frivolity, he embodied the essence of a true ninja, brimming with compassion, unwavering beliefs, and a willingness to sacrifice his life for what he sought to protect. When Jiraiya descended into the depths of the rain-hidden village, Kagura's heart ached, tears swelling in her eyes. Having traversed into this world, she encountered Jiraiya's brother. And perhaps one day, she might even meet the young Jiraiya himself. Such coincidences of fate are truly remarkable. At this moment, Tobirama was carrying Tsunade, who was pretending to pass by while actually hoping for a meal. Upon arrival, they overheard Kagura muttering, "If only Orochimaru were here." Tobirama, looking bewildered, inquired, "Who is Orochimaru?" Kagura shook her head, pondering how to explain. "Well, how should I put it? He is either your disciple or perhaps a fan." She thought the word also would be more appropriate than still. A fan. Tobirama chose to ignore the mention of a disciple, fixating instead on the term fan. "What kind of fan? Garlic vermicelli, duck blood vermicelli, beef vermicelli?" Observing his perplexed expression, Kagura felt a twinge of sympathy, knowing that decades later, after his soul had departed for the afterlife, he would be repeatedly reincarnated by this fan. What a pitiful fellow. Chapter 25. Resuming old pursuits in drawing comics. Although Area appeared to be quite disorganized, he proved to be a reliable learner when it came to studying. He possessed a sharp intellect and was adept at drawing inferences. For instance, if taught garlic lettuce, he would effortlessly whip up garlic bok choy or garlic water spinach. If instructed on braised pork ribs, he could replicate the dish with variations, such as braised meat or braised fish. Working alongside intelligent individuals is a breeze, and teaching them to cook is equally gratifying. Chinese cuisine now boasted 2 chefs, significantly enhancing the speed of food preparation, which alleviated some of Kagura's burdens. However, the time required for her to truly retire and sit at the cash register still loomed ahead. After all, there remained much to teach, and she intended for Area to take on apprentices once he completed his training. She had had her fill of being the head chef. That summer was spent bustling about in the kitchen and mentoring apprentices, and the restaurant gradually found its rhythm. In the real world, Kagura was a conventional office worker, adhering to routine, but her experiences in this alternate life had transformed her. Having faced death once, she now embraced a liberated perspective, believing that one should pursue what they love, especially since there were no mortgage concerns here. Whether it was divining fortunes or establishing an explosive talisman factory, or even venturing into Chinese cuisine, the ultimate goal remained singular: to earn money. She realized that in any realm, having wealth alleviated anxiety. Now, with financial security, she no longer feared falling into poverty or being drained by those around her. Hence, she began to ponder engaging in other intriguing endeavors. For instance, She contemplated resuming her comic drawing hobby. In the past, she had illustrated stories featuring Hashirama and Mito, Hashirama and Madara, Tobirama and Izuna, Jiraiya and Tsunade, Kakashi and Obito and Rin, Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto and Gaara, Conan and Yahiko, and had garnered a solid reputation in the community. Now that she had truly crossed into this world, while others succumbed to their desires, she was fueled by the urge to create art. As a person with eclectic tastes, she relished all combinations. With capable Araya and a team of newly hired employees at the restaurant, Kagura seized the opportunity to oversee the explosive talisman factory while sneaking off to the riverbank to draw comics. With the mindset that her favorite couples should be showcased to the entire village, she immersed herself in her artistic endeavors, initially setting aside more controversial pairings. She opted to illustrate universally accepted and intriguing tales, such as the love story between Hashirama and Mito. Truth be told, the original narrative had not mentioned their romance. Considering the tumultuous times of clan warfare, it seemed unrealistic for Hashirama to engage in sweet romance. One resided in the land of fire, while the other hailed from the land of whirlpools, separated by the sea, making their relationship akin to a long-distance romance. Daily meetings were unlikely, and interactions were presumably minimal. Furthermore, Hashirama had not yet mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to mark Mito and teleport to her side instantly. This is precisely why many insisted on pairing Hashirama with Madara, as their time spent together likely far exceeded that of Hashirama and Mito. Their eventual marriage was likely motivated by political considerations, rendering the notion of love somewhat extravagant. Kagura recalled asking Koharu about the first Hokage and his wife, but Koharu could not recall any romantic anecdotes. She then turned to Tamaki, who, after much contemplation, could only stammer a few words about their relationship. It just happened naturally. They met a few times and inexplicably married. But they seem well suited for each other, don't they? The glimmer in her eyes suggested she was undoubtedly a fan of the first couple. Unable to gather insights from the two women, Kagura decided to approach a relative, Tobirama, who was indeed family. However, upon her inquiry, Tobirama's demeanor changed, and he regarded her with suspicion, asking, "Why do you care about this? Do you have feelings for my elder brother?" A sense of unease washed over him. Despite his elder brother's lack of redeeming qualities, limited intellect, a penchant for gambling, and a disposition resembling that of a simpleton, he was still the village leader, the founder of their home, and a pivotal figure in the peace treaty among the 5 great nations, guiding the shinobi world toward harmony. Moreover, he bore the title of the god of shinobi, which alone was imposing. Women tend to be drawn to such lofty titles, he mused. Convinced that Kagura harbored feelings for Hashirama, Tobirama felt a pang of discomfort. Sourer than vinegar. Feelings? He muttered. Indeed. Kagura nodded emphatically. Not only do I have thoughts about your elder brother, but I also have thoughts about you. Tobirama stood frozen in shock. Seeing his bewildered expression, Kagura mentally shook her head, deciding it best not to reveal her intention to draw comics featuring him and Izuna. Given her understanding of Tobirama's aversion to the Uchiha clan, voicing such ideas might invite trouble, and she preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. So, will you tell me or not? Tobirama remained engrossed in her earlier statement about having feelings for him, his expression a mixture of joy and concern. He stammered, "It's not that I wouldn't share. But my elder brother, he is already married. Please don't do anything strange. I might have to imprison you." "What are you talking about?" Kagura replied, perplexed. Why did he always threaten her with imprisonment? It felt as if they were speaking entirely different languages, as if they were worlds apart. "Why are you so worked up?" "I merely inquired about the first Hokage's love story. Why are you reacting this way?" Tobirama was at a loss for words. "Will you tell me or not? If not, forget it." "Fine." Kagura pulled her chair closer, reminiscent of her childhood when listening to her grandmother's stories. Tobirama eyed her skeptically before recounting the romance between Hashirama and Mito. Upon hearing the tale, Kagura sighed, finding it aligned with her expectations, lacking romantic gestures, but rich in mutual respect and understanding. Stories of heroic beauty abound, and theirs was no exception. Mito was not only beautiful, but also a formidable ally, utilizing the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to assist Hashirama in many endeavors. Her role transcended that of merely being Hashirama's wife. She was his partner and comrade in battle. Their love blossomed from shared admiration, deepened by mutual respect, evolving even into a love that flourished after marriage. Such a balanced love story was captivating. It was time to start drawing. With the answers she sought, Kagura joyfully dashed away, leaving Tobirama alone in the office, disheveled and bewildered. Did she just imply that she has feelings for me? Tobirama mused. Shouldn't I be pleased about this? The perennial bachelor could only feel his usually sharp mind turn to mush, akin to paste meant for walling. Yet, she seemed more intrigued by his elder brother's romantic escapades than inquiring about his own experiences, which left him feeling somewhat resentful. Frowning, Tobirama sat with his arms crossed. For the first time, he found himself feeling envious of his elder brother, a sentiment he had only experienced in relation to someone long deceased. At that time, Hashirama spent every day in the company of Madara, seeking his opinion on every matter, big or small, even placing his own twin brother behind in the queue for attention. The feeling was akin to a sourness greater than that of jealousy. How detestable, Uchiha Madara. Chapter 26. I am a simple dog, and I love to watch after approximately half a month of diligent work on a moonless and windy night. Kagura completed her first major work since her arrival in this world, titled The Overbearing Village Chief's Initial Love Story. Note, featuring the camaraderie of the Battlefield Rose class. Gazing at her labor of love, Kagura felt immense satisfaction, planning to print 1,000 copies the next day to display prominently in the Konoha bookstore. True couples are indeed more delightful to ship, and I want everyone to indulge in it thoroughly. 2 days later, Kagura's book was indeed placed in the most conspicuous spot of the Konoha bookstore. The cover, depicting the first-generation princess cradling her spouse, was undeniably captivating. Not to mention the rather intriguing title. Gossip is human nature. Who wouldn't want to delve into the romantic tale of the village chief and his wife? Even with the name changed, keen observers could easily discern the characters depicted. Thus, within a few days, a significant portion of the copies was sold. As people approached it with a gossipy mindset, only to discover genuine sweetness within the love story. Scenes unfolded of them standing on the cliff, overlooking the entire village under the bright sun, where Hashirama tenderly told Mito, "My dear, do you see? This is the land I have built for you." There were moments of capturing tailed beasts, presenting them to his wife for sealing, saying, "You adore little creatures, don't you? I've sealed them all for you as pets." During a storm at sea, as the deck flooded, Mito declared to Hashirama, "If you jump, I will jump." All of these were mere embellishments by Kagura, a whimsical concoction of exaggerations and artistic flourishes, yet the public found it utterly delightful. While they might scoff at the idea that the first generation could utter such words, they secretly reveled in the tale. Not to mention, the book contained several risque illustrations, such as the couple's intimate moments from the perspective of the Nine Tails and humorous exchanges about having one's lifelong friend tattooed on their chest, merely lusting after their body in playfulness. It was indeed sensational. The participation of a former clan leader in this gossip, it would be unreasonable not to purchase a copy. And soon, the gossip enthusiasts of the Uchiha clan joined the throng of buyers. The book quickly sold out, and before its disappearance, both Mito and Hashirama secretly bought a copy to see what had been illustrated. How could they so frivolously depict the village chief? Mito frowned as she opened the book, initially intending to confront Kagura after reading it. Yet, an hour later, she found herself wandering in her bedroom, rummaging through drawers, muttering to herself. Where could it be hidden? Such explicit material was for her eyes only. Should it be discovered, she would be so embarrassed she'd dig a hole and escape from Konoha under the cover of night. Given her public persona of being exceptionally composed and dignified, the illustrations were exquisite, worthy of occasional revisits. And some of the scenarios might even be worth trying out next time. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Mito's cheeks flushed. How ridiculous. It was merely a book, yet it felt as if she had returned to the throes of romance. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Hashirama also felt his face redden, reminiscing about the moments shared with Mito. Although the protagonists were inspired by their relationship, the content bore little resemblance to their actual love story. Alas, the artist's style was so captivating, depicting Mito with alluring charm, especially during their wedding night. Coughing to clear his thoughts before his nose bled, Hashirama quickly closed the book. He would hide it away, only to revisit it during moments of nostalgia. Both of them were individuals who verbally expressed disdain while being sincere in their affections. Consequently, in their home, in different locations, they each concealed identical copies of the book, revered as a delightful read for simple folk, which they also enjoyed. However, They completely forgot the initial intent behind purchasing the book and the fact that it had been bought by many gossip enthusiasts in the village. At Kagura's home, Tobirama stormed in, exuding an aura of ferocity. What is this? Kagura, puzzled, realized she had not informed Tobirama of her move after earning some money. How had he found her so quickly, appearing instantaneously without even using the front door? With a loud thud, the book The Overbearing Village Chief's Initial Love Story was thrown in front of Kagura, who was in the midst of contemplating her next project. Torn between illustrating Tobirama and Izuna or Hashirama and Madara, uncertain if this rival friendship pairing would gain popularity in this world. Hey, what is this? What is going on? It's my creation, Kagura confidently admitted, flipping through the book with a smile. What do you think? I made it more artistic based on the story you gave me. I originally intended to make it a bit more risque, but I thought children might buy it, so I kept it rather restrained. I'm considering titling the next 1'18", so I won't have to worry. Tobirama felt a throbbing in his temples. This woman was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He extended a hand, pressing it against the wall, leaning in closer, exuding an intimidating presence. His handsome face loomed near Kagura, effectively pinning her against the wall. They were close enough that she could count the lashes on his eyelids. Her heart raced inexplicably, and Kagura held her breath, momentarily bewildered by the situation. Being pinned against the wall was a first, somewhat romantic, yet overshadowed by surprise and a hint of discomfort. The atmosphere felt off, perhaps due to the fury reflected in Tobirama's eyes. Hey, what is wrong with you? Kagura found herself frozen, speaking cautiously, fearful that a misstep could escalate the situation. What is wrong with me? Tobirama's voice remained melodious, though colder due to his irritation. When did you see my brother's body? What are you talking about? Kagura exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Stop denying it. Are you insane? When did I ever see it? This is evidence. Tobirama picked up the now sold-out book, his expression serious, as if to say, I have proof. Let us see how long you can keep lying. You depicted him wearing so little. You must have seen it to draw this. In that moment, Kagura found herself at a loss for words, struggling to explain how one could depict a body without having seen it. Humans are categorized into men and women, and aside from minor differences, one can draw general conclusions based on individual characteristics. Would he even understand such reasoning? Unable to suppress a laugh, she found the situation amusing. Her laughter rendered Tobirama speechless. He had anticipated her defensiveness. No, her explanation, but instead, she laughed. Do you truly think? Stop right there. Kagura interrupted, pushing him away. I studied fine arts in college. In one of my classes, we specifically focused on drawing the human form, and the school hired models for us to draw, nude models. It was as though a bolt of lightning struck, rendering Tobirama utterly flabbergasted. He stared at Kagura in disbelief, as if she were an alien. The human body is largely uniform. In other words, most individuals share similar organs. Therefore, I can depict your elder brother without needing to see him, utilizing my prior knowledge without any fuss. Tobirama, still reeling from the shock of the anatomy lesson, gazed at Kagura with confusion and bewilderment, as if he did not recognize her. Is there anything else I should know about you? He inquired. Kagura chuckled, her lively eyes glinting as she pondered for a moment before softly replying. Perhaps there is much more. It said that a woman shrouded in mystery is more alluring? Consider me that type of woman. A mysterious woman, indeed, Tobirama thought, pursing his lips in silence. You've read this volume, haven't you? Kagura leaned against the window, gesturing towards Tobirama. I have, he replied. Was it enjoyable? She pressed further. I suppose it was somewhat appealing. Tobirama squinted, attempting to recall the earlier content. Although the plot was a bit absurd, the sweet romance could be deemed enjoyable. However, once the narrative reached the part where Hashirama emerged from the hot springs, he could no longer continue. His mind consumed with thoughts of Kagura having seen his elder brother's body. How about I draw you in the next one? Kagura suggested, momentarily leaving Tobirama speechless. The autumn sunlight streamed through the open window, illuminating Kagura's face as she smiled at herself, her eyes crescent-shaped and beautiful. He found himself momentarily entranced. All right, he nodded instinctively, his mind momentarily blank. Thus, half a month later, a new volume titled The Song of Water and Fire, the love and conflict between the master of forbidden techniques and the kaleidoscope Sharingan swiftly ascended to the top of the sales chart, supplanting the works of Hashirama and Mito. Driven by curiosity, many rushed to purchase it, only to discover the romantic entanglements between Tobirama and Izuna, portrayed as two brothers in love and conflict. Naturally, the names had been altered to Tobirama and Izuna, making it obvious who they referred to. No wonder Lord Izuna met his demise at Lord Tobirama's hands. It was all because of this. A certain young woman closed the volume, tears streaming down her face. So, Lord Izuna willingly faced death, consenting to be slain by the one he cherished, right? I believe that's the case. She was utterly captivated. Tobirama, that's nonsense. I killed him with my own capabilities, and by the way, I like women. Izuna, I merely fell victim to misinformation. Had I seen him before? My kaleidoscope Sharingan wouldn't have been severed so easily. Besides, I also like women. Onlookers. I don't care, I adore this couple. In the office, Hashirama was again in tears, holding the volume as he asked Tobirama, "Is this your reason for remaining unmarried?" Izuna has been gone for years. It left him utterly speechless. With one hand on his forehead, Tobirama often felt unable to converse with his elder brother due to his own lack of intelligence. Yet, at the heart of it all was that detestable woman. Tobirama visited Kagura once more, genuinely curious to pry open her mind and uncover how she could conceive such terrifying and chaotic narratives. "You've tarnished my reputation again. I've said it's artistic processing, Kagura exclaimed. "Then why is your elder brother portrayed as a handsome man emerging from the bath, while I am depicted in a love-hate relationship with the wicked Uchiha Izuna? How should she explain this to him?" Kagura pondered, troubled. As many in the real world were shipping their couple, time seemed to freeze for half a century, and just as Kagura believed Tobirama was about to explode with anger, he suddenly spoke. "Deal. Huh." Chapter 27. The absurd and the unhappy. After producing several masterpieces, having exhausted all usable plots, Kagura found herself unable to create anything new. As she wrapped dumplings in the kitchen, she sighed. Indeed, being cooped up in the same place all day could stifle creative inspiration, which was likely why Jiraiya often traveled, collecting information about the Akatsuki and searching for the prophesied child, primarily to ignite inspiration and gather creative material. "Perhaps I should go out for a stroll?" she mused, tightening the dumpling skin. Consequently, upon seeing Hashirama leave the village for the casino, Kagura, disguised as a man, decided to follow him. Feeling conflicted, Hashirama thought it inappropriate to bring her along. "This isn't right. If Tobirama finds out I took you to gamble, he'll surely strangle me. Come on. A kunai wouldn't even pierce you. What's there to fear from him?" "Ah, you're right." Realizing this, the two happily left the village. By the time Tobirama found out, they had already lost track of time in a game hall in a neighboring village. Kagura was not particularly skilled at games, but found herself enjoying even Snake due to the overwhelming boredom in the ninja world. Hashirama, however, preferred playing dice and guessing the outcomes. Whether due to his bad luck or the opponent's deceit, Hashirama always ended up losing, yet his enthusiasm only grew with each defeat. Kagura thought perhaps Tsunade, known as the infamous Big Loser, had inherited some sort of cursed lineage. This knack for always losing could be considered a bloodline limit, and she had inherited it perfectly. "Surely, I must win at least once. Is it truly possible to lose every time? If no one is cheating, shouldn't the odds be 50-50? How does one manage to lose consistently?" Hashirama lamented, tears streaming as he gazed at his empty wallet, having squandered all the money he had borrowed from Tobirama. Kagura facepalmed, bemused by his persistent gambling despite his lack of skill. What kind of charitable spirit is this? Well, it's somewhat akin to how ordinary people buy lottery tickets, knowing they win even the price of a soy sauce bottle, yet they keep buying. Sitting at the entrance of the game hall, Hashirama felt despondent. Kagura sighed. The god of ninjas was indeed different from her expectations. Not only had Hashirama lost all his money, but he had also depleted the funds borrowed from her. She stuffed her empty wallet into her bag, gazing up at the sky in exasperation, feeling as though she were accompanying Jiraiya on his travels. "Without money, we cannot journey far. Now, here we are, two impoverished souls sitting at the game hall entrance. Perhaps we should return to the village?" Kagura suggested. Hashirama shook his head. "I need to wander for a few more days. If I return so soon after losing everything, Tobirama will kill me. We can't just sit here forever." Not far off, a vendor was selling steamed buns, the aroma wafting through the air, making Kagura's stomach growl. "I'm starving. I'm fine." Kagura sighed, realizing that gambling enthusiasts were often unreliable. With no money to continue playing and unwilling to return to the village, they found themselves at a loss for where to go. Since we have nowhere to go, we might as well seek out Madara. After all, if we're just idling, we might as well do something worthwhile. Wouldn't it be a waste to traverse time without meeting Uchiha Madara? Lord, first, shall we visit the grass village? What for? Just to find a friend. With someone accompanying her, Kagura no longer feared getting lost. Unlike her previous solitary venture, this time she had a bodyguard and navigator. The journey from their village to the grass village took a leisurely 2 days. On the second day, before a secluded little house in the grass village, Kagura and Hashirama encountered Uchiha Madara, who at that time was still living above ground, leading a normal life like any other villager. The abode of Uchiha Madara stands in splendid isolation, distanced from the villages, nestled within a grove of trees. Perhaps it is due to his resounding notoriety and the multitude who recognize him that residing in such a secluded spot serves to better conceal his identity. When Hashirama encounters Madara, neither had anticipated this meeting. At that moment, Madara was laboriously uprooting vegetables from the parched earth outside his dwelling, the land having dried up from a prolonged absence of rain, making the task arduous. After exerting considerable effort, he managed to extract a few small greens. But upon inspecting his meager yield, he realized it was insufficient for a meal and resolved to pull up a few more. As he endeavored to uproot another plant, it clung stubbornly to the soil as if it had grown claws, resisting his efforts fiercely. Madara intensified his grip, but an unexpected surge of force caused the vegetable to snap at its stem. The abruptness of the incident sent him tumbling backward onto the ground. Look at that person over there, tripping while pulling up a vegetable. Ha ha. Hashirama chuckled, but suddenly, his laughter faltered as he recognized the figure before him, his dear friend. Even if he were alone, the sight of Madara's clumsiness would evoke a tinge of embarrassment. Madara reassured himself. It's fine, no one saw. Yet, the greater embarrassment struck when he inadvertently glanced up and encountered Hashirama's astonished expression, his mouth agape, as if his jaw might detach from shock. Madara stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation until Hashirama exclaimed, You, aren't you supposed to be dead? With rapid strides, Hashirama approached, grasping Madara's arm. Oh my heavens! This is an absolute social disaster. Madara appeared slightly thinner than when they last met at the Valley of the End, and Hashirama mused that a vegetarian diet indeed seems to be an effective means of weight loss, unlike his own fondness for meat, which rendered him rather robust. He glanced down, feeling a slight twinge of discomfort, excluding certain areas. Madara, flustered, quickly extricated himself from Hashirama's hold and got to his feet. His demeanor was awkward, a faint blush creeping onto his pale cheeks, and with gritted teeth, he admonished, You better erase the image you just witnessed from your memory, or I shall ensure you forget it by force. Hashirama paused, his face breaking into a grin. I was almost forgetting until you reminded me. What? Do you want to be hit? Madara retorted, and Hashirama waved dismissively. Not at all. It's been over a year since we last met, Madara. You've become quite fierce. By the way, if you didn't die, why haven't you returned to the village? I've spent my days mourning you and regretting my actions, to the point where I barely visit the gambling den anymore. By the vegetable patch. Kagura couldn't help but scoff, thinking to herself, I believe you about as much as I believe a ghost. Oh, returning to the village just so you can kill me again? Madara's thoughts raced back to the past, contemplating how he had escaped from his coffin by using a substitute, believing he had concocted a flawless plan. Yet, this simple-minded fellow had managed to track him down. Observing the surroundings, Madara wondered if this place was not sufficiently concealed. Madara, why are you silent? Are you still angry? Just take a moment to consider, if our roles were reversed, and I were to confront you with a tailed beast and threaten to destroy the village, what would you do? Madara remained silent. He had never contemplated such a scenario. However, from the onset, he had never intended to take Hashirama's life. He merely wished to defeat him, to gain his acknowledgement of the path to peace he had discovered. Yet, he chose not to voice these thoughts to Hashirama, for he had changed, adopting a treacherous demeanor. In that moment, the two men locked eyes, neither uttering a word. Logically, after their previous fierce battle, their friendship should have been thoroughly severed. Yet, seeing Madara alive brought an inexplicable comfort to Hashirama. As tears welled in Hashirama's eyes, Madara frowned in disdain and shouted, Don't cry. His sharp tone momentarily dampened Hashirama's spirits, though he did not weep. His mood sank nonetheless. Why do you still act like a child? Madara sighed, his grip tightening on the small greens in his hand, crushing the leaves in frustration. Did you think I was going to cry? Hashirama lifted his head, a mischievous smile playing across his face. I was just teasing you. Kagura stood by the vegetable patch, observing the two men with a mix of confusion and amusement, unsure of how to process the scene before her. This is what they call the joyful folly of middle-aged men, she mused. Hashirama, with his straightforward nature, accepted Madara's survival without dwelling on the complexities. Realizing that perhaps Madara's jutsu had allowed him to survive Hashirama's fatal attack, at least he had the chance to reunite with his dear friend. In Madara's presence, Hashirama resembled a child who had yet to mature. Had it not been for Kagura's presence, he might have leaped with joy. One man beamed with delight, while the other wore a frown of discontent, yet his gaze remained fixed on Hashirama, a juxtaposition of innocence and dissatisfaction. Chapter 28. The disdainful yet honest Uchiha Madara's dwelling was modest, barely accommodating a bed and a table, cluttered with various items, leaving little room to breathe. One could hardly call it comfortable. Hashirama surveyed the surroundings, visibly displeased. This is far too crude for habitation. How could anyone live here? While he enjoyed a comfortable life in Konoha, his dear friend Madara had been reduced to such squalor. The mere thought distressed Hashirama, prompting him to turn to Madara, whose expression remained stoic, and he felt a pang of sorrow. Don't cry, Madara bellowed once more. Who asked for your pity? Madara, return to the village with me. The Uchiha clan will rejoice at the news of your survival. After all, they have been eagerly purchasing the illustrated volumes featuring our friendship, which shows how deeply they care for you. Will the clan truly be happy? They abandoned me to embrace the village. How could they rejoice at the survival of someone who once sought to destroy it? Just then, he recalled the illustrated volumes. Illustrated volumes? Madara furrowed his brow, puzzled. When had he ever appeared in such things? I drew them. Kagura volunteered, raising her hand. Should she divulge that in her illustrations Madara was depicted as a jealous and temperamental figure? Perhaps it was best to keep that to herself, as her long hours of drawing had left her with a sore neck and back, so she refrained from elaborating. Only then did Madara notice Kagura, despite her masculine attire. It was evident she was a woman. He exchanged incredulous glances with Hashirama, as if to say, in just over a year, you've gone astray. Are you having an affair? Kagura and Hashirama exchanged bewildered looks, utterly perplexed. Well, sometimes, a person's thought process need not be so convoluted, Kagura chuckled awkwardly. Ah, you misunderstand. This is Tobirama's beloved, who coincidentally left the village with me. The mere mention of Tobirama's name sent a wave of hostility through Madara. The sound of it ignited a spark of fury, and he swiftly shot a glare at Kagura, who might as well have been a hedgehog had his gaze been a blade. I did not. Don't say such things. Cowering at the door, Kagura broke into a cold sweat, but then recalled her immortality, which imbued her with newfound courage. Why should she fear him? Standing tall and defiant, she adopted a posture of indifference. You have been living in such a place for over a year? As Hashirama surveyed the surroundings once more, he felt a sense of confinement in such a cramped space that even his long legs struggled to stretch. How was Madara able to endure this? What does it matter how long I stay? Madara retorted. Are you here simply to avoid me? You ask too many questions, Madara replied, standing opposite Hashirama with his arms crossed, chin raised, exuding an aura that seemed to elevate him 6 meters above his shorter companion, despite the fact that he was 61 centimeters shorter. I'm just showing concern, Hashirama shrugged, his gaze inadvertently landing on the few small vegetables in Madara's hand. After traveling with Kagura for the past couple of days, they had encountered few people and had only foraged some wild fruits to stave off hunger. Now confronted with the sight of fresh greens, his hunger surged, and his stomach audibly protested. Embarrassed, Hashirama glanced at Madara, only to find his brows knitting tighter. No way. The impact of his hunger hit him again. It had been 2 or 3 days since he had eaten a proper meal, and his stomach ached. His expectations were modest. All he desired was some cooked greens. He didn't even dare to hope for rice or miso soup, let alone the meats of wild boar or hare. His eyes kept drifting to the game meat hanging on the wall, yet he feigned ignorance, continuing to murmur in despondency. I just want a simple meal. Oh no. Just some vegetables. I don't know about other people as friends, but why must mine be so heartless? Can't they see I'm on the verge of starving? Madara's furrowed brow was becoming increasingly knotted, his eyes twitching involuntarily as he could no longer tolerate Hashirama's incessant complaints. Shut up. Instantly silenced. Hashirama gazed at Madara with a forlorn expression, reminiscent of a small dog fearful of being abandoned by its master. This sight reminded Madara of a dog he once owned, which perished during a battle against the Yuhi clan. With a sigh of resignation, Madara's demeanor softened, and he found himself unable to maintain his usual cold indifference in the face of Hashirama. Since childhood, he had been unable to resist Hashirama's charm, perhaps knowing that his own heart was too tender to be harsh. As the tension dissipated, Madara reverted to being the familiar friend Hashirama cherished. The latter smiled brightly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Noticing that the greens in his hand had been crushed beyond recognition, Madara sighed and made his way to the vegetable garden. Passing by the doorway, he involuntarily glanced at Kagura, his expression starkly different from the one he held for Hashirama, almost akin to that of a rival. This oppressive aura sent a shiver down Kagura's spine, making her reflect on whether this was the murderous intent of the shinobi world. Compared to Madara, the earlier pressure she felt from Tobirama was trivial. Madara opened his mouth, ready to utter some cutting remark, but decided against it. Venting his anger was not in his nature. He turned away from Kagura and continued toward the garden, pausing to instruct her. How can you expect to eat if you just stand there? Go steam some rice. He was bossing her around. What kind of hospitality was that? Kagura lamented internally. Assuming we're even considered guests, she thought. And what about him? She pointed at Hashirama, who was resting inside. Why doesn't he have to work? Me? Hashirama pointed to himself. Madara usually does these things when we go on missions together. I can't. Ugh, you're useless. Kagura thought to herself as she observed Hashirama's general inability to fend for himself outside of battle. He had always relied on family or his wife after marriage. He never had to learn these skills. Yet, not wanting to engage in further debate with Kagura, Hashirama ignored her grievances and headed to the garden. The three of them would definitely require more vegetables than he would alone. Madara reminded himself to control his strength this time, not wanting Hashirama to ridicule him again. The vegetable patch in front of their home was something Madara had cultivated after escaping from Konoha. What had once been a thicket of weeds had flourished under his care over the past year, yielding a bounty sufficient to sate their hunger. He gathered bok choy, winter melon, cabbage, and spinach, all seasonal vegetables, and decided to take a few potatoes that had been harvested in summer and stored in a basket by the wall. After discarding the spoiled leaves and roots, he contemplated how to prepare the vegetables. Cooking for himself was simple. He would boil them in water. However, preparing a meal for Hashirama, with his more discerning palate, required more thought. Perhaps he could blanch the spinach and then stir-fry it, sauté the bok choy, shred the cabbage and serve it raw with soy sauce, simmer the winter melon with some water and miso for soup, and simply steam the potatoes alongside the rice. Madara was pleased with his plan and decided to start by throwing the potatoes into the steamer. As he lifted the lid, he reached for a few potatoes, but Kagura, who was tending the fire, swiftly grabbed his wrist. What are you doing? Looking at her hand on his wrist, Madara frowned and replied, steaming potatoes. Kagura was taken aback. Steaming potatoes is fine, but it just feels a bit odd. I want spicy and sour shredded potatoes, she insisted. Unbeknownst to them, Hashirama had already arrived at the doorway, squatting there and observing the two. Madara raised an eyebrow and retorted, what is spicy and sour shredded potatoes? I can't make it. If you want it, then don't eat. I can, she declared, pointing her finger. Madara followed her gaze and saw Kagura's expression, which was somewhere between incredulous and questioning. She has the reputation of a culinary genius in Konoha, capable of making various delicious dishes. Trust me, after you taste her cooking, you will love it, he said, shifting his focus back to her, his hands clasped together like a cat begging for fish. I entrust this meal to you, Kagura-san. A bead of sweat trickled down the side of her forehead. Chapter 29. Let's play Dojiju. 3 people is just right. Hashirama was whisked away by Madara, leaving Kagura to handle the preparations. She busied herself chopping vegetables, blanching greens, and preparing to stir-fry while Hashirama and Madara sat side by side on small stools by a tiny table, sipping tea. The slightly damp tea leaves affected the flavor. Yet it was a minor issue. The exhaustion from their travels dissipated after finishing a pot of tea. Kagura, hands on her hips, pondered how to make the dishes appealing. The spinach could be served cold, the cabbage could be hand-torn, the bok choy sautéed with garlic would be delightful, and the potatoes could be prepared as spicy and sour shredded potatoes, all tailored to Hashirama's taste. As for the winter melon, Madara, what's wrong? That? Which? Out of the corner of his eye, Madara noticed Hashirama pointing at the game meat hanging on the wall, cured wild boar and rabbit. Such a glutton. Just because you're not against it doesn't mean it's acceptable. Fearing Madara would change his mind, Hashirama swiftly darted to the wall, retrieved the meats, and presented them to Kagura with eager anticipation. This I want to eat. Kagura looked at Hashirama with disdain. The god of ninjas was not quite what she had envisioned. Despite his serious demeanor and immense charisma, he appeared almost foolish when with his childhood friend. It seemed Tobirama's disdain for Uchiha Madara was not without reason. Tobirama nodded. Exactly. That evil Uchiha has corrupted my brother. Over the past year, Madara had lived a minimalist life, unconcerned with flavor, merely aiming to avoid starvation. However, after tasting Kagura's cooking, just one bite transformed his perspective. The flavors were unlike anything he had ever experienced, delicious to the point of disbelief. The same vegetables he had prepared himself tasted bland in comparison to the vibrant dishes Kagura crafted, always adhering to the principle of eating just enough to survive. Ban felt as though he had not eaten for over 10 days. For the first time in his life, he found himself consuming more than Hashirama. He discovered that potatoes had various culinary applications beyond merely being diced for miso soup or steamed whole. After setting down his bowl and swallowing the last morsel of rice, Ban discreetly cast a glance at Hashirama, perplexed at how, after just over a year away, the village had developed so rapidly that even the meals had transformed. Naturally, no one answered him, as Hashirama was engrossed in his meal, savoring the delightful winter melon soup with rice. The richness of the meat harmoniously blended with the sweetness of the winter melon, which alleviated the greasiness of the meat while the savory essence infused the bland melon chunks, creating a delightful pairing. As the meal concluded, the sun began its descent. In the woodland, as twilight approached, the temperature dropped. Ban observed Hashirama and Kagura lost in contemplation. Sending them away was not an option, yet residing in this cramped abode, where turning around felt cumbersome, left him in a quandary. I wouldn't mind sharing a bed with you. Hashirama, understanding Ban's unspoken thoughts, promptly declared, resolutely refusing to let his dear friend feel uncomfortable. I would mind. Ban vividly recalled their first mission together, spending a night under the stars. They had inadvertently slept too closely, resulting in Hashirama's dreadful sleeping habits waking him with a kick in the middle of the night. Had he been facing Hashirama, he feared he might have been subjected to an even harsher awakening. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Ban reflected, "You seem to be growing increasingly distant, despite my unwavering belief that you are my best friend." TSK. Shut up, Ban retorted, gesturing towards Kagura. Where will she stay? I only have this one room. Only then did Hashirama consider this predicament. The thought of two men and a woman sharing the same room felt uncomfortable, even if neither of them harbored any inappropriate intentions. How about we sleep outside, like during our missions, under a big tree? It appeared that neither of them was particularly keen on that idea. What then? We could draw lots or play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets the room. How about that? Hashirama, ever enthusiastic about games of chance, suggested. Ban, lacking a better solution, turned to Kagura, as if inquiring, do you think that's feasible? Finally, remembering to consider her opinion, the two men elicited a silent exasperation from Kagura, who maintained a smile while internally cursing them. How about, first Hokage, you construct a house like you did for the explosive tag factory. That way, we wouldn't have to sleep outside. Ban turned to Hashirama, astonished at the thought of him having learned such skills in his absence. With Kagura's reminder, Hashirama suddenly recalled the ability to construct houses, a practical skill he had almost forgotten. As darkness enveloped the outside, Hashirama stepped outside, navigating uneven ground until he found a relatively flat area. After forming hand seals, he forcefully struck the ground, and with a sound akin to cracking earth, a robust tree trunk emerged from below, growing upward and morphing in shape. When the dust settled, a spacious two-story wooden house stood erected. Ban was left astounded. Could wood release be utilized in such a manner? Hashirama, bouncing over to Ban with a proud expression, seemed to convey, "See, I'm quite impressive, aren't I? My friend." Humph, Ban scoffed, deliberately feigning indifference. If he expressed admiration, Hashirama's pride would surely soar to the heavens. Won't you praise me? I've gained new skills. Kagura, feeling slightly awkward, perceived herself as a glaring third wheel, a rather overpowering light bulb. Yet, watching the two interact so freely made her feel like an invisible presence, entirely unnoticed. In the presence of Ban, Hashirama felt at ease to be playful and genuine, perhaps due to their lifelong friendship. Kagura reminisced about her own childhood friend, suddenly yearning for that authentic world. The hour was still early, far from bedtime. The three lit a lamp and settled in the house Hashirama had built, the space devoid of furniture, forcing them to sit on the floor. If Hashirama was a chatterbox around Ban, then Ban was as mute as a fish, responding only occasionally while embracing his arms, eyes shut, leaning against the wall in quietude, seemingly oblivious to Hashirama's words. Save for the occasional upward curl of his lips revealing his true self. People always find the most suitable ways to interact. It matters not if outsiders cannot comprehend, for they understand themselves. However, incessant talking eventually tires one out, leading Hashirama to propose a game to combat the boredom. How about playing dice? Guessing high or low? Let us see who has the best guess. He glanced at Ban, who remained still, and then at Kagura, who frowned and remained silent. Not a fan. Then let us switch it up. There are many games, but few are easy to grasp. Hashirama pondered aloud. How about Ludo? Mahjong? No, we need one more for Mahjong. Perhaps I could create a shadow clone? Having just learned the shadow clone technique from Tobirama, he considered using a clone for the game, but worried they might think he was cheating. Shaking his head, Hashirama dismissed the idea. No, let us choose another. How about Dodiju? 3 players are perfect for that. Kagura proposed suddenly. Yes, we'll play Dodiju. Hashirama eagerly agreed, thrilled by Kagura's enthusiastic cooperation. 2 against 1. Ban finally opened his eyes to address Hashirama, asking, Do you know how to play Dodiju? The sudden silence was palpable as both pairs of eyes fixed on Hashirama, placing the pressure squarely on him. The self-proclaimed best gambler in Konoha was facing his first setback. After feigning confidence for a few minutes, he turned to Kagura for help. How do you play Dodiju? Sighing, Kagura instructed, First Hokage. Take out the deck of cards sealed in your scroll, and I will teach you. Right away, he hastily rummaged through the scroll, moving faster than a rabbit. With the cards in hand, Hashirama coaxed Kagura to bring out her bag of sunflower seeds as stakes. Kagura was at a loss for words. This gambling fiend even coveted her sunflower seeds. Each of the 3 took a handful of seeds. Habituated to losing, Hashirama seized the opportunity to sneak a few extra seeds into his pile, while Kagura marked one of the cards representing the landlord. His demeanor was so casual that it was as if he were not committing any wrongdoing, prompting Ban to roll his eyes. Isn't that childish? Do you see this card? The one who picks it becomes the landlord. The landlord is on their own team, while the others who don't get it are farmers. Is that clear? Clear. Now, tell us the rules. First Hokage, you seem a bit too excited, Kagura teased, noting that he had only gambled a couple of days prior. Continuing with the rules, she explained that Dodiju's mechanics were similar to others. As long as one understood the concept of bombs, wild cards, 3 with 1, 3 with 2, airplanes, and straights, they would manage just fine. Besides, they were all intelligent individuals, and a few rounds would surely clarify everything. Whoever invented this game is a genius. It's even more interesting than rolling dice. While playing cards, Hashirama was excitedly chattering away, reveling in the unpredictability of not knowing who he would be teamed up with. The game was full of variables. Even with a good hand, a well-played combination could leave the most confident players in despair. After one particularly disheartening game where he ended up with no cards to play, Hashirama became a devoted fan of Dodiju. Unfortunately, his luck was short-lived. Once Madara grasped the nuances of the game, Hashirama found himself at a disadvantage, losing consistently whether he was the landlord or a farmer, leading to a chorus of complaints from anyone who teamed up with him. Even when he surreptitiously added a stash of sunflower seeds to his original pile, he ended up with nothing left. In stark contrast, Madara was effortlessly snacking while playing, with plenty of seeds still in his possession. The disparity was infuriating for Hashirama, who felt as if he were about to sprout mushrooms from frustration. Why is Madara so good at this? It defies logic, he thought. Madara, with a hand of cards and a thoughtful pose, revealed the first smile since they arrived, exuding a charming confidence that made Kagura exclaim, "How handsome!" He glanced at Hashirama, lazily stating, "You see, my intellect surpasses yours, you fool." Hashirama began to understand why Tobirama despised him frequenting gambling establishments. After all, he was recklessly squandering hard-earned money, which would infuriate anyone. With a cold chuckle, Madara suggested, "Keep going, Hashirama. Squander every last bit of Tobirama's earnings." Hashirama, feeling deflated, realized he was no longer easily deceived. All his usual tricks had been exhausted. And despite his cries and protests, he received only a meager amount. Kagura mused that Tobirama had developed an immunity to such antics. Observing Madara, it was clear he bore a deep-seated disdain for Tobirama, supporting anything that undermined him. Is it typical for men to be so petty and calculating? Kagura thought. Are you done, First Hokage? You seem to have run out of stakes, she kindly reminded Hashirama. Hashirama crossed his arms, contemplating what he could wager next. His wallet was empty, and he had genuinely lost all his sunflower seeds. Assessing himself, it seemed the only thing left was the clothes on his back. Forget it. I'm not adept at playing naked, and honestly, who would covet these garments? He concluded. If I have nothing of substance to wager, what remains is merely ephemeral. Kagura, let it be known that when gambling with me, Senju Hashirama, it is not about what you desire, but rather what I possess. Kagura questioned whether Hashirama had watched iPartment or if all gamblers spoke in such a manner. How about this? The loser agrees to fulfill one request from the winner, as long as it doesn't violate ninja principles or harm the village. What do you say? There was a moment of silence between Madara and Kagura. This seemed a fair proposition, provided one was the victor, and they both understood Hashirama's skill level all too well. Agreeing to this proposal would undoubtedly be to their advantage. Thus, they exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. With everyone's consent, Hashirama was elated and eagerly began shuffling the cards. The more I shuffle, the better my hand will be. He chanted to himself as he shuffled. Kagura observed him, recalling the mysterious demeanor he had when he visited her for fortune-telling. There was an air of superstition surrounding Hashirama. In the first 2 rounds, as expected, Hashirama lost again. Madara and Kagura were restrained, only making him promise trivial favors. However, as the games progressed, Madara noticed a remarkable change in Hashirama's gameplay. He seemed to have transformed from a novice into a strategic player, expertly navigating the psychological aspects of the game and playing his cards with newfound sophistication. Hashirama glanced at his hand and then at Madara's cards. Madara rarely played such games and lacked the tricks of seasoned players. His cards were neatly fanned out, revealing exactly 5 remaining. Those 5 cards could form various combinations. Hashirama reasoned that since he held a joker, Madara could not possess the highest-ranking pair. It was time to test the waters. If Madara had a bomb, they would lose regardless, but if not, a chance to win awaited them. 1 pair of 6s, Hashirama declared, having quickly analyzed his strategy in his mind. He played a small pair of cards, knowing that with the game nearing its end, there were few small cards left. If Madara chose to pass, it would suggest he could not form a pair or lacked 3 cards of the same suit. Seated to Hashirama's right, Madara was clearly aware of the intent behind Hashirama's play. He glanced at Hashirama, whose expression was inscrutable, making it difficult to decipher his thoughts. Furrowing his brow, Madara sensed something was amiss but did not delve deeper. With 5 cards remaining in hand, he hesitated, contemplating how to play. If he played a pair, he might struggle to respond to subsequent plays. Yet, not playing could also mean losing a critical opportunity. This is quite the conundrum. Despite his internal struggle, Madara maintained a calm facade, revealing none of his turmoil. Come on, you're out of time, Madara, Hashirama urged. Rolling his eyes, Madara made a decision. Pulling out 2 cards from his 5 and tossing them over Hashirama's cards, a pair of jacks. Finally, a smile broke across Hashirama's previously stoic face. He turned to Kagura, saying, Kagura, it's your turn. This hand was one Kagura had to accept, with only 3 cards left for Madara, and judging by his previous hesitation. Those remaining cards were likely 3 of a kind or 3 unrelated single cards, challenging to play. Kagura, who had a habit of keeping track of cards, noted she held a small joker, with the big joker still out and all 4s of 2s already played. The largest pair she could form was the pair of aces in her hand. A pair of aces. Pass. Hashirama refrained from playing, and it was now Madara's turn. It was evident he could not respond. 3 of a kind. Pass. Hashirama glanced at Madara, who was visibly agitated, having only 3 cards left. What are you looking at? I can't play that. Madara snapped. Kagura, it's your turn. All right then. Kagura inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. She glanced at the 2 men, grinning widely as she laid all her cards on the ground. Tada a straight. With her cards laid out, 9 in total, she had formed a straight, causing Madara to widen his eyes in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a straight, formed by breaking apart the pair from the previous round. Surely I must have miscalculated, he thought. inspecting again, but it remained a straight without a doubt. Madara looked between Kagura and Hashirama, furrowing his brow in frustration, instinctively pouting, a subconscious gesture he may not have even realized he was making. You two cheated, didn't you? Absolutely not, they replied in unison. Madara continued to scrutinize them for any signs of deception, but found none. With a huff, he sank back into his seat, crossing his arms defiantly. Though reluctant, he accepted his defeat, for he was Uchiha Madara. Wagering meant accepting the consequences. Speak, what do you wish for me to do? Though it is but a game. Promises must be upheld. If you desire me to speak, then I shall, indeed. Speak swiftly. Madara has grown somewhat fierce, Hashirama observed with a hint of resignation. Exhaling softly, I wish for you to return with me to the village. Madara opened his eyes, gazing at Hashirama. Returning to the village is out of the question. Not only is it unsuitable for me to reside there any longer, but my unwavering commitment to the Moon Eye plan precludes any return. Such an action would only complicate matters and hinder my endeavors. I shall not return, he answered decisively. Hashirama's countenance dimmed slightly. You are not keeping your word. My request is not unreasonable. It does not contravene the principles of a ninja, nor does it endanger the village. What grounds do you have to refuse? Madara smirked coldly. I am the one who has vowed to destroy the village. Have you forgotten, Hashirama? Then what of you? Madara ignored Hashirama, directing his attention to the ethereal Kagura. What is it you wish for me to do? Madara possessed a certain terrifying aura, and Kagura felt hesitant to make demands. However, contemplating the chaos his plan might unleash, she felt compelled to speak. Clearing her throat, she stated bluntly, perhaps you should abandon the Moon Eye plan, as it is ultimately illusory. Hashirama could not comprehend her words, but Madara was taken aback, staring into Kagura's eyes, astonishment illuminating his gaze. His dark eyes unconsciously manifested the Tomo patterns of the Sharingan, prompting Hashirama to instinctively shift aside. How has he activated the Sharingan? This is frightening, Hashirama exclaimed, moving closer to Kagura, his expression darkening. If Madara were to launch an attack, he needed to protect Kagura. He had brought her out, and failing to return her safely would betray Tobirama. That man had only ever been touched by one woman in over 30 years. And should she perish, Tobirama might well remain a bachelor for life. Little girl, where did you hear such things? Are you of the Uchiha clan? Only those who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan could decipher the inscriptions on the stone tablet. Over the years, only a scant few from the Uchiha clan had achieved this. And among them, he alone had comprehended the text, revealing the true path to peace through the Moon Eye plan. This plan was a closely guarded secret. Yet this woman had carelessly declared it false. My ability allows me to foresee the future. All your schemes are within my sight. Ask him, Kagura pointed to Hashirama. Hashirama hesitated but quickly nodded. Indeed, she can predict the future, it seems. Silence. Truly. As for the Moon Eye plan, it is not entirely devoid of merit. Kagaya's Black Zetsu has toiled for centuries to save her mother, deceiving many along the way, a tale so moving that even Shinhui would feel inadequate in comparison. However, to assert its usefulness in the realm of ninjas is utterly baseless. You may not comprehend this now, but suffice it to say, the inscriptions on the stone tablet, left by the Sage of Six Paths, have been altered by a being known as Black Zetsu, reversing their original meaning entirely. Madara remained silent. Every word Kagura spoke was clear, yet their connections eluded him. You may wonder how I possess such knowledge. Consider it as if I have opened the eye of heaven. There is nothing I do not know, just as I am aware of how you embedded a piece of flesh from the first Hokage into your chest. I also foresee that soon you shall ally with a group of white Zetsu, awaken the Rinnegan before your demise, and brainwash a hapless child named Obito to collect tailed beasts and instigate war, all with the intent of using the Rinnegan to resurrect you. Hashirama stood by, bewildered, unable to grasp Kagura's words, while Madara's expression mirrored his confusion. Yet, unlike Hashirama, he understood parts of what she said, which coincided with his plans. Madara, Hashirama inquired. Did you bite my flesh merely to patch a hole? Madara, feeling irritable, shot a hostile glance at Hashirama, his tone brimming with annoyance. Indeed, I patched a hole. Is it permissible for you to stab me in the back, while I cannot even nibble a piece of flesh to mend myself? Hashirama faltered. Well, I suppose that's acceptable. After all, as a sage, he would recover from minor injuries swiftly and was not one to hold grudges. If Madara wished to bite, let him bite as he pleased. Kagura, he is simply coveting your body. Seizing the moment of Madara's wavering emotions, Kagura pressed on, you worry too much. Live your life well, your descendants will find their own fortune. People's thoughts evolve with the passage of time. Having concealed such a secret for so long only to have it exposed so easily was a blow to Madara's pride. Conflict is inevitable wherever people gather. I do not know how to eliminate war. However, falsehoods remain falsehoods, and what significance does peace hold in a fabricated world for those in the realm of reality? Do you aspire to reign in a world of illusions? Kagura challenged him. Come now, you, the village leader, do not genuinely wish for such a position. Why would you care? Madara found himself momentarily speechless, pondering Kagura's words, uncertain of his own place and his ultimate goal. To dominate this world was not his desire. He yearned for a world devoid of war, where no one perished due to conflict, where children would not lose their parents to war, and where the aged would not mourn the loss of their children. He wished for a world where siblings remained bonded, never torn apart by war. That was the world he longed for, a world filled with those he cherished, where everyone could live the life they desired, nothing more. Yet now, someone had told him that this world was an illusion, a mere mirage, and he was suddenly at a loss for how to navigate his existence. Izuna's name escaped his lips involuntarily. His father and only brother had been lost to war. Even within the infinite Tsukuyami, your brother Izuna is but a figment. You may perceive it as a mere dream of mortals, filled with everything, yet a dream is just that, a dream. There will come a time to awaken. And when that moment arrives, reality will remain unchanged. The final illusion shattered, the three-tomo Sharingan transformed into its Mangekyo form. Madara lifted his gaze to Kagura, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. Izuna was a taboo hidden deep within Madara's heart, the spark that could ignite his fury. His brother Izuna, his soul brother, had perished at the hands of Senju Tobirama, and this woman before him was someone Tobirama cherished. Tobirama had slain that which he held dear, and thus Madara felt compelled to do the same. He would kill her, whether out of rage or misplaced anger. The room, illuminated by a solitary oil lamp, cast a dim light. Madara's sudden outburst caught Hashirama off guard, for throughout the day, from their card game to the present, Madara had been gentle. Who would have anticipated that he would unleash such a sudden attack on Kagura? 3 kunai were hurled towards Kagura, aimed directly at her heart. Whether out of fury or misplaced wrath, he sought release, perhaps finding solace in this act that could untangle the knots within his heart. After all, he could not die. Kagura, contemplating this, did not evade nor exhibit any semblance of panic. Instead, she pushed Hashirama aside, taking his place. Closing her eyes, she thought, facing death was one thing, but witnessing the kunai pierce her was another. Her muscles tensed as she awaited the sharp pain to pierce her chest, yet after a long moment, no sensation of pain came. What is happening? She opened her eyes, only to hear Hashirama exclaim, Tobirama, what brings you here? Chapter 32. The temptation of returning to the village. As I opened my eyes, I immediately beheld a towering figure, a tall man with white hair clad in a blue battle uniform adorned with armor. The white fur collar on his shoulders resembled a fox's tail, and he stood before me, shielding me from 3 thrown kunai. The chakra radiating from him was unmistakable, exuding an aura that warned others to tread carefully. If I do not intervene, she shall perish here. I shot my elder brother a fierce glare, my tone laced with reproach. Hashirama was left speechless, grumbling under his breath. It was she who had pushed me away. It was not that I hesitated to save her. Tobirama gazed at his brother's back in a daze. The suddenness of his appearance was bewildering. He had no inkling as to why he was here. Only then did Tobirama slightly turn his head, catching a glimpse of Kagura out of the corner of his eye. His brow furrowed involuntarily. What was she wearing? I will settle this with you later, humph. After casting a sidelong glance at his brother, Tobirama met Madara's gaze. It was a classic case of enemies meeting, igniting a fiery tension in the air, and Kagura could almost hear the electric crackle of charged atmosphere between them. So you truly did not perish. The phrase was cleverly chosen, and Madara's expression darkened. Had Tobirama discerned the truth of his feigned death long ago? Kagura had previously claimed that Madara was merely pretending to be dead, but at that time, Tobirama had dismissed it. Now, seeing Madara standing before him, he could no longer afford to doubt, sensing that his chakra was even stronger than before. It was I who killed Izuna. If you seek vengeance, target the rightful culprit. What merit is there in attacking a woman? Positioned behind Tobirama, Kagura suddenly felt that the notion of a hero saving a damsel in distress, which had once seemed pretentious when witnessed in others, now felt romantic and reassuring as she experienced it herself. One could not deny that at this moment, Tobirama was undeniably heroic. Indeed, who does not relish being protected? Who could resist the allure of a hero's embrace? Were it not for the sake of Hashirama and the Uchiha clan, I would have longed to eliminate you. The desire for vengeance for my younger brother could not be ignored. Yet for the sake of the Uchiha's peace in Konoha and to spare his dear friend Hashirama from distress, he had buried this hatred deep within. Like a seed on the cusp of sprouting, ever at risk of breaking through the surface. Every time Tobirama encountered him, he had to exercise considerable restraint to suppress the urge to kill him. More often than not, he chose to avoid Tobirama altogether, as such thoughts diminished significantly in his absence. Yet now, Madara had come to him willingly. Madara rose with a single hand pressed against the ground. Unleashing a surge of chakra, the two men locked their gazes, and Kagura peeked out from behind Tobirama, witnessing Madara's excitement as he activated his Sharingan, seemingly on the verge of exclaiming that he had awaited this day for far too long. In his haste, Tobirama had not even brought a suitable weapon, resorting instead to drawing a kunai from the pouch strapped to his lower back. Is this truly a fight? Kagura asked, undeterred, contemplating that perhaps Madara could not kill him. And if he were to vent his frustrations, he might just be persuaded to return with us to the village. Tobirama was left speechless, wishing he could deliver a swift punch to awaken Kagura from her naivete, shaking her shoulders to convey the gravity of their situation. This man before them was Uchiha Madara, a formidable force on par with his elder brother. Unlike his brother, however, Madara's might was accompanied by fear and terror throughout the shinobi world. Such a person could easily extinguish the life of an ordinary individual like Kagura with a mere flick of his finger. Cannot kill? Tobirama scoffed. How utterly naive. Clenching the kunai tightly, he pondered what strategy he could employ against Madara. To be honest, he was acutely aware that he could not defeat Madara. Yet he felt compelled to stand his ground, whether for the sake of heroism or sheer recklessness. But Kagura, he could not bear to witness her demise. With a flick of his wrist, a modest scroll tumbled from his sleeve. Madara reached out to catch it, and with a resounding pop, a scythe of death manifested in his grasp. At that moment, Hashirama, who had remained silent thus far, unleashed his chakra, the pressure radiating outward, enveloping the surroundings with an intensity that was overwhelming. Kagura, an ordinary person, could hardly withstand such a potent chakra surge. Tobirama glanced at Hashirama, acknowledging the oppressive aura. Your chakra is too strong. There is an ordinary person present. Hashirama shed his usual playful demeanor, adopting a serious expression as he called out to both of them. Tobirama, Madara, whether it be Izuna or any of the others, the true culprits of their demise were the wars. We have painstakingly emerged from chaos into peace. This tranquility is hard won. Why can you not take a step back, just as we once did? Neither man responded. We, the two clans, united to forge Konoha. The Senju and Uchiha are brothers and sisters alike. Is it not our long-held wish for them to thrive here? Having endured the agony of conflict among clans, is this era of peace not precious and rare? Still, silence reigned. Madara, while I am uncertain of the execution of your plan involving the moon's eye or whatever it may be, let us sit down and discuss it thoroughly. If, as Kagura claims, it is all an illusion, I trust you can discern whether to proceed. Hashirama approached Madara, grasping his arm, and continued, stating, just as we initially agreed. With the Uchiha and Senju united, we can be invincible. Let us protect Konoha together. Return to the village with me. Tobirama was not one to be obstinate. Despite his disdain for Madara, as long as he could maintain peace and refrain from causing trouble, he would not object to granting him power upon their return. However, the Uchiha clan resembled a landmine, unpredictable and volatile, and he feared the consequences. Kagura tugged at his sleeve from behind, and Tobirama turned to find her petite face illuminated by dim light. Please say something. You know how proud the Uchiha are. A little encouragement would go a long way. Kagura urged quietly, and Tobirama furrowed his brow. It was not impossible for him to utter softer words. But, I harbor no ill will towards you. As long as you can wholeheartedly consider the village's welfare, I have no objections. Madara's lips twitched. There was something off about Tobirama's words. Hashirama turned to Tobirama with a pleading gaze, his expression imploring him to soften his tone. With a sigh, Tobirama crossed his arms and sat down, stating, After discussions at the higher levels, we intend to establish a security department in the village to safeguard its safety, the foremost armed force of Konoha. I wish for the Uchiha clan to take charge of this task. Currently, the Uchiha are in a state of disarray, desperately needing a figure of authority, prestige, and capability to restore stability. Upon hearing this, Madara cast a glance at Tobirama, who had tilted his head, avoiding his gaze in an awkward manner. Yet, he had pointedly used the word return, implying a restoration rather than selecting a new leader from within the clan. Though not explicitly stated, the four individuals present understood precisely who he was referring to. Hashirama was left in a haze, having never heard of a Konoha security department before. When had such discussions taken place? As the village leader, why was he unaware? Regardless, since Tobirama had spoken, it must be correct. Indeed. Hashirama eagerly chimed in. We are establishing the Konoha security department. It is the security department, Hashirama. Tobirama's irritation was palpable. In a somewhat awkward manner, Hashirama chuckled lightly, scratching his head, dismissing his unease. It's about Madara. He needs you to return to the village. Your clan requires your presence. The Uchiha cannot do without you. Madara remained silent. His chakra retracted, his long hair obscuring half of his face. His grip on the scythe of death tightened, indicating a fierce internal struggle. Say something, Kagura urged from behind Tobirama, resembling a small cat, her voice a mere whisper only they could hear. Tobirama, exasperated, cast an annoyed glance at her. He regretted coming here. A pile of documents awaited his attention in the office. His unease made him rush over, fearing for Kagura's safety. Little did he know he would find himself as the primary negotiator for Madara's return, the very adversary he sought to dissuade. Tobirama once again implored his brother. His brow furrowed. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with reluctant seriousness. The Uchiha have always valued the purity of their bloodline, which is understandable for the sake of your Kekkei Genkai. I will discuss with the higher-ups and endeavor to persuade them to grant the Uchiha their own territory, a place you can choose where no one else resides. This would essentially be a form of autonomous governance, a privilege few clans enjoyed. Although many in the real world criticized this measure, for the Uchiha, it would undoubtedly be beneficial, a case of seeking benevolence and receiving it. Hashirama glanced at Madara, as if to say he could now return with him, but alas, Madara remained as silent as a firecracker that had failed to ignite. After a few minutes of waiting in vain, Tobirama's frustration boiled over. He pointed an accusatory finger at Madara and shouted, "Have you lost your voice? Just give us a clear answer. What else with the silence? If you refuse, just say so." It's infuriating. Madara let out a single, derisive huff, a glimmer of triumph in his expression. It was then that Kagura realized Madara was adept at psychological warfare. By withholding his words, he left others guessing his thoughts, leading them to assume he was dissatisfied with the terms offered, thus opening the door for more concessions. Perhaps he had already been tempted by the prospect of the Uchiha managing the security department, knowing Hashirama's deep yearning for peace and Tobirama's unwavering loyalty to Hashirama. He had effectively manipulated both of them. Truly, he was a cunning old fox, and Kagura mentally applauded him. Chapter 33. If I sleep with you again, I will no longer bear the Uchiha name. Madara smiled, as winter yielded to spring. Hashirama's heart slowly settled as he joyfully shook Madara's arm, eagerly asking Madara, "Does this mean you agree to return with me?" Let us talk later, Madara replied, still prideful. What does later mean? When will we talk again? Later is just later. Hashirama pressed, Madara, you truly lack candor. I am not just anyone. As Madara listened to Hashirama's complaints, a vein throbbed on his forehead, urging him not to engage with what he deemed childish banter. With the scythe of death sealed back in its scroll, Hashirama finally exhaled in relief. Having had his fill, he wished to avoid conflict. Once the scythe was properly secured, Madara turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? Hashirama hurriedly pursued him. As Madara passed, he paused to glance at Tobirama, who sat motionless on the floor, and raised an eyebrow, remarking, I still find it uncomfortable to share a room with that guy. I'll sleep in my own quarters. Then I shall accompany you. Unable to contain himself, Madara took a deep breath, a sign that he was on the verge of losing his temper. Listen, Hashirama interjected swiftly before Madara could explode. I'm just keeping an eye on you. What if you decide to flee while we are asleep? His excuse fell flat, leaving the other three in disbelief. Tobirama scoffed, Hashirama, you'd best keep a close watch. If you wake up tomorrow to find him gone, don't expect me to wipe your tears. I have never done such a thing. Hashirama rolled his eyes. Madara had already exited, and Hashirama contemplated following him, but suddenly remembered something else. He hesitated, bending down to whisper, "By the way, about the security department." A bead of sweat trickled down Hashirama's forehead as he realized he had unwittingly asked a question. Tobirama's sharp gaze fixed on him, brimming with scrutiny. Reminiscent of their late father, stern and terrifying. "Oh well." Hashirama scratched his head, attempting to deflect. Tobirama's voice was low and serious. "The documents on your desk have been there for half a month. You haven't even glanced at them, have you?" Hashirama wanted to deny it, but found himself unable to speak. He knew those documents had already been reviewed by Tobirama, and all he needed to do was stamp them, yet he had not read a single word. "Next time, I promise I will," he pleaded, rubbing his hands together. Tobirama, still fuming, turned away, adopting the demeanor of a disappointed father. "Will there even be a next time? I wouldn't dare. Let us go. If we don't leave now, you won't even be able to enter your own room." Yes, you're right." Hashirama felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and bolted for the door, only to hear Tobirama's quiet voice behind him. "Make sure to keep an eye on him. You understand what I mean." The smile faded from Hashirama's face as he sighed. One was his own blood, his dear brother. The other, a lifelong rival and close friend. When would these two truly resolve their differences and let go of the past? In the cramped little room, Madara lay on the single bed while Hashirama made his bed on the floor, which was uneven and uncomfortable. Tossing and turning, Hashirama found it impossible to sleep. His back and waist aching. He silently lamented that had he known he would be sleeping on the floor, he might as well have stayed in the house he built. At least there he wouldn't feel this discomfort. In the darkness, Madara stared at the pitch-black ceiling, his mind echoing Tobirama's words about establishing the Konoha Security Department, overseen by the Uchiha clan, and the freedom to delineate their territory on unoccupied land. He was not one to be easily swayed by mere tokens of goodwill. The Moon Eye plan was evidently flawed. The claim that only the Mangekyo Sharingan could decipher the text was rendered moot by Kagura's presence. She was a remarkable woman, privy to too many secrets. If she asserted that the Moon Eye plan was a deception, could it be trusted? If the Moon Eye plan were indeed a sham, there would be no need for its execution. He found himself lacking direction, and returning to Konoha seemed the most fitting course of action at this moment, especially since his clan awaited him. His feelings towards his clan were complex, a mixture of kinship and disappointment. "Madara," Hashirama's voice broke the silence of the tranquil night, startling Madara. I knew you weren't asleep. The floor is so hard, it's making me ache all over." Madara feigned ignorance to Hashirama's plight. "Is that all you have to say? Don't you have anything else to add?" After a long pause without a response, Hashirama felt a twinge of disappointment, rolling over repeatedly, finding it unbearable. The discomfort exceeded even that of sleeping on the grass in the wilderness, where at least the ground was soft. "Can I sleep on the bed? I swear I won't kick you anymore," he promised, facing the ceiling. "No," Madara replied nonchalantly. 10 minutes passed. "The comfort of the bed is undeniable, even if it pales in comparison to my own. Yet, it is infinitely preferable to sleeping on the floor. You have no idea. The floor is uneven, with bumps here and dips there, utterly lacking in smoothness." Silence. Time to sleep. "Very well," albeit reluctantly, with a hint of grievance. "After a year apart, it would be nice to chat a bit, but you seem to have grown somewhat distant." In the latter part of the night, a sudden thud echoed through the room as a dark figure was unceremoniously kicked off the bed. The one who fell, still disoriented, managed to rise and blink to find a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes staring back at him. The one who kicked remained asleep on the bed, oblivious. Even if he were to be carried off and thrown into a river, he would remain unaware, standing defiantly at the foot of the bed. Senju Hashirama placed his hands on his hips, while Uchiha Madara, his eyes blazing with fury, swore that he would change his surname if he ever had to share a bed with him again. Certain pairing enthusiasts understood Senju Madara. Madara meow. On the other side, within the wooden structure conjured by wood release, after Madara and Hashirama departed, only Tobirama and Kagura remained. Tobirama opened his eyes to regard Kagura, who was still dressed as a man, her face exquisitely charming, creating an odd juxtaposition with her masculine attire. Kagura stowed away her playing cards into her backpack. The sunflower seeds they had been tossing around were no longer appealing, yet she still felt compelled to clean up. After a flurry of activity, she caught Tobirama's gaze. There was something unusual in his eyes, a a quality difficult to articulate. Kagura felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, the tension palpable, and sought to break the awkward silence. How did you suddenly appear here? You startled me. Did I? Tobirama replied, his tone dry, more frightening than 3 shuriken aimed at you? Why did it seem like his words had an edge to them? Kagura placed her backpack against the wall and hopped in front of him, squatting down with utmost seriousness. I must share a secret. I am immortal. In this world, no one can kill me. Tobirama narrowed his eyes, as if to say, go on, keep fabricating. Really, if you don't believe me, that's your loss. Ever since the oracle had ceased to function, her credibility had plummeted. Kagura, Tobirama suddenly called her name, causing her to jump. His behavior was often peculiar. Despite their frequent interactions, he seldom addressed her by name. The last time he did was over a year ago when she first arrived, and since then, he had omitted her name from their conversations. Yet now, he had called her name out of the blue. How curious. What is it? Learn ninjutsu. Why? No reason. If I had to explain, I wish for you to learn techniques that could save your life. That's all. Techniques for escaping? Like flying thunder god? He elaborated. At least you could escape to my side in a crisis, and I could protect you. Tobirama spoke with earnestness, his expression serious, and Kagura realized he meant it. However, as someone from the real world, she remained herself after her arrival. She hadn't embodied a ninja, setting aside the issue of whether she could even harness chakra. The thought of mastering flying thunder god had never crossed her mind. Moreover, she merely wished to live a leisurely life, meet those she desired, and explore places she longed to see. Exhausting training was not for her. No way. I refuse. Why? Tobirama was perplexed. Who would not want to learn a technique for survival? Because I'm lazy. Chapter 34. Departure. Back to Konoha the following morning, Kagura was roused by the crowing of a rooster. At that moment, her head rested on Tobirama's thigh. As she opened her sleepy eyes, she was met with his expressionless face, handsome yet somewhat grim, tinged with a hint of pink. Good morning, Kagura, she greeted. Tobirama replied, his demeanor slightly stiff. Kagura rubbed her eyes, finally realizing something was amiss, and hurriedly got up from his lap. She distinctly remembered sleeping on the floor the night before. Why had she awakened on his leg? She felt too embarrassed to inquire, and naturally, no one answered. Madara had risen early, perhaps because 2 individuals crammed into a single bed was exhausting. With the first light of dawn, he hastily got up. He prepared rice porridge and stir-fried vegetables, ignoring Hashirama's hunger pangs as he eyed the rooster Madara had raised for a year. Once breakfast was ready, he sent Hashirama to summon Tobirama and Kagura for their meal. As he served the porridge into bowls, he frowned slightly, never having imagined he would serve food to his enemies, gritting his teeth in irritation. In contrast, others had noticeably more rice in their bowls, while Tobirama's was nearly all broth, so watery it could reflect a silhouette. Gazing at the nearly transparent bowl of porridge, Madara finally allowed a smirk to curl his lips. Senju Tobirama, may you starve. Time to eat. Hashirama poked his head through the door, catching sight of Kagura scrambling to get off Tobirama. Did I arrive at an inopportune moment? Kagura's face flushed as she quickly denied. No, not at all. Don't say that. Kagura-san, your reaction is rather strange. Hashirama chuckled, his gaze drifting to his younger brother. Tobirama's expression was equally peculiar, tinged with shyness, annoyance, and a hint of stiffness. As fellow men, Hashirama instantly understood and burst into laughter, relishing the moment. Are you not getting up? Kagura inquired. Tobirama's face grew even redder. After shooting Hashirama a fierce look, he turned to Kagura, his expression shifting to one of mild lament as he replied. My legs are numb. I can't get up. To be the cook for so many right at dawn. Madara found it rather displeasing and thus didn't offer them any favorable expressions. Hashirama and Kagura, simply waiting to eat, had no reason to complain about Madara's cooking. But Tobirama, upon sitting at the table, wore a frown. He glanced at Kagura's bowl, then at Hashirama's, before stretching his neck in a futile attempt to see Madara's bowl, finally voicing a profound question. Why is there only broth in my bowl? Madara dismissed it. If you don't want it, then don't eat. Just having broth is already a luxury. Given how much I dislike you, I should have made you drink air. Humph, Tobirama scoffed, retorting, some people are just so petty. I, a mature individual, will not stoop to his level. With that, he raised his bowl to drink, but paused, looking up at Madara, who was glaring at him fiercely. Before he could voice his question about poison, Hashirama quickly covered his mouth, warning him in a barely audible whisper. Stop talking and just drink. Don't you know that on the way back to Konoha, even this broth won't be available? You'll have to settle for wild fruits. Take this opportunity. Tobirama struggled, trying to escape his brother's grasp, but Hashirama held on tightly. Drink, drink. Why aren't you drinking? Kagura, watching anxiously from the side, cautiously suggested to Hashirama, isn't it possible that covering his mouth means he can't drink the broth? Realizing the predicament he had caused, Hashirama reluctantly withdrew his hand, shooting Tobirama a warning glance to keep quiet. Tobirama, exasperated with his older brother, pondered inwardly why Madara invoked such fear that it left Hashirama in a state of fright. Little did he know that this morning, in retaliation for the kick he had received in the middle of the night, Madara had nearly sent Hashirama flying himself. Even now, his tailbone ached. He felt compelled to perform well, lest his dear friend reconsider accompanying them back to Konoha. The younger brother is indeed blood-related, even if he endures some hardships. He remains my dear brother. A close friend, however, may be a bit prideful, and if wronged, might very well flee. I wonder if my brother is aware of the difficulties I face. Sigh. Finally, we finished a meal amidst an awkward atmosphere. Since we are to return to Konoha, we shall not linger here any longer. Madara gazed at the small, dilapidated abode and the vegetable garden in front, feeling an unexpected twinge of reluctance. The Uchiha clan places great importance on emotions, whether towards people, objects, or even fowl. The house cannot be taken, and given its decrepit state, it would serve little purpose even if it could be moved. However, at least the vegetables in the garden could be harvested and shared among the clan upon our return, rather than left here unattended to rot. And then there was that rooster that had mysteriously appeared. After feeding it some rice, it had decided to stay. And Madara could not bear to abandon it to fend for itself, so he resolved to take it along as well. Thus, after breakfast, one could see Tobirama and Kagura, both disheartened, pulling vegetables from the garden, while Hashirama dashed about, vowing to catch that rooster to take home for a meal, with Madara supervising from the steps at the entrance. The garden had become parched for more than 10 days without rain, and extracting an intact vegetable from such dry soil was a fool's errand. After several attempts that resulted in broken stems, Tobirama, at the brink of his patience, unleashed a water release technique to thoroughly irrigate the garden. The sudden influx of water inundated the plot, and Tobirama deftly controlled the flow, ensuring the dry earth absorbed every drop. Soon, the hardened soil softened, though it became quite sticky underfoot. Stay up there, do not come down, Tobirama instructed Kagura, knowing that girls often disliked getting dirty. With that, he cast the shadow clone technique, and suddenly, 3 identical Tobirama appeared in the garden. Working together, they could accomplish much more than one alone, greatly enhancing their efficiency. Initially thought to be a mere cloning technique, Madara soon realized it was something more sophisticated. His interest piqued. At that moment, a panting Hashirama approached, clutching the bewildered rooster. What technique is Tobirama using? It cannot merely be the standard shadow clone technique, he inquired. It's the shadow clone technique, where the clones are tangible and often quite useful. It's a highly practical ninjutsu, Hashirama explained. I see, Madara mused, his curiosity evident. Did this imply he wished to learn it? Understanding Madara's thoughts, Hashirama eagerly offered, would you like to learn? I can teach you. Flushed with embarrassment, Madara retorted. Who wishes to learn? I don't need your instruction. Hashirama chose not to press the matter. After all, Madara had been prideful since childhood. 40 years had passed, and one could hardly expect him to change now. Consider it a reciprocal gesture for the rooster you gifted me, Hashirama added, though he hadn't explicitly stated it would be a gift. Rooster, am I to thank you now? Once all the vegetables were harvested and sealed in a scroll, Tobirama suggested sealing the rooster as well. However, Hashirama insisted on carrying it himself, claiming it was to foster a bond. The others were baffled, unable to comprehend what sort of connection one could establish with a chicken, who could truly understand the other's words. On the journey back, the other 3 traveled lightly while Hashirama cradled the vibrant rooster. As they walked, he conversed with it, while a curious Kagura stealthily drew closer, overhearing him trying to persuade the bird. Be tastier, you'll be delicious in soup, or braised, or steamed. Kagura's lips twitched in sympathy for the unfortunate chicken. The journey from Kusagakure to Konoha would take over 2 days, and throughout that time, the rooster would be subjected to Hashirama's relentless persuasion. She found herself oddly concerned that the poor creature might not survive the journey. Chapter 35. Children are truly not cute. Madara Uchiha returned to the village, instantly becoming the most sensational news in Konoha. Everyone was abuzz with speculation regarding the circumstances. The four of them strolled through the shopping district, forming an unusual sight. Wasn't he Lord Madara killed by the first Hokage? Indeed, but this person is unmistakably Lord Madara. Absolutely. They nodded vigorously, acknowledging his unmistakable appearance and demeanor. Does this mean he is alive? Yes, indeed. He is very much alive. I knew it. There's no way Lord Madara could have perished so easily. For the villagers, Madara's return did not evoke significant emotions. As long as Hashirama was there, they felt reassured. However, for the Uchiha clan, the feelings were more complex. While they feared Madara, his formidable power was also a source of protection and guidance for them, creating a relationship marked by both admiration and trepidation. The four of them parted at a crossroads in the shopping district, each heading home, for in the world of Hokage, it seemed impossible to gather even a pair of parents. Hashirama insisted on accompanying Madara, but was politely declined. Before parting, Hashirama called out to Madara's retreating figure. Come to my house for dinner tonight. I'll have someone cook that rooster as a welcome gesture. Madara winced at Hashirama's words, mentally scolding him for being cunning. How could one use another's gift to extend hospitality? Isn't it enough that I provided the labor? Hashirama, I provided the effort. Ah well. Madara, ever straightforward, could not complain. He merely waved a hand in acknowledgement, indicating he understood. Madara's home had fallen into disarray during the year, and more that he was presumed dead, neglected, and uncleaned. Upon entering, he found the grass in the yard had grown 2 feet high, swallows had nested beneath the eaves, and a thick spiderweb adorned the window, waiting for unsuspecting insects or moths to ensnare. As Madara stepped through the overgrown grass to the door, he pushed it open and was greeted by a musty odor, the scent of decay from a long-abandoned space. Dust motes danced in the sunlight, and he frowned, feeling a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. The villagers had refrained from uttering the word death in Madara's presence, choosing not to clean in his absence. Since Lord Madara has returned, I shall find someone to tidy up, spoke a young man who had been waiting. He appeared to be in his 30s, energetic yet unfamiliar to Madara. Who are you? I am Tenka. Since no one has been willing to take charge in your absence, I've been handling some tasks that involve liaising with the village's upper echelons. He replied. Madara raised an eyebrow, finding the young man's demeanor commendable, modest and polite. Dealing with the village's leadership was no small feat, indicating he possessed considerable aptitude. No hurry, Madara leisurely wandered through the house, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him after a year's absence. Lord Madara, you're not planning to leave again, are you? Madara glanced at him and offered a faint smile, casually sitting on the dust-covered tatami mat. Who knows? Perhaps. At his words, Tenka visibly relaxed, the tension in his face dissipating as he said, that would be wonderful. With you here, we of the Uchiha clan can finally feel secure. Madara studied Tenka, seeing sincerity etched on his face. His words seemed heartfelt. With a light scoff, Ben expressed a sense of dissatisfaction, pondering what there was to be joyous about in the mundane existence they led. Tianhua smiled, albeit shyly, and remarked, the peace we enjoy today is hard-earned. We no longer have to tread upon the battlefield or engage in violence. Such times are indeed precious. As these words reached Ban's ears, his smile gradually faded, replaced by a sense of desolation. He found himself pondering whether it was his kin who had betrayed him or if he had forsaken them. Initially, all he desired was tranquility, an absence of war and bloodshed, where every clan could coexist harmoniously on this land. Wasn't his friendship with Hashirama founded on this shared aspiration? Wasn't their agreement to lay down their arms and ally with the Senju clan to establish Konoha born from this very hope? Yet, what had led him down an entirely divergent path, resulting in his ostracism? Was it not that stone tablet? Yes, it all stemmed from that tablet. Ban murmured softly to himself. From now on, living such a life is sufficient. He endeavored to bury the seeds of hatred deeper, deeper still. For now, this would suffice. As the sun began to set, Ban made his way to the Senju household. Without any gifts in hand, he brought along some fresh vegetables sealed in a scroll, leaving the remainder for Tianhua to distribute among the elder clan members, with the rest to be dealt with as he saw fit. Upon arriving, he found Tobirama already present. As the door opened to reveal Ban carrying vegetables, Tobirama's eyebrows shot up in surprise. TSK, I toiled tirelessly to harvest. Yet here you are, bringing a gift for my brother. Ban chose to ignore him and walked straight inside, extending his hand toward Mito as she emerged from the kitchen. Here, vegetables from my garden, for you to enjoy. Mito accepted the offering, inspecting the produce and remarking, well, these are indeed fresh. If you wish to grow vegetables, why not do so properly in the village? What is the point of pretending to be dead and going so far away to cultivate? Is it true that the land of Kusagakure produces better crops? With a teasing lift of her brow, she returned to the kitchen. Ben couldn't help but feel exasperated, reflecting on Mito's gentle yet sharp tongue. Few knew of her acerbic wit, but Ban was among that select group. Having spent much time with Hashirama, it was inevitable that he would come to know Mito as well, revealing her true nature through their interactions. As Ban and Tobirama settled into the living room, the unmistakable sound of a child's wailing echoed from within, a voice so piercing it could traverse 10 miles. It was soon followed by Hashirama's hearty laughter as he attempted to soothe the child. I understand. I want to move next time, so please stop crying, Tsunade. Your snot is about to drip into your mouth. Ban was perplexed by the presence of a child. Had Hashirama and Mito welcomed another into their family? Surely, they were not that old yet. He couldn't help but feel a strange expression cross his face. Tobirama, calmly sipping his tea, alleviated Ban's confusion. It's Aoi's daughter, just over a year old, nearly 2. Yes, she was born shortly after your feigned death. Ban, rendered speechless, found the antics of his comrades tiresome. The constant pretense of death was becoming irksome, even if they were not bothered by it. Choosing to ignore Tobirama, he closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, the sound of a paper door sliding open caught his attention, and upon opening his eyes, he froze in place. Hashirama emerged from a room, cradling a small girl with golden hair. The child was soft and plump, her hair styled into 2 short braids, and she was crying softly in Hashirama's embrace. There was something oddly endearing about her. Ban fought the urge to poke her cheek with a finger, striving to maintain his composure. Hashirama, holding his granddaughter, appeared utterly foolish, grinning widely. Yet Ban couldn't help but notice the peculiar flower hairpin and the colorful elastics securing her braids, along with the conspicuous blush on her cheeks and the ink-like strokes mimicking eyelashes. Tobirama chuckled and remarked, has this little one taken after your grandfather, Tsunade? Now nearing 2 years of age, Tsunade's greatest delight was dressing up dolls and applying makeup. The dolls gifted to her by family had nearly been stripped bare of hair, prompting her to turn her attention to the adults around her. Tsunade was particularly fond of Tobirama and squirmed in his direction, eager to lodge a complaint about her grandfather Hashirama, who always interfered with her doll styling, mockingly criticizing her work. With a sigh, Hashirama found himself at the mercy of his beloved granddaughter's discontent, resigning to hand her over to Tobirama. Clearly, Tsunade favored Tobirama over Hashirama. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have ventured outside the village so frequently. Ban mentally chastised Hashirama, feeling frustrated. After all, their promised friendship had faded into the background, and Hashirama rarely frequented the gambling dens anymore. Tsunade, having wiped her tear-streaked face on Tobirama's clothes, finally managed to smile, leaving Tobirama bewildered. After all, washing clothes as a single man was no easy feat, especially when one had to tend to a child's mess. Tsunade, now noticing Ban's unfamiliar presence, regarded him curiously. His untamed hair and indifferent expression contrasted sharply with her innocent gaze, evoking a hint of fear within her. Ever since Azuna had matured, Ben had had no dealings with children, and faced with Tsunade's pure, inquisitive stare, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. Feeling an unexpected wave of nervousness wash over him, the more anxious he became, the more serious his demeanor appeared. They locked eyes for a full minute, and just as he opened his mouth to greet her, Tsunade suddenly burst into tears, burying her face in Tobirama's embrace, her cries flowing like a broken string of pearls. Tsunade is scared. That person is so frightening. Ban stood frozen, caught off guard. Truly, the formidable warrior of the ninja world was now feared by a mere 2-year-old. Indeed, what a reputation he had. Ignoring the barely contained laughter from Tobirama and the guffaws of Hashirama, Ban's face flushed with embarrassment, turning redder with each passing moment. Children, it seemed, were indeed not as charming as he had imagined. Chapter 36, Sensation and the Extraction of Chakra After a Venture Beyond the Village. Kagura found her muse flowing abundantly. Aside from flitting between the realms of Chinese cuisine and explosive tag production, she began crafting a new masterpiece, featuring none other than Hashirama and Ban. The fervor of the fandom was akin to uncovering treasures amidst stones, and Kagura was no exception. Given the success of her previous 2 volumes, Kagura had gained acclaim as a renowned manga artist in Konoha. Following the reprints of the initial volumes, the local bookstore designated a special section for Kagura's works, which became immensely popular, attracting visitors from neighboring villages. In no time, Kagura became the bookstore's good fortune, to the point where her photograph could have been hung up for homage. Each time she passed the Konoha bookstore, the owner would rush out to greet her, inquiring about her next release. This routine continued until her new volume arrived at the store, and upon opening it, the owner was greeted by an illustration of 2 boys skipping stones by a river, one with a spiky hairstyle and a disgruntled expression, and the other with a bobbed hairstyle. Ah, is this a juvenile edition? I hope the content is appropriate, and won't land me in trouble. The bookstore owner nervously flipped through the pages. What a surprise. The male protagonist is none other than Hashirama and Madara, with Hashirama causing a ruckus while Madara chuckles in a delightful display of mutual affection. Initially, I was merely captivated by their brotherly bond, but as I delved deeper, an uncanny sense of something unusual began to surface. The laughter was infectious, rolling on the ground with glee. Thus, this is neither an adult-themed narrative nor a mere shonen manga. It is, in essence, a comedic masterpiece. I never anticipated that the first generation could be this amusing. It seems you do not understand him well. I have always believed that the first generation carries a seal, one that occasionally lifts its constraints. When the seal is properly placed, he appears quite normal. Once it is lifted, however, he reveals a side akin to that in the pages of a comic. Oh, so you are quite insightful then? Just moderately so. Madara, on the other hand, has remained unchanged. He was like this in his youth and continues to be so in adulthood. It's remarkable how such a meticulous and proud character managed to become friends with the first generation. Perhaps there is a hint of something deeper there. If you catch my drift? Observe my innocent gaze. Indeed, it feels as though I have stumbled upon hidden treasures amidst the stones. Kagura can honestly swear that she has crafted a tale of brotherhood. Heaven bears witness, and the sun and moon can attest. Once again, Kagura has showcased her versatility to the villagers of Konoha. A romantic comedy filled with earthy love, a bittersweet tale of love and rivalry, and the humorous growth of brotherly bonds. I can't help but wonder, is there any realm in which she lacks proficiency? But who cares? As long as it's visually appealing, that suffices. On the very next day following the release of her comic, it was no surprise that Kagura found herself waiting for Tobirama at home, utterly perplexed this time. Did I draw anything inappropriate? She pondered. Tobirama, what is it that displeases you? Are you wishing to join their ranks? Why would I want to join a bunch of fools? That would only lower my IQ. Tobirama stammered, feeling slightly awkward. It's not about that. Now that your comic is complete, shouldn't you take some time to learn ninjutsu? Is that all? I've mentioned I have no desire to learn. You have 2 choices. Either voluntarily learn, or I will forcibly take you to my home and compel you to comply. I am quite democratic, offering you a chance to choose. If only there were a table at hand, Kagura would have loved to flip it. This cunning man speaks of offering choices, yet regardless of the decision, the outcome remains the same. I'm quite dull, she retorted. With so many ninjas in Konoha, I refuse to believe I cannot teach you. Even a blockhead can eventually figure it out, let alone you. Kagura felt she was indeed a tad cleverer than a blockhead. Fine, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique will suffice. I won't pressure you further. At the very least, I hope you can learn some ninjutsu for self-preservation. Tobirama gazed at Kagura with utmost seriousness. His intense stare rendered her unable to utter a word of refusal, even if it lingered on the tip of her tongue. If only I could be like some influential figure who cannot discern beauty from ugliness. Alas, I suffer from the burden of being a connoisseur. What did you say? Nothing. Nothing at all. Have you made your choice? This fellow is truly something. Will you go to my house willingly, or shall I bind you and drag you there? I choose to go willingly. Kagura sighed in resignation, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. At that moment, Tobirama broke into a smile, seemingly satisfied with her response, yet tinged with a hint of regret. Excellent, he declared. Starting tomorrow, come to my office, and I will arrange for you to learn how to sense and extract chakra. Kagura's heart brimmed with emotion. For many who yearn to learn yet find themselves unable, she felt somewhat ungrateful. In the world of ninjas, 3-legged cats are hard to come by, yet 2-legged ninjas abound. The foundational teachings of sensing and extracting chakra certainly do not require Tobirama's direct instruction. He is too occupied with official duties to spare the time. Hence, Kagura's instructors would be Tobirama's students, Hizashi, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choji. We've been training to become ninjas since we were little, Kagura-chan. Are you sure you're okay at over 20? Choji inquired. Assuming Kagura was merely whimsically requesting to learn, prompting Tobirama to assign her to whichever of them was available. However, the truth was quite the opposite. Kagura smiled nonchalantly. Who knows? I'll just go with the flow. You might end up like Lee, you know? In the ensuing period, Kagura devoted most of her time to learning how to sense and extract chakra. Day after day, different instructors guided her, and after nearly 2 months of on and off training, she truly began to feel the flow of chakra within her body. Is this even possible? Akimichi Choji exclaimed in disbelief, holding a basket of soup dumplings. Chakra, that elusive and intangible essence, felt peculiar. It was as if a force, indescribable in words, flowed gently through her body, akin to water coursing through meridians. Her task became to extract this sense chakra, using hand seals, something she was familiar with. What child who grew up watching Naruto hasn't mimicked hand seals with friends after school? In those days, it became a ritual for children to gather at the alleyway after class to imitate ninja hand seals, with boys chasing each other for surprise attacks and girls favoring the shadow clone and fireball techniques. Kagura often played the role of Naruto, shouting, "Shadow clone jutsu," as her friends leaped out from behind her, pretending to be her clones, filling the air with laughter. And now, she had genuinely learned to refine chakra and perform hand seals, executing them with remarkable speed. Even Kakashi, who had been single for 30 years, nodded in approval. Once she mastered chakra extraction, she could officially begin learning ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, a legacy passed down by Tobirama himself. You possess notable talent. Not everyone can master the Flying Thunder God technique. It requires strong sensory abilities, Tobirama informed her. Kagura contemplated that her sensory skills likely stemmed from her childhood, when she would secretly watch television, honing her hearing to discern the faintest footsteps of her parents returning home. Furthermore, her knack for observing her surroundings while sneaking snacks during class had sharpened her awareness, a skill forged through experience. Indeed, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would be beneficial. It would allow her to deliver takeout and prove useful when she eventually established a universally accessible delivery service. The day Kagura finally learned the Flying Thunder God technique was filled with joy. After 6 arduous months of relentless practice, the experience had been nothing short of grueling. Lacking any foundation, she had to start from scratch. The trials she endured were beyond description. So, can I now create my own jutsu? She eagerly asked Tobirama while sitting on the floor of his living room. Observing her unrestrained delight, Tobirama couldn't help but scoff, recalling how she had adamantly refused to learn in the past. Yet now she was brimming with excitement. Design your own jutsu. Mine is a simple technique, infusing my chakra and writing as I desire. What should I create? With her arms crossed in contemplation, Kagura pondered her version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Tobirama's technique resembled the Senju family crest. She couldn't replicate that as she wasn't a Senju. As for Minato's ninja art, love sword, that was a bit too cliché. If she were to create something, it ought to be unique, something that belonged solely to Kagura. Perhaps a smiley face? Cute and representative of her optimistic nature, though it might lack seriousness in a life-or-death situation. Or perhaps a handsome figure. She adored handsome characters. But while it was fine for her to enjoy, it could be a tad embarrassing if others were to see it. Thus, that idea was discarded too. As she lifted her gaze, she chanced upon Tobirama's back. He was seated before a low table, engrossed in the documents he had yet to peruse in the office. Tobirama Dano, she mused, recalling his previous words about seeking refuge beside him when in peril. Should I then leave a mark upon you? Tobirama, while sifting through the papers, replied affirmatively. Upon receiving his confirmation, Kagura gazed at his back and a sudden urge to laugh overcame her. She could not contain herself and burst into laughter. This brought to mind the tale of Yufei, whose mother had tattooed the words loyalty to the country on his back. Should I emulate that? Observing Tobirama's upright and broad back, she resolved to inscribe a technique there. Tobirama frowned and turned to face Kagura, only to find her rolling with laughter. His brow furrowed deeper. What is so amusing? Please, share the joke with everyone. I've decided what to write, Tobirama Dano. Remove your coat. The pen in his hand slipped from his grasp, and clattered onto the table at her words. Tobirama spun around, disbelief etched on his face, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Why you want me to take off my clothes? For the inscription, of course. There are numerous places to write. Why must it be on your skin? His hand clenched involuntarily. A wave of heat washed over him, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. This sensation felt utterly foreign, and he attributed it all to her. Kagura found his reaction rather excessive, pouting in amusement. A grown man should not be so bashful, especially not in front of a woman. The more he squirmed, the more she felt inclined to tease him. She extended her hands, halting just 10 centimeters from him, and playfully remarked, "If you do not undress yourself, I shall assist you." Indeed, her words startled him. Reluctantly, he shed his outer garment, revealing the inner layer beneath. "What is this?" Kagura mused, observing his fishnet-like attire. Many characters in the anime wore similar outfits, and she had often scoffed at them, remarking on their fashionable choices, regardless of gender. Now seeing it on him, she felt compelled to inquire, "What are you wearing? Is that fishnet?" Tobirama, perplexed, glanced down at his attire. Is she referring to this? It certainly caters to the comfort of small creatures, providing them with an ideal spot to draw blood. What thoughts occupied this woman's mind? This is protective gear. Do you not understand? Really? She leaned closer for a better look, realizing it was not merely a simple fishnet, but rather a type of armor. She then commanded him to remove that as well. "Any further stripping, and I shall be left with nothing," he replied, a faint blush gracing his fair complexion, his ears turning pink as well. Before the woman he admired, he found it impossible to remain composed. "Remove it quickly, or I shall lend a hand," Kagura teased, stifling her laughter. Reluctantly, he peeled off the protective layer, exposing his upper body to her gaze. Tobirama's physique was well proportioned, the kind that appeared slender in clothing yet revealed a muscular form beneath. Years of training had left him devoid of excess flesh. Every inch of him was defined muscle, his 8-pack abs perfectly sculpted. Kagura counted, ensuring they were just as she had imagined. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his skin smooth and flawless. He indeed possessed a stunning physique. As a model, he would undoubtedly elicit admiration from countless onlookers. Kagura's eyes gleamed differently as she beheld his form, akin to a wolf catching sight of its prey. Any initial embarrassment Tobirama felt vanished upon witnessing the desire in Kagura's gaze. He felt a surge of pride. How could any woman resist the allure of Tobirama's perfect physique? Surely, none could. Suddenly, joy washed over him, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. He contemplated daring methods to captivate Kagura, to win her over as his partner. Lost in such thoughts, he felt quite pleased. Clearing his throat, Tobirama interrupted Kagura's daydreams. "Now that you've undressed, where do you wish to write?" He looked down at his body, uncertain of her intentions. Kagura realized her earlier gaze had been rather indiscreet, a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she chided herself for being so foolish. After all, he was but a mere figure drawn from paper. Turn around. I wish to inscribe the technique upon your back." "On my back?" Tobirama found her request absurd. Glancing at his meticulously sculpted abs, he pondered why she would choose his back for such an endeavor. Reluctantly, he turned, revealing a back marked by scars from battles fought. Drawn to the scars like a moth to a flame, Kagura reached out, her fingers brushing against them. Gazing at these battle-worn marks, she found herself gently asking, "Does it hurt?" Tobirama paused, feeling her touch, his gaze dropping as he bit his lip. "It no longer pains me." Kagura chuckled awkwardly, berating herself internally. What was she thinking? It was not as if he were a fragile being. He belonged to the Senju clan, after all. Yet, it seemed as though Tobirama's back had a mind of its own, sensing her thoughts. "Some injuries do ache during rain or on cloudy days," he added. Kagura's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but smile. This man truly was captivating. Feeling the heat of her gaze, Tobirama's elegant shoulder blades seemed to flutter, as if preparing to sprout wings. As she swallowed hard, vivid memories of her past sketches flooded her mind, her breath quickening. If only her anatomy model had possessed a physique like Tobirama's, her grades would not have plummeted. Chakra coalesced at her trembling fingertips as she made contact with his warm skin, the heat radiating from him transferring through their touch. A sudden wave of shyness washed over her. If only she had a pillow to bury her face in, she would. How utterly embarrassing. Chapter 38. It felt as though no one else existed in this world. Tobirama silently endured the sensation of Kagura's delicate fingers gliding across his back. It was, in truth, quite torturous. Her movements were light, yet they provoked an itch beneath his skin. In early spring, even with the heater, a chill lingered in the air, and each motion of her fingers tightened his nerves further, sending shivers coursing through him. Tobirama's muscles tensed gradually. He could discern that Kagura was inscribing Chinese characters on his back. However, the specific letters eluded him, though their strokes seemed to stretch on for an eternity. He felt as if a playful kitten were batting at a ball of yarn within his chest, provoking an insatiable itch. The warmth of Kagura's breath fanned against his bare back, causing him to slightly part his lips, inhaling cautiously. A mischievous voice within him urged him to embrace the raw desires awakening inside him. As her fingers traveled from his shoulder blades downward, they finally reached the small of his back, a particularly sensitive area. Kagura delicately tapped 3 points there, and with that action, Tobirama's composure shattered. The tension that had been tightly wound within him snapped, and in an instant, he whirled around, pouncing on Kagura like a cheetah, pinning her to the soft tatami mat. The sudden contact startled Kagura, eliciting a gasp. Her dark eyes met Tobirama's crimson ones, filled with longing and a fervent desire. He gazed at her, his lips pressed together as if suppressing something, while silently yearning for her. This was the first time Kagura had been so close to a man, and she found herself flustered, even forgetting to struggle. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her senses were enveloped by the intoxicating scent of soap that lingered around her like an impenetrable fortress. Perhaps it was the perfectly charged atmosphere that allowed her to accept the gentle kiss that Tobirama placed upon her lips, a moment she did not resist. Possibly enchanted by his striking looks, the sensation of the kiss was extraordinary, as if the world had vanished, leaving only the two of them. The feelings of touch and smell were solely occupied by one another. Tobirama's long fingers, slightly calloused, cradled Kagura's face as he lost himself in the moment, his eyes closed. While Kagura kept her gaze fixed on him, his handsome features magnified before her. His dark lashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly, revealing that he too was inexperienced and nervous. He playfully nibbled her lips, sending tingles throughout her body, prompting Kagura to instinctively reach for his back. With her eyes closed, she reflected on the realization that this was what kissing felt like, and it was rather delightful. Yet, this was not how things were supposed to unfold. She had originally intended to learn the sealing technique by inscribing it on his back. The initial fear and tension gradually melted away, replaced by a desire for more as Tobirama leaned in to unbutton the clasp at her collarbone, his trembling hand moving to the next button when suddenly, the front door swung open unexpectedly. "Is Lord Tobirama home?" The intruder's voice startled both of them, almost causing them to faint. Tobirama instinctively grabbed a cushion to shield Kagura's face, a mix of embarrassment and anger flaring in his crimson eyes as he directed a fiery glare at the newcomer. The visitor stood there, shocked, taking in the sight of Tobirama's half-naked upper body, his mouth agape as he noticed the long legs visible beneath the cushion, unmistakably belonging to a woman. "Get out," the intruder stammered, as if seeing a mouse before a cat, and hurriedly fled the scene, not forgetting to slam the door shut behind him. As he ran a considerable distance away, his heart raced with a mix of fear and anxiety, realizing that he had barged into a situation he never anticipated. What if Lord Tobirama decided to silence him? In the Hokage office, Hashirama and Madara observed the return of Uchiha Kagami, whose expression was peculiar, awkward, flustered, anxious, and fearful. They noted the absence of Tobirama behind him. "What is going on? Is Tobirama not home?" Hashirama inquired. Kagami opened his mouth to speak, but faltered, unsure how to report the incident. "He shouldn't be in the office or lab at this hour. He should be home." "Humph, is he putting on airs because I'm here?" Madara crossed his arms with a huff. Kagami hesitated. "I didn't see Lord Tobirama." Hashirama stroked his chin, puzzled, but thought little of it. The formation of the police unit could wait. "Since Tobirama is busy, let us visit the arcade. I heard a new one opened on the shopping street." Madara sighed, watching Hashirama like a disappointed father, but eventually yielded to his persistence and followed him out of the office. As the two men left, Kagami felt tears welling up, pondering how he would face Tobirama again. Should he acknowledge him or pretend he hadn't seen anything? Inside, Kagura was struggling beneath the cushion, which Tobirama had inadvertently pressed against her face, obstructing her breath. If he continued to smother her, she feared she might suffocate. Finally managing to push the cushion away, she gasped for fresh air, thinking, "What a ridiculous way to die. Are you trying to murder me?" She glared at Tobirama while desperately inhaling oxygen. I'm sorry," he replied, his face flushed like a child caught in wrongdoing, looking helpless. Kagura quickly sat up, fastening her buttons, and rushed to the sink to pour herself a glass of water. Despite not feeling thirsty, she sought an excuse to calm her racing heart in the face of Tobirama's presence. This was not how things were meant to unfold. She touched her cheek, realizing it was hot, likely flushed. Being interrupted felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her, extinguishing her excitement. Tobirama sighed in frustration, lamenting his bad luck for his first intimate moment being so abruptly interrupted. The sealing technique is complete. You should put your clothes back on before you catch a cold," Kagura said, holding the cup at a distance. Tobirama noticed her averted gaze, her cheeks still rosy, resembling a ripe apple, adorable in her innocence. The memory of her lips lingered in his mind, and he silently smiled, gathering his scattered clothes and putting them on one by one. "In the future, rely on the technique inscribed on my body to escape and come to me. I will protect you until my last breath." She replied. "Is that all? Don't you have anything else to say?" Tobirama looked at her profile, feeling a tinge of regret, yet the memory of their intimate encounter filled him with joy. Previously, he had been oblivious to such feelings and had never encountered anyone who captivated him. As his peers found their partners, he had dismissed the significance of companionship until he met Kagura. His heart, once as still as a mountain, now danced with exuberance, yearning to leap and twirl, akin to 1,000 butterflies fluttering across the sea. Falling in love felt like this, quite delightful indeed. More than delightful, he mused. Kagami came to find me, which suggests something is amiss at the office. I'll be right back. You can wait for me here. No, she interjected without a second thought. I'll head home after finishing this water. Tobirama was at a loss for words. Is this shyness? He wondered, realizing that she was merely in her early 20s, an age where such feelings were natural. All right, I'll come find you later. What do you want to see me for? Kagura's eyes widened in alarm, sparkling with suspicion, leaving Tobirama speechless. He approached her, initially intending to caress her apple-like cheek, but hesitated, retracting his hand. Instead, he gently ruffled her hair, his tone unexpectedly tender, laced with affection. I simply want to see you, that's all. This left Kagura silent. As Tobirama departed, she remained by the sink, holding her cup and staring vacantly in the direction he had vanished, her fingers unconsciously brushing over her warm lips. Tobirama was gentle, but at that moment, her lips felt void of sensation, no more tingling or itchiness. Only the memory of their connection lingered. A mere paper doll, she thought, gazing at the door. Let us consider it a dream. What future could there be with a paper doll? Chapter 39. You truly are incorrigible. Emerging from Tobirama's home, Kagura found herself in a whirlwind of confusion. Her heart, once tranquil, now felt irrevocably altered, as if the gentle breeze had stirred ripples across a still pond. Without returning home, I ventured instead to a Chinese restaurant. It was not mealtime, and the establishment was devoid of patrons. After a bustling afternoon, Erle could finally take a breather. He settled at the cash register, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Xiao Chun. I am uncertain of the specifics of their dialogue, but it evidently provoked Xiao Chun to playfully tap his head. While chastising him, she exclaimed, "If you keep babbling nonsense, do you believe I won tea so your mouth shut with a needle?" Erle, unfazed, chuckled as he extricated his silvery hair from her grasp, proclaiming, "But I speak only heartfelt truths. Do women not appreciate such sentiments?" I observed that in Kagura-chan's comic series, they often convey such lines. What was that title again? Oh, yes. The overbearing villager falls in love with me. The bamboo man expresses such things to the water child, and those who read it claim it to be exceedingly sweet. Why is your reaction so severe? Xiao Chun, having also perused the overbearing villager falls in love with me, could recall the plot upon Erle's mention. She vividly remembered the nights spent engrossed in the story, reading it thrice in one sitting, enviously admiring the water child for having such a splendid partner in the bamboo man. However, the same cheesy lines, when uttered by the streetwise Erle instead of the dashing bamboo man, lost their charm and took on a comical tone. Shooting Erle a disapproving glance, Xiao Chun admonished him not to mimic such behavior. When Kagura entered, Erle darted to her side to lament Xiao Chun's treatment of him, pointing out the painful spots on his head where she had struck him. You deserve it, Xiao Chun retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Pouting in exaggerated grievance, Erle, unable to best her in their quarrel, redirected his ire towards Kagura, blaming her for inspiring him to utter such lines that led to his beating. Kagura, bemused, questioned how she could be at fault. Just as Erlei was about to respond, Xiao Chun dashed out from behind the cash register, exclaiming, "Stop! I can't bear to listen any longer. Discuss it once I leave." With that, she sprinted towards the kitchen. "What did you actually say?" Kagura inquired. "I mentioned some romantic phrases, learned from you," he replied, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. "I told her, I toil for you, I weep for you, I am infatuated with you, I crash into walls for you. Kagura-chan, did I not express my feelings clearly? Yet she deemed me trivial." Kagura stifled a laugh, feeling a slight discomfort. While such lines might enhance comedic effect in a comic, hearing them spoken aloud indeed sent chills down the spine. Erlei tapped his head, trying to recall more convoluted phrases. "I remember you said something like, it's alpha, it's beta, it's gamma, it's delta. It's my desire to kiss your lips." After presenting her with this love letter, I received an even harsher beating in return. Kagura regarded him with a look of compassionate incredulity, suddenly feeling pity for Jiraiya. Under the influence of such a brother, it would be a wonder if he ever managed to win Tsunade's heart. Alas, I merely wish to pursue a beautiful lady and indulge in a sweet romance. Yet fate seems intent on thwarting my desires. How tragic. In this regard, Kagura felt she had no authority to speak, if not for her childhood crush on the table tennis champion of the school team. Her understanding of romantic relationships was nearly blank. Inexperienced individuals like her ought not to meddle in the affairs of others' hearts. She could not voice platitudes about perseverance leading to victory. Love cannot simply be harvested through endurance. Human emotions are notoriously fickle, much like the vows exchanged during wedding ceremonies, at one moment sincere, yet susceptible to betrayal thereafter. The uncertainty is immense. However, suggesting that he give up was equally difficult to articulate. As previously mentioned, due to the capricious nature of the human heart, disinterest today does not guarantee disinterest in the future. Perhaps one day, Xiao Chun might develop an immunity to Erlei's cheesy lines and find him endearing. And what of her feelings for Tobirama? The smile faded from her face as she sighed, recognizing that love truly complicates the heart. It is no wonder that ancient wisdom suggested one must first relinquish attachments before pursuing the path of cultivation. Even in tales of immortals, achieving enlightenment often necessitates severing emotional ties. That evening, Tobirama arrived at Kagura's dwelling as promised. Following their tender kiss earlier in the day, Tobirama no longer appeared as cold and detached as before. Though he still smiled infrequently, his gaze had softened considerably. "You see," he began, suddenly at a loss for words. He had contemplated what to say to Kagura during his journey, feeling that the earlier event had been somewhat abrupt, akin to a lecher suddenly harboring impure intentions. Would this leave her with a negative impression? Yet, one cannot help but feel a desire for closeness with someone they admire. Hugs, kisses, and all. As they strolled along the street, gazing at the moon, Tobirama felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He excelled in developing new ninjutsu and assisting his brother in managing the village. He was proficient in numerous areas, yet in matters of the heart, he felt like a novice. Despite being 40 years old, it felt as though he had merely aged without gaining any wisdom. Meanwhile, Kagura pondered how to explain her earlier behavior to Tobirama. It had merely been a matter of atmosphere. She held little interest in romance. "Oh, you need not worry about that incident. Mirai likely saw nothing. If he did see something, it was merely me, concealing your face thoroughly. There is no need for concern." She reassured him. "Is that so?" He replied, clearly misinterpreting her words. "You are my woman. Though you were not before, you are now. Moreover, the villagers believe this to be true, so there is no need to feel embarrassed." Tobirama nodded, acknowledging that while such statements made him feel somewhat awkward, embracing responsibility was indeed the mark of a true man. He was not the type to kiss a girl and then abandon her, and he believed Kagura would appreciate this aspect of him. I didn't mean it in that way. Also, I am not your woman. I am myself. When did I become your possession? That was not my intent. But we both, I understand, but I believe we are incompatible. I do not wish to pursue a romantic relationship. I simply wish to live freely as a wealthy woman, wandering wherever I please. I do not want to be tied down for a lifetime." Kagura, unable to meet Tobirama's eyes, felt a twinge of guilt, as if she were taking advantage of a handsome man without the intention of commitment. "That is not an issue. You are free to go wherever you wish, and I shall not restrict your desires. How does that relate to our love?" Tobirama was perplexed. "This is not love. I do not intend to fall for anyone here, at least not at this moment. As a three-dimensional person who has traversed into this world, falling for a mere fictional character feels utterly bizarre. I cannot reconcile that within myself. I want to do as I please. Once a bond is formed, it brings responsibilities. I am a responsible person, and I feel that would be a constraint. Moreover, I have always harbored the notion that one day, I may return to my original world. Then why did you agree and respond to me earlier? Indeed, Kagura questioned her own earlier consent. If she had halted it then, none of this chaos would have ensued. She wished she could travel back in time and give her past self a stern warning to remain vigilant and avoid courting a taken man. Answer me, why? Was it infatuation? She pondered. In that atmosphere filled with pink bubbles, gazing at Tobirama's youthful and handsome face, how could any woman remain unaffected? At the age of 40, one still appears to be in their 30s. Such a splendid physique can easily overpower you, accompanied by a gaze as profound as water. Oh heavens! It is nearly impossible for any living soul to remain indifferent, especially when one is a novice in matters of the heart. A mere flirtation can send one's spirit into disarray. Indeed, lust is a significant vulnerability. It is the allure of your beauty that captivates. This should be the truth. Now, Tobirama finds himself at a loss for words. Kagura is perhaps the first person in his long life to openly confess to him their desire for his beauty. Yet, such declarations are typically made by men towards women, leaving their relationship feeling somewhat peculiar, as if something is amiss. I am quite the philanderer. I am attracted to any man with a hint of charm. If you prefer not to have a barren field atop your head, I would not mind engaging in a romantic liaison. With this, Kagura discreetly observes Tobirama's reaction, astonished to find him genuinely pondering the matter. Pray, dear brother, this is hardly a normal inquiry, is it? What is there to contemplate? So, one can casually trample upon the heartfelt offerings of others? When Tobirama poses this question, his expression is grave, disappointment etched deeply in his striking red eyes. The joy he felt upon arrival is now replaced with profound hurt. Kagura, unable to meet his gaze, quickly averts her eyes, guilt gnawing at her. She never intended to cause harm, yet her actions are inflicting pain upon this man. It is strange. He has believed her deceit, yet she feels no joy in it. Her heart feels constricted, aching and heavy, an unbearable sensation. Lacking the experience or the intricate understanding required to navigate emotional dilemmas, she resorts to platitudes gleaned from domineering CO novels, hoping to dissuade him. Kagura. He calls her name with a chilling detachment, his lips moving slowly. You are indeed thoroughly wicked. Chapter 40. The blind date continues. Kagura lowers her head in silence, unsure of how to defend herself. Perhaps it is best to embrace the misunderstanding. Is not this the outcome she sought? With this in mind, Kagura forces a smile, feigning nonchalance. She lifts her gaze to speak further with Tobirama, only to find his seat empty, as though he had never been there at all. The space is barren, devoid of presence, and her smile, once vibrant, fades into a grimace as she stares vacantly at the now empty chair. It is not the resolution she envisioned. Although a challenge has been surmounted, her heart remains heavy, as if filled with damp cotton, stifling and uncomfortable. She cannot help but pout, as her mother would say. Your lips are pursed enough to tether a donkey. The following morning, Kagura awakens early and heads to the Chinese restaurant. Having scarcely slept the previous night, she now bears the burden of dark circles under her eyes. Xiaochun and Mido Minyan arrive for breakfast, casting sympathetic glances in her direction. With a meat bun in her mouth and a cup of milk in hand, she finds no pleasure in her meal. Clearly, the blow has been quite significant. From 2 tables away, Xiaochun whispers to Mido Minyan. Minyan steals a glance at Kagura, his sympathy deepening upon witnessing her state. He nods, stating, I always thought their relationship was quite solid. I can't believe it has come to this. Indeed, I must say, it is Tobirama's fault, that wretched man, who initiates and then abandons. How despicable. What are you pulling me for? Even if he is our teacher, I must say, this is terribly unprincipled. Minyan tugs at Xiaochun's sleeve to silence her, but she swats his hand away. Xiaochun, I am ever so devoted. Unlike Tobirama, I have eyes for you alone. Early I interjects, peeking from the kitchen to declare his loyalty. Get lost. He retreats swiftly. Xiaochun is like a flower atop a high ridge, difficult to approach. Yet this only intensifies Early Eye's desire to win her over. Such is the nature of infatuation, reminiscent of Kagura's words. Zhou Yu striking Huang Gai. One is willing to fight, the other to endure. Xiaochun embodies Zhou, while he is Huang Gai. It is astonishing how quickly news of their discord has spread. Even Xiaochun and Mito Minyan are aware of it after just one night. Truly, the essence of humanity lies in gossip. Kagura muses as she bites into her bun with frustration. Suddenly, the mention of a blind date catches her attention. Had they not considered Kagura's feelings at all? Why now of all times? Wait, a blind date? Who is going on a blind date? Kagura spins around abruptly, losing control of her bun, which flies from her mouth and smacks Minyan squarely in the face. Mito Minyan. Without time for apologies, Kagura rushes over and seizes Xiaochun's arm. A blind date? Xiaochun nods, sympathy evident on her face. Teacher Tobirama has instructed Lord Mito to arrange a blind date. It seems he had an episode last night. Going to Lord Hashirama's home, refusing to leave and insisting on a blind date, which Lord Mito could not refuse to set up. It is scheduled for this morning. Mito Minyan quietly adds, at the small square by the river. Xiaochun cautiously observes Kagura's expression, whispering, "What happened between you and Teacher Tobirama? Whereunto you two?" The bun, lodged in her throat, nearly chokes Kagura, drawing tears. Xiaochun and Mito Minyan exchange horrified glances, as if silently agreeing that disaster has struck. In Tobirama's office, Xiaochun reports while feeling pity for Kagura. "Teacher, she is in tears. Is this not excessive?" Tobirama tosses the completed files onto the desk, glancing at the wall clock with an impassive expression. It is time for the blind date. He then stands and departs. "Teacher Tobirama." "Teacher?" Ignoring Xiaochun's calls, he dashes away faster than a rabbit. The blind date venue is at the small square by the river, a picturesque location with gentle breezes and floral scents. Truly an ideal setting for such an occasion. Kagura hides behind a large tree, observing two figures seated on a nearby bench, Tobirama and his date. During introductions, she hears the woman's name is Duzi. Is this Miss Duzi skilled in cultivating beans, perhaps? Kagura scoffs. It appears that Tobirama and Miss Duzi are engaging in lively conversation, their laughter occasionally reaching her ears, while she maintains a genteel demeanor, covering her mouth with one hand. Unlike Kagura, who could devour an entire cow in one breath. "Oh, just yesterday he professed his love for me, and today he seems quite merry with his date. If he keeps laughing, he'll develop wrinkles." Kagura concedes her thoughts may be rather spiteful. In another corner of the square, children play kick the can. The ruckus occasionally draws her attention, reminiscent of the games Kakashi and Obito enjoyed in their youth. One might wonder if this game has truly endured through the ages, or if the children of the ninja world simply lack other amusements. A few battered cans have remained in play for decades. Upon closer inspection, she notices a white-haired boy among them, his vacant gaze mirroring hers, yet devoid of a mask to conceal his face. It is Kakashi, now 2 years older and considerably taller. As the other children disperse, it is Kakashi's turn to kick the can. He takes a deep breath, gathering his strength, and with a swift run, delivers a kick to the can. Kagura watches as the can arcs gracefully into the sky before descending with a resounding thud. "Oh no!" A woman's pained cry echoed, followed by an air of profound sorrow. To everyone's surprise, it was Miss Duzi nestled in Tobirama's embrace, her head peeking out from behind a tree. Tobirama showed no signs of hesitation, allowing her to remain in his arms while gently patting her back in a comforting manner. How could they behave like this in such a public setting? Tugging at each other so intimately? It was truly a sign of the times. Was being struck by a jar really that painful? I won't watch any longer. I refuse to subject myself to this. I'm leaving. Upon returning to the Chinese restaurant during the bustling lunch hour, the place was filled with patrons. Even Akidu, who usually had little to do, came to lend a hand, eliciting a smile from Kagura. "Today, I crave some crispy fried pork," Kagura declared, her voice infused with an irresistible charm. Who could possibly resist? However, crispy fried pork, being fried food, is high in calories. She nodded vigorously. "I want to eat too," transforming her frustration into appetite. A bit of cola would be perfect. By the way, where had Kagura been earlier? The riverbank? A fleeting glimmer of something unusual flickered in Akidu's eyes, but Kagura remained oblivious. "Oh, I went to a tea house 3 streets north along the riverbank," she thought to herself, relieved at her quick thinking that had prevented her from revealing too much. After finishing their lunch, Kagura prepared a large bowl of crispy fried pork. The pork, marinated simply and coated in egg batter, was fried to achieve a crispy exterior while remaining tender within, wrapped in lettuce leaves. It was a delightful treat that wasn't overly greasy. Apart from the small bowl that Tsunade had taken, Kagura and Akidu shared the entire bowl together. After indulging in the high-calorie dish until they could eat no more, Kagura sat at the table, holding a cup of tea in a daze. Indeed, good food possessed the power to soothe the soul, and at that moment, she felt her anger dissipating. In the afternoon, following a meeting, a few students cautiously observed Tobirama's expression. He was engrossed in his work, his face devoid of emotion. When he finally lifted his gaze to regard the neatly lined-up students, his countenance darkened, revealing a faint smirk. "So, I maintain that Kagura is the better choice," whispered Nikizane, undeterred by the tension. Tobirama shot Nikizane a sharp glance, retorting, "Monkey, I am not one to hang myself on a single tree. Speaking of which, how are things progressing with Lake Biwa?" Nikizane squinted, appearing somewhat inscrutable, then scratched his head with a shy smile. "It's going fairly well. At least, when I offered to be her bodyguard while she gathered herbs in the mountains, she didn't reject me." The smile that had just begun to grace Tobirama's lips vanished instantly upon hearing Nikizane's words. He silently cursed, feeling as though everyone else's romantic endeavors surpassed his own. How frustrating. Another round of matchmaking tomorrow, the crowd murmured. Chapter 41. The full moon resembles Tobirama's face in the days that followed. Tobirama devoted his free time to matchmaking. Without exception, news of his endeavors reached Kagura's ears through various channels. Their social circles overlapped significantly, making it impossible for her to remain unaware. Today, he went to the riverbank to meet Miss Duzzy. Tomorrow, he is meeting Miss Kaki at the bookstore. The day after, he is set to meet Miss Kaji at the flower shop, followed by Miss Detsi. Each of these women, whom Kagura had secretly observed, were undeniably beautiful, gentle, and demure, or alluring and generous. As she watched, a sense of despondency washed over her. Tobirama likely favored women akin to the ideal Yamato Nadeshiko. Perhaps that was acceptable. She did not desire a romantic relationship for herself, nor could she wish for him to remain single. Well, so be it. Suddenly, like a deflated balloon, Kagura lost her desire to follow Tobirama's matchmaking escapades. She found it utterly uninteresting. What was she doing? Wasn't she supposed to be free of romantic entanglements, living life as a carefree heiress? Though she had been the one to push him away, seeing him with other women stirred an unexpected pang of distress within her. What was this feeling? Kagura disliked this version of herself, yet it felt oddly disconcerting. These past few days had deprived her of restful sleep. So after resolving to ignore Tobirama, she headed to the Konoha izakaya, believing that perhaps alcohol could serve as a substitute for sleeping pills, granting her a peaceful night's slumber. Being alone felt excessively lonely, so she invited Haru and Momoko along. Momoko brought Mito with her, and that evening, the four of them held a small gathering of the Konoha women in the izakaya. The three women were impressive drinkers, downing cup after cup. As the alcohol flowed, even the typically gentle and poised Mito transformed, unable to restrain herself from venting about the various troubles at home. "That rascal Hashirama thinks only of gambling every day. I've tolerated him for so long. If he wants to gamble, that's one thing, but now he is taking Ko along with him. What can he possibly teach her? I have better luck at mahjong than he does, honestly." "You're right, Lady Mito. At this rate, I'm worried we might lose the village." Momoka nodded in agreement while sipping her drink. "Don't worry, there's also Tobirama-sensei. It's precisely because he's around that the first Hokage dares not act recklessly. Wouldn't you agree, Kagura-chan?" A tipsy Haru patted Kagura's shoulder with such force that it nearly knocked her over. Suppressing the pain, Kagura nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Rest assured, everyone. The village will endure until the 7th Hokage." Mito raised a finger, counting the generations. "First, second, third, 7th, we can last until the 7th Hokage," she concluded with a silly grin. Those who drink tend to speak their minds, and Momoka completely forgot about the rumors regarding Kagura and Tobirama, casually inquiring, "How's Tobirama-sensei's matchmaking going?" Mito furrowed her brow upon hearing the question, pondering for a moment before breaking into laughter. In the end, he found one he likes. The one named Detsi, tall, with a great figure. Don't men typically prefer that type? Momoka smiled knowingly, her gaze toward Mito shifting. Does that mean Hashirama also likes that kind of woman? Mito straightened her back, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "That's the legendary ant waist. It's so slender that 2 hands can almost encircle it. Impressive. One would have to commend the training," someone remarked. Kagura, feeling a bit tipsy, found Mito's comment lingering in her mind. In the end, he found one he likes, the one named Detsi. Over and over, it echoed. I always thought Tobirama liked Kagura-chan. Turns out I was mistaken. I even tried to play matchmaker for them. What was I thinking? Mito cast a meaningful glance toward Kagura. Kagura had no words, opting to pretend she hadn't heard. She had anticipated that drinking would lighten her mood, but it only made her feel worse. Outside the izakaya, a slightly intoxicated Momoka and Mito supported each other, with Mito cheerfully insisting on continuing their night out. Haru, needing to rise early for a meeting, declined their generous invitation and made her way home, fighting off the urge to vomit. Around 10 o'clock at night, the streets were nearly deserted as Kagura trudged home alone. Suddenly, she halted, feeling dizzy. The wind blew, and even the mildest sake could intoxicate her, especially since she hadn't consumed much before, just a single bottle of beer. She looked up. The night sky held no stars, just a solitary, large, round moon hanging there. Kagura reached out her hand, as if she could touch the moon if she just extended her arm long enough. This full moon resembles Tobirama's face, she murmured to herself. She didn't want to go home. She wanted to see him. At that moment, she yearned to see him more than anything else. 2 fingers raised before her chest. She endeavored to refine her chakra. Due to her inebriated state, this process took her quite a while. Unlike Tobirama and Minato, who possessed immense chakra reserves and remarkable proficiency, Kagura needed to complete the preliminary chakra refinement to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. She closed her eyes and concentrated for an extended period. Finally sensing the technique inscribed on someone's back, she gathered the refined chakra in her right index finger, which bore the same inscription as that on Tobirama's back. With the chakra coalesced, she opened a space-time portal. In the bathroom of the Tobirama household, after a long day, Tobirama lounged in a warm bath filled with bubbles and bath salts. He lay with his arms crossed over the edge of the tub, finding solace in the hot water as a remedy to his fatigue. As he relaxed, drowsiness began to envelop him, just as he was on the verge of slumber. A loud splash startled him awake, causing his heart to leap into his throat. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Kagura, drenched and resembling a drowned rat. Wiping the water from her face, her expression bewildered as she noticed Tobirama's shocked gaze. "What are you doing here?" he stammered, momentarily at a loss for coherent speech. Kagura's face, initially flushed from the alcohol, turned an even deeper shade of crimson as her eyes inadvertently fell upon Tobirama's well-defined chest. Realizing the situation, he hastily wrapped a towel around himself and stepped out of the tub, nearly slipping on the foam clinging to him. "What happened? Who is chasing you?" he asked, his expression shifting to one of concern. Kagura, still dazed, shook her head and stared at him blankly, causing Tobirama to feel an uncomfortable tension in the air. No one was pursuing her. She had come on her own accord. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Tobirama inquired, his heart racing. Kagura's cherry-like lips parted, yet she struggled to articulate her feelings. A wave of emotion surged within her, her eyes brimming with tears, and she felt as though the alcohol she had consumed that evening had transformed into an outpouring of sorrow. The tears flowed uncontrollably, and she could not distinguish whether it was water or her own tears staining her cheeks. All she knew was that she felt utterly wronged, and the thought of Tobirama becoming someone else's, particularly Daiko's, filled her with despair. In truth, she realized she had harbored deep feelings for him, sparked the moment she saw him descend gracefully at the Valley of the End, adorned in a white fur collar. Over the subsequent 2 years, that initial attraction morphed into an unrecognized affection. It was only through a series of persistent suitors that Kagura began to comprehend her own heart. She had always been oblivious to her feelings, yet now that she had discovered them, she felt an acute sense of loss. Wiping her tears away only led to more cascading down her cheeks. She had never cried so fervently before. She had always been a cheerful child, even laughing through punishment for sneaking ice cream as a child. Yet now, her heartache was overwhelming, and she found herself exposing her truest self to Tobirama. Tobirama, taken aback by the sight of Kagura weeping uncontrollably, was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Who had wronged her? How could anyone cry so profusely? It seemed as if she intended to shed every drop of water from her body in tears. "Hey, Kagura," the sobs only intensified. "What transpired? Speak to me. Do not cry." He knelt beside her, gently holding her shoulders, examining her for any signs of injury before feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Then, raising his voice, he urged her to cease her crying. Perhaps his loud tones startled her into silence, for Kagura halted her sobbing. Merely allowing tears to flow silently as she gazed at him. Tobirama noticed the sorrowful look in her eyes, and it tugged at his heartstrings. As Kagura observed Tobirama's furrowed brow, her sense of grievance deepened. He had never spoken to her with such volume before. And she was reminded of the saying, "Love can indeed fade away." Observers, love does not vanish, it merely shifts. Is it transferred to Daiko? As this thought crossed her mind, her cries grew louder once more. In a flurry, Tobirama attempted to wipe away her tears, perplexed as to why women seemed so fragile. Realizing that shouting proved ineffective, he resorted to a gentler approach, albeit awkwardly. "Stop crying, or I shall have to lock you up." Such threats hardly constituted comfort. "If you continue to cry, I will confine you here for 10 days, perhaps more." "Wah, you wouldn't dare." His cold laughter echoed. "You underestimate me. There is nothing I fear in this world." "Is that so?" "Indeed. Such a delightful proposition." She mused internally. "What of Daiko if you imprison me?" Upon hearing Daiko's name, Tobirama's eyes brightened. It seemed this little one was aware of her. Suppressing a grin, he adopted a more indifferent facade, clearing his throat as if to reassure Kagura that confining a weeping girl was hardly a hardship for him. Yet, he sensed something unusual in her distress. "Kagura, you wouldn't be I wanted to see you," she confessed, wiping her tears away. "I came here because I wanted to see you, even though I knew it was wrong. Before I realized it, I found myself in the bathtub." Tobirama stared at the tear-streaked woman, her beautiful visage betraying no signs of deceit. "No," he said softly, his hand gently cupping her head, pulling her into a warm embrace. Her forehead resting against his sturdy chest, warmth radiating between them. "You did the right thing." Kagura's eyes widened as she struggled to comprehend the situation. Under the moonlight, Mizuho and Mamaharu supported each other, making their way to another izakaya after parting from Kagura and Kosan. They had attended another gathering, where Hashirama and Madara had indulged in drink. Upon spotting them, Hashirama waved eagerly. "Over here." The two women approached, all four of them united in their shared love for drink. "She returned?" Hashirama inquired. Mizuho poured herself a drink, observing Kagura's disheartened demeanor. "It's almost painful to see." "Well, it was inevitable," Mamaharu remarked. "If we hadn't intervened, she might never have recognized her true feelings." Rolling her eyes, Mamaharu commented on the malevolent nature of men, particularly Hashirama and Madara, with Madara's suggestion being the root cause of the current predicament. Mamaharu scrutinized Madara, reflecting on the irony that a lifelong bachelor could become a love guru, questioning why he remained alone. She observed Ban, whose demeanor was notably cold and unapproachable, exuding an air that seemed to repel strangers. Even in his moments of laughter, he radiated an impression of underlying mischief. Tao Hua, aligned with Tobirama's faction, harbored a particular disdain for Ban, likely stemming from the long-standing enmity between their families. Ban, however, remained indifferent to her disdain, instead relishing in the discomfort he caused her, often circling around her provocatively, which left Tao Hua teetering on the brink of fury. Hashirama had once advised him to not take Tao Hua too seriously, to which Ban had responded with a grin, expressing his delight in witnessing their vexation despite their inability to eliminate him. Hashirama mused that it wouldn't be long before they could discern their true feelings, lamenting the absurdity of worrying about the romantic affairs of the youth at his age. Mito, lost in her thoughts, tilted her head back and downed a glass of sake, causing Hashirama to gasp in alarm and hastily caution her to drink more slowly, lest she become intoxicated and engage in a brawl. "Keep meddling, and I might just give you a punch," she teased. "I believe it," Hashirama replied, retracting his hand obediently. Ban scoffed nearby, mocking him for being henpecked, claiming there was no joy in marriage, and that solitude offered freedom without the worry of being beaten for drunkenness. "Hashirama, what do you know? This is called romance." Konoha villagers chimed in. Yes, we always knew the first enjoyed a good scolding from his wife." "How do you know that?" Hashirama inquired. "Just some gossip we've heard," a villager replied. The conversation shifted to the topic of matchmaking for the next day, with the newly formed security department requiring much attention. Mito frowned, suggesting they consider other candidates, as there were plenty of ninjas in Konoha capable of such endeavors. "True," she conceded. Some individuals' devious schemes seemed ineffective. In her view, Kagura had no real interest in Tobirama. Growing up single, Tao Hua had fought alongside the brothers in numerous battles during the Warring States period, and after Hashirama's marriage to the Uzumaki clan, Mito quickly bore their first son, Aoi. followed by 2 more children. Tao Hua then assisted Mito with child-rearing, and once Konoha was established, she became an indispensable asset, moving wherever help was required, ultimately remaining single. Mito had previously attempted to arrange a suitable match for her, but Tao Hua dismissed every candidate, leaving even the formidable woman at a loss for whom to choose. Gradually, the topic faded, and Hashirama and his wife relinquished hope. However, seeing Tao Hua's daily happiness, they concluded that marriage wasn't the sole path to joy. Thus, they allowed her to chart her own course. Despite her lack of romantic experience, Tao Hua was oblivious to the nuances of love, unless someone explicitly declared their affection. She assumed there was no interest. Consequently, she failed to understand Ban's schemes against Tobirama, deeming them cruel and immature for their age. In private, she had discreetly warned Tobirama. How could Ban genuinely wish to assist you? Be wary, for he may only drive Kagura further away. Tobirama's romantic experiences were equally lacking, and in his desperation, he would consider any advice, even if it came from a deceased individual. Let us give it a try. If it fails, I'll think of another plan. Given his limited romantic intelligence, he was doomed to repeat past mistakes. Tao Hua remarked, "The wise do not enter the realm of love. Foolishness begets folly." Tobirama appeared the epitome of such foolishness, ensnared by Ban's manipulations. Ban merely smiled, gazing at Tao Hua. "What would you know, little girl? This is about putting oneself in a dire situation to foster growth. Who are you calling little girl? You old man. Is it wrong to call someone younger a little girl? Such a lack of decorum." Mito drunkenly retorted, criticizing Ban for his inability to treat women with courtesy and respect, which had led to his prolonged singlehood. "You must change that." Hashirama nodded vigorously in agreement. "Whatever my wife says goes." "Yes, indeed." Ban, glancing between Mito and Hashirama, chuckled inwardly, his thoughts of marriage dissipating entirely. Chapter 43. All is deceit. Kagura wriggled out of Tobirama's embrace, who bore a faint smile, his crimson eyes gleaming with triumph. "What did you mean by that?" she inquired. Tobirama remained silent, retrieving a clean towel to drape over her shoulders. However, upon noticing her wet clothes clinging to her, his cheeks flushed, and he turned away, instructing her to change into dry attire to avoid catching a cold. Kagura stood in the bathroom, momentarily dazed, before rinsing off the suds. Emerging in Tobirama's bathrobe, she found him dressed in his gray attire, exuding a soft and gentle aura. Having cried heavily and consumed alcohol, she now felt a throbbing headache and the remnants of embarrassment washed over her. "You still haven't answered my question," she said, avoiding his gaze, her reddened, swollen eyes betraying her distress. "Shall I answer first?" he replied, leaning towards her. The scent of bath salts wafted gently toward her. "What does it mean to want to see me?" Tobirama inquired, his expression calm and composed, a rarity among his peers. "I want to see you because when I looked at the moon, I saw your face, and that made me wish to see you." Such a foolish reason. Yet for reasons unknown, it brought him immense joy, lifting his spirits and dispelling his earlier frustrations. While the sentiment was sincere, expressing it under his scrutiny was daunting. Causing her cheeks to flush, whether from embarrassment or intoxication, she couldn't tell. She rubbed her face, striving to regain clarity. "So, this is your true feeling. Not merely an infatuation with my looks. You've genuinely fallen for me," he concluded. Kagura was taken aback, having never contemplated such a notion before. She simply felt discomfort upon learning of Tobirama's potential matches and had never associated her feelings with love. Is this love? Is this the sensation of falling for someone? She pondered, grappling with the absurdity of being enamored with a mere illusion. Her bewildered expression left Tobirama feeling slightly defeated. He sighed, propping his chin on his hand, eyes filled with exasperation. "Is loving me such a burden for you?" "Yes," she blurted out without thought. Tobirama was momentarily taken aback. Kagura, in a state of bewilderment, shook her head and replied, "Not exactly. It is, yet it isn't. So what is it really? I do not consider myself someone who lacks substance. What is it that truly troubles you? It feels so unreal." At this moment, Tobirama was utterly at a loss for words, simply gazing at Kagura. The inebriated girl was far more docile than usual. Typically, she would argue with him, inciting irritation, yet under the influence of alcohol, she resembled a gentle kitten, adorably dazed. This was a stark contrast to Mito, who, though gentle in demeanor, transformed into a formidable force after a drink. Akin to Popeye the Sailor Man after consuming spinach, her strength astonishing, as if another persona resided within her, sealed away until released by alcohol, leading to sheer violence. Thankfully, the unfortunate recipient of her wrath was her elder brother Hashirama. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have found themselves a widow by now. In summary, Kagura was undeniably more endearing. Isn't love a matter between two individuals? At this moment, mutual affection should be a simple affair. Why the distress? To Tobirama, love appeared uncomplicated, a concern solely between the two parties involved. He could not fathom why Kagura was so troubled. His earnest and straightforward words resonated with the Kagura of the real world. She had witnessed the love between her parents, ordinary people, neither strikingly handsome nor endowed with extraordinary abilities, yet in their eyes, they were each other's most beautiful beings. Upon understanding love, she silently vowed to seek a partner she genuinely adored. Nothing else mattered, just her affection. As she grew up, her parents echoed this sentiment, emphasizing the brevity of life and the importance of being with someone you love. Nothing else held significance. Suddenly, Kagura felt a wave of clarity wash over her. In reality, she might no longer exist. Perhaps she was a mere vegetable, or perhaps she had already passed away. Here, why should she dwell on trivial matters? She resolved to follow her heart, to love wholeheartedly when the time came, and to depart gracefully when it was no longer meant to be. Her life should unfold in such a manner. With this newfound understanding, her spirits lifted, and she beamed like a radiant little sun. However, the thought of Miss Doriko caused her expression to falter, as she realized the heart-wrenching truth of loving someone who had become another's. Was there anything more tragic? She longed to traverse back in time, to embrace Tobirama when he first appeared at her home, declaring, "You are mine, or I am yours. Do not dare to love anyone else." Yet, she could not return to that moment. A memory of Mito's words struck her. Ultimately, he found someone satisfactory. The lady known as Doriko, tall, with a generous bosom and slender waist. Didn't all men prefer such types? Looking down at her own chest, waist, and legs, she realized she was indeed slender, perhaps excessively so, with her physique not aligning with conventional standards. Kagura pouted and stole a glance at Tobirama, who was resting his chin on his hand, smiling warmly at her. She was not overly concerned with such matters. As long as she had what was necessary, that sufficed. Tobirama raised an eyebrow, implying something deeper. Kagura understood, and her cheeks flushed instantly. Tobirama, cautiously observing Kagura's face, felt the urge to speak but hesitated, worried that his words might upset her. After much contemplation, he decided to be forthright. It was an inevitable conversation. There is no Miss Doriko. Huh. Nor is there a Miss Kaki or Miss Mame. Even Miss Mame cannot deceive me. I have witnessed her being consoled in your embrace after being struck on the head by a can. And Miss Kaki, you took her to the bookstore to buy manga. While Miss Kazashi adores flowers, and you gifted her a magnificent bouquet of red roses. As she spoke, Kagura gestured with her hands, illustrating the grandeur of the bouquet. Tobirama's eyes sparkled with amusement, unable to suppress a chuckle. He gently took Kagura's hand, reassuring her, and softly inquired, "Have you been following me?" Oh no, in her excitement. She had revealed too much. Kagura, blushing, retorted, "Konoha is not that large. It was merely a coincidence." Very well, Tobirama resolved not to expose her. He began drawing something in her palm, his voice melodious. "Have you not noticed the names of these four ladies when placed together?" Huh. With a sigh, Tobirama dipped his finger in the leftover tea and inscribed the names of the four women, Mame, Kaki, Kazashi, Doriko, on the low table. He looked at Kagura and asked, "Do you see it now?" Alcohol had muddled Kagura's thoughts, and she shook her head in confusion, only to witness Tobirama erase the characters following each name, instructing her. "Now try reading it. Mame, Kaki, Kazashi, Doriko, are they all false?" Tobirama could not help but laugh, realizing that Madara's method had indeed worked. He considered it a good deed, and it was time to address the matter of clan selection as well. "But I clearly saw those ladies." "Oh, that will be for tomorrow. I shall reveal their true identities to you then." Uchiha Kagami was preparing to turn off the lights and retire for the night when he suddenly felt a tickle in his nose, unable to resist a sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he felt as if someone was speaking about him behind his back. Lying in bed, he sighed and made a wish to the divine. "Please reconcile Kagura-san with Lord Tobirama. I no longer wish to transform into a woman to play the role of Lord Tobirama's romantic interest. I beg you." Lord Madara had concocted such a dreadful scheme for Lord Tobirama, and due to his interference, The task of playing the romantic interest had fallen upon him. At the time of transformation, those present had laughed heartily. In Lord Tobirama's words, it was a form of atonement, yet he wondered how long this penance would last. Kagami tossed and turned, tears streaming down his face. If the divine granted him another chance, he vowed to remember to knock before entering Lord Tobirama's residence. Chapter 44, Madara's scheme. The timeline rewinds to a week prior, as Tobirama emerged from Kagura's home, wandering the streets alone. Kagura's words had been particularly outrageous, nearly inciting him to hypertension. He wished to avoid returning home and found himself inadvertently at the entrance of an izakaya. Having sworn off alcohol for good, he was now too disoriented to care, parting the warm curtain and stepping inside. Tobirama drank glass after glass, allowing the liquor to flow down his throat and fill his stomach. His head spun, yet his mind remained acutely aware. He began to regret his decision to drown his sorrows, deeming it irrational and futile. Supporting himself on the bar, he attempted to rise, but his limbs refused to cooperate, leaving him to slump back into his seat. Behind him, a familiar voice called out, "Ah, is that not Tobirama? How peculiar, seeing you here drinking." Without needing to turn, Tobirama recognized the voice. It was none other than his elder brother, ever fond of gambling and drinking, embodying all manner of vices. "Who are you with?" Hashirama approached, cup in hand, and noticed Tobirama's flushed face. Glancing around, he saw that the bar was otherwise empty. "You're not here alone, are you? How pitiful." Tobirama, exasperated, retorted loudly, "Who asked for your pity?" Hashirama paid no heed, waving to Madara, who was seated at another table. "Come over here. We have someone who can't drink. Let's tease him." Tobirama exclaimed, "Is this what a brother does?" "Yes, quite childish," Madara replied. However, he relished the opportunity to torment Tobirama, promptly bringing his cup and the unfinished bottle of liquor over. Thus, the two of them sat apart, flanking on either side, causing Tobirama to furrow his brow in evident disdain. Most of the time, Hashirama was quite concerned for his remaining younger brother, especially considering that a man who typically abstained from alcohol was now seeking solace in it, which indicated something troubling had transpired. What could it be? A financial crisis in the village, or perhaps some foreign power was stirring. Tobirama cast a look of disdain at him, remarking, "Can you not wish for something good? If not, why subject yourself to this?" At that moment, Madara, seated to the left, spoke up. "A man seeks refuge in drink for one of two reasons. Either his career is faltering, or his heart is troubled." Tobirama turned to him and inquired, "And what about you? It seems both your career and heart may be lacking." The corners of Madara's eyes twitched involuntarily, his grip around the glass tightening. Even from a distance, Hashirama could hear the grinding of his teeth, and it was a wonder he didn't shatter his molars. Hashirama quickly intervened to ease the tension. "Come now, there is no need for that. So, Tobirama, is this about Kagura?" Although Tobirama remained silent, his hand hesitating as he poured more drink, Hashirama sighed lightly, realizing he had guessed correctly. "Did you have an argument? Surely it hasn't escalated to violence?" Madara chuckled. "Surely you don't believe everyone is as impulsive as some?" Hashirama was rendered speechless, while Tobirama was generally composed. A bit of alcohol had brought out a hint of violence in him. But what of it? As long as he could keep it under control, it was not a concern. "What is the matter? Am I truly that inadequate, brother?" This question was rather troubling, and Hashirama stroked his chin, pondering the implications behind it. Was Tobirama feeling rejected by some girl? What sort of age was it when a woman could dismiss a brother of such merit, both in intellect and martial prowess? Had it come to the point of intimate gestures? Hashirama reflected on his own first kiss, recalling that it had been on the night of his marriage to Mito, over 20 years ago. Nowadays, was kissing without marriage becoming fashionable? Clearing his throat, he dismissed the thought as unimportant. In his inebriated state, Tobirama was far less guarded than usual, pouring out his grievances like beans from a bamboo tube, even confiding in Madara, whom he patted on the shoulder, asking, "What should I do? Even if she is a dreadful creature, I still feel she is different from other women. I still like her." Madara opened his mouth to respond, but was cut off by Tobirama waving his hand. "I know you are going to mock my lack of ambition, but what does it matter? You simply don't understand me." Madara, perplexed, turned to Hashirama. "Since you are the only one among us who is married, your insight into courting women should be invaluable." Tobirama, upon hearing this, broke into a foolish grin. What experience did he possess? His union had been arranged, and his affection for Mito had developed over time. "You've said it all. I have no retort. Hashirama gazed at his brother in disbelief, realizing for the first time that his usually dignified sibling became utterly unhinged when intoxicated. It seemed that the more composed one was in sobriety. The wilder they became under the influence. Mito was a case in point, as was Tobirama. With a hand to his forehead, Hashirama sighed, questioning why he was surrounded by such individuals, wondering if there was not a single rational person among them. Alas, Tobirama and Mito chimed in unison. Anyone is more normal than you. I have an idea. Would you care to hear it? Madara turned to Tobirama, who nodded enthusiastically. The most effective way to gauge a woman's feelings for a man is to evoke jealousy. Make her jealous, and she will reveal her true sentiments. If she is willing to kiss you, it at least signifies that she does not detest you. Try getting closer to another woman and observe her reaction. Is that feasible? Madara mused inwardly, contemplating the absurdity of his suggestion, worrying it might lead to her ignoring Tobirama altogether. Yet, Tobirama was convinced and in desperation. He clung to the notion as if it were a lifeline. That evening, he adamantly refused to return home, insisting on seeking Mito's counsel on how to probe Kagura's true feelings, reasoning that as a woman, she would understand better. Hashirama, unable to dissuade him, reluctantly brought him back home. Mito, ever enthusiastic, was thrilled at the prospect of new members joining the Senju family and, forgo sleep, spent the night devising matchmaking strategies with the inebriated Tobirama. Tobirama's apprentices were also drawn into the scheme, acting as NPCs to subtly relay information to Kagura and observe her responses. Lord Tobirama is going on a date. Lord Tobirama is going on a date again. Today by the river. Today at the bookstore. By the river, at the bookstore, at the flower shop. As for the potential match, Tobirama glanced at his students. When his gaze landed on Uchiha Kagami, he recalled the instigator of his earlier troubles, and his expression turned menacing. Kagami, under Tobirama's scrutinizing gaze, broke out in a cold sweat, fearing for his life. After waiting in vain, the students finally heard Tobirama declare, "Whichever little rooster I point to, that is the one I shall choose." His finger landed on Kagami. "It shall be you. Tomorrow, transform into a woman and await me by the river." He then turned to Kokoro and Mito, instructing them, "You two shall wait at the store in the morning. Upon seeing her, casually mention my intentions for a date. Then follow her to see if she goes." Kokoro and Mito exchanged glances, both dismayed by the absurdity of the task. Yet knowing their teacher was a solitary man at 40, they reluctantly accepted the mission. Thus, on that day, Tobirama met Kagami, who had transformed into a woman. By the river, they exchanged awkward glances, both feeling an uncomfortable chill rising from within, yet they forced smiles. Kagura hid behind a tree, peeping, while Kokoro stood idly by, reminiscent of the moment Hanabi spied on Hinata watching Naruto. The following days unfolded similarly. Kagami lamented endlessly while Tobirama reached his breaking point. Just as he began to doubt Madara's advice, Kagura unexpectedly appeared before him, albeit in a bathtub, rendering the moment quite awkward. She said nothing, merely calling his name before bursting into tears. Tobirama had never witnessed such a deluge of tears, falling like currency, and it pained his heart. In that moment, he resolved that she must never cry again, vowing to protect her and ensure she lived each day with a smile. Ultimately, he fulfilled that promise. But that is a tale for another time. Chapter 45. A Battle of Wits, Land Division. That night, Tobirama not only resolved the misunderstanding with Kagura, but also inadvertently gained a girlfriend, a significant win in his eyes. After escorting Kagura home, he quickly took another shower, the bath salts clinging to him uncomfortably. As he rinsed away the suds with the shower head, he caught a glimpse of a seal on his back left by Kagura. Leaning closer to the mirror, he twisted his neck to see. The steam had fogged up the glass, and as he wiped it away, he found 4 characters neatly inscribed. "Here I have been. Here I have been." Tobirama couldn't help but chuckle, a bemused smile spreading across his face. He thought to himself that he must keep his back hidden, for those characters were quite embarrassing. Having resolved the emotional dilemma, Tobirama wore a beaming smile as the guard department, which had been in preparation for over half a year, finally came to fruition. The journey from establishing the guard department building to selecting suitable personnel had, almost imperceptibly, consumed a significant amount of time. After its establishment, Tobirama refrained from excessive interference, allowing Hashirama to joyously appoint Madara as the head of the guard department. Following the establishment of the guard department, the next pressing issue was to address Madara's request for clan land. This was unprecedented in Konoha. No clan, including the Senju clan, had ever possessed its own territory. Families cohabited within the village, with only a few members of different clans residing somewhat closer to one another. The notion of designating separate clan territories, as was the case for the Uchiha, had never been realized before. When Tobirama and Hashirama proposed this plan during their monthly meetings, whispers of discussion erupted among the attendees. Hashirama glanced at Tobirama, who stood with his arms crossed and eyes closed, maintaining a stoic expression, seemingly impervious to the murmurs surrounding him. Hashirama, feeling a sense of unease, mimicked his brother's demeanor and patiently awaited the proceedings. Unlike Tobirama, Hashirama was acutely aware of the discomfort he felt. In his mind, he believed this proposal would not garner approval. If the Uchiha were granted their own territory, other clans would undoubtedly follow suit, leading to a village hierarchy that prioritized clans over the community. At that moment, Hashirama thought the proposal was merely a tactic employed by Tobirama to placate Madara's return to the village, but it soon became evident that Tobirama was serious. After a considerable exchange of whispers, a representative finally spoke up. The sheer number of clans in Konoha was staggering. Other families aside, even the Senju clan, to which the Hokage belonged, had no designated territory. Why, then, should the Uchiha receive such preferential treatment? If granted, would not other clans seek similar privileges? Hashirama offered an awkward smile, expressing indifference towards the notion of clanland. In fact, he hoped to integrate his clansmen into Konoha, ideally discarding the Senju surname altogether. The Hokage's indifference reflects your broad-mindedness, someone remarked. Indeed, if it were another clan, they would surely harbor grievances, even if they did not openly imitate this precedent. Moreover, entrusting the guard department to the Uchiha, whose leader Madara is a figure of considerable danger, poses a threat to the village's stability. How can such individuals be awarded such favorable conditions? As the crowd voiced their objections, Hashirama listened intently, his expression solemn. His gaze shifted to Tobirama, who, having kept his eyes shut, finally opened them to survey the assembly, his face still devoid of emotion. Does anyone here comprehend the purpose of the guard department? Tobirama suddenly interjected, his piercing gaze now fixed on the high-ranking officials. Taken aback by his unexpected inquiry, they hesitated before one finally responded, to protect the village's safety, maintain order, and establish legal regulations. Is there more? Have you considered why such a department would be entrusted to the Uchiha clan? Tobirama's question momentarily baffled the audience, leaving them exchanging puzzled glances. What is the general disposition of the Uchiha clan? Tobirama continued, and as they pondered, the connection to their previous discussion seemed increasingly tenuous. Arrogant, generally amiable, yet emotionally unstable and aggressive. This encapsulates the typical perception of those living alongside the Uchiha, he asserted. Surprisingly, no one contested this observation. Many present had indeed lived in proximity to the Uchiha, while they were known for their sincerity and kindness during harmonious times. Any sign of discord often led to irrevocable estrangement. Their prideful nature, steeped in a sense of superiority regarding their lineage, made interclan marriages rare, as they preferred internal unions. These traits rendered the Uchiha less amenable to integration within the village. If this were the case, perhaps it would be more prudent to grant them a designated area where they could reside together, sparing other villagers from potential complications. Furthermore, their Sharingan undeniably represented one of Konoha's most formidable assets. Unlike secretive clans, the Sharingan, as a bloodline limit, required lineage to cultivate its powers, which the village ought to consider. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for rebuttal. While acknowledging the Uchiha's problematic traits, they ultimately decided to assign the guard department to them, believing it could foster self-discipline and allow them to manage their own internal conflicts. The rules they established would be binding, benefiting both the Uchiha and the village in equal measure. Hashirama cast a knowing glance at Tobirama, but Tobirama remained unfazed, continuing. Although I often speak ill of the Uchiha, this has merely been a long-standing habit of mine. In truth, I place my trust in them. While I may not personally favor Madara, that is merely a matter of private preference. If he has indeed changed, the village still requires his strength. His prowess is well known. And such a figure can only be an ally, not an enemy. If he remains alive in this world, we must not allow him to become an adversary. At this juncture, the high-ranking officials found themselves without further arguments, their expressions a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Tobirama glanced at Hashirama, who promptly sought to reassure the officials with a smile. Now that we are gathered here, I would also like to share that the ninja school, which has been in planning for several years, has been completed for some time. We have already begun addressing specific details such as regulations and teacher assignments. And we aim to enroll students from the entire village, regardless of clan affiliation or whether they are descendants of ninjas. This initiative represents a significant opportunity to cultivate fresh talent, and we hope for your support. Ah, I see. Naturally, we will lend our full support. Our clan has a few exceptionally gifted individuals who would greatly benefit from such education, one responded, with others echoing their agreement. As the discussion transitioned to the next agenda item, the atmosphere noticeably lightened. The establishment of the ninja school would undoubtedly benefit the village, breaking free from the constraints of clan dominance over ninjas, fostering a sense of belonging to Konoha above all else. This would cultivate bonds between teachers and students, as well as among classmates, instilling a deeper appreciation for the village's significance. Hashirama and Tobirama shared this perspective, recognizing the importance of long-term vision. Human life is inherently limited, and to maintain the peace secured by Hashirama's renown in the ninja world, it is imperative to nurture more capable and renowned ninjas. Military strength is synonymous with a nation's or a ninja village's might. Often, the deterrent against invasion hinges on one's military prowess, a principle that transcends time and place. For many individuals whose perspectives are not as broad or far-reaching, sending their children to a ninja academy is indeed a prudent decision. Within the school, they have the opportunity to forge connections with offspring from other clans, effectively establishing alliances with various factions. Once they graduate and assume the role of ninjas, they will naturally integrate into the intricate web of relationships, which ultimately benefits their families without any drawbacks. In the near future, news of the Ninja Academy's official enrollment of its inaugural class in the autumn will spread throughout Konoha. Numerous clans have already designated children to be sent to the academy, each eager and enthusiastic, as if they can already envision the bright futures and promising paths that lie ahead for their offspring. Chapter 46. Every cause has its effect. The next wealthy lady will be me. As the meeting concluded, the high-ranking officials gradually departed, leaving the Senju brothers alone in the conference room. Come in. They have all left, Hashirama called out to Madara, who was lounging against a wall on the rooftop, basking in the sunlight. Madara had been there before the meeting commenced and was fully aware of everything discussed during the proceedings. When Hashirama called him, he remained still, his expression somewhat peculiar. Hashirama's demeanor darkened, recognizing that Madara was sulking. He had absorbed every word spoken by Tobirama, and it was indeed challenging to expect Madara to remain composed. The matter of delineating clan territories had been resolved, and Hashirama assured Madara that he was always available to accompany him whenever he wished to scout locations. Yet Madara continued in silence, gazing at the distant clouds. His silence deepened the mystery of his thoughts, his extraordinarily handsome face exhibiting a faint, expressionless melancholy, appearing solitary. Madara's silence prompted Hashirama to fall quiet as well, uncertain of what to say. At that moment, Tobirama approached, leaning on the windowsill, his head extending outside as he gazed at the scenery, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Madara. The spring season was halfway through, marking the most splendid time of the year. The ice had melted, the grass was lush, and the pink cherry blossoms adorned the streets and alleys of Konoha in clusters, while villagers, armed with food boxes and napkins, joyously ventured out to appreciate the blossoms, a picturesque scene in their eyes. Observing this, Tobirama spoke softly, while those words were intentionally directed at them to discuss the territorial divisions. They are undeniably meant for you as well, just as you surmised. Those were sincere words, weren't they? Madara inquired, laced with sarcasm. Tobirama did not refute it, stating, "The issues concerning your clan need not be elaborated upon by me. You are acutely aware. I have always told you that the village's progress to this point has been hard-won, and it must not be undermined. For the sake of the village, for yourself, and for your clan, I trust you know the right course of action. Besides, isn't your clan known for valuing emotions?" Tobirama's subsequent words were unnecessary. Madara comprehended his intent. Indeed, as Tobirama asserted, he understood the issues of the Uchiha clan better than Tobirama, or anyone else, for that matter. At this juncture, he had deeply buried the seeds of hatred and was eager to explore an alternative path. A faint smile graced Madara's lips, accompanied by a sense of relief. The past had lost its significance for him, and he wished to look forward. Hashirama, tomorrow, let's convene in the woods south of the village to delineate the clan territory. At that moment, the anxiety that had weighed heavily on him finally settled into its rightful place. Hashirama smiled faintly, his gaze caught by the blooming cherry blossoms. He nodded and softly replied, "All right." The Konoha Guard had finally found its footing, and the area Madara sought had been successfully designated for him. With the assistance of several high-ranking officials, this matter had not caused significant turmoil among the clans. The families without bloodline limits were not overly fixated on possessing their own territory, making the process more manageable than anticipated. Tobirama had prepared for a protracted battle. If someone were to intervene, the situation would not proceed smoothly, a fact he had to keep in mind. Fortunately, the establishment of the Ninja Academy had diverted some attention away from their plans. With several significant matters settled, Tobirama found himself with a bit more personal time. It had been days since he last saw Kagura, and in moments of idleness, he found himself longing for her. Before he realized it, he had arrived at the entrance of a Chinese restaurant. It was afternoon, the dinner hour, and the restaurant was bustling. Kagura and her apprentice were busy in the kitchen like spinning tops, while her students and the regular staff contributed to the flurry of activity. Tobirama entered cautiously, navigating through the kitchen door, where Kagura was preparing spicy fish. The dish was nearly complete, requiring only the final drizzle of hot oil. The oil sizzled as it hit the fish, infused with a generous amount of peppercorns and chili, filling the kitchen with a tantalizing aroma. Akito, who was kneading dough, sniffed the air and exclaimed, "Kagura-san, can we have this for dinner too?" Kagura stretched her back, instructing a staff member to serve it while nodding in agreement. "Sure. But you make it. I'm finished. It's too pungent." She pointed at her apprentice, who rolled his eyes and replied to Akito, "It smells great, but it's quite spicy. Be careful not to overdo it." Akito retorted defiantly, "Nonsense. With my size, how could I be defeated by a mere fish?" Tobirama observed the commotion, raising an eyebrow. It was perplexing why he felt the need to intrude, despite the presence of staff. Yet, as he processed this thought, he found himself declaring, "I don't care. I still want sweet potato fries." His apprentice sighed, shaking his head. "Every day it's sweet potato fries. At this rate, you'll turn into one." "I don't care. I want this," Tobirama insisted. All right, you win." Having finished her tasks, Kagura emerged from the kitchen and spotted Tobirama leaning against the wall, a smile brightening her face. "When did you arrive?" Her tone conveyed unmistakable joy, and Tobirama felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing that while he missed her, she had also been thinking of him. "I've been here for a while. Have you just been standing there?" "Yes." Kagura frowned, clearly displeased. "You can't just stand there looking so serious. You'll frighten my customers. Go wait for me at my house." "Nanny?" Tobirama exclaimed, taken aback. He had expected her to be delighted to see him, yet she seemed to find him bothersome. Seeing that he was reluctant to leave, Kagura urged him, "Hurry up. I'll be back in half an hour, so be a good boy." With that, she playfully patted his shoulder. Tobirama felt a bit embarrassed. Why did he feel like she was treating him like a child? He possessed a key to her home and effortlessly opened the door. Upon turning on the lights, he was greeted by a chaotic scene. Books lay scattered about, and snack wrappers cluttered the table. With hands on his hips, he shook his head, contemplating that even if he gathered all the women in the village, none could rival Kagura's untidiness. It baffled him why he was so fond of such a woman. Yet, there was no denying it. He simply liked her. Sighing, Tobirama, like a devoted boyfriend, collected the trash and neatly arranged the books on the low bookshelf. The small room was tidied up in no time. Stepping onto the balcony, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the glass wind chimes to emit a melodious sound. He turned his head and beheld the delicate strips of paper dangling beneath the wind chimes. These slender strips fluttered in the breeze like the wings of butterflies. As he pinched one between his fingers, he caught sight of the words inscribed upon it. "Every cause has its effect. The next wealthy lady shall be me." The signature bore no name, merely an amusing little ghostly face. Truly a money-loving individual. Perhaps she even dreams of wealth? It certainly reflects the spirit of the lively Kagura. Suddenly, he felt someone wrap their arms around his waist, a face pressing against his back. "I missed you so much," came a plaintive voice. Fei Jian could not suppress a smile as he turned to embrace Kagura. She had just bathed on the second floor of the Chinese restaurant. Her hair still bore a hint of moisture, and she was free of the smell of cooking, leaving only a faint floral fragrance of the shower gel, sakura scented, to be precise. "Are you busy every day?" he inquired. Nestled in his arms, Kagura felt languid. Well, things will be better after tomorrow. I've found 2 apprentices for Airlay. Fei Jian chuckled softly, amused by Kagura's unparalleled ability to lighten her workload. Aren't you busy? He asked. She nodded. It's been hectic, but I have a brief respite now. However, I'll be in the lab tomorrow, so I can't say I'm entirely free. How about we go cherry blossom viewing? He suggested. Huh. Kagura lifted her head from his chest. At that moment, Fei Jian was looking down, and as she raised her gaze, they were merely centimeters apart, their breaths mingling. Can we see the cherry blossoms at night? Yes, Fei Jian replied, squinting slightly as he suppressed certain impulses, his lips parting to say, we can enjoy the night sakura. Chapter 47. Hanami exiting Kagura's residence led to a straight tree-lined path, flanked by cherry blossom trees. Every few meters, a street lamp cast a gentle glow upon the pale pink blossoms, creating a warm ambience. Fei Jian held the lantern in one hand while the other clasped hers. This was Kagura's first venture out to admire the cherry blossoms while donning a yukata after crossing into this world. The moonlight-colored yukata, adorned with subtle patterns of silk tree flowers, suited her beautifully. Her long hair was elegantly styled in a bun, with a cascade of wisteria dangling by her ears. And she held a folding fan, presenting a quintessentially Japanese appearance. Walking side by side with Fei Jian, her spirits soared. Kagura, ever lively since childhood, would usually bounce along happily, yet in her current attire, and with his hand in hers, she behaved like a proper lady. Numerous couples meandered along the path, confirming that lovers indeed prefer the night for their outings. Kagura pouted slightly, realizing the truth in the books she had read. Fei Jian showed no intention of halting. The throngs of people felt overwhelming to him, the cacophony of voices creating a din. Where are you taking me? She asked. To the riverside. The cherry blossoms there are the most exquisite. Ah, so even the busy Fei Jian knows where the finest cherry blossoms bloom, Kagura teased him with a smile. For a fleeting moment, Fei Jian's expression faltered. In truth, he was unaware of where the cherry blossoms were most beautiful. He had merely overheard a conversation between Rijan and Danzo after a meeting. Rijan had mentioned taking Biwa Lake to the riverside to view the cherry blossoms. Remarking on the serene beauty as petals floated down gently with the wind, landing on the water's surface like cherry blossom snow. Such a splendid scene, one that he wished Kagura could witness. For someone who had never experienced love before, each step felt like a newfound lesson, earnest as a student preparing for university. He felt a twinge of guilt towards Kagura, who toiled tirelessly for the village, as his busy schedule seemed a sin that prevented them from meeting daily. Even with the flying thunder god technique, he found himself stretched thin during particularly hectic times, often returning home late only to find her asleep, reluctant to disturb her. The riverside at night was indeed as empty as Rijan had described, quiet enough to hear one's own heartbeat. Kagura glanced around, and aside from the two of them, there was not a soul in sight. Are we in the wrong place? There's no one here, she remarked. Fei Jian frowned. Puzzled. Isn't it preferable to have no one around? Kagura responded with confusion. But people usually go to crowded places to enjoy the blossoms, where they can gossip and share close company. That's what cherry blossom viewing is all about, isn't it? Fei Jian was at a loss. Her perspective seemed to equate cherry blossom viewing with gossiping. Well, perhaps the bond between two people initially forms over gossip, he mused with a subtle smile. The essence of cherry blossom viewing lies in the flowers themselves. From the scroll he carried, he unfurled a cloth upon the flat grass, revealing a bottle of sake, 2 cups, and a bunch of grapes. Setting everything out, he noticed Kagura still standing there, unmoving. With a hint of shyness, his gaze flickered, and he spoke softly. There are still others. Huh. Kagura paused, the lantern casting a soft glow, rendering Fei Jian's expression more gentle. The light accentuated his chiseled features, making him appear almost divine. No matter the angle or moment, his handsome visage was unparalleled. Kagura inhaled deeply, acknowledging her own fascination with beauty. It was his allure that first captivated her. Fei Jian's gaze remained elsewhere, an endearing trait he displayed when feeling bashful during their conversations. A man who had lived for half a lifetime. Why was he still so shy? She found it perplexing. Yet his reserved nature combined with his stoic demeanor created an irresistible contrast. The sensation of being cherished felt remarkably pleasant, lifting Kagura's spirits even higher. She knelt on the cloth, leaning closer to observe Fei Jian, the light dimming her view, but she was convinced his fair face was flushed. Fei Jian, do you like me that much? She asked boldly. He fell silent, seemingly growing redder. Kagura focused on his slightly flustered expression, his forehead adorned with a rigid forehead protector that gleamed coldly under the light, contrasting sharply with his current demeanor. Without a second thought, she reached out to remove it. Fei Jian froze, a flicker of surprise filling his eyes as he beheld Kagura's twinkling smile. Her eyes spoke volumes. He had always thought so. Why do you wear that here? We're not on the battlefield. I'm not your enemy. Why wear it when you're with me? She questioned. It's probably just a habit, he stammered. This thing, Kagura tossed it aside carelessly. It completely obscures your good looks. You still haven't answered me. She pressed, leaning in once more. What does it mean? She was deliberately teasing him, her sparkling eyes resembling crescent moons adorned with twinkling stars. She leaned in close, so near that he could kiss her cherry-like lips with a mere downward glance. Fei Jian stared, entranced by her. In the soft light, Kagura appeared ethereal, like a fleeting bloom of a night blooming serious, radiantly beautiful. His throat bobbed as he slowly leaned down. Their lips were a mere millimeter apart when Kagura playfully turned her head, evading him with a mischievous grin. She settled down, pouring sake into the two cups. While simultaneously teasing, space-time ninjutsu is truly remarkable. It can seal away anything. Grapes, why must they accompany sake? In the quiet of the room, Tobirama remained unresponsive, his hands resting on the tablecloth, a visage of melancholy. This little imp always delighted in teasing him. Was it the vast age difference that rendered him unable to anticipate her next move? That elusive feeling of uncertainty perpetually left him in a state of anxiety, which he found quite vexing. Meanwhile, Kagura, having taken advantage of him, beamed brightly as she offered him a cup of wine. They were both lightweights when it came to drinking. A single pot was just right, whereas for others, it might barely suffice. You always mock me, someone protested. Would you permit me to tease others instead? Naturally, he was unwilling, and Tobirama found himself at a loss for words. He considered himself sharp-tongued, confident that he could hold his own even against the eloquent Uchiha Madara. Yet before Kagura, it felt as if his tongue had been sealed, rendering him clumsy and pitiable. By day, he toiled at work, and by night, he reveled in the simple pleasures of life by the riverside with his beloved, enjoying the blossoms, drinking, and feeling the gentle breeze. Such a serene existence was something he had never known in the harsh reality of life, where relentless competition and burdens like mortgage payments suffocated him. Ironically, at this very hour, he would typically be laboring late in the office, a bitter irony indeed. With a decisive tilt of his head, he drained the remaining wine from his cup. Kagura reclined onto Tobirama's lap, adhering to her principle of preferring to lounge rather than sit, embodying the ultimate wisdom of a lazy person. A thought had been germinating in his mind for many days, a notion he had yet to share with Kagura. Words danced on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back down. He told himself to wait a little longer. Now was not the time. What if he frightened her? Patience was required. What are you thinking about? Thinking of you, Tobirama replied without hesitation, only to realize afterward that his answer had been overly candid. Kagura couldn't help but chuckle, her finger playfully tapping his brow, her voice dripping with sweetness. Tobirama, you truly like me, don't you? He did not deny it, even nodding in affirmation, his crimson eyes brimming with sincerity. I don't quite understand why I feel this way. Often, I can't fathom why I am so fond of someone. Isn't it strange? Indeed, the feeling of liking someone is quite peculiar. One can hardly discern what precisely draws them to that person, be it appearance, character, or merely a fleeting moment. There is no logic to it. Perhaps loving someone was simply fate. Once encountered, one could not escape its grasp. She draped her arms over his shoulders, intertwining her hands around his neck. A gentle pressure prompted him to lean down, and as she raised her chin, she moved closer. Her kiss was becoming increasingly familiar, their lips brushing softly, as if sharing hushed whispers. This time, Tobirama heard her clearly. I like you too, in the same way you like me. And thus, the cherry blossom tree that had long slumbered in his heart burst into bloom, as spring breezes swept through, filling his heart with a tapestry of blossoms, vibrant and resplendent. Chapter 48. Hashirama contemplates retirement. As summer approached, the robust Hashirama unexpectedly fell ill, suffering from fatigue and a cold that lingered for 2 weeks, something he had never experienced before. Mito observed his weariness with concern, but Hashirama dismissed it with a smile, reassuring her not to worry too much. It's nothing serious. In an era where the average lifespan of a ninja hovers around 30, I have been quite fortunate. Wouldn't you agree? He spoke the truth. In his 40s, Hashirama had a wife, children, and grandchildren. He possessed remarkable strength, a fine reputation, and loyal friends and respected rivals. He had built a life where everything was managed for him, allowing him to live freely. Born amidst chaos, he had risen through turmoil, ultimately bringing peace. In this life, he felt no regrets. If only my luck were better, it would be perfect, he mused while lying in bed. Mito, initially worried, felt a cold sweat trickle down her temple upon hearing his words. It had been a while since he had spoken so earnestly. Then recover quickly so we can enjoy life together. Surely there will be moments of triumph. This was their way of interacting, though Mito disapproved of Hashirama's gambling habits. She knew how to cheer him up. Are you really letting me go? Mito asked with a bright smile. Hashirama felt a wave of emotion, nearly brought to tears. I will strive to recover before tomorrow dawns. I promise, I want to backtrack. Mito responded, the division of human cells has its limits. Even if one is an immortal sage with the ability to heal at will, years of battle have taken a toll on you, and with age, this condition has emerged. We both understand your situation. From now on, be cautious. There are many capable ninjas below, and it is their time to shine. Hashirama concurred with her sentiment. He felt like a relic of a bygone era. Now, he was more of a mascot for Konoha, while the future lay in the hands of the younger generation. Like Hizashi, Danzo, and Kagami, the rising sun. Perhaps it is time for me to retire. What do you think? Mito, unperturbed, handed him a peeled apple. It doesn't matter. As long as you are well, I'm fine with whatever. See, as long as he was sober, in his right mind, Mito was the epitome of tenderness and thoughtfulness. And also, I will try not to hit you anymore. I'll restrain myself. What if you can't restrain yourself? Mito took a deep breath, contemplating. Then you'll just have to tie me up. At the mention of being tied up, Hashirama suddenly recalled a particular sketchbook he had hidden away, which contained similar scenarios. The thin, elastic ropes, how were those knots tied? They appeared aesthetically pleasing yet somewhat intricate. He wondered if he could learn. If not, perhaps he could revisit it another day for study. Mito, too, remembered that bold, rustic romance sketchbook was tucked away in the cabinet's partition, and she had once expressed a desire to try it. She shyly glanced at Hashirama, and though their expressions differed, their thoughts converged. Mito said, retirement, perhaps a beautiful life is just beginning. Hashirama replied, exactly. Whoever wishes to be the village leader can take on that role. Life is long, so let us enjoy it. After recovering, Hashirama sought out Tobirama to discuss his desire to retire. Tobirama furrowed his brow, perplexed by his brother's intentions. Did he wish to swindle him for gambling money again? How naive. Seeing his disbelief, Hashirama grew anxious. I'm serious. I'm not trying to deceive you. Why don't you believe me? Tobirama spread his hands. That's because you often come to me for money. Your credibility is in question. 3 lines appeared on his forehead. Focus on your work. Stop fixating on frivolities. If I were to stop working, what would you do? Just relax. What? His voice suddenly heightened. It's nothing. I merely said that offhand. Why are you so angry? Tobirama shot him a disapproving glance, wondering when his older brother would mature into a true adult. Joking aside, Hashirama was genuinely contemplating retirement, though he instilled fear on the battlefield. Confining him to the village and burying himself in endless paperwork was not suitable for him. In the early days of village establishment, the unstable situation required him to leverage his renown to suppress lurking malevolent forces and instill confidence in clans seeking refuge. However, times had changed, years had passed, and Konoha had stabilized in various aspects, rendering his role increasingly diminished. Yet I am truly earnest in discussing this matter with you. My body seems to have deteriorated compared to before. What does this signify for someone with the sage body like you? Upon hearing this, Tobirama immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. His expression grew solemn as he attempted to reassure Hashirama, remarking that it was merely a slight cold, was it not? Hashirama, with a bitter smile, shook his head. In this world, there are no immortal beings, and I am no exception. Perhaps my previous exertions have taken their toll. Tobirama's expression turned peculiar as he gazed at Hashirama, feeling a wave of sorrow. He had forgotten that despite possessing the sage body, Hashirama was fundamentally still human. As such, he was susceptible to aging, illness, and death. The robust elder brother had given him the illusion of invincibility, causing him to overlook the frailty inherent to humanity. Do not display such an expression, Tobirama. It does not suit you. Hashirama chuckled heartily while patting his brother's shoulder, urging him not to worry so. Those who live amidst chaos might lose their lives at any moment, and individuals raised in such environments often conceal their emotions. Tobirama, having grown up under similar circumstances, resembled their father, Senju Hashirama, in temperament. Most often, he concealed his feelings, appearing calm and mature. Throughout their lives, it was actually Tobirama, 2 years younger, who took on the role of the elder brother, caring for Hashirama and managing everything without complaint. Yet, this seemingly unshakable individual found himself flustered when confronted with his beloved brother's health issues. You seem to have developed many emotions. It must be due to Kagura's influence on you. How delightful. You now resemble a normal person, Tobirama remarked, turning away to hide his vulnerability. Hashirama sat down in his chair, smiling as he observed his brother's back, softly stating, I am not on the brink of death. I am simply feeling a bit under the weather. The sky is not falling. Given my condition, I no longer wish to hold the position of Hokage. The Hokage symbolizes the strength of a village, and I wish to pass the mantle to someone more capable. With rhythmic taps of his fingers on the table, Hashirama defined his stance. This is quite acceptable, is it not, Tobirama? However, Tobirama seemed unperturbed by this declaration. Is it Madara? He mused to himself. Regarding his brother's ideal candidate for Hokage, the smile faded from Hashirama's face as he regarded Tobirama with a serious expression. He possesses the capability. Moreover, the role of the village leader serves as a form of constraint. As Hokage, one must risk their life to protect the village. Furthermore, it has always been my wish for Madara to become Hokage. This was an agreement between us. Tobirama, I want you to assist Madara just as you have supported me. Irrespective of who becomes the village leader, your presence is indispensable. Hashirama spoke with heartfelt sincerity, yet Tobirama seemed to disregard his words. That unstable Uchiha? He questioned silently. Could it truly be wise to entrust the village to someone so emotionally volatile? Was Hashirama not setting a trap for Konoha? Tobirama, I am serious, Hashirama insisted. But Tobirama interrupted. If you seek my opinion, I can only hope this is a fleeting thought. I will assume you are merely trying to extract funds from me for gambling purposes. This is not a jest. You are fully aware that even if I step down from the position of Hokage, my life remains committed to the village. In times of peril, I shall still rise to defend it. Therefore, in the latter half of my life, let me live according to my own desires. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. In that case, my stance remains unchanged. You may propose a nomination, but the final choice should be determined by a vote from the village's ninjas. Hashirama understood within himself that this was the most prudent approach. The eyes of the public are discerning. Allowing the subordinates to choose their leader would alleviate much trouble, and he lacked sufficient reasons to dismiss Tobirama's suggestion. I, like you, am devoted to protecting the village with my life. I do not wish for it to harbor risks and hidden dangers. Hashirama lowered his head, pondering. What of Madara? Did he share the same sentiments as the two brothers? Chapter 49. The Hokage is no longer in his heart. In recent days, Hashirama had longed to convey his desire to resign to Madara. However, the clan lands had already been demarcated, and Madara's focus was entirely consumed by the construction of their territory, rendering him elusive. Initially, Hashirama had offered to assist with wood release, but Tobirama vehemently opposed the notion. His reasoning was that the village's masons and carpenters should handle the construction, with the village covering 2/3 of the expenses and the Uchiha clan contributing the remaining third. This way, workers would earn a living, thus stimulating the village's economy. Moreover, humans are curious beings. They often fail to cherish that which is easily obtained. It is the involvement and effort that cultivate appreciation. By having the village shoulder the majority of the expenses, it would also instill in the Uchiha a sense of gratitude towards the village, a kindness that no other clan possessed. Therefore, it was best to live honestly and steadily within the village. From land surveying and logging to the subsequent construction, while Madara may not have directly engaged in the work, he served as an excellent overseer. Speaking of oversight, Hashirama recalled the time spent in the dilapidated buildings of the grass village, where he chased after a rooster while Tobirama and Kagura toiled in the vegetable garden, and Madara simply lounged in the sun, supervising without lifting a finger. His dear friend was, admittedly, rather lazy. Yes. You planted all those vegetables in the garden in front of our door while I was merely supervising, Madara would say. Now, as Hashirama beheld Madara, he seemed to be doing nothing at all, seated beneath the shade of a tree atop a neatly arranged stack of logs. With the abandoned Nanga shrine behind him, Hashirama had visited it years ago, prior to Madara's departure from the village. At that time, while observing the inscription in the basement, Madara had shared its meaning with him, yet Hashirama had failed to retain him. At this moment, Madara rested his chin on one hand, rhythmically tapping his knee with the other, his dark eyes occasionally shifting as individuals passed by, lest he appear lost in thought. "Madara," Hashirama called out. Madara raised his eyelids. Recognizing Hashirama, a slight smirk gracing his lips, an indication of his good mood. "Lord Hashirama, the Hokage has arrived." In the span of a few steps, the busy workers paused to greet Hashirama. Madara observed them, curling his lip in disdain, his brows instinctively knitting together. "These fellows, if it weren't for Uchiha Madara, who would have allocated land to you? How infuriating. It has been quite a challenge to see you," Hashirama remarked as he sat beside Madara. Amidst the bustling activity, the foundation had been completed, and walls were already being erected. Hashirama surveyed the scene before him, filled with indescribable emotions. All beautiful lives commence with the construction of a shelter. Birds build nests, swallows create their homes, and rabbits dig burrows. Now, their eager construction of a new home must signify their determination to live well here. Hashirama smiled. "Yes, this is quite wonderful. Are you here to supervise as well?" Madara glanced at him from the corner of his eye. "Is that so?" Hashirama responded. "What's with that tone?" Madara remarked, recognizing his friend's thoughts. "Madara, sitting here serves little purpose. Let us take a stroll by the river. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." Madara turned to face Hashirama, his brow furrowed. Whenever Hashirama adopted a serious and gentle demeanor, it often signaled his intent to deceive. What kind of gaze is that? An inscrutable one. The territory defined by Madara lies beside the Southie River. During the Warring States period, many members of the Uchiha clan resided here. However, as the ravages of war encroached upon this land, it transformed into a battlefield, resulting in the demise of numerous clansmen. Eventually, as their residence shifted, the area fell into desolation. Yet, Madara held a deep affection for this place, for it was the only refuge where he could find solace amidst the ceaseless confrontation with death during his childhood. It was here that he encountered Hashirama, a boy who, like himself, despised war but was coerced into facing it. Standing by the riverbank, memories of the past flooded Madara's mind, and for once, a hint of gentleness and melancholy graced his expression. Though the times were harsh, with the constant fear of death at the hands of enemies, his parents were still alive. As was Izuna, his younger brother by 6 years. Izuna, lively and exuberant, always clung to Madara's side. His innate talent surpassed Madara's. He learned swiftly, with clear and decisive goals, unlike Madara's indecisiveness. In contrast to Madara, Izuna embodied the hopes of the Uchiha clan, and thus, Madara held a small sense of pride in his brother. He cherished the desire to protect that pride, as he witnessed clansmen falling one after another. It began with distant relatives, then close kin, and ultimately, perhaps, even his parents and his remaining brother, Izuna. Fear enveloped him day and night. Whenever he closed his eyes, he envisioned enemies wielding knives and bloodied corpses strewn about. At night, while sleeping, Izuna would clutch Madara's arm and occasionally murmur Nisan in his dreams. Gazing upon that innocent face, Madara's fear grew wild, threatening to engulf him. In the depths of darkness, he pondered what he would do if even Izuna were to vanish. In those times, he often visited the riverbank, where he found the greatest comfort. It was the only place where he could attain inner peace. Devoid of the clamor of battle, with only the clear waters of the river and the towering, lush trees surrounding him, an ephemeral utopia, quite unlike the grim reality he faced. The Southie River held a distinct significance for Madara during those days. One fateful day, he encountered a small boy with a crew cut, initially harboring disdain for Hashirama, silently critiquing him for sporting such a soft hairstyle, which he deemed a sign of weakness. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Hashirama could skip stones across the water effortlessly, leaving Madara feeling frustrated and suffocated. Eventually, they discovered each other's identities as ninjas and witnessed the floating corpses in the water, ultimately facing the grim reality of death together. Both yearned to protect their remaining brothers with their lives, dreaming of an honest world where they could establish a village and school, allowing young children to grow up without the burden of wielding weapons on the battlefield. Years passed, and the village was finally established. However, The individuals he wished to protect were no longer present. Suddenly, a stone flew past Madara, skimming the river's surface before landing on the opposite shoal. Madara smiled and bent down to pick up a stone of his own, launching it with precision until it struck Hashirama's stone, rebounding further afield. A satisfied smile crept onto Madara's face. At that moment, Hashirama plopped down beside him, a look of defeat evident on his face. Seriously, how can you still be this childish at your age? Madara raised an eyebrow, exhaling deeply as he sat beside Hashirama. What brings you here? With a pout, Hashirama looked up, defiance in his eyes. Can't I come to see you without a reason? That's not it, Madara replied. Amused, Hashirama chuckled, leaning back on his hands, gazing at the river. The happiest moments of his youth were witnessed by this river, and now he felt compelled to share this significant matter with it. Madara, it's time for you to take on the role of Hokage. A faint smile froze at the corners of Madara's lips as he stared into Hashirama's earnest eyes, momentarily taken aback. You're at it again, he scoffed, a teasing grin appearing. Though you may find it insufferable, every time I say this, it comes from the heart, as does this time. Why the sudden declaration? Hashirama fell silent, tilting his head to observe the clouds above. Madara regarded his profile, unable to discern his thoughts. A self-deprecating smile tugged at his lips. But even with his keen insight, he could not grasp the depths of another's heart. Let us not discuss this again, he stated, rising to his feet. He was no longer the same person. He no longer sought to validate himself through the title of Hokage. So, what difference did it make whether he accepted the position or not? I must return to my duties, Madara said, turning away. After his Moon Eye plan was exposed, he had lost both purpose and motivation. The village held no significance for him now, nor did the clan. He merely wished to tread a path entirely distinct from his past and see where it would lead. The title of Hokage had long since faded from his heart, a truth Hashirama had yet to comprehend. Chapter 50. Trust. Hashirama's resignation caused quite a stir within the village. Despite Tobirama and the other high-ranking officials' earnest pleas, Hashirama remained resolute in his decision to step down, leaving them no choice but to deliberate on a successor. Both Madara and Tobirama were among the candidates, and as Madara gazed at his name inscribed on the wall, he found it somewhat amusing. The position of Hokage had once been a dream he yearned for, a symbol of Hashirama's recognition of him, affirming his choice to ally with the Senju to establish the village. It served as a shield against Izuna's inquiries in his dreams, questioning why he led their clan away from a final confrontation with the Senju. Yet now, all of that held no meaning for him, and consequently, the title of Hokage lost its significance as well. Who would care for something devoid of meaning? Before the meeting concluded, he uttered a single line. Whoever wishes to take the position may do so. I will not. Please erase my name. With that, he swept out of the room. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Did Lord Madara truly mean that, or was it a jest? One queried. Who knows? But since he left first, he must be serious, right? Another replied, bewildered by Madara's temperament. Indeed. What should we do? A ninja standing by the wall fretted, glancing between the officials and Hashirama. Should we erase it or not? Madara's unexpected behavior piqued Tobirama's interest. In the past, Madara had been fervently eager to assume the role of Hokage, harboring resentment towards Tobirama for obstructing him. Yet now, given a fair opportunity to compete, he had suddenly chosen to walk away. What could this mean? Hashirama sat in contemplation, recalling their conversation by the Southie River, where Madara had made his stance clear. He had believed that Madara was merely reluctant to lose face, but it was now evident that he had genuinely relinquished his aspirations for the Hokage position. Was this a good or bad turn of events? His gaze drifted through the open window towards the Hokage rock, where his own likeness was carved, solitary and stark. He once envisioned Madara's face etched beside his own, having even imagined standing by the sculptor's side to ensure that Madara's hair was styled just so, and that his Sharingan was rendered with clarity. Yet, all of that had dissolved into mere fantasies, as Madara so nonchalantly declared, I no longer wish to do this. Whoever desires it may take it. A chuckle escaped Hashirama's lips, recognizing the similarity in their thoughts. The ninja by the wall continued to await Hashirama's response, but to him, it appeared as though the Hokage was lost in reverie. What should I do? Should I ask again? I'm waiting online, and it's quite urgent. The esteemed Hokage was carefully interrupted from his reverie by a high-ranking official who pointed towards a figure by the wall, indicating that the person was still awaiting his response. Hashirama stared blankly at the name of Uchiha Madara inscribed on the wall, and after a long pause, finally spoke in a subdued tone. Just erase it. The unmoving Tobirama, upon hearing these words, exhibited a look of astonishment. Due to Madara's premature departure, the meeting concluded much sooner than anticipated, with the senior officials and staff leaving one after another, ultimately leaving Hashirama and Tobirama alone in the vast conference room. What was Madara truly thinking? Or rather, what about the two of you? Hashirama, feeling helpless, shrugged and chuckled. What can be done? He simply does not wish to engage. However, a heavy hand came down upon Tobirama's shoulder, and Hashirama's expression abruptly turned grave. It was a seriousness that Tobirama had not witnessed in a long time. Throughout their lives, Hashirama had always been the jovial one, and the only time he had shown such an expression was when he wished to eliminate Madara after their defeat. Who would have thought that years later, he would see that same expression again? Tobirama, the second Hokage is now you. But I hope you can treat the Uchiha clan with kindness. This is my wish, as well as Madara's trust in you. Do not betray that trust. Tobirama found this somewhat ironic. Did Hashirama believe he would indiscriminately target others maliciously? You do not, but in the eyes of others. Your disdain for the Uchiha has nearly become a flood that threatens to drown them. Indeed, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Uchiha clan. His brother, Izuna, and his other sibling had perished at their hands. Countless clan members had lost their lives in the protracted conflict between the two families. He was a person too, and despite his attempts at suppression, he was not devoid of emotion. He could not pretend as though nothing had transpired and greet others with a smile. Yet, he was also exceedingly restrained. Even while speaking ill of the Uchiha, he had never engaged in any acts of personal vengeance. From the perspective of the village's upper echelon, he treated the clan equitably and justly. There were even members of the Uchiha in the Hokage's guard, occupying many significant positions. The notion of the malevolent Uchiha was merely a superficial chatter. I cannot harm you, but can I not express my thoughts? Madara entrusted the fate of the Uchiha to you, fully aware of your disdain for them and the possibility that you would oppress them once in power. You understand what that implies better than anyone. Why does it sound as though he genuinely enjoys being Hokage? Perhaps the most precious thing in this world is the trust of others. You are my brother. I know you better than anyone else. Do you remember the conversations we had with Izuna in the woods when we were young? We spoke of many things. How could I know what you were referring to? Hashirama smiled and replied, I have remembered your words since then, never forgetting. Even after I became Hokage, I have, to some extent, regarded your words as a guiding beacon. Hashirama fell into reminiscence. You spoke of wanting peace, that future ninjas should suppress their emotions, establish strict rules, and adhere to them, thereby avoiding unnecessary wars. Tobirama sighed. Indeed, he had said that when they were just over 10 years old. Over the years, he had followed that principle, constantly repressing his emotions and doing what was necessary. What was right? I believe that regardless of your position, you will remain true to yourself and your original intentions. I have great faith in you as Hokage. Tobirama smirked. Skepticism etched across his face. Who knows if what you say is genuine? Is it not because Madara did not wish to engage that he sought to placate me? Hey, what kind of look is that? Hashirama awkwardly chuckled as he patted his younger brother's shoulder. Tobirama disdainfully pushed him away. Now you have what you wished for. Just promise me you'll visit the gambling den less often. You were reckless even with the Hokage title restraining you, and now that you've stepped down, do you intend to deplete your fortune gambling under the guise of charity? You are no longer Hokage. Do not expect me to finance your escapades. Hashirama instantly felt dejected. This was not quite how he had envisioned things. It seemed his younger brother was growing increasingly indifferent to familial bonds. Yet, he found himself unable to reprimand him. Chapter 51. What kind of person am I? Upon returning home after the meeting, Kagura was already sprawled on the tatami mat in the living room, engrossed in a manga. Upon seeing Tobirama, she resembled a pampered kitten, extending her arms for a hug. All the frustration Hashirama had felt evaporated upon seeing Kagura. He hurried over and enveloped her in his embrace, as if she were a remedy that healed all his unhappiness. Being held by Tobirama, Kagura initially felt joy, but soon sensed something different about him today. The usually careful Tobirama, who would never hurt her, seemed to be holding her tightly as if he wished to meld her into himself, making her uncomfortable. Tobirama, what is the matter? Kagura pricked up her ears, attempting to listen closely, but Tobirama remained silent, merely loosening his grip slightly. He rested his chin on her shoulder, burying half his face in her silky black hair, which always emanated a faint fragrance due to her meticulous attention to cleanliness. Today, it smelled of oranges, sweet and tangy. "You smell delightful." A soft voice escaped Tobirama's lips as he held Kagura, his nose brushing against her ear, a scent different from before. "I bought this from the newly opened daily necessities store in the shopping district, orange-scented. Isn't it lovely?" "Yes. Did you know that when I was little, I particularly loved eating orange-flavored candies, those wrapped in green paper with orange drawings? However, I had bad teeth, and my mother forbade me from eating them, only making an exception during the New Year celebrations. Thus, I always looked forward to New Year as a child." Tobirama chuckled softly, replying, "If it were me, I wouldn't buy them for you even during the New Year. I would simply watch you clap your hands in delight when you saw other little ones with candies." Kagura rolled her eyes in his embrace. Was there really such a mischievous side to this man? Now that she saw through him, would it be too late to let go? "You are quite wicked. Thankfully, you are not my mother." "Of course not. But I might just become a father as wicked as that." Tobirama's voice carried a hint of amusement, carrying implications. A father? What would Tobirama be like as a father? Gradually, the vague images in her mind became clearer, envisioning Tobirama holding a little girl, his expression indifferent yet filled with paternal warmth in his eyes. If she cried, he would patiently wipe her tears. If she played until tired and cried for sleep, he would squat down, cradling her gently, soothing her with a lullaby, albeit slightly off-key. If it were like that, it wouldn't be so bad. Wait. Kagura snapped back to reality, realizing her wandering thoughts, and her face flushed crimson. "Hey," she playfully shoved him, "what father? Stop talking nonsense." Tobirama tightened his embrace, trapping her against him, his lips near her ear, his voice melodic yet faint, carrying an alluring undertone. "Do you still want candy?" As he spoke, Tobirama's breath brushed against Kagura's neck, warm and ticklish, sending a delightful shiver down her spine. Kagura instinctively clutched his shirt tightly. Tobirama paused, his lips curving into a smile, deliberately repeating, "If you want it, I will buy it for you." He was clearly teasing her. Kagura, feeling indignant, pushed him away and crawled out of his embrace, her doe-like, pure eyes filled with reproach. Tobirama looked at her with a smile, and unbeknownst to him, teasing her had become his guilty pleasure. Even while smiling, there was a hint of fatigue etched on his face, reminiscent of Kagura's own appearance after long hours of work, as if he hadn't slept in 3 days. "You look quite exhausted. Are you busy with work?" Home is hardly a suitable place for discussing work, and the ease that Kagura had brought to his life was abruptly shattered by the mention of work. Tobirama silently observed Kagura as she clambered closer to him, worry evident on her face. She asked him again, "Tobirama-sama, is something troubling you?" The formality in her tone made it sound like she was addressing a superior. Tobirama reclined on the tatami mat, pulling Kagura into his embrace with a gentle force. She nestled against him, resting her head on his chest, where his heart beat robustly, echoing his indomitable spirit. "Don't call me Sama. If it's you, just call me by my name. I have one." A name, Kagura pondered, realizing that nearly 3 years had passed since she arrived in this world, during which she had always referred to him as Tobirama-sama. Now, being asked to address him directly left her momentarily at a loss. "Just try it. Hey, I'm talking to you. Go on, say it." The more he urged her, the more she hesitated. "Hurry up. What's wrong with you? Just say it." Tobirama. Calling his name felt different from how she would address others. Tobirama stared at the ceiling, pondering, as his hand stroked Kagura's long hair, which flowed like satin. He asked her, "What kind of person do you think I am?" What kind of question is that? Just speak your mind." The Tobirama she knew was vastly different from the hasty character that appeared for merely a few episodes in the anime. In the anime, he was more of a tool, with many fans attributing the future calamities of the Uchiha clan to him, claiming that the security department he established should not have been monopolized by the Uchiha, saying he relegated them to the fringes of the village for surveillance, and that he was the source of all evil. Even the positive remarks were often tinged with mockery, teasing him as the man who made a pact with the sea, suggesting he should be the water shadow instead of the Hokage. During her anime watching days, every time Tobirama appeared, the comments would flood in. "Tobirama, brother, I've developed a new ninjutsu." "Hashirama, is it water release?" "Tobirama, no." "Hashirama, then it's forbidden." "Tobirama, brother, I've developed another ninjutsu." "Hashirama, is it water release?" "Tobirama, no." "Hashirama, do you know where the Book of Seals is? Write it yourself." However, The Tobirama that Kagura knew was entirely different, passionate and kind, yet always suppressing his emotions, allowing indifference to mask the fervor within. He was the type who spoke the harshest words while performing deeds for the greater good. If Hashirama was the star on stage, Tobirama was more like the unsung crew member working behind the scenes, only occasionally receiving recognition when the credits rolled. A village requires both a protagonist and an antagonist. The virtuous image was reserved for Hashirama, while Tobirama accepted the necessity of undertaking tasks others would scorn for the sake of the village, though he never struck first or harmed the innocent. This was a lesson his disciple Danzo failed to learn, acquiring only his cunning and political acumen without his compassion and love. Despite all this, Tobirama bore no resentment, dedicating himself tirelessly for his brother and the village, even when faced with criticism or scorn. The true heirs of his spirit, ironically, were the two young Uchiha whom he had labeled as evil for a lifetime. Kagura felt a pang of melancholy. Why the silence? Is it difficult for you to express your thoughts? Her tone carried a hint of disappointment. Her thoughts snapped back to reality, and she smiled. No, it's just that you are so wonderful that I'm unsure what flattering words to use. Tobirama gazed at her, captivated. Kagura's eyes were filled with sincerity, devoid of any deceit, pure and clear like a deer in the forest. As if through those eyes he could glimpse the depths of her heart, where honesty still resided. In my heart, you have always been a person who knows exactly what you are doing, one who walks forward with steadfast beliefs, unconcerned with others' opinions, and whose actions are worthy of respect. A favorite author of mine once said that a true hero serves the nation and its people, and you, Senju Tobirama, embody that ideal in my eyes. The confusion in his gaze dissipated like mist in the wind. Tobirama looked down at the woman resting on his chest, a pang of tenderness stirring within him. It is often said that even the toughest of men possess a soft side, and indeed, even he could experience such moments. With the heart of a fierce tiger, one can still savor the scent of roses. Tobirama felt a sense of relief. Even if the entire world failed to understand him, it mattered little, for there was one person capable of seeing through his facade to the essence of who he truly was. And he was fortunate that this person was right beside him, within reach, Kagura. Soon, I will assume the position of the second Hokage. Tobirama's words fell like a stone from the sky, causing the smile to fade from Kagura's lips, replaced by a solemn expression. Aren't you happy? Tobirama inquired, observing her demeanor. What has changed? Yet everything remains the same. Although Hashirama was alive, he had still stepped down to allow Tobirama to take on the role of Hokage. Years later, would the ninja world war still erupt, and would this man before her still face death? No. If there was something that could change, then this time, she wished to alter Tobirama's fate. She could forego becoming wealthy, relinquish the ability to create explosive tags worth billions, and even lose the power of immortality. The only thing she did not want to lose was this person she held on to. In this world, she did not wish to lose him. Forcing a smile, Kagura feigned happiness. Congratulations, Tobirama-sama. Tobirama chuckled softly, sighed lightly, and patted her back. I've already told you, I have a name. Chapter 52. The mask is a bridge between mortals and deities following the affirmation of the daimyo and the votes of the ninjas and villagers. A month later, Tobirama became the second Hokage of Konohagakure. At the inauguration ceremony, all the villagers gathered outside the Hokage office, and on the rooftop, Tobirama received the hat symbolizing the Hokage from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, marking the dawn of a new era for the village. A new leader, a new epoch. After the inauguration ceremony, a series of celebratory events ensued in the village. Peacetimes brought forth various festivities that made Hashirama envious. Sigh, looking out from the window. I see the streets filled with singing and dancing celebrants. Am I perhaps born in the wrong era? Look at the treatment you're receiving, with so many people celebrating you. Thinking back to the early days of Konohagakure, when it consisted of only a few clans, and the aftermath of war had left the population dwindling, Hashirama's inauguration was quite simple, akin to merely notifying the villagers, announcing, I am your leader from now on. You may continue your affairs. However, now, after over a decade of development, the village had flourished, its populace thriving, and was far superior to those early days. Wearing the Hokage cloak, Tobirama felt somewhat helpless, teasing Hashirama, why don't you just reclaim your position? I wouldn't mind. Let us not go there. As he gazed at Tobirama, a sense of warmth and satisfaction gradually emerged in his eyes. His brother, in every conceivable way, was an exceptionally reliable individual, and entrusting the vast village to him would surely yield better results than if it remained in his own hands. The righteous Tobirama had removed his shadow hat, and the white haori he donned harmonized beautifully with his silvery hair, exuding an aura of sacred inviolability. Hashirama smiled, feeling that Tobirama seemed more suited to the role of village leader than himself. However, Hashirama tilted his head, revealing a look of confusion. What is the matter? The characters on the back of your haori. At this, Tobirama awkwardly cleared his throat, his voice tinged with embarrassment. He muttered, "The tailor has been bedridden with a high fever and lacks the strength to sew, so the characters were only half embroidered. The other half was written by Kagura with red paint." "Ah, I see." Hashirama smirked, giving Tobirama a thumbs up, as if to say, "As expected of you." The door to the office stood wide open, and by the time they noticed, Madara had already been leaning against the door for an unknown duration. "Hey, why are you so silent? Do you want to scare someone to death?" Tobirama shouted in displeasure. Madara smiled slightly, addressing Tobirama in the same familiar manner. Unaffected by his new status as Hokage, half joking, half mocking, with a hint of seriousness, he remarked, "Has your perceptive ability diminished now that you've become Hokage?" "Thankfully, I did not take that path." Among the three present, two had once held the title of Hokage, leading to an undeniably awkward atmosphere. Hashirama cast a resentful glance at Madara, silently critiquing, "Is this your reason for not wanting to become Hokage?" Madara raised an eyebrow. "Of course not. By the way, you didn't come here just to congratulate me, did you?" Tobirama regarded Madara cautiously, his expression turning serious. In Madara's view, he and Tobirama shared many similarities. From their personalities to their approaches to life, even their fervor for ninjutsu and their commitment to peace. Had it not been for their clan's long-standing feud and the death of Izuna, perhaps he could have forged a bond with Tobirama akin to that which he shared with Hashirama. However, this world knows no what-ifs, and thus, they regarded each other with mutual disdain. "There is a rather dependable young man among the Uchiha clan. I trust you know whom I mean. From now on, he will oversee all matters relating to the Uchiha clan, be it the security department or otherwise. I shall no longer intervene." "You mean Uchiha Tenka?" Tobirama asked. Indeed. Tobirama held a vivid impression of Tenka, having interacted with him several times during clan affairs. Tenka was composed and dependable, speaking little and avoiding conflict, always wearing a smile. In stark contrast to the warmongers led by Uchiha Kage. Most importantly, Tobirama respected Tenka for his selflessness, as all his endeavors were for the benefit of the Uchiha clan. Young and old alike, such integrity was rare, especially in someone wielding power. "You understand my intent, do you not? Whether you perceive it as a transaction or a strategy. I shall no longer meddle in village affairs. As your foremost political rival, my withdrawal should afford you some peace, yes?" His hands clenched tightly at his sides. Tobirama felt a knot of frustration within him. Even in this moment, he deemed himself a petty individual. "As for the security minister position, do as you wish. If you don't want it, then so be it." The atmosphere in the office became thick with tension, with Tobirama on one side and Madara on the other. Both prideful men, leaving Hashirama feeling caught in the middle. Sighing, he thought to himself, "With these two stubborn figures before me, I feel as if I am facing two indomitable statues." The celebratory festivities lasted from day to night, bustling with activity, culminating in a fireworks display that drew the entire village. The fireworks were set to be launched by the riverside, where the open space allowed for a clear view from anywhere in Konoha. On the streets, children chased one another in playful glee, while young women gathered in small groups to witness the spectacle, and the men indulged in their favorite drinks. For what kind of celebration would it be without a few toasts? As the undeniable center of attention, Tobirama was exceedingly busy, leaving Kagura to join the others on the streets. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Koharu sought out Kagura to accompany her. The two soon encountered Mito and Toharu, who were inseparable, much like conjoined twins. Kagura watched the two beauties, contemplating that she might need to broaden the themes of her stories, as even Yuri had its market. Little Tsunade would soon turn 3, a lively little girl who, despite her usual brazen demeanor, would obediently behave in Kagura's presence. Toharu once asked Tsunade why she was so well-behaved only around Kagura, to which Tsunade candidly replied, "If I'm good, Kagurane will give me treats." Toharu was left speechless, admiring the little one's perceptive nature. After sweet-talking Kagura and successfully acquiring some snacks, Tsunade darted off to play with her friends, allowing Mito and Toharu to breathe a sigh of relief. Watching over children was always the most troublesome task. Now that we're free of the little one, we can truly enjoy ourselves tonight, Toharu suggested, leaning on Mito's shoulder. Shall we go for drinks? There are many vendors by the river selling snacks, and we can enjoy some drinks while watching the fireworks. How thrilling! Mito hesitated. As much as she loved drinking, she feared losing control and overindulging. Knowing her husband's health was not what it used to be, she would suffer the consequences if anything went awry. Seeing Mito's silent contemplation, Toharu pouted in disappointment and redirected her attention to Kagura and Koharu. I have a mission tomorrow, you know? The inauguration of the new Hokage is a major event, and I must inform the other 4 great nations. I'll be heading to the Earth Country. How dull, Toharu responded with a sigh. What about you, Kagura-chan? Kagura hesitated, wanting to refuse, but seeing Toharu's eager expression, clearly yearning for companionship, she found it difficult to turn her down and could only nod in agreement. Hooray! You're the best, Kagura-chan, Toharu exclaimed, throwing her arms around Kagura and, ignoring the bewildered looks from Mito and Koharu, pulled her away. Half an hour later, on the grassy riverbank, Toharu held a bottle of shochu in one hand and a piece of tempura in the other, her face aglow with satisfaction. Kagura sat beside her, clutching a beer. Every time Toharu took a sip, Kagura followed suit, making her appear as if she were merely a drinking companion. How embarrassing. After downing 2 bottles of low-alcohol shochu, Toharu, still yearning for more, tugged Kagura to buy additional drinks. It was now past 9 in the evening, and the fireworks master was well prepared. Crowds surged toward the riverside from all directions, suddenly overwhelming them. In the blink of an eye, Toharu was lost in the throng. Kagura found herself pushed forward by the crowd until she grasped the vendor's stall for stability. There are so many people, she exclaimed, looking at the vendor, who smiled at her. Indeed, Kagura replied, only then noticing that he was selling masks, raccoon, fox, tengu, and hanya, among others. Would you like to buy one, miss? Kagura hesitated. Perhaps I should. Buy one. Haven't you heard the legend? Masks are said to be a bridge between humans and deities. The wishes of those who wear them will be heard by the gods. Though Kagura was unaware of this tale, by the time she realized it, she was already holding a fox mask in her hand. Thank you for your patronage, and I wish for your wishes to be fulfilled. As she regarded the vendor's obsequious grin, Kagura felt as though she had been tricked. The crowd continued to swell along the riverbank, but one individual stood apart, running in the opposite direction. On a brilliantly illuminated midsummer night, a woman clad in azure garments glided up the mountainside like a mermaid emerging from the sea. Grasping a mask tightly in her hand, she ascended, breathless yet determined. With a secret treasure in her possession and aspirations soaring to the heavens, she fervently wished for the divine to heed her plea. Before the shrine nestled halfway up the mountain, Kagura knelt, her gaze fixated on the fox mask, and with a deliberate motion, she raised her hand to don it upon her face. Chapter 53, Kagura, let us marry. I wish for him to live well. Nothing else matters. My sole desire is for him to thrive and alter that wretched fate. If deities truly exist, and if the mask serves as a bridge between mortals and the divine, Kagura yearned for the gods to hear her wish. From a tender age, her mother had instilled in her the notion that greed was a folly, akin to the choice between candies and ice cream. One could only select one. Now, she found herself yearning to become wealthy while also wishing for Fei Jian to avert the tragic demise foretold in the original narrative. If a choice had to be made, she would choose the latter. With her hands clasped fervently at her chest, Kagura had never been as devout as she was in this moment. Once a skeptic of spirits and deities, she had never even offered a prayer during examinations. Yet now, faced with a human life, she found herself compromising, desperately hoping for the existence of a divine entity to hear her heart's desire and grant her wish, even if it meant sacrificing something else in return. Failing to become wealthy mattered not. His well-being outweighed all else. Only wishing without offering might render the deity deaf to your plea, a voice interrupted. Kagura opened her eyes, finding herself gazing at a pair of masculine legs. Following the line upward, she saw a belt, then the lapel of a kimono, and finally, a face chiseled like that of a deity, looking down at her with a smile reminiscent of a gentle summer breeze. Fei Jian regarded Kagura with intense eyes, and even with the fox mask adorning her face, it felt as if he could peer through the eye holes into her very soul. Am I truly more important than anything else? He mused. This man was indeed elusive, eavesdropping on others' wishes. That is not necessarily the case. You are currently in a shrine, before the gods, wearing a mask. They will hear your words. Fei Jian raised an eyebrow, kindly reminding her. Internally, Kagura scolded him for his audacity. Perhaps her kindness had emboldened him to tease her in such a manner. Nevertheless, this was indeed a shrine. How could one indulge in verbal sparring in the presence of the divine? So be it. You are the most important, more so than anyone or anything else. Are you satisfied now? Fei Jian nodded, clearly pleased by her concession. Silently, he turned and knelt beside her, his fervor surpassing hers as he closed his crimson eyes. His long, thick lashes resembling a black swan resting by the lake, softening his features. Kagura watched him intently, pondering what wish he might utter, knowing he would remain silent. Likely to keep it from her ears, how cunning. Minutes later, Fei Jian opened his eyes and gently pulled Kagura to her feet. Come with me, he instructed. Where to? She inquired. To a place closer to the divine, he replied, leading her up the steps towards the offering box. He produced 2 coins from his robe and cast them into the receptacle, vigorously shaking the string attached to a bell, for without his mask, his wish could only be conveyed in this manner. All right, this time, the gods will surely hear our desires, he assured. Fei Jian, what wish did you just make? I won't tell you. Don't be so stingy. I'll tell you later. When is later? Kagura clutched the wide sleeves of his kimono, persistently pursuing an answer. Later is later. He replied dismissively, clearly unamused. As he sighed, contemplating the depths of Kagura's curiosity, he opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a long whistle, followed closely by a crescendo of sound. They both turned their gaze skyward, witnessing vibrant fireworks bursting against the night sky, illuminating the darkness as if it were day. It was Kagura's first encounter with such grand fireworks, beautiful and breathtaking. Yet, the subsequent thought that invaded her mind was of the silly refrain who exploded, bang shakalaka, echoing relentlessly. How disappointing, she thought. At least we caught it, Fei Jian remarked beside her. What? I wanted to watch fireworks with you, he replied. Kagura tilted her head, observing Fei Jian, feeling an odd sensation. The Fei Jian she knew was markedly different from the one depicted in animated tales during this time. He had changed significantly for her, gradually transforming from a hard-shelled pangolin into a soft, gentle creature. Indeed, you have changed, she remarked candidly. Fei Jian lowered his gaze, a hint of shyness evident in his demeanor. I wasn't always so indifferent, he confessed softly. Really? They sat side by side on the steps, gazing at the distant bursts of fireworks, the distance too far to catch the scent of gunpowder. A gentle summer breeze swept through the mountains, and Kagura felt the warmth of Fei Jian's hand enveloping hers. He continued, I was quite lively as a child, until my first experience on the battlefield. Young Fei Jian had been a spirited child, compassionate and responsible, capable of assisting his mother and caring for his siblings, including his elder brother, Hashirama. Those days were blissful, with the 4 brothers and a sister all together. However, as time passed, at the tender age of 5, he first encountered war. Children of that age stood no chance against adults, yet he could aid in moving the injured. That experience unveiled the brutal reality of conflict and foreshadowed the futures of himself and his brothers. It was then that he began to ponder the meaning of peace and how to achieve it. More cautious and rational than his elder brother, Hashirama, Fei Jian sought his own path toward peace, especially as he faced the loss of his younger siblings. Ninjas must suppress their emotions, adhere to strict rules, and avoid unnecessary battles, he reflected with a self-deprecating smile, turning to meet Kagura's gaze. From that moment, I sealed away my feelings. If I exist as a person, it is more akin to living as a tool. That smile tugged at Kagura's heartstrings, prompting an overwhelming urge to embrace him, which she did, wrapping her slender arms tightly around him. From now on, with me by your side, you can temporarily shed the burden of being a tool and return to your true self. When you are with me, you need not worry about anything. You are you. And I cherish you just as you are. Kagura longed to traverse time and space, to reach the battlefield and embrace the 5-year-old Fei Jian, reassuring him that he need not fear and that everything would eventually pass. Fei Jian's lips curled into a smile. To him, Kagura was his treasure, akin to someone who, while clutching a precious gem, feared a thief might snatch it away, both grateful and anxious. He drew her closer still, eliminating any space between them. allowing the mere touch to outline her curves. The night breeze carried the fragrance of grass and wood, rendering Fei Jian's words dreamlike. Foreheads touching. He held her tightly and whispered, "Kagura, let us marry." Kagura's eyes widened as she met his gaze, which shimmered with profound emotion. Still smiling, he articulated each word with conviction, "I desire a home with you." Chapter 54. Transition to wartime status. Marriage is not out of the question, but the timing is not right. For Kagura, the prospect of marrying after merely 6 months of courtship feels excessively swift. Patience is warranted. Let us wait for a while longer, and if our love remains steadfast, then we shall wed, shall we not? Tobirama, though resigned, nodded in agreement, for he is a man abundant in self-assurance. Upon ascending to the position of the second Hokage, the first course of action was to inform the 5 great nations of this news, signaling a change in the adversaries they would confront. Different leaders bring forth distinct policies, necessitating a re-evaluation of all strategies. The leadership transition in Konohagakure is momentous not only for the 5 nations, but for the entire shinobi world. Upon learning that Tobirama had succeeded Hashirama, a wave of unrest rippled through the nations. While on the surface it appeared that Hashirama had graciously stepped down, the underlying truths remained shrouded in mystery. Among the first to react were the warlike factions congregated in the Land of Lightning's Kumogakure. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen departed as Konoha's envoy, the Raikage hastily convened a high-level meeting to speculate on the circumstances within Konoha. Could it be that Hashirama had perished? A bold conjecture, yet it mirrored the Raikage's own thoughts. How could such a formidable individual simply cease to exist? Moreover, no spies had returned with intelligence to support such a claim. If that were the case, what prompted this sudden change in Hokage? The answer eluded them. After 2 hours of deliberation, the meeting yielded no actionable intelligence, and the Raikage seethed with frustration, pacing in his office. Just a few years had elapsed since the signing of the peace treaty among the 5 nations, and the last time he had seen Hashirama was during the 5th Kage Summit, where Hashirama appeared robust and thriving, hardly resembling a figure destined for an early demise. Surely, no leader would voluntarily relinquish their position, especially to a sibling, regardless of their bond. The Raikage pondered deeply, concluding that something must indeed be amiss with Hashirama. Either he had died, or was on the brink of death. If this were the case, might it not present an opportunity? Gazing at the towering peaks of Kumogakure, with its elevated terrain and intense ultraviolet rays, he understood why the inhabitants bore sun-kissed skin. Coupled with their limited arable land and geographical isolation, the economy suffered significantly. In contrast, Konohagakure boasted distinct seasons, a temperate climate, and fertile soil, making it evident to any astute observer which locale was more desirable for habitation. In the ensuing days, the Raikage deliberated whether to take action against Konoha. Having internally resolved that Hashirama was indeed compromised, contemplating a strategy to exploit his weakness. An attack on Konoha was no small matter, and initially, it was merely a fleeting thought. However, the relentless encouragement from the brothers Kin and Jin spurred him on. Strike while the iron is hot. If we succeed, we could abandon our mountain stronghold and relocate to Konoha. Such temptation was difficult to resist. The first Raikage mused, "Let me consider a specific plan." Unlike the Land of Lightning, the original leaders of the other 3 nations had passed away due to old age in recent years, leaving only the second generation in power. These younger shadows were headstrong, sharing the Raikage's aspirations of dividing Konoha among themselves. The Land of Earth, while possessing a relatively favorable environment, could sustain a subsistence economy. Yet who among them would not desire more? The second Tsuchikage hesitated, but he would not shy away from conflict if someone else took the lead. As for the Land of Wind, its harsh conditions, perpetual sandstorms, and minimal rainfall rendered agriculture nearly impossible, forcing reliance on imports for sustenance, making the allure of Konoha undeniable. Meanwhile, the Land of Water, surrounded by the sea and limited in territory, was in dire need of expansion to seize resources. These 4 nations viewed Konoha as an enticing cake, once deterred by Hashirama's presence, but now, in their minds, he was either dead or severely injured, emboldening them to act. That autumn, after Tobirama's ascension, the first cohort of students enrolled in the Ninja Academy, among them Tsunade. The same year, the Umbu was established, operating directly under the Hokage's command, tasked with protection, assassination, intelligence gathering, and reconnaissance. In the first year, relative peace prevailed among the nations, regardless of the covert tensions brewing beneath the surface. However, by the second year, the four nations, having observed from the shadows, could no longer contain themselves, with the Land of Lightning being the first to break the silence. Tobirama received intelligence indicating that the Land of Lightning was amassing troops along the border. While the specifics of their intended targets remained unclear, the scale of their mobilization strongly suggested that a nation would soon suffer. The most likely candidate was Konoha, a conclusion drawn from instinct and corroborated by various intelligence reports. Looking over the documents in his hands, Tobirama felt a twinge of regret. He had anticipated this outcome, had it not been for Anagai's impulsive resignation. They might have enjoyed a few more years of tranquility. Now, however, he found himself at a loss. Perhaps we should present the first Hokage once more. If they see he is alive and well, might it not quell their rebellious thoughts? Yet, he feared that the arrow had already been knocked, and there would be no avoiding the impending conflict. After all, they were uncertain of the first's current whereabouts. Indeed, given the first's circumstances, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Thus, gazing at the group of students at the door, Tobirama spoke to them with a rare gravity. Our days of peace are at an end. Spread the word to heighten vigilance and transition to a wartime posture. War. War. Only when those around her began to prepare for battle did Kagura sense a profound shift. Once, she had felt a lack of belonging to this world and village. But after a prolonged period of coexistence, she had developed a sense of attachment. It was only in the face of impending war that she truly felt fear. Yes, possessing an immortal existence held little solace. Witnessing the demise of those dear to her would be far more painful than her own death. After all, death meant the end of thought, while the living would continue to bear the weight of grief. In recent years, the village had acquired a significant stockpile of explosive tags, which were now deemed essential as they entered a state of wartime readiness. Kagura pondered, given her arrival from another world, she should possess some semblance of a protagonist's aura. Was it possible to alter the course of this war? Changing the tide of conflict is no simple feat. Yet, throughout history, there have been those with such capabilities. During her earlier fascination with traditional studies, she had been particularly intrigued by the tales of military strategists. Could she perhaps emulate their wisdom? With nothing to lose, she reasoned that if successful, she might avert a war. If not, they would simply proceed as planned. Only by attempting could she absolve her conscience. When Kagura proposed the idea of visiting other nations, Tobirama regarded her as if she had lost her senses, reaching out to touch her forehead in bewilderment. You have no fever. Why speak such nonsense? Kagura, exasperated, swatted his hand away, asserting, I wish to observe and perhaps engage in some diplomacy. Who knows? A single shadow may resonate with my thoughts and abandon the notion of attacking Konoha. Although she understood that even in a 1 versus 4 scenario, Konoha would ultimately emerge victorious. Her true desire was to safeguard Tobirama's life, a sentiment he could not comprehend. When she first arrived, she had confided her identity to Tobirama, yet he had dismissed her claims. As had Hashirama. No one believed her. Now, however, she hesitated to revisit that topic, having finally discovered a sense of belonging. Konoha had bestowed upon her warmth reminiscent of her childhood visits to her grandmother's home, a sense of comfort and affection. The villagers felt akin to family, and the thought of losing any of them filled her with sorrow. Kagura playfully pouted at Tobirama, reminding him, Have you forgotten? I possess the ability to foresee the future. I have cast my own divination and I will not die, so you need not worry. Tobirama narrowed his eyes at her, disbelief flickering within them. He shook his head, saying, Even if you say so, I still do not wish for you to take any risks. In times of war, envoys are not harmed. They will not kill me, she asserted. Tobirama shook his head once more, expressing that not everyone shares this sentiment. What if they not only kill you, but also display your head on the battlefield to boost morale? What then? Then I shall conceal my identity and observe the matter as an outsider. Why can't you trust me this once? It is because you do not understand the cruelty of war. I am aware of war's brutality, which is precisely why I wish to act while there is still a chance to change things. Tobirama, I do not want you to die and leave me alone in this world. Silence enveloped them as Tobirama gazed at Kagura, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, something flickering within them. From the moment he met her, she had always appeared to be smiling, detached from everything as if existing in another dimension. Even when held in his embrace, there was an unreal quality to her presence. Yet now, for the first time, she displayed such a resolute expression. making him feel that they had finally become inhabitants of the same world. It was a curious feeling, yet not unpleasant. "I will not die," she murmured. "I know you will die. However, I wish to alter that outcome. Allow me to try, just to try," she pleaded with him. Chapter 55. Destination Yunin. After wandering outside all day, Uchiha Madara returned home only when the moon hung high in the sky. To his surprise, he found someone waiting at his doorstep. Sensing that familiar chakra from afar, he knew immediately who it was. As he approached, the figure stepped out from the shadows, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing a face devoid of expression. "Ah, a rare visitor. You actually sought me out," Madara remarked. He opened the door and entered without offering the customary invitation, and Tobirama followed without concern. It was Tobirama's first visit to Madara's home, which was vast, yet stark and empty. Living alone gave it a chill, and the lack of elaborate furniture suited a single man, as fewer possessions made for easier cleaning. "Do you always return home this late? Where have you been roaming?" Tobirama asked, regretting his words immediately. He intended to speak so bluntly, but for some reason, when faced with Madara, unkind words slipped out effortlessly, leaving him troubled. Madara's brow furrowed instantly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Why do you care where I go? I haven't committed any crimes. Do I need to report to you?" That isn't necessary," Tobirama replied, pressing his lips together, reminding himself to exercise restraint since he was there to seek assistance. Madara did not offer his seat, so Tobirama found a spot to sit on his own. After several attempts to speak, he realized that asking Madara for help was a difficult task, leading to his growing discouragement. Madara scrutinized Tobirama, noting the conflicted expression that he had never seen before, sparking his interest. "What are you hesitating to say? I wish for you to be Kagura's bodyguard." "What?" Madara appeared taken aback, or perhaps he simply could not fathom that such words would come from Tobirama. The thought of Uchiha Madara, a formidable figure, acting as a bodyguard for a young girl seemed absurd. "I am serious," Tobirama insisted, his earnestness only eliciting a near laugh from Madara as his chakras surged, a clear expression of his indignation. In the past, Tobirama would have retaliated, but this time he remained seated, his face etched with distress, yet his eyes sincere. He was not jesting. This was the unmistakable impression he left on Madara. Gradually, Madara's chakra receded. With a sidelong glance, he remained silent, indicating he would hear Tobirama's reasoning. "She intends to act as a diplomat to the other 4 countries, and I hope you can accompany her to ensure her safety. If anyone can bring her back unharmed, it would be you." Madara remained silent, his thoughts inscrutable until, after a few minutes, he looked up at Tobirama and asked, "Are we really on the brink of war?" "Perhaps," Tobirama replied, equally troubled. "Wherever there are people, there will be conflict." Sigh. Madara inhaled deeply, contemplating the impending battle. War seemed a distant memory for him, and his body had not seen the battlefield in quite some time. Perhaps he would never again. Whether or not war would ensue, he had long ceased to care. However, the notion of a young girl attempting to persuade the 4 great nations seemed laughable. Tobirama, feeling the same, understood that Kagura was one of their own. While others may betray her, he could not, and thus he remained silent. "You are truly allowing her to go as a diplomat. For someone as cautious as you, this is quite surprising. That is why I seek your assistance. Before the war truly begins, every effort is a potential turning point. Don't you agree?" While this was indeed true, Madara narrowed his eyes, observing Tobirama with a sly smile. "This time, what do you intend to offer as leverage in our negotiation?" "Name your price," Tobirama replied, offering a blank slate for Madara to inscribe his demands, a gesture of sincerity that indicated his willingness to accept any terms, even those that were unfair or unequal. "Except for matters concerning the safety of the village, everything else is negotiable." "Oh." Tobirama's declaration surprised Madara, who regarded his serious demeanor with a sudden laugh. "Then would you part with Kagura herself?" "Nanny!" Tobirama exclaimed, his eyes widening and an aura of fury radiating from him, clearly showcasing his anger. Madara smirked, propping his chin on one hand, a teasing smile adorning his face. Tobirama recognized this familiar behavior, feeling exasperated as Madara had always enjoyed toying with him over the years. "Why would I want a woman? That is your interest, not mine. I was merely trying to scare you." Tobirama was nearly driven to his wits' end, gradually losing his patience. He shouted, "Then will you help or not?" Madara found Tobirama's anger to be his greatest amusement. He lazily replied, "I suppose it wouldn't be impossible. It's nice to get out after being cooped up in the village for so long. However, I have yet to decide on my conditions. Once I do, I will inform you, but you must not renege on your promise. If you do, I shall make you unrecognizable even to your brother. Am I the kind of person to do that? Whether or not you are, I can assure you, you are certainly not a good person. Tobirama had no retort. On the dawn 2 days later, at the gates of Konohagakure, Madara met with Kagura, who was accompanied by a reluctant Tobirama, whose gaze was firmly fixed on her. Though he feigned indifference, his eyes betrayed his true feelings. If you can't bear to part with her, then why not keep her here in the village instead of putting on this tragic performance for me? Be quiet. Tobirama snapped. Love is the most troublesome of all. He seized Madara's collar and lowered his voice to warn him. Do not harbor any ill intentions towards my Kagura, or I shall kill you. Madara's head was adorned with 3 dark lines. She is your treasure, not mine, all right? I wouldn't want her even if she were given to me for free. Dream on. With the formidable protector and living map, Madara, at her side, Kagura felt entirely at ease following his lead. Their first destination was the critically tense land of lightning. Traveling northeast from the Hidden Leaf Village, they would pass through the land of hot water and the land of moon before finally reaching their destination. However, the journey was arduous for Kagura. Madara was serious and taciturn, focused solely on walking, leaving no room for conversation. Despite her attempts to engage him in dialogue, Madara would extinguish any attempt at small talk within 3 exchanges, earning him the nickname Conversation Terminator. Traveling with someone like him was stifling for Kagura. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the Hidden Cloud Village a week later. The reason for their slow pace was simple. Kagura was not a ninja and lacked the ability to perform the ninja run, which considerably hampered their speed. She was reluctant to reveal her identity as a leaf villager, fearing that it might complicate matters. The best way to persuade someone not to attack you was to have a neutral third party intervene, someone who could be perceived as an impartial judge, whose words would carry weight with the parties involved. However, for someone like Kagura, who did not possess a pass issued by the state, seeking an audience with a village leader was nearly impossible. After 3 days in the Hidden Cloud, she still had not met the Raikage, and Madara soon grew impatient. If you wish to see him, I can fetch him for you. Hiding like a mouse in the inn is hardly a suitable approach, he remarked. Kagura, taken aback by this metaphor, tried to soothe his agitation. The sage has his own clever strategies. I have my methods. If you find it boring, perhaps you could explore the town. Furrowing his brow, Madara felt he had been led astray by Tobirama. Being a bodyguard hardly seemed like a fitting role. Realizing Kagura was safe within the inn, he strode out into the streets. Shortly after his departure, someone knocked gently on the window. Kagura hastily opened it to find a ninja wearing an eagle-beaked mask. They exchanged secretive glances like agents meeting in the shadows. Sky King covers the Earth Tiger. Chicken stews with mushrooms, she whispered, and upon hearing the response, haha, the code matches. The newcomer was puzzled by the odd phrase. However, as a spy embedded in the Hidden Cloud, he complied, surprised to learn such a peculiar code originated from this cheerful woman before him. Come down from the windowsill. It's quite high. You might fall and end up as a pancake, she advised, peering over the ledge. I'm a ninja, normally. I wouldn't die from a fall, he replied awkwardly. Ignoring his concern, Kagura pulled him inside, not wanting anyone to see them, as it was unusual for an ordinary person to be perched on a windowsill. The information Kagura received from the spy proved invaluable. She now knew where to find the Raikage. Every day, he conducted a village inspection for an hour, interacting with villagers to showcase his affability. Kagura realized she merely needed to time her encounter during this period. However, she understood that a mere chance meeting would not suffice. She needed to capture the Raikage's attention, which was a daunting task. After a restless night of contemplation, she devised a reliable plan. She would become a storyteller. Before assuming this role, Kagura asked Madara for assistance in learning the transformation technique. Having been a lackadaisical student, she had only focused on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, neglecting other ninjutsu. Now, she regretted not having learned more techniques when she had the opportunity. The transformation technique was not particularly advanced, and for someone like Kagura, who could adeptly channel chakra, it was relatively easy to master. Adults learn quickly, far surpassing the pace of younger children. During her practice, Kagura first transformed into Tobirama, but upon witnessing Madara's disdainful gaze, she quickly shifted to his form. The sensation of seeing someone impersonate him was peculiar, and Madara felt an urge to strike her. Observing Madara's intense expression, Kagura switched her transformation again. As the smoke cleared, Madara's Sharingan flared in surprise. He stared at Kagura, his breath becoming cautious. "Hey, does it not resemble me?" Kagura inquired, inspecting her appearance. Everything, from her hairstyle to her clothing and even her face, was akin to his, as depicted in the anime. Madara's astonishment confirmed her transformation was indeed strikingly accurate. She smiled at him and called out, "Nissan," twirling around and asking, "Do I look like him?" His hands instinctively clenched at his sides as he fixed his gaze on her face. No, it was not Kagura standing before him. It was Izuna, unchanged from the moment he had died, youthful, proud, and smiling. "It's Izuna," he thought. "What did you just call me?" Madara inquired, a hint of apprehension creeping into Kagura's heart. Initially, she had only intended to tease him, but now she realized she had delved too deeply into a painful memory. "Madara-sama," she stammered, trying to apologize. "I'm sorry, I misspoke. I'll revert back." Madara seized her wrist, his eyes searching hers. "What did you just call me?" "Madara-sama," she repeated nervously, but it was evident that was not what he desired to hear. In a panic, Kagura thought, could he lose control and harm me in a fit of rage? "Nissan." Madara remained silent, his breath quickening as he struggled to contain his emotions, his brow furrowed deeply. His crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan remained fixated on her face, his grip on her wrist tightening, almost painfully. Kagura winced, but dared not resist. Knowing she was in the wrong for acting impulsively, they remained locked in a tense standoff, Kagura too intimidated to meet his gaze directly, her eyes darting left and right, avoiding his penetrating stare. After what felt like an eternity, Madara finally broke the silence. His voice was not the menacing growl she had anticipated. Instead, it held a touch of tenderness. "It's very similar. Except for the eyes." Izuna never exhibited such a fleeting gaze. He approached everything with unmatched confidence. That was who he was. Releasing her wrist, Madara stepped back, yet his gaze lingered on her face with an affection she had never witnessed before. He was looking at her, yet not at her. He was seeing Izuna. "I'm sorry, Madara-sama." Madara shook his head, unable to utter harsh words in the presence of Izuna's likeness. Upon seeing his brother before him, he felt an overwhelming joy, despite knowing it was an illusion. The fleeting moment of bliss consumed him, and he wished to gaze a little longer at the brother he had only seen in dreams. Then, with a sudden puff, the transformation technique dissolved, and Kagura reverted to her original form. She offered an awkward smile. "I want to transform recklessly again. Tomorrow, I'll become an ordinary passerby. You need not worry, Madara-sama. There won't be a next time." Madara said nothing, merely frowned as he continued to stare at her. Kagura felt uncomfortable under his gaze, as if a sword hung precariously above her head, threatening to fall at any moment, leaving her in torment, uncertain of her fate. "Truly, I swear." She raised 4 fingers to her ear, vowing to Madara. He exhaled deeply, a hint of melancholy in his voice, agreeing to take on his form, yet warning her not to commit any wrongdoings, lest he would bring about her demise. Kagura was puzzled by his reasoning. What was the necessity of such a stipulation? Simply transforming into Izuna would suffice. At least she would feel considerably better gazing upon Izuna's visage rather than his. Feeling dismissed. That afternoon, Madara's mood was remarkably buoyant, a rare smile gracing his usually stoic face. During dinner, he procured an ample supply of sake, filling his own cup while also offering one to Kagura. "I'm not adept at drinking. Perhaps I shall pour, and you shall consume?" he suggested with a smile, downing his drink in one gulp. He reminisced about the times he shared sake with his father, recalling how she would often clamor for a taste, sneaking sips when he was distracted, only to recoil in shock from the burn. His mother would chide her for being a greedy little cat, while his father would insist that every man must learn to drink, that it required a certain fortitude. The sensation was peculiar. She felt herself both as herself and distinctly not herself, creating a dissonance within her. Madara seemed to genuinely regard her as Izuna, sharing memories of their past. And Kagura remained silent, quietly refilling his empty cup with more diluted sake. As the evening progressed and the sake flowed, a drunken haze began to cloud Madara's features, even his voice taking on a nasal tone. He confessed, "For a long time, I dared not dream of you, fearing you would question my disobedience. I was forsaken by my clan, abandoned even by those who should have stood by me. Izuna, I wandered this world like a lost dog. I often pondered if my resolve was insufficient. If only I could fight with the same tenacity as you, even in death. I would have been a hero of the Uchiha. Or perhaps, like many of our kin, I could have reconciled with the Senju and lived peacefully in the village. He choked back tears, lamenting his failures. Indeed, he had accomplished none of it. In his fervent battle against the Senju, he was bested by Hashirama and met his end. Yet, he was inexplicably swayed by Hashirama's vision. Having been swayed, they established a village together, striving to protect it and cherish the rare peace. Only to find himself unable to confront the murderer of his brother and rejecting many policies within the village. When he contemplated leaving, he discovered that all he once knew had vanished. Witnessing a man, fierce as a demon, confess his life's burdens before her, Kagura felt a profound sadness. She had watched the series countless times, only ever grasping the superficial aspects of Madara's character. Handsome, powerful, arrogant, a lifelong rival to Hashirama, a formidable force against the Ninja Alliance. A captivating antagonist. Yet, she had never delved deeper into understanding him. Now, she found herself beginning to comprehend the depth of his pain and solitude, the profound isolation of being a solitary wanderer in an expansive world. He resembled a lone bird soaring through a snow-covered realm, devoid of companions, seeking validation for his choices, ultimately meeting with failure. The futility of all his efforts was a bitter pill to swallow. Madara became inebriated, resting his head upon the table, mistaking Kagura for Izuna, pouring out the anguish he had harbored for years. He expressed his longing, his guilt for failing to protect him, lamenting the emptiness of his home, devoid of family, leaving him utterly alone. Kagura remained by his side, gently patting his back in comfort, softly calling out his brother's name as he repeatedly cried out for Izuna. I have never blamed you. The departed clan members have never cast blame upon you. Regardless of your actions, you remain my brother. Brother, you can find peace now. Kagura's acting skills were lacking. However, in this moment, perhaps she reached the pinnacle of her performance, knowing that it would be a challenge to replicate such success in the future. Chapter 57. When the hare dies, the dog is cooked, and when the birds are gone. The bough is hidden the following morning. After breakfast, Kagura transformed into Izuna's likeness and slipped into the streets, with Madara trailing at a distance, vigilantly watching her to ensure she remained undiscovered. She set up a table with a chair behind it, lacking the usual props, yet managing to acquire a fan. Adopting Izuna's persona, Kagura meticulously recalled the demeanor of a storyteller, striving to embody the role. Though she overlooked one aspect, who in the ninja world had ever seen a Tianjin-style storyteller? She was quite adept at engaging in futile endeavors. On the first day, as the rakage passed by, she narrated the tale of Tianji's horse race, mimicking the storyteller's style. She recounted how a seemingly unwinnable race was turned into a guaranteed victory, captivating the audience, while the rakage, intrigued, simply listened without lingering. On the second day, Kagura awaited eagerly, sharing the story of borrowing arrows with straw boats. It became evident that factors like weather, environment, and even the hearts of men could play pivotal roles in achieving one's goals. The rakage paused at the outskirts of the crowd, chuckling as he teased his aide. This story is rather amusing. By the third day, as the rakage passed again, he chose not to walk away but instead blended into the crowd, listening intently to Kagura's tale from beginning to end. This time, she spun the yarn of the empty city stratagem. The story was brief, yet Kagura narrated it with such vividness that the audience was thoroughly engrossed. Upon concluding, she summarized the key points. Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi were well acquainted with each other's characters. Zhuge Liang cleverly exploited Sima Yi's understanding of him, leading to Sima Yi's decision to retreat, believing Zhuge Liang's composed demeanor concealed an ambush. Ultimately, the ruse worked, and Sima Yi turned back, fooled by the guise of an empty city. Zhuge Liang is remarkable. Sima Yi, what a pity, she mused. But if Sima Yi had advanced into the city, what could Zhuge Liang have done, no matter how clever he was? A booming voice from the crowd interrupted her thoughts. Kagura looked up to see a path parting through the throng, revealing none other than the first rakage, a figure she recognized from the anime. Lord Rakage has arrived. Ignoring the villagers who greeted him, the rakage's gaze was fixed solely on Kagura. He queried, regarding the question I posed earlier, do you have an answer? With a smile, Kagura, embodying Izuna, reflected on her own inquiries while studying the text. Like the rakage, she had asked her teacher what would happen if Sima Yi invaded the city, only to receive a stern reprimand. Just answer as the textbook instructs. Do not overthink it. The examiners will not concern themselves with your musings. Her language teacher had been perplexing, stifling student creativity while preaching divergent thinking. Kagura felt exasperated. Yet as she matured, she realized that Sima-e was not oblivious to Zhuge Liang's strategy. He merely refrained from granting others the rationale to dispose of him. With a subtle smile, Kagura remarked, "If I were Sima-e, I too would refrain from entering, even knowing it was merely an empty city." "But why?" Kagura smiled and remarked, "Lord Raikage, in your lifetime, you have likely fought in at least 80 battles, if not 100. Tell me, if you were to face an enemy army, regardless of the presence of traps, would you retreat without engaging, or would you send someone to test the waters, even if it were perilous?" After a moment of contemplation, Raikage replied, "Naturally. One must take the chance." "Precisely," Kagura continued. "However, Sima-e did not act this way. He did not even attempt to counterattack. Could it be that he had no intention of breaching the city at all?" "What?" Kagura's inquiry caught him off guard, having reached the city gates. It seemed illogical to refrain from entering. At that time, Sima-e's son was present, expressing his willingness to lead a small contingent into the city to gauge the situation, but was outright refused by Sima-e, leaving him puzzled. Not only was Sima Zhao perplexed by this, but the audience was also anxious, fidgeting in anticipation. Yet, the storyteller remained unhurried, speaking at a leisurely pace. Zhuge Liang once stated that this particular strategy was only effective against Sima-e. To my mind, Sima-e was not simply suspicious. He was a powerful statesman well-versed in the art of survival within the political arena. The adage, "When the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. When the rabbits die, the hounds are cooked," illustrated his understanding. He knew that if he were to eliminate Zhuge Liang, the greatest threat to Cao Wei, the blades of Cao Wei would swiftly turn upon him. As long as Zhuge Liang lived, Cao Wei would require him to maintain a balance of power. "Do you understand now, Lord Raikage? It is the nature of humanity. Sometimes, what you believe is merely your perception. The truth is often elusive. Rushing into battle could very well lead to a one-way journey." Kagura's words struck a chord with Raikage, who fell silent for a moment before asking, "I have not seen you before. From where do you come?" Kagura smiled. "I am but a wandering soul, lacking a homeland. I may be here today, but tomorrow I could venture elsewhere. The rumors of your intent to attack Konoha are rampant in the village, yet in my view, such an assault should not be undertaken." "Oh," Raikage exclaimed, astonished. Ever since the change of Hokage, all the higher-ups had supported the idea of attacking Konoha. Yet this unknown youth insisted otherwise. The audience leaned in, eager to hear Kagura's insights. After days of listening to the tales, they found his clever strategies utterly remarkable. In their eyes, Kagura was a figure of wisdom, whose perspectives were worth heeding, for war was not merely a matter for the fighting ninjas, it concerned everyone. Raikage glanced around and subtly signaled to his secretary, who promptly escorted Kagura to Raikage's office. With the main characters departed, the onlookers reluctantly dispersed, their disappointment palpable. "He says we should not attack. But what if we lose?" one lamented. "I do not understand either, but my brother is a ninja, and I too wish to avoid war. Indeed, my brothers have been stationed on the borders for several days. I hope conflict does not arise." Obito, listening nearby, felt a pang of sorrow. It seemed that regardless of the nation's leadership decisions, the common people universally despised war. It brought inevitable casualties, often claiming the lives of loved ones, parents, or siblings. Once a person dies, there is no turning back. Perhaps this was the reason no one had wished to leave their village with him, who would desire to forsake a stable life for bloodshed. In hindsight, he had been blind to this reality. As he watched Kagura depart, Obito couldn't help but smile. To capture Raikage's attention with mere stories and be invited to his office was a testament to his underestimation of her capabilities. Kagura, observing Raikage ahead, chuckled, recalling Jiang Taigong's fishing methods, bending hooks to catch fish, though straightforward hooks were more suited for ensnaring people. In the office, Raikage earnestly sought Kagura's counsel on why an attack on Konoha would be ill-advised. Was it because Hashirama was still alive, or was there another reason? It became evident that many believed Hashirama was deceased. Whether he was alive or not was secondary. The crux lay in the fact that Konoha was not as weak as one might presume. Why would you think that a village with robust conditions would falter simply due to the absence of Hashirama or his deterrent power? Raikage paused, pondering. Perhaps it was due to Hashirama's illustrious reputation that overshadowed the strength of others in Konoha. To conquer Konoha, one must be prepared for a protracted conflict. The shortest route from Kumogakure to Konoha traversed two nations, stretching the supply lines thin. What would you do if reinforcements faltered? Reikage excelled in swift, decisive warfare, and the thought of a prolonged campaign induced a headache. We have the likes of Kin and Jin, as well as my disciples, all of whom are valiant warriors. With Konoha stripped of its first Hokage, his brother poses little threat. Kagura could hardly suppress a roll of her eyes. Such a splendid figure as Tobirama was being underestimated. Warfare requires a comprehensive assessment of conditions. While your forces may be strong, Konoha's resilience should not be dismissed. Moreover, you would be attacking an enemy stronghold at a considerable distance. As mentioned, quick victories are ideal, yet if the conflict drags on, it is you who will suffer. Konoha possesses the advantage of familiarity with the terrain, which is crucial in combat. Additionally, their supplies are ample. If they continue to play a defensive game, what will you do? Feigning mystery, Kagura leaned closer to Reikage and remarked, I have heard that the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, has developed numerous new jutsu in recent years, capable of single-handedly taking on an entire army. In that era, Tobirama was renowned for his jutsu innovations, and many across the ninja world had utilized his techniques. While Reikage may not have employed them himself, he had certainly heard of them. Intelligence reports indicated that Konoha possessed a scroll of sealing techniques, filled with Tobirama's creations. Some were so potent that they could even harm the user, and due to their complexity, they were classified as forbidden techniques by the first Hokage. Why waste time developing new jutsu in times of peace instead of focusing on productivity? He mused. But my ninja forces are assembled at the borders. We have no reason not to engage. If we refrain from battle, my reputation will be tarnished. This stubbornness was infuriating. It was clear that not allowing him to engage in combat left him restless. However, there was a solution. According to the information relayed by the Umbu and spies embedded in other nations, all three countries were poised to strike Konoha. If they could persuade Reikage to attack another nation, it would temporarily alleviate the threat to Konoha, with the Land of Earth's Owagakure as the prime target. Reports from Korin indicated that large numbers of ninjas were gathering within the Land of Earth, suggesting a situation similar to that of Kumogakure, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Then let us incite him to attack Owagakure. As the saying goes, when internal strife is absent, target the strong. When external threats loom, target the weak. If Kumogakure harbors no internal discord, there is no need to persistently pursue the powerful Fire Nation. To be frank, I hail from the Land of Earth. Before my arrival, the second Tsuchikage was mobilizing troops to attack Sunagakure and Amagakure. If you were to strike Owagakure now, they would likely be caught off guard. Compared to the uncertainty of attacking Konoha, targeting Owagakure is a safer bet. Reikage stroked his chin, contemplating this proposition, when his secretary quietly interjected. This year has seen favorable weather. Owagakure's harvest must be bountiful. At her words, Reikage envisioned vast golden rice fields, the ears of grain full and ready for harvest, destined to become delicious rice, sushi, and dumplings. The Land of Lightning was characterized by rugged mountains, inhospitable to agriculture, and thus lacked sufficient food supplies. Very well. Whether we strike Owagakure or elsewhere, it is decided. We shall target Owagakure. But I lack justification for this assault, he pondered. Your attack on Konoha lacks justification as well. True enough. How about this? I'll visit the rock village first and let them strike you. Then you'll have a legitimate reason, suggested Kagura with a serious demeanor. Reikage was bewildered. Was that even possible? He decided to give it a try. After all, my mother's second cousin's husband's wife is from the Cloud Village. So we are somewhat related. I simply cannot bear to see the Cloud Village suffer. Kagura spoke earnestly, leaving Reikage in a fog. Only his secretary, who was beside him, flushed crimson, stealing glances at Kagura and marveling. There are still such handsome men in this world, more beautiful than any woman. It was undeniable. No one could escape the captivating beauty of the Uchiha clan. Once the serious matters were addressed, Kagura finally felt the intense gaze upon her. Turning her head, she found Reikage's secretary, a striking figure reminiscent of the beautiful Mabui from the Fourth Great Ninja War, though with a fair complexion and long legs. Certainly captivating enough to stir feelings even in women. Kagura couldn't help but gaze dreamily at the secretary, her unabashed admiration causing the latter's cheeks to redden further. The proportions of her figure were flawless, truly a paragon of beauty. Kagura imagined creating a comic based on her, with themes of beautiful sisters and their charming companions. Anticipating soaring sales, for who doesn't adore a lovely sister? Reikage sensed the spark between the two and unceremoniously positioned himself between them, extinguishing the burgeoning flames. He glared as if to say, "Do not entertain thoughts about my secretary. Then I shall entrust this matter to you. If you fail, I will proceed with my previous intentions of attacking Konoha," he declared. Exiting the Rakich's office, a ninja disguised as a bodyguard followed closely behind. As they walked out of the Rakich's building and entered an alley, they suddenly reverted to their true forms with a soft thud. Obito cast a sidelong glance at Kagura, warning her with an unamused tone, "If you continue to gawk in such a manner, I shall crush you with a single hand." "Why not? Doesn't Izuna react to beautiful women?" Kagura asked playfully. "None," Obito replied curtly. "Oh, he doesn't, and neither do you. Haha. It seems the Uchiha clan truly shares the same sentiment about women, as others say." Before she could finish, Kagura felt a chill envelop her. Turning around, she found Obito glaring at her with crossed arms, his long hair concealing half his face, and his cold eyes were quite fearsome. "Speak another word, and I shall end you. Is this the kind of bodyguard Tobirama has chosen? Always threatening to kill the one they are supposed to protect. In this day and age, one cannot even deliver a package without ensuring it remains intact. Henceforth, I shall avoid hiring someone like Obito, lest I face daily complaints." In Rakich's office, he instructed his secretary, "Inquire with the spies lurking in the rock village about whether that Tsuchikage is assembling a ninja force." The secretary paused, questioning, "Do you not trust him?" Rakich exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair. "Not entirely. While I trust my own people more, this one possesses an intriguing mind. Perhaps he is a military talent. In that case, why not recruit him? My core team cannot include individuals of ambiguous identity. I shall keep an eye on him. There is no need for him to join my ranks, as long as he can assist me." Later, the secretary dispatched someone to monitor Kagura, but they consistently lost track of her. This was, of course, unavoidable, as she would alternate between male and female appearances, leaving the surveillance ninja utterly perplexed, unable to discern one from the other. This state of affairs persisted until Kagura and Obito departed from the Cloud Village. Chapter 59. The sole lifetime member of the Single Dog Alliance, the two hurriedly made their way toward the Rock Village, passing through the Land of Fire without even glancing back at Konoha. Fortunately, Tobirama had anticipated their journey to the Rock Village and was waiting for them on their path, allowing them a reunion. Though they had been apart for less than a month, for those in love, it felt akin to an eternity. Tobirama gazed intently at Kagura, wishing to imprint her image in his mind. During the wait, he practiced repeatedly what he would say upon their meeting. "Kagura, have you missed me during this time? I have missed you tremendously, even dreaming of you." "No, that sounds too cheesy." Then he pondered, "Kagura, have you been eating well? Have you thought of me?" He frowned, questioning why the same inquiry kept resurfacing. Yet, he genuinely wanted to know if Kagura felt the same longing for him, especially with the stunning Uchiha accompanying her. The thought of his adorable Kagura being swayed by the alluring Obito was troubling. No, he shook his head. Obito was indeed a man indifferent to women, and thus his fears were unfounded. If anyone in this world lacked interest in women, it used to be two individuals, but now, he had excluded himself, leaving only Obito. Oh, the sole lifetime member of the Single Dog Alliance, Uchiha Obito. When the moment finally arrived to convey all the information from the Cloud Village to Tobirama, Kagura fell silent, simply gazing at him. The tenderness in Tobirama's eyes was profound, as deep as a lake. "Rest assured, I am unharmed, not a scratch on me." To assure him, Kagura spun around, showcasing herself. "See," she smiled, her dimples appearing. Indeed, she looked just as she had when she left, not a single strand of hair missing. Her hair was tied high with a red ribbon, and her ponytail added a touch of gallantry to her already graceful aura. She was stunning. "That is best," he nodded. "Hee. I am not someone who gets easily hurt, especially with the fine bodyguard you've arranged for me. Right, Obito?" Ugh, Obito rolled his eyes, finding the term bodyguard unpleasant. "Here. This is the scroll. Let Obito teach you how to use it." Tobirama handed her a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Hum, she replied, accepting the scroll and nodding eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Tobirama. Such an expression was utterly irresistible. Tobirama longed to embrace her. But as he raised his arm, he hesitated, aware that the imposing Obito stood beside them. He couldn't allow himself to be ridiculed. Noticing Tobirama's awkward demeanor, Obito's mischievous side emerged. He poked Kagura's shoulder, saying coolly, "Hey, we're leaving now. You've got the scroll. What are you lingering for?" Kagura shot him a weary glance before turning back to Tobirama, thinking, How can he not give me a hug after I've journeyed so far on behalf of this guy? At the very least, a hand-holding would suffice. Yet, he didn't even take her hand. In the midst of their conversation, Tobirama, with a tone that lingered, called out to Kagura, reminding her, I must take my leave. Do you truly have nothing to say to me? She asked, reluctant to part. Is there really nothing? Tobirama's gaze drifted, hesitating for a moment before finally expressing. As if struck by lightning, the ultraviolet rays in the land of clouds are indeed quite fierce. You've tanned a little. Obito, a few steps away, burst into laughter, leaving Kagura feeling scorched and bewildered, while Tobirama wished to bite his tongue in despair. Kagura, feeling disheartened, thought that after 2 years of dating someone so romantic, how could he still speak so bluntly? No, even a typical straight man would know better than to mention a girl's tan. Tobirama was like a solid block of wood. Frustration swelled within her. Farewell, she declared, waving her hand dramatically, pulling Obito's sleeve as she departed. Tobirama stood rooted, as if his feet were glued to the ground, gazing longingly at the direction Kagura and Obito had taken. He pondered, had he not been the Hokage, he would be the one traveling the world with her. It was all his elder brother Hashirama's fault for causing such distress. Meanwhile, Hashirama, playing merrily in an arcade with Mito in a nearby village, sneezed suddenly, prompting Mito, engrossed in her game, to comment, I told you to dress warmly last night. It seems you're catching a cold. If Kagura had glanced back, she might have seen Tobirama standing there like a statue, but she did not. Obito, relishing the moment, nudged Kagura with his elbow and teased, P.S. still watching you. Aren't you going to say goodbye? Taking a deep breath, Kagura brushed away the gloom of parting and smiled at Obito, blooming like a sunflower. Perhaps not. If I turn back now, I might not want to leave. Obito was taken aback. After spending nearly a month alone with Kagura, she had always been cheerful, never displaying any signs of melancholy. It seemed her curiosity and freshness about foreign lands had led him to mistakenly perceive her as carefree. But now, it appeared there was more to her than met the eye. Smirking, Obito turned his gaze forward, softly replying, Then let us expedite our matters. So your journey away from home is not in vain. Kagura smiled in response. Obito, contrary to his cold exterior, was indeed warm-hearted and somewhat prideful. He had once rushed to help a child who had fallen, faster than even Hashirama. Now, it seemed he was gradually returning to that self. Upon arriving at Iwagakure, Obito immediately sensed something was amiss. Just as Kagura had mentioned, Iwagakure was also amassing a ninja army. He mused that peace was indeed hard to come by. And the peace Hashirama had brokered using tailed beasts was rather cheap, lasting merely a few years. It should be as he stated, Konoha needed no allies. If the 4 great nations were vanquished, everything would fall into place, achieving a unified ninja world without all this trivial nonsense. However, the current Uchiha Obito was not the same as before. He was indifferent to everything and preferred to go with the flow, taking one step at a time. There were ways to live in peace, as well as methods to survive in chaos. He wished to see what this ninja world would ultimately become and whether humanity could ever attain true peace. How do you plan to meet the Tsuchikage? Will the same method work here? In their hotel room, the two stood by the window, whispering as they observed the street below. According to the information relayed by Tobirama, the situation here differed from that of the land of clouds. Perhaps a quicker method existed. Oh, Obito replied, somewhat surprised. What news did he convey? Surely, it cannot be mere sentimental words? Kagura turned to him, incredulous. You know such sentimental phrases? Aren't you supposed to be a stoic man untouched by feelings? Obito had merely let slip a comment, not expecting Kagura to be so astute in some matters while oblivious to others. His face flushed slightly, and he cleared his throat, dismissing her with silence, knowing that if he pretended not to hear, she would find no leverage against him. He would never reveal that during his time back in Konoha, he had heard from curious villagers about a comic book featuring him, titled The Overbearing Village Chief's First Love Story. Initially, he was merely curious about the villainous character he portrayed, but after reading it, he completely forgot his actions within, only to find himself somewhat enamored by Hashirama's cheesy romance, gaining a bit of insight into matters of the heart. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that women were not worth much. Changing the subject. As the blush faded from his cheeks, Obito reminded Kagura, I have not crossed swords with him. He can sense my chakra. Thus, I cannot protect you closely. Be cautious. I will not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Kagura nodded, giving him an okay gesture, as if to assure him, you can trust me. Obito frowned slightly, internally lamenting, "Trust you? I have never encountered someone so unreliable." Chapter 60. I will return one day. The day after arriving at Iwagakure, Kagura transformed into Izuna and left the hotel. She found it more convenient to act as a man outside than as a woman. During this period, she discovered a peculiar anomaly. Her chakra seemed abundant, so much so that she could not quantify it. Maintaining her transformation for extended periods posed no difficulty. She pondered this phenomenon for quite some time, concluding that perhaps it was because she herself was a sort of anomaly in this world. Her chakra, and her being constituted a dual anomaly. This time, Kagura refrained from using the bait-and-hook strategy. Unlike the Land of Clouds, Iwagakure was currently more focused on the long-standing border disputes with the Land of Rain, which had recently escalated into conflict. The ninja forces were divided into two factions, one preparing to attack Konoha, while the other had reached the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Rain. With war imminent, when Kagura sought an audience with the Tsuchikage, she was initially ignored until she confidently claimed to have a way to help Iwagakure defeat the Land of Rain, prompting a response from the attendant. Upon meeting the Tsuchikage, she found him engrossed in a pile of documents. He glanced up at her briefly as she entered, before returning to his work. Beside him was a shorter man whom Kagura recognized as the young Inoki. It seemed he had remained diminutive throughout his life. In contrast, the elder Danzo from Konoha had at least experienced a phase of attractiveness in his youth. However, Inoki had never enjoyed a moment of high regard in terms of appearance throughout the Naruto world. Without lifting his head from his stamping, Inoki addressed her. "You say you can help Iwagakure defeat the Land of Rain?" Kagura nodded vigorously, confirming her claim. Inoki chuckled dismissively, clearly underestimating her, and replied, "Our Iwagakure ninja strength already surpasses that of the Land of Rain. What need do we have for your youthful counsel?" If that were truly the case, why had he allowed her in? "Have you begun the battle?" she inquired. "If all goes as planned, combat will commence this afternoon." Inoki glanced at her for a moment between stamping documents, and though he was wrapped in bandages, his eyes, still visible, exuded confidence as they met Kagura's gaze. Kagura has indeed read The Art of War by Suenzi, The Methods of Sunbin, and has perused the romance of the Three Kingdoms as well as the historical accounts of the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods numerous times. Although her manipulation of human emotions may not rival that of the ancients, she has certainly gleaned some insights. In the face of Wu's unwavering confidence, it is essential to temper his zeal. If she wishes for him to accept her opinions later, she must first demonstrate her abilities in other matters, thereby earning his recognition. The minor conflict between Iwagakure and Yugakure presents an opportune moment for Kagura to showcase her prowess. With a playful smile, Kagura shook her head at Wu and remarked, "It seems Lord Tsuchikage is overly confident. Shall we wager on this battle? I am certain that Yugakure will triumph over Iwagakure." Her assertive conviction caused Wu to pause his work, scrutinizing her more closely. Despite her youthful appearance, barely in her 20s, her striking beauty was such that it could incite envy in men and leave women in awe. How trivial it is for a man to possess beauty, she mused. It cannot be converted into sustenance, nor can it serve as a means of ninjutsu, nor does it augment one's life experiences. Thus, it is of little utility. Naruto, not necessarily. Kagaya, I have suffered because of handsome men. Sasuke, I won my wife with my looks. Onlookers. Wu, meeting her gaze, replied, "Never has anyone dared to make such a bold prediction about the outcome of war. My confidence stems from a profound understanding of Iwagakure's ninja capabilities. What basis do you have for asserting that Iwagakure will lose? Is it your knowledge of Yugakure's ninjas?" At this, Wu narrowed his eyes, reassessing her, while Inoki queried, "Are you from Yugakure?" "Not exactly. I was merely fortunate enough to spend some time there." This was a half-truth, and Kagura found herself bemused. Since arriving in this world, her ability to weave lies had become rather adept. While she had initially wished to avoid entanglement in such affairs, her family had perished at the hands of Yugakure. One might interpret this as an opportunity for vengeance, but ultimately, their objectives aligned. She merely wished to witness Yugakure's downfall, which prompted her to offer her counsel. Being regarded as a mere tool was not entirely unacceptable. Kagura retrieved the sole item from her ninja tool pouch, a sealing scroll. Upon unfurling it, 6 large wooden crates materialized in Tsuchikage's office. Perhaps due to his years of combat experience, the moment he beheld the boxes, Inoki instinctively moved to shield Wu. Assuming a defensive posture, Kagura offered an awkward smile, urging them to remain calm. Before the wooden crates, Wu and Inoki exchanged puzzled glances, utterly unaware of Kagura's intentions. "What is this?" Inoki inquired, curiosity mixed with caution. "Let us open it and see." Kagura gestured invitingly and proceeded to unveil one of the crates. Inside lay gas masks. "These are gas masks." Inoki approached, picking one up to inspect it closely. "What do you mean by this?" "These gas masks are remnants from when Tobirama developed new ninja techniques for profit, which were sold to Yugikure. This is all that remains, sealed within the scroll, and now given to you as a token of my sincerity. You will surely find them useful." Wu and Inoki regarded Kagura as though she were somewhat unhinged. "Who would wear such items into battle?" Wu queried. "Do you wear this into combat?" Inoki added, "I certainly do not." "Do you, master?" Wu shook his head. "Neither do I." Inoki continued, "Exactly, what proper ninja would don such a thing?" Kagura sighed. "This is such a hassle. Wearing this would hinder my performance." "No, thank you. We do not need this," they insisted. Kagura suppressed an eye roll, reminding herself that this appearance belonged to Izuna and, for the sake of maintaining a handsome facade, she quelled her impulse. Their refusal of her generous offer seemed rather foolish. If she were in their position, she would gladly accept such a gift. With a resigned sigh, Kagura utilized the sealing techniques she had learned from Madara to return the 6 large crates of gas masks to the scroll. Before departing, she remained hopeful. "I am staying at a nearby inn. Should you have a change of heart, feel free to seek me out. I am not leaving just yet." Inoki waved her off, indicating that he wished for her to leave immediately. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kagura's temple, her heart heavy with disappointment. This pair was the first to express such disdain towards her, or perhaps the first since Uchiha Madara. Surely, they were envious of her beauty, or rather, of Izuna's beauty. Standing beneath the Tsuchikige's office building, Kagura gazed upward at the structure, silently vowing, "I shall return one day." Chapter 61. Turning passivity into initiative, the door to Kagura's in-room swung open, and the moment it did, she noticed something flicker before vanishing from the window. Startled, she turned to find Madara's eyes filled with a hint of anxiety. With wide eyes, Kagura pointed toward the window, asking, "Was there someone standing there just now?" Madara turned away from her, his demeanor oddly evasive as he replied, "I am unaware of what you speak. I am alone in this room. Perhaps you are simply imagining things." His reaction was quite peculiar. "I truly saw someone right here." Kagura rushed to the window, though she could not discern the figure's features. There had indeed been a man present. Madara cast her a sidelong glance and scoffed. "At such a young age to be hallucinating. Fortunately, you are not of the Uchiha clan. Can you believe that decades from now, the young women of your clan will still be nearsighted?" "Sarada?" Madara, perplexed, sought to divert Kagura from fixating on this matter and inquired about her discussion with the Tsuchikage. "How did it go? Did you secure the deal?" Kagura stretched and shook her head. "Not yet. We must wait a little longer. In my homeland, we say one does not shed tears until the coffin is before them. Once he learns that his ninja forces have been poisoned, he will surely recall my offer. Patience, he will come to find me." "Are you so certain?" Madara was curious about the source of her unwavering confidence. "If a battle is likely to be lost, would you send your most formidable ninja into the fray? The one who could change the course of the conflict? Would you deploy them?" Madara pondered this. Indeed, if that individual could sway the outcome, they must be sent into battle. Otherwise, what purpose would they serve? Merely to collect the bodies of fallen comrades. They must certainly be sent to fight. "Exactly. So, let us wait patiently. I believe it will not be long before the Tsuchikage sends for me." With that, Kagura flashed Madara a radiant smile, revealing her bright white teeth. Appearing somewhat foolish, Madara couldn't help but smile in return. Her confidence reminded him of Izuna, even as she had transformed back into her own self. "Izuna, oh Izuna." Madara pressed his lips together, sensing that he had become somewhat infatuated lately. Just as dawn broke and he settled into his office chair, the door burst open. Disregarding all decorum, a figure rushed in, urgency etched upon their face as they reported, "Lord Tsuchikage, we have received news from the battlefield at the border. Yugikure has deployed poison. The vanguard has suffered devastating losses, with only a few survivors left, and they too are critically poisoned and unlikely to last much longer. The subsequent forces urgently require gas masks, yet we have none available. Should we manufacture them on-site or procure them from elsewhere?" Until this moment, Wu was utterly dumbfounded. He had previously been presented with 6 large boxes of gas masks, yet failed to appreciate their value. If the divine were to grant him another chance, he would fervently exclaim, "I want them all." If a quantifier were necessary, he would declare, All 6 boxes, I desire them entirely, even if I must purchase them. Reflecting on this now, he felt deep regret. Had he accepted those masks yesterday and sent them to the front lines, many lives among the initial troops could have been spared. In haste, Wu summoned 2 subordinates to request the presence of Kagura, recalling the address clearly. A night passed without incident, and by the next morning, before breakfast, 2 subordinates from Tsuchikage arrived at the inn. As the innkeeper approached with them, she called out, "Kagura, Izuna-san, are you awake?" Still groggy, Kagura initially thought she was dreaming. However, the innkeeper's strength was unexpectedly great. The paper door rattled violently under her force. Just as they were about to break in, Kagura abruptly sat up from her bedding. They're here. Stop knocking." In a flurry, she dressed, only to realize she had not yet transformed. Clumsily, she assumed the appearance of Izuna, ignoring her disheveled hair from sleep. Hastily, she opened the door to find 2 subordinates from Tsuchikage standing respectfully outside, accompanied by the innkeeper, whose face broke into a wide grin upon seeing her. "The Tsuchikage requests your presence, Izuna-san, as there are important matters to discuss." Stretching her shoulders, Kagura couldn't help but smile. It seemed her gamble had paid off. Hanzo had engaged in the war, and the Iwagakure ninja forces were struggling. Finally, the Tsuchikage remembered her stockpile of gas masks. Everything was unfolding according to her expectations. Fortune was indeed on her side. During their second meeting, Wu's demeanor was markedly improved compared to their previous encounter. After explaining the purpose of her summons, Kagura, shedding any pretensions, generously gifted him all 6 boxes of gas masks and disclosed another crucial piece of information. She stated, "Although some of your attention may have been diverted towards Amigakure, the Tsuchikage must remain vigilant regarding Kumogakure. Recently, during my travels through Kumogakure, I overheard rumors suggesting that they may feign an assault on Konohagakure, with their true objective being Iwagakure. You must prepare accordingly, Tsuchikage." Wu appeared skeptical of this news. Firstly, the geographical distance seemed illogical. It was hard to fathom a strategy that bypassed Konohagakure to strike at Iwagakure. Secondly, the 2 nations had not interacted for nearly a decade and lacked any reason for conflict. I have heard that Kumogakure's harvest this year was poor, and they have set their sights on your resources. Given that Konohagakure's yield is also underwhelming, it would hardly attract Kumogakure's interest. This is merely what I have heard. You may dismiss it as you see fit. However, if there is any truth to it, it would be too late to devise a plan once the Kumogakure forces arrive. Wu remained silent. The agricultural bounty of the land of Earth was indeed a source of envy for many great nations. Kumogakure, known for its limited arable land, was a prominent importer of grain. If they were to abandon decorum and seek to seize resources outright, such behavior was not beyond the realm of possibility for a nation known for its unscrupulous tactics. I merely relay what I have heard. So do not take it too seriously. Consider it as if I had never said anything. Humans are peculiar beings. When urged to believe, they often suspect falsehoods. Yet when one presents information as dubious, it paradoxically becomes credible. The more Kagura insisted it was mere hearsay, the more Wu's suspicions intensified. The Kumogakure ninjas had a history of engaging in banditry, having previously taken advantage of the land of stone and the land of flowers. Kagura felt embarrassed, thinking to herself that they were all cut from the same cloth. If this situation were genuine, in her opinion, the Tsuchikage should strike preemptively before they were fully prepared, catching them off guard. It was well known that the ninjas of Kumogakure were fierce warriors. Once they began their assault, Iwagakure would likely be relegated to a defensive posture, which was far too passive and detrimental to morale. However, the distance to Kumogakure was considerable, and she worried that executing such a plan might prove difficult. Dividing our forces into 2 could be a viable option. Armed with gas masks, Iwagakure's ninjas would not fear the meager forces of Amigakure. Once we secure victory, we could traverse through the land of waterfall and the land of frost to encircle Kumogakure from the land. Gazing at the map, Wu stroked his chin, contemplating the feasibility of this proposal. A proactive strike would necessitate a naval route. The land of Earth, with its substantial power, maintained a favorable relationship with the land of waterfall and the land of frost. Thus, securing passage should pose no problem. Meanwhile, sending another team to flank from the land was also a plausible strategy, significantly enhancing their chances of success. Yet, there was little of value to entice him from Kumogakure. What would victory yield? Kagura discerned his hesitation and, seizing the opportunity, added, "My lord, this would merely be an act of self-defense. After all, Once the enemy strikes, it will be too late. Wu nodded. Such passive defensive scenarios had transpired several times in Iwagakure's history, with each outcome being far from favorable. Thus, this time, perhaps it was prudent to take the initiative and seize the upper hand. They had suffered losses to Kumogakure in the past. It was time to settle old scores. Who could they not defeat? Once they dealt with Kumogakure and expanded their influence, what obstacle could Konohagakure possibly pose? Chapter 62. Reverse Summoning. Wu dispatched skilled scouts to gather intelligence on Kumogakure. The reports confirmed that Kumogakure's ninja forces had indeed been stationed at the border for an extended period, specifically in the northwestern maritime region, rather than the southeastern waters that would lead to Konohagakure. This indicated that Kumogakure's true target was, indeed, Iwagakure, necessitating a route through the northwestern sea. Upon receiving this information, Wu could no longer remain composed. The situation had become painfully clear. He could not afford to be idle any longer. He promptly resolved to divide their forces and launch an assault on Kumogakure. The ninjas, previously assembled to attack Konohagakure, were bewildered as their objective shifted to Kumogakure. An assault on Kumogakure would require a naval approach, and they were primarily land dwellers, reluctant to embark on ships. Many, like Kai, suffered from seasickness. Although ninjas could harness chakra to walk upon water as if on solid ground, the considerable distance rendered this impractical. Moreover, not everyone possessed an abundance of chakra. For ninjas, chakra was akin to the shuriken in their toolkits. Used sparingly, it depletes over time, and no one wished to exhaust themselves unnecessarily. Was this a cause for concern? With Kagura present, it certainly was not. In China, every student learns of the Battle of Red Cliffs, where the strategy of linking ships together was indeed effective, despite the eventual fire disaster. Furthermore, once they reached their destination, combat would inevitably shift to the water's edge. Whether to burn the ships would depend on the intelligence of the Kumogakure forces. This was not a concern for Kagura. Her objective was to mislead Iwagakure's ninjas, ensuring that Konohagakure could remain concealed in what was originally a battle against multiple nations. Kagura shared the strategy of linking ships with Wu. He pondered it carefully, nodding in agreement, finding it feasible. Relieved, Kagura was grateful that Wu had not studied the Battle of Red Cliffs. Otherwise, it might have been challenging to persuade him. Meanwhile, the soldiers assaulting Kumogakure boarded ships and departed from the harbor. On the other side, the conflict with Amigakure raged on, with the gas masks in hand. Hanzo's toxins were no longer as effective, and the typically weak and underpowered Amigakure began to show signs of decline. However, victory would not come easily. Everything was progressing along the anticipated trajectory. However, Kagura dared not be careless. The reason her instigation had not been exposed lay in the underdeveloped state of information dissemination. Should we find ourselves in an era where everyone surfs the internet, such a scheme would falter. If anyone were to unveil her identity as a Konoha ninja, she would likely meet a gruesome fate. We must not reveal our association with Konoha. This is imperative. Kagura incessantly murmured this phrase into Madara's ear, to the point where it threatened to wear his ears raw. While this admonition was directed at Madara, it was, in truth, more a reminder for herself. After all, these machinations were her doing, and any misstep could lead to immediate exposure, rendering all her efforts futile and plunging Konoha into the throes of war. If only this information could be relayed back to Konoha, Tobirama must be deeply concerned. Perched by the window, observing the bustling streets below, Kagura's thoughts drifted to Tobirama. Surely, he must be losing sleep at night, tormented by the fear of surprise attacks from rival nations. If only I had a summoning beast like Pakin. I could play with the dog during idle moments and use it as a messenger when needed. Sigh. Speaking of which, Kagura turned to the meditative Madara and inquired, "Lord Madara, do you possess a summoning beast?" "The Nine Tails does not count," he replied. "The Uchiha clan has traditionally formed contracts with ninja cats, yet I have not." Ninja cats, Kagura recalled. Indeed, the Uchiha clan seemed to have some connection with them. However, given that the storyline commenced after Itachi's massacre of the clan, and since neither he nor Sasuke had ever summoned a ninja cat, Kagura dismissed this notion. Cats, how splendid it would be for those of us in the real world, devoid of felines, to have a summoning beast in the form of a cat. Who could resist such adorable creatures? Their charming appearance and haughty demeanor compel anyone to reach out and pet them. Once, Kagura harbored the wish to own a cat of her own. Alas, her mother loathed the idea of being a litter box attendant and detested cat hair floating in the air, obstinately forbidding her from keeping one. Kagura sought help from her father, yet he feigned ignorance, turning a deaf ear whenever the subject arose. Thus, after all these years, she found herself reduced to joining the ranks of the majority of netizens who raise cats online. During the most addictive phase, she dreamt of sneaking into others' homes to steal their cats, leading her to question whether she harbored some unsavory inclinations. Lord Madara, please teach me the summoning technique. I yearn to possess a summoning beast. Madara gazed at Kagura with exasperation as she blinked her doe-like eyes, full of longing, her demeanor reverent. He wished to refuse her, yet could not bring himself to do so. During this time, he had already imparted a plethora of ninjutsu to her, including transformation techniques, basic sealing techniques, replacement techniques, and shadow clone techniques. At this rate, he could easily become a teacher at the Ninja Academy. How could she claim to know nothing? Tobirama possesses mastery over most ninjutsu in the ninja world. How have you learned nothing? Kagura hesitated. If she confessed that she had grown accustomed to slacking off and lacked the motivation to study, would she face his ire? Previously, they had both been too busy. He was preoccupied, and she was as well, leading her to stammer out excuses that could easily be dismantled. As expected, Madara mocked her once more, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed her feeble attempts at deception. He is busy because he is working for Hashirama. What about you? I recall your restaurant has a full staff, and your explosive tag factory has workers as well. What exactly have you been busy with? How could she admit to being busy with idleness? By the way, have you ever visited my restaurant? How do you know so much? For a moment, Madara was at a loss for words. Admitting his fondness for the sweet treats at her restaurant would tarnish his aloof image. Oh, so you also enjoy the dishes from our restaurant? I thought you were quite particular about your food. His brows furrowed in confusion, unsure how to counter her. How about this? I have a proposition. Kagura grinned mischievously. You teach me the summoning technique, and I will take care of your culinary needs for the rest of your life. What do you say? Madara, deep in thought, found this proposal enticing. Yet he could not immediately acquiesce, lest he compromise his cool demeanor. Hey, you would be getting the better end of the deal, so why hesitate? Just hold out a little longer. If you don't agree soon, I might change my mind, she exclaimed, eager to finalize their agreement. Deal, she blurted out hastily. To learn the summoning technique, one must first understand the sequence of hand seals. While watching the anime, I was so engrossed in the characters biting their fingers that I completely overlooked the hand seal order. Now, when I try to recall it, I draw a blank. The sequence is boar, dog, bird, monkey, sheep. First, you must channel your chakra and then swiftly form these seals, being careful not to make any mistakes. Of course, the most crucial step is to sign the contract first. Yes, I'll practice now. You practice. I'll get a drink. Madara dismissed her, walking over to the nearby table to pour himself a glass of water. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, sheep. Kagura chanted the sequence repeatedly until she finally memorized it. Channeling her chakra, she began to form the seals. This aspect of the technique was a breeze for her. She executed the seals in order with remarkable ease. Bringing her right thumb to her mouth, she bit down, letting out a small gasp of pain. Her thumb bled slightly, and she wiped it across the palm of her other hand. Then, raising her hands high, she clapped them forcefully against the ground. With a thunderous bang, Madara turned sharply, spitting out his drink. Baka, do you know the consequences of using space-time ninjutsu without signing the contract? He shouted in exasperation, but it was too late. By the time he rushed over, Kagura had already vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a cloud of smoke. Stunned, Madara stood there, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. His first thought was whether that girl had been torn apart in the space-time rift. This was disastrous. Not only was his culinary future uncertain, but she was also missing. He could almost feel the chilling autumn breeze sweep past him, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. What now? He had no idea where she had been summoned, whether she was alive or dead. Even if he wanted to search for her, he had no clue where to begin. He had promised to bring her safely back to Konoha, and now he was in a predicament that contradicted his Uchiha lineage. How would he face anyone after this? For the first time, Madara experienced the sensation of mushrooms sprouting atop his head. Chapter 63. The town of ninja cats. Kagura, caught in the reverse summoning, felt her vision darkening as she was drawn into an alternate space. Her body spun like a top within the corridor of time and space. The sensation more disorienting than motion sickness. After what felt like an eternity, just as she was on the verge of losing her lunch, she heard a loud thud as she landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a fine cloud of dust. From this fall, she could not ascertain how high she had plunged, but every part of her body ached, particularly her chest, which felt as though it had been split open. Breathing became laborious, and a coppery liquid surged from her throat, trickling down to the ground, increasing in volume. She saw it, red blood. What in the world was happening? Was she going to bleed to death? It struck her as somewhat absurd. Perhaps she would be the first person in the ninja world to die from a fall. Such a demise felt rather humiliating. As her consciousness began to fade and her mind clouded, she sensed something encircling her. What was it? She could barely make out the figures approaching her. Is that a person? Someone has come to visit us, meow. Indeed, how rare. It must have been over 30 years since anyone last graced us with their presence. Yes. The last time was a little Uchiha. Just don't mention that little one's name. I fear the cat ancestors might get upset. He was the only one who gained the full recognition of all ninja cats, yet refused to sign the contract. Indeed. Thus, the ancestral cat felt quite wounded in pride, forbidding any mention of that little rascal. Wait a moment, do you see her? Is that blood? Finally, one cautious cat discerned the anomaly and approached with care. The other cats, alerted by its observation, drew closer and, indeed, found Kagura motionless on the ground, blood pooling around her. A quick check revealed she had no breath. It seemed she had passed away. Meow? Some cats began to scoff, expressing their disdain for humans, claiming life was far too fragile, easily extinguished, unlike their own 9 lives. It was their first encounter with a being that had arrived only to perish. Today was truly an eye-opener. The cats continued to chatter amongst themselves, while Kagura, lying on the ground, felt her consciousness gradually knitting back together. Her head buzzed with noise, a cacophony that pained her mind. There was a heaviness in her chest, a desperate need for air. Suddenly, Kagura took a deep breath, her chest expanding as air filled her lungs, shoulders rising gently. Moments later, her doe-like eyes fluttered open. She rose from the ground, gulping down fresh air as if she had suffocated in a previous life. After a few breaths, oxygen coursed through her veins, carried by red blood cells. And as her mind cleared, her vision began to sharpen, revealing a group of astonished cats surrounding her. They stood there, heads raised, staring at Kagura in disbelief. After a long pause, one finally broke the silence, questioning, who was it that said she was dead? The cat that had proclaimed Kagura's demise retorted defiantly. She truly was dead just moments ago. Why would I deceive you? Yet here she was, alive. Are you surprised? Kagura surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in a town teeming with cats. The buildings bore paw prints and feline motifs, reminiscent of some headquarters. Glancing at the crowd before her, she began to comprehend her location. Jiraiya had ventured to Mayaboka Mountain, while she had arrived in the cat world she had long yearned for. A grin spread across her face as she took in the sights. Hey, little human girl, how did you end up here? Little girl? Kagura pointed to herself, feeling a tad embarrassed to be called a girl at over 20. Yet, perhaps these cats were indeed older than she. Who could determine the ages in the ninja world? I got here rather confused. I intended to practice, but became too engrossed, losing control, and ended up here through reverse summoning. Quick, report to the cat ancestors. At that moment, the ancestral cat was frolicking in the grand hall. Recently, she had developed an aversion to food, prompting the chefs to infuse her meals with catnip. After indulging, she felt wonderfully invigorated and couldn't resist rolling on the floor. Upon hearing of a human child's visit, she sprang from the ground, thrilled by the novelty. She had thought she would never see a human child again, yet here was another one, hoping it wasn't an obnoxious little rascal. A cat with chestnut stripes approached the ancestral cat, saying, "This child arrived and died instantly, yet shortly after, she came back to life. Truly, she is fated to be one of us, resilient. Hurry, bring her to me." In the expansive grand hall, Kagura marveled at the sight of the ancestral cat, who loomed like a small mountain. She was entirely gray, with a lustrous coat indicating robust health, draped in a peculiar earth-toned robe. Kagura felt an urge to critique her taste, but refrained, enduring in silence. After more than 30 years, the entire cat town erupted with excitement at the sight of a human child. All who heard the news rushed to witness, surrounding the grand hall. Kagura felt as though she had transformed into a superstar, yet she found herself uncomfortable under the scrutiny, whether from humans or cats. Are you also seeking to forge a pact with us? Somewhat. I never anticipated arriving here, yet it seems I have achieved my wish. The kittens near the ancestral cat chirped excitedly. She really likes us. Ancestor. Indeed, she possesses discerning taste, the ancestral cat replied, her pride intact despite her age. Little rascal, do you truly wish to forge a pact with us? Kagura nodded vigorously. Then I shall not make it difficult for you. After so many years of waiting for a human, I shall grant you some leniency. If you can capture 100 ninja cats within a day, I shall consider you worthy. If not, it signifies our lack of destiny, and you shall not secure the majority's recognition to form a pact. 100? Kagura glanced at the cats surrounding her, clearly outnumbering 100, yet capturing them seemed an insurmountable challenge. The inherent agility of cats made it akin to a fool's errand. She regarded the ancestral cat with skepticism, pondering if this venerable feline genuinely wished to form a pact with her. Nevertheless, as it was her desire to engage, she felt compelled to demonstrate her sincerity, regardless of the difficulty of the test. You can do it, Kagura, though her heart brimmed with doubt. Chapter 64. The cat battle. Kagura arrived in the ninja cat town in the afternoon, meaning she had until sunset the next day to capture 100 ninja cats to pass the test. She wandered through the town, where cats of all sizes roamed freely, some small like those in the real world, others half her height, and some so massive they resembled tigers more than cats. The sheer size of these creatures caused the ground to tremble as they walked, making it nearly impossible for Kagura to capture one. Perhaps it was wiser to pursue the smaller ones. Cats were ubiquitous, lounging on streets, walls, rooftops, and trees. Kagura rolled up her sleeves and leaped into the fray. The ninja cats regarded her as if she were a fool, several chatting while evading her attempts. She doesn't seem very bright, does she? Indeed, she doesn't even employ ninjutsu. At this rate, she won't catch a single one. What a disappointment it was to have a human arrive only to be such a lackluster specimen. Hey! Though Kagura had undergone special training during her time learning the Flying Thunder God technique, her physical prowess paled in comparison to those raised as true ninjas. She chased the ninja cats around, panting heavily, nearly collapsing without capturing a single one. You are all too loud. I can hear everything. How can one be so openly disdainful, especially a group of cats? It was intolerable. Unable to catch them openly, Kagura attempted stealth. Yet, as a human, she was bound to make noise, and the cat's acute hearing enabled them to escape before she could even approach. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended, Kagura slumped against a wall in an alley, gasping for breath. This was far more exhausting than a 1,500-meter race at school. All I wanted was a summoning beast. Why must it be so difficult? She gazed at the moon, feeling a tinge of frustration. At the very least, let her capture a few. Hours had passed, and not a single cat had been caught. It was absurd. In a task assigned to a lower-level ninja team, one jonin would lead 3 genin to capture a single cat. Yet here she was, expected to capture 100 all alone. Wasn't this an impossible task? Seated here, Kagura felt an overwhelming urge to abandon her efforts. She did not wish to move. As she settled down, her muscles relaxed entirely, as if her strength had been siphoned away. Moreover, she was quite parched and hungry. Speaking of hunger, she seemed to catch a whiff of something delectable, fish. Disregarding her fatigue, Kagura sprang to her feet, drawn to the tantalizing aroma wafting from the window of the wall she had leaned against. The scent of cooked fish emanated from that slightly ajar window. Whose kitchen could this be? Without a hint of shame, Kagura decided to sneak in and find something to eat. After all, how could she possibly continue her pursuit of the cats on an empty stomach? However, to her astonishment, this was not a household kitchen, but rather the bustling back kitchen of a large dining hall. The kitchen was expansive, filled with an array of cooking and dining utensils, with a large table at the center laden with ready meals. Kagura surmised that these dishes were merely waiting to be transported to the dining area, perhaps temporarily set aside. The variety of offerings was quite impressive. Fish, meat, and rice were all present. She didn't take much, merely snatching 3 rice balls, 1 for dinner, and 1 each for breakfast and lunch the following day. By afternoon, regardless of the outcome of her trials, she likely wouldn't remain in this place. So 3 rice balls sufficed. Kagura wrapped the warm rice balls in seaweed and tucked them into her clothing, then stealthily prepared to slip away. As she passed a large basin in the corner, the vibrant green leaves within caught her attention. Do cats eat vegetables too? Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that these were not mere vegetables. Kagura paused for a moment, quickly comprehending what they were. A smile involuntarily crept across her lips as she gazed at the tiny leaves, and suddenly an idea struck her. After consuming one of the rice balls outside, Kagura wandered through Nico Town, exploring every nook and cranny, keenly observing for anything that might be of use to her. Thus, she roamed tirelessly throughout the night, successfully gathering all the items she required. The next day, Kagura refrained from chasing after the cats. Uncharacteristically, she merely meandered about. When she caught sight of the cats mocking her, she did not feel anger. Instead, she smiled back at them, carefree, her eyes forming crescent shapes, revealing a playful grin. The cats, perplexed, whispered among themselves. "I told you she doesn't seem very bright, not catching a single one, and still smiling so happily. It seems she has given up." Sighing, she unexpectedly felt a tinge of disappointment. Compared to the Uchiha clan's young prodigy, she felt quite inferior. Indeed, that prodigy was the most formidable individual in Nico Town since humans had arrived and signed contracts. Who could compare to him? Kagura led the way, while the cats trailed behind, chattering incessantly. They were oblivious to any oddities, and by the time they realized they were surrounded, they had all congregated in the spacious hall of their feline ancestor. No, to be precise, it was no longer spacious. It was already somewhat crowded. What was happening? The feline ancestor widened her sapphire-like eyes, staring at the throng of cats before her. Surely, this assembly must comprise at least half the cats in the entire town. What a reversal. Don't you all have jobs? What are you doing here? The elder cat's voice was sharp, and in her agitation, she began scratching the seating, soon tearing through the surface to reveal the stuffing within. The cats below were equally puzzled, and as Kagura walked past them, they inexplicably followed her, trailing her all the way to this location. Hee, Grandma Cat, there must be more than 100 cats here, right? Huh. The feline ancestor turned her gaze from the smugly grinning Kagura to the gathering of ninjas. Are you so dim-witted that you cannot comprehend cat language? It is to catch them, not to bring them to my side. I know, just don't be hasty, Kagura replied, reaching for the ninja tool pouch at her waist, which was filled to the brim with catnip, a little something she had taken when leaving the kitchen. In Nico Town, catnip was more like a reward. Ordinary ninja cats rarely had access to it. There were two primary ways to acquire catnip. First, through notable contributions, when the feline ancestor would bestow it as a reward. Second, if a cat suffered from poor appetite, prolonged anorexia, stomach pain, or digestive issues affecting its health and livelihood, it could report to the ancestor to receive a portion of catnip mixed into its meals as treatment. Apart from these two avenues, there were virtually no other means of obtaining catnip, underscoring its value to the feline populace. With her hand in the pouch, Kagura began tossing handfuls of catnip into the throng of cats. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, the cats paused for a moment before instinctively rushing forward. Even those on the periphery began to crowd toward the center. Once the cats were all huddled together, Kagura activated the trap she had prepared atop the hall as ceiling at dawn. A large net, woven from several smaller ones, descended, enveloping the mass of cats clamoring for the catnip. Kagura dashed around the area, tightening the net's opening, trapping every last cat within. Grandma Cat, would you like to count them? I believe there are more than 100. She clapped her hands and pretended to count, pointing with her finger. The elder cat was nearly apoplectic, commanding that the net be opened immediately. Foolish child. You are the second idiot to use catnip in front of so many cats simultaneously. If they start fighting, will you take responsibility? Huh. Kagura stood frozen in place, her gaze shifting to the cats. The net had been opened, and most of the cats remained calm, lazily rolling on the ground and softly mewing. However, a portion had become overly excited, leading to a scuffle. Paws swiped, and bites were exchanged, causing chaos to erupt, accompanied by shrill yowls that echoed painfully in Kagura's ears. Given her scant understanding of cats, how could Kagura possibly intervene to halt their quarrels? It was only when the elder cat, thoroughly exasperated by the cacophony, intervened that the feline fracas finally subsided. Chapter 65. The Blood Pact completed, sealed, and archived. Cursed human child. Grandma Cat, do you think I passed the test? How could this be considered passing? The elder cat bellowed. Yet, you never said I couldn't use this method. I did indeed capture 100 cats, did I not? You wouldn't try to backtrack, would you? Kagura feigned a pitiful expression. The elder cat, having lived for centuries, had never once reneged on her word. At that moment, a nearby orange cat stepped forward and whispered into the elder cat's ear, "Let her pass the test. At least she has fulfilled your requirement. Besides, it has been many years since a human set foot in our realm. If we do not sign a pact now, our clan's reputation in the ninja world may fade into obscurity." Her words held merit. Comparatively, the Inuzuka clan nearby boasted a far more illustrious reputation, largely due to their ongoing contracts with humans. The elder cat cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment, her expression softening considerably. Deliberately avoiding eye contact with Kagura, she spoke with a gentler tone. How could a centuries-old cat argue with a mere human child? I have always kept my promises. Since you have captured 100 cats, we, the Nico clan, are willing to enter into a blood pact with you. Since the inception of the ninja cats, only a handful of humans have forged contracts with them, the most notable being the Uchiha clan. However, over 30 years ago, due to the mischief of a young Uchiha, no new contracts were established, making Kagura the first in over 3 decades. As the scroll unfurled, it inscribed Kagura's name, followed by 5 bloodied fingerprints, completing the blood contract. With the contract sealed, the scroll was rolled up once more and stored away. Come here, little one, beckoned the ancestral cat. As Kagura obediently approached, she was unexpectedly struck on the forehead by the cat's paw, the force nearly causing a concussion. Stay still, the cat admonished, frowning. These human children are always so fidgety. Every time one arrives, they turn the ninja cat town upside down. Please be gentle, Grandma Cat. That hurts. Kagura protested. Initially, the pain from the impact was overwhelming, but soon it was replaced by an unfamiliar sensation surging through her mind, indescribable yet distinctly different from before. After a while, the ancestral cat withdrew her paw, and Kagura opened her eyes, gazing at her in confusion. All the information about the cats in Ninja Cat Town has been imparted to you. You may summon them whenever you require assistance. The strength of the summoned creature will depend on your chakra reserves. Generally, the more chakra you possess, the stronger the summoned beast. However, it is also contingent upon who is available at the time. Can it be more reliable? Kagura inquired, a hint of skepticism in her voice. The ancestral cat, seemingly aware of her thoughts, chuckled and poked her forehead. Do not underestimate our clan. We are quite formidable. Yes, Kagura nodded vigorously. In this world of ninjas, any random individual could be stronger than her, and she was aware of this reality. Well then, the blood contract is signed, and the information has been shared. Now, send this little one back. Kagura looked at the diverse and colorful gathering of cats before her, beaming with joy. From this moment on, she was a cat owner, and with such a multitude, she would no longer need to envy others who had cats to pet. She could summon a whole group whenever she wished. Hee, this is wonderful. Upon returning to her hotel room, she found Ban sitting despondently in the center, looking dazed, with dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept all night. At first glance, he didn't register her presence, thinking it was merely an illusion, until she bounced over to him, bringing her face close for inspection, at which point he realized she had truly returned. Startled, Ban instinctively recoiled, evading her proximity. I thought you were asleep. Turns out you weren't, Kagura pouted, running over to pour herself a glass of water. Having not had a sip in nearly a day, the thirst felt even more unbearable than hunger. After quenching her thirst with 2 glasses, she turned around and nearly jumped out of her skin at the sight of Ban, silently standing behind her with a forlorn expression. Good heavens, what are you doing? Trying to scare me to death? She exclaimed, clutching her chest to calm her racing heart. Where have you been all day? Ben asked, his brow furrowed with concern. He had worried throughout the day, yet here she was, returning as if nothing had happened. This reminded Kagura of her earlier excitement, and she eagerly rolled up her sleeves, revealing the mark on her shoulder to him. Look at this, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with pride. Ban furrowed his brow at the sight of the mark, which triggered distant memories of his youth when he had tamed all the cats in Ninja Cat Town at merely 10 years old, rejecting the ancestral cat's offer of a contract. It's the paw print of a cat. Isn't it adorable? Kagura beamed. Wait, you actually signed a contract with them? Ben asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Kagura nodded enthusiastically. Ban regarded her with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. She had continuously surprised him, whether it was by capturing the iron tree in the hidden leaf or being invited as a guest by the Rakeage based on a few stories. Now, she had gained the recognition of the ancestral cat despite her limited ninjutsu skills. It seems Kagura is quite an extraordinary person, he thought. Grandma Cat told me to catch 100 cats, but they're so agile. How could I possibly catch them? She exclaimed. But she still acknowledged you, didn't she? Ban countered. At this, Kagura erupted into laughter, forgetting for a moment that she was speaking to the formidable Uchiha Ban, known as the Shura of the ninja world. I spent hours without catching a single hare. Guess how I finally managed? Ben looked at her in disdain, thinking, I wasn't present. How could I possibly know your scheme? I used catnip. With just one net, I caught more than 100. It was like fishing in the sea. Ben stared at her for a moment before finally breaking into a chuckle. Using catnip to catch cats. Who would have thought that could work? He walked to the window, peering outside, where the sight of ninjas had become scarce. So what now? Should we remain here? Suppressing her excitement, Kagura shook her head. Let us head to Sunagakure. Passing through Amigakure to relay some information. Chapter 66. I am selfish due to the ongoing war between the land of earth and the land of rain. Leaving Iwagakure meant entering Amigakure via Kusagakure. Along the way, Ben stopped by his old home, the stone house still small and dilapidated. The wooden structure built by Hashirama remained intact, but the once thriving vegetable garden had become desolate, a mere patch of earth devoid of greens. You're not still thinking of returning, are you? Kagura asked, feeling a chill at the wistful look in Ban's eyes. If he clung to the Moon Eye plan, how many lives would be lost? During the Fourth Great Ninja War, half of the 80,000 ninja coalition had perished. Not every ninja was a Naruto or Sasuke. Most were ordinary ninjas wielding kunai and shuriken, their chakra reserves meager. Each fallen ninja had families, and the thought of this saddened Kagura profoundly. You're not still considering that foolish Moon Eye plan, are you? It's a fallacy. You must believe me. Ban was somewhat speechless. He was merely reminiscing about a solitary period in his life, yet she had spun an entire narrative around it. Lord Ban, please listen to me. Be quiet. I no longer think about it. I've stopped considering the Moon Eye plan. Presently, I seem to lack any objectives. Or perhaps I simply wish to quietly observe how this world evolves, content to watch without the desire to alter it. Isn't that wonderful? Once you become accustomed to letting things be, you realize life can be truly joyful. There is no need to think too far ahead or dwell on so much. Just waking up and being alive is enough to be happy. Who knows what will become of us decades from now? We might not even be here. One day of happiness is worth cherishing, don't you agree? This perspective was new for Ban, who had always been taught by his father to change the ninja world, to alter the relentless cycle of violence, to elevate the Uchiha clan to glory and invincibility. This notion persisted even after his father's death, and with Izuna gone. Radical clan members continued to strive for change, leaving Ban no room to slow down or stop. After establishing a village with Hashirama, he found no semblance of the peace he desired. Battles continued to rage outside its borders. Following his faked death, he tirelessly prepared for the Moon's Eye plan. Akin to the mythical Kwa, Fu chasing the sun, never daring to pause. Was it exhausting? Undoubtedly, especially when he was the sole architect of his plans, devoid of any companions. Now, this young girl advised him to ease his burdens, to refrain from needless worry, to live fully in the present, and to embrace a carefree attitude. Each individual has their own fate. Relinquish the need to assist others and respect their destinies, allowing life to unfold naturally. She was truly unlike anyone he had ever known. There is no merit in excessive competition. I am a testament to that. And now I have come to terms with it. Yet, you remain relentless in your efforts, do you not? Madara pointed out. Well, if I must articulate it, I only wish to protect those I cherish. The difference between us lies in my selfishness. Are all people inherently selfish? And what of Hashirama? At that moment, where was Hashirama, and what was he doing? After a brief respite in a humble hut within the grass village, the next day, the two traversed through to the rain village. At this juncture, Hanzo was not yet in power. Compared to the later regimes of Hanzo and Pain, access to the rain village was relatively uncomplicated. They had no intention of lingering there. After conveying the news of Iwagakure's impending assault on Kumogakure to the rain leader, they departed hastily. Before leaving, Kagura instructed him, you need only to delay the IWA ninjas, no need for martial ethics. The longer you can hold them off, the greater our chances of victory. Their reinforcements will falter, and once we secure the border, peace will be restored. Kagura assured the rain leader, trust me. If we can hold out for another half-month, IWA will certainly withdraw. Although the leader was perplexed by her unwavering confidence, he was nonetheless grateful and sent her off, immediately contacting reconnaissance ninjas for updates. Unsurprisingly, they discovered that IWA ninjas were boarding ships bound for Kumogakure. Armed with this dual intelligence, they were emboldened to delay the confrontation. With no reinforcements forthcoming, defeat was not an option. Losing would mean ceding territory and reparations. They could not afford to lose even a fraction of their already minuscule land. Entering the wind country from the rain-soaked lands, the abrasive yellow sands assailed Kagura, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Madara walked ahead, his expression equally strained. His long hair coated with a fine layer of dust, a picture of disarray. This was Kagura's first venture into the desert, and it matched her expectations, an endless expanse of yellow sand, gusts of wind sweeping across, carrying uneven grains that left faint imprints on the ground. The vast desert, the sound of shifting sands, the setting sun, these were the images Kagura had gleaned from books. Now, trudging through the scorching grains, the experience felt surreal. As they advanced toward Sunagakure, she found herself spitting out sand with each word. It dawned on her why desert dwellers favored robes and wrapped their heads in cloth to shield against the relentless sandstorms. Madara, have you been to Sunagakure before? She called, hastening to catch up with him. Madara, squinting against the wind, shook his head disdainfully. This accursed place, not even dogs venture here. As the words left his lips, they both paused, sensing something amiss. Kagura surveyed the boundless desert and mused aloud. If only technology kept pace, imagine the wealth one could amass. Reflecting on the oil resources in the Middle Eastern Arab regions, she thought, they wear cloth on their heads and are the wealthiest globally. In stark contrast, Sunagakure resembled a place where basic sustenance was a struggle, with nothing thriving in the barren soil, devoid of irrigation. If they could extract oil, they would not have to worry about importing goods. The potential wealth hidden beneath this desert, oil, natural gas, gold dust, and other minerals such as coal, iron, asbestos, gypsum, salt, and Glauber salt, was staggering. The presence of salt lakes harboring natural alkali, phosphorus, strontium, and even high concentrations of rubidium, cesium, uranium, thorium, and radium painted a picture of unimaginable riches. Kagura envisioned a deluge of ninja coins raining down, imagining herself rolling in a thick layer of currency, questioning why they had not yet tapped into these resources. After 2 days of battling the sandstorms in the wind country, Kagura and Madara finally arrived at Sunagakure, which appeared unchanged after decades. Gaara's era mirrored the present, with structures resembling earthen forts, their surfaces smoothed by years of erosion from the wind. If one were to note a distinction, it might be that the number of buildings had diminished since Gaara's time, which was understandable given the population growth. Walking through the streets, it was evident from their attire that Kagura and Madara were foreigners. Their purpose in Sunagakure was straightforward, to deplete its military strength. Kagura disguised herself as a merchant, setting up a stall where she sold the preserved fruits, vegetables, and meat she had procured from Iwagakure, transforming into a likeness of Tsunade while sitting alongside a reluctant Uchiha Madara. Chapter 67. The conservatives' panic. The radicals' excitement. Merchants like Kagura frequently appeared in Sunagakure, so the locals paid them no mind. On the first day, Madara sat at their stall, his expression taut and unyielding. Though his age betrayed him, his youthful appearance remained intact thanks to his formidable chakra and the enhancement of Hashirama's cells. He was a vision of perfection, drawing the attention of passers-by, especially women, who flocked to their stall. Unlike Kagura, who wore the guise of Tsunade, Madara was unaccustomed to being the center of attention. As women gathered around, he felt a surge of anxiety, opting to close his eyes, his brow furrowed. To his surprise, some women were drawn to his aloof demeanor, lingering even after making purchases, engaging in conversation with the talkative Kagura while their gazes drifted toward Madara, causing Kagura to stifle her laughter in agony. Eventually, one of them could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired about their origins. Seizing the opportunity, Kagura replied, "We are merchants from the land of waterfalls, traveling between nations for trade. We just came from Iwagakure, where we had hoped to stay longer, but it seems the ninjas have all gone to war with Kumogakure, leaving the village nearly deserted, populated only by the elderly and children. Business has dwindled, prompting us to seek our fortunes here in Sunagakure." "Really? IWA is at war with Kumo?" The listeners were taken aback. Even the nearby foreign vendors perked up to eavesdrop. Feigning surprise, Kagura exclaimed, "You didn't know such a significant event?" The crowd looked bewildered, shaking their heads in unison, clearly unaware. According to the timeline, Iwa's forces would soon reach the shores of Kumogakure, and a battle was imminent. Listening to Kagura's words, the women who were originally merely admiring handsome men began to whisper among themselves, exchanging remarks that reminded Kagura of a saying. The The sound of a group of women conversing is roughly equivalent to the cacophony of 300 ducks. The origin of this saying was lost to her memory, but the buzzing noise was indeed quite overwhelming. Stealing a glance at Ban from the corner of her eye, she was not surprised to see his brows furrowed in irritation. His expression spurred Kagura's mischievous spirit, prompting her to tease him. With a playful tug at the fabric of Ban's clothing, she grinned and asked, "Nisan, am I not right? They must be getting agitated, yes?" Ban, unable to endure any longer, shot her a glare that felt like a sharp blade. In front of a crowd, however, Kagura was unafraid, smiling foolishly at him. Gradually, Ban's expression softened, reminiscent of the carefree laughter of his Izuna, who once smiled so freely before him. As rehearsed, despite his reluctance, Ban nodded at that moment. His voice icy. I wonder what the Tsuchikage is thinking. If someone were to ambush our village now, what would we do? It would likely mean the end for the entire village. Kagura nodded in agreement. Indeed, the land of Earth has an abundance of grains, fruits, and vegetables. It is truly a desirable location. If there were envious individuals seeking to raid, it is not merely the village at stake, but all those resources as well. Perhaps, she mused, but who would dare such a thing? Such bandit-like behavior is frowned upon by decent folk. True. How does one disseminate news swiftly within a village? The answer lies in informing the women. In places where women gather, even dogs would take a detour, for traversing through would unearth ancestral secrets. In just 2 or 3 days, the news of the impending battle between Awagakure and Kumogakure had spread throughout Sunagakure. Housewives discussed it during their leisurely chats, while young women exchanged whispers while shopping. This information, once relayed by women, ultimately reached the men, and soon the entire village was aware. This included the second Kazekage, Shaman. As the village was small enough that unless one had their ears stuffed with donkey hair, it was impossible to remain uninformed. Moreover, Shaman's wife was a frequent patron at Kagura's stall, visiting every noon with her servant. Though she always praised the freshness of Kagura's goods, Kagura could easily discern the glances she cast at Ban. It seemed her intrigue lay more with Ban's lush hair, as her own husband was bald, which she found quite disappointing. How could she resist admiring such a handsome man with a full head of hair? She had even gossiped with her servant, wondering what shampoo he used and whether it might help her husband grow hair. The servant, trembling, replied, "Madam, could it be that Lord Kazekage simply prefers baldness over hairlessness?" Reflecting on this, Shaman's wife sighed and became even more enamored with Ban's thick, dark hair. Kagura and Ban often casually hinted at the situations in other nations. While it may not have been the talk of the village, it was likely that even a casual remark from the Kazekage's wife would reach Shaman. People are perpetually sensitive to the notion of war. Conservatives feel panic, while radicals feel excitement. Shaman, the second Kazekage, was an enigma. While he devoted himself to researching how to enhance tailed beasts into formidable forces, he was also the only one who refrained from participating in the second phase of the First Great Ninja War, which ultimately allowed him to survive the conflict. Kagura found it difficult to assess him. Perhaps he could be regarded as the architect of Sunegakure's foundation, having pioneered both sand manipulation and puppet techniques. The news that Kagura and Ban brought was given significant weight by the higher-ups of Sunegakure, leading them to convene a meeting. Initially, they considered exploiting the potential loss of Konoha's trump card, Hashirama, to launch an attack and gain some advantage, as they had gained little from the first 5 Kage summit. This had become a source of distress for the first Kazekage, who felt duped by the Senju brothers, and not long after, he met an untimely end in his prime. Attacking Konoha could serve as a means to vent the frustrations of the first Kazekage and the entire Land of Wind. However, if Kagura's information proved accurate, any strategist would recognize that there were more advantageous targets. Given the geographical proximity of the two nations, both being among the 5 great nations, they were vying for dominance over the smaller nations situated between them, such as the land of birds and the land of insects. These smaller nations often served as buffers for the larger powers, making competition for their allegiance particularly fierce. Now, they awaited the return of the ninja sent to gather intelligence. If confirmed, this would present a fortuitous opportunity. Indeed, while settling scores with Konoha was desirable, the immediate focus lay on Awagakure, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Shaman listened silently. His bald visage combined with the azure dragon tattoo on his face made him appear formidable, especially in silence, which could be quite intimidating. His reticence gradually silenced those clamoring for an assault on Awagakure, for no matter how loudly they shouted, without his endorsement, their efforts were futile. The meeting room descended into an unprecedented silence, where even the sound of breathing was audible. After a long contemplation, Shaman sighed, feeling a sense of melancholy. Though he had indeed gathered an army, the thought of war between the land of Earth and the land of Lightning, and seizing the chance to strike against the land of Earth, weighed heavily on him. With 3 of the 5 great nations embroiled in conflict, the peace treaty signed at the previous 5 Kage summit was effectively nullified. War is easily ignited, yet the path to restoring peace is fraught with difficulty. Someone noticed his hesitation and cautioned, Lord Kazekage, such opportunities, once missed, may never return. The land of Earth is wealthy and powerful. Under normal circumstances, we might struggle for parity. Should we face defeat in the future, the daimyo may turn against us. His words rang true, and after much contemplation, Shaman ultimately resolved to launch a surprise attack on Awagakure. Now, they awaited the return of the ninja dispatched for reconnaissance. Then they could clarify whether or not to proceed with the assault. Chapter 68. The desire to become an adornment at his side upon the return of the reconnaissance ninja. They brought the information that the radicals sought, and Shaman no longer hesitated, issuing the command to raid Awagakure. After days of navigating the seas, as the forces of Awagakure and Kumogakure clashed in the waters between their nations, Sunegakure's forces launched a surprise attack on Awagakure's stronghold, catching the second Tsuchikage off guard. The morale of Sunegakure's shinobi soared. From the moment they set foot on the soil of the land of Earth, they surged forward like a tidal wave, quickly reaching the outskirts of Awagakure. However, Awagakure, surrounded by towering mountains and rocks, boasted formidable defenses, making it difficult for Sunegakure to seize it unexpectedly. Yet, if they recklessly pressed on, the remaining shinobi within the village would be unable to withstand Sunegakure's overwhelming assault. Reluctantly, they summoned back their shinobi engaged in a bitter struggle at the border with Aim, leaving them no choice but to abandon that conflict to fend off the invading enemy. This recall meant that their battle with Aim would end in failure, rendering the engagement utterly fruitless and inadvertently bolstering Aim's morale. A stroke of misfortune for Awagakure. In a desperate bid to halt their reckless incursion into the village, even the Tsuchikage took to the field, armed with the most formidable dust release. His involvement led to a fierce and bloody confrontation, resulting in significant losses for the Sand Village. Regardless of the outcome of this conflict against the Rock Village, for Kagura, the stakes had shifted. Her sole objective was to deplete the Sand's fighting capacity, effectively redirecting their focus from Konoha to Awagakure. With her aim achieved, there was no longer any reason to linger. As the shinobi of the Sand prepared to launch a surprise attack on the rock, Kagura and Madara quietly slipped away under the cover of night. Their next destination was the land of water, specifically the hidden mist, separated by a vast ocean. Logically, with the forces of the other 3 nations weakened, Konoha should have no trouble dealing with just the mist. However, since they were already en route, why not seize the opportunity? Perhaps unexpected rewards awaited them. Upon leaving the borders of the Wind Country and traversing through the River Country into the Land of Fire, as Kagura set foot on the soil of the Fire Country, the tension that had long gripped her began to ease. Standing amidst the expansive grasslands, she gazed northward, contemplating that Konoha lay just beyond. The wind danced through her dark hair, her crimson headband fluttering gracefully. She stood still, the grass brushing against her ankles, as if she were a young sapling rooted in that very spot. A few meters away, Madara observed her, finding her solitary silhouette painfully lonesome. Once, he too wandered this shinobi world alone, devoid of companions or kin, experiencing joy without anyone to share it with, and facing peril and solitude. The wind tugged at Kagura's white dress, reminiscent of waves crashing against the shore. Gazing at her delicate frame, he pressed his lips together, a rare softness blossoming in his heart. Approaching Kagura, Madara also turned his gaze northward and softly remarked, "If you truly miss him, perhaps you should return. From here to Konoha, at your turtle-like pace, you could arrive in 3 days." How sharp-tongued this man was. It felt rather embarrassing to have her longing laid bare. And Kagura sheepishly denied it. "I don't miss him. I was just wondering if my employees are working well and earning money for me. That's all." "You're reading too much into it." Madara scoffed at her flimsy excuse, one he could easily see through. Yet, he restrained himself from calling her out. And they stood in silence, side by side, gazing towards Konoha. Eventually, Kagura sighed and plopped down onto the ground. Her demeanor so dejected one could almost envision mushrooms sprouting from her head. Madara looked at her in silence, reminiscent of the times when Hashirama too would succumb to melancholy. His brows furrowing slightly. Madara, Kagura looked up at him. What do you think he is doing right now? Huh, how could I possibly know? He replied. Is he in a meeting, having a meal, patrolling the village, or developing new jutsu? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Madara's brow. And what if he's using the restroom? Hashirama. Evil Uchiha, seeing her pitiable state, despite the biting sarcasm that lingered on his tongue. He found it difficult to voice any cruel words. Her lively eyes were clouded with mist, on the verge of tears, rendering him incapable of harshness. Madara pondered. Had his mother given birth to a sister back then, perhaps she would have been just like this, adorable in her everyday demeanor, but shedding tears like a fragile creature when sorrow struck. Sighing, he settled down beside her. Though he had never uttered words of comfort in his life, he found himself saying, if you miss him, just go back and see him. But if I return, I might not want to leave again. After being apart for so long, I'm afraid I would want to become an ornament hanging from him, following him wherever he goes. You wouldn't understand. Madara felt a surge of frustration. He felt belittled. TCH, what's so great about love? I have no interest in such things. Kagura regarded him with sympathy. They say the more one desires something unattainable, the more one pretends not to want it. No, he doesn't. He want that. Don't say foolish things. Sitting there, Kagura felt akin to Yu the Great, who passed his home thrice while controlling the floodwaters. She knew her home was nearby. Yet it was not the time to dwell on a man. Just as Yu's efforts were for the people, her endeavors were for the citizens of Konoha. This was meaningful and should not be overshadowed by a man. With this resolve, she metaphorically discarded the mushrooms sprouting from her head and sprang back to life like a rabbit, stretching her limbs. She dispelled her earlier gloom and beamed at Madara with radiant sunshine. I was being shallow, caught up in trivial emotions. Sitting here in despair is simply not my style. Let us go. We're heading to the mist now. As she spoke, she turned and dashed eastward, muttering to herself about the sensation of being on a boat. Would it sway? Or would it feel just like walking on land? If it swayed, would she get seasick? Could someone prone to car sickness also suffer from seasickness? The anticipation filled her. Madara, taken aback by her sudden shift in mood, struggled to keep up with her exuberance. He could only watch in perplexity as she sprinted ahead, baffled as to what exactly his brother Tobirama found appealing about her. Tobirama Senju, truly not a normal human being. Rising from the grass, he ambled towards her retreating figure, shaking his head in bemusement, realizing he was increasingly perplexed by human emotions. In the Hokage's office, Danzo was reporting to Tobirama. According to my reconnaissance over the past few days, the Rock and Cloud villages have commenced hostilities at sea. Their strengths are roughly equal, making this battle unlikely to conclude swiftly. Tobirama felt a twinge of regret. He had not anticipated Kagura's success in averting war for Konoha, perhaps even more than one. He wondered what methods Kagura had employed to sway the Tsuchikage. Given the Rock village's formidable terrain, it was easier to defend than to attack. Perhaps remaining at home was indeed wiser. A smile crept across Tobirama's face as he mused. You mentioned it's easier to defend than to attack. If he doesn't take the initiative, how can his strength be depleted? Just then, Akimichi Choji returned with news of the Sand's assault on the Rock. Upon hearing this, Tobirama's feelings became complex. On one hand, he admired his girlfriend's cunning. On the other, he recognized that once a war among great nations ignited, countless smaller nations would suffer as collateral damage. The peace treaty they had initially signed was now effectively null and void, leading to chaos, a scenario that was far from ideal. Now, only the mist remained silent. Tobirama murmured to himself, the mist might prove challenging. I've heard the second Mizukage is a war enthusiast. Persuading such an individual to abandon an attack on Konoha seems unrealistic. Placing the organized documents beside Tobirama, Kagami expressed his thoughts. Koharu also nodded, stating that spies within the mist reported that the Mizukage began enhancing shinobi training shortly after you assumed the role of Hokage. With the other three nations at war, he has ample reason to join the fray. I hope Kagura can devise a strategy. Tobirama calculated the timeline. Kagura and her companions should be nearing the mist soon. The question lingered. Would she be able to prevent the mist from engaging in conflict? He was not present to witness how Kagura had managed to redirect the kunai that were originally aimed at Konoha towards another target. However, Kagura was indeed a treasure to him, a mysterious treasure that continuously revealed delightful surprises with each exploration. How wondrous it was. Chapter 69. Contrarian paths from the port at the border of the Land of Fire and the Bear Country, they set sail into the sea, heading eastward, passing through an island nation. According to Madara, this land was the Whirlpool Country, the homeland of Mito. The land of the whirlpools is indeed quite diminutive. So much so that one can see from one end of the island to the other. Kagura mused that given such a limited area, when other nations sought to obliterate them, Konoha would have been unable to offer timely support. By the time assistance arrived, the battlefield would have already been cleared. A size so astonishingly small. Continuing eastward, they eventually landed at the Hidden Mist several days later. While the Mist Village may not experience rain daily like the Rain Village, it is hardly better, with fog enveloping the area 4 or 5 days a week. This mist carries countless tiny droplets, rendering everything damp and making Kagura, accustomed to the climate of Konoha, feel quite out of place. Though the Land of Water is an island nation, it is characterized by towering mountains, with the hidden mist nestled within them. Upon first encountering the village, Kagura felt a sense of disorientation. The depiction of the hidden mist in the anime was largely overshadowed by its brutal policies, leaving little room for other aspects, leading to a stark contrast between her expectations and reality upon arrival. Furthermore, at this moment, the hidden mist was not as isolated as it would later become. With numerous merchant vessels docked at the harbor, turning her gaze towards Madara, Kagura noticed his discomfort under her scrutiny. "Why are you looking at me like that?" He frowned. Kagura said nothing, reluctantly averting her eyes. She certainly could not express her suspicion that the hidden mist's later isolation was due to his influence. If she did, he would likely retaliate violently. Strolling down the main thoroughfare of the hidden mist, Kagura couldn't help but reflect on how the village seemed to regress even as it developed. Although it could not rival Konoha, the villagers lived contentedly, and commerce flowed more freely than in other nations. If this trajectory continued, despite its small size, the nation might thrive, which she found somewhat regrettable. In stark contrast to her previous visits to other nations, it was the villagers of the Hidden Mist who first raised the topic of war, not Kagura nor Madara. News of the conflict between the Rock and Cloud villages had spread throughout the village, leaving Kagura momentarily stunned. Madara, with a knowing smirk, turned to her and asked, "What will you do now that others are more informed than you?" The source of this news likely stemmed from spies embedded in various nations. The information had traversed from the sand village to the sea and had taken a considerable time to reach here, far outpacing the speed of conventional communication. What to do? Perhaps this time would be easier than before, as inciting a fervent warmonger to battle was akin to throwing a greedy miser into a pile of gold. Before Kagura's arrival, the second Mizukage, Kagaya Hogetsu, was already contemplating aggression, initially targeting Konoha. The spies had first reported on the Cloud and Rock's assembly of ninja forces intent on attacking Konoha, which, in his view, was a bountiful village ripe for plunder during their conflict. However, after a prolonged wait, the news was not of their war with Konoha, but rather of their own internecine strife, complicated further by the involvement of the Sand and unfortunate Rain villages. What is this situation? Why are they deviating from the expected? The circumstances were not aligning with his predictions, leaving Hogetsu feeling rather helpless. Akin to a bullet chambered yet restrained from being fired, forced to keep his finger on the trigger, ever tense and alert. In the Mizukage's office, Hogetsu unleashed a torrent of curses upon the Reikage and Tsuchikage, furious that their conflict had derailed his plans, to the point where he could scarcely eat for several days. They say health is the foundation of revolution. After days of neglecting his meals, illness soon beset him. With a fever patch on his forehead and flushed cheeks, he could scarcely speak without sneezing, yet this did not prevent him from cursing the ancestors of both leaders. Those around him urged him to tend to his health, only to receive a harsh rebuke in return, silencing the room as they distanced themselves, listening to his tirade from afar. Finding Konoha spies in the Hidden Mist was not a challenge for Madara, once a high-ranking member of Konoha. He gleaned the situation from the spies and understood Hogetsu's inner turmoil. Based on this information, Kagura swiftly reached a conclusion. Unlike other nations, Hogetsu harbored a profound obsession with Konoha. He was not the type to abandon his ambitions without favorable conditions for attack. Such a person would wait for the right opportunity, meaning that unless his military might was expended, he would remain fixated on Konoha. It was like a wolf crouching beside a rabbit, not yet consuming it, but watching, knowing it would eventually pounce. If one were the rabbit, would they not find it difficult to rest? Thus, Kagura resolved to instigate his aggression. Mizukichi, the world is in chaos. With the strength of the hidden mist, it would be remiss not to expand your influence, would it not? This marked the first time Kagura had actively encouraged him to engage in battle, akin to finding a kindred spirit for the warlike Hogetsu. Let us attack Konoha. With your prowess, should you fear the second Hokage? How could he compare to you? Such words resonated deeply with Hogetsu, a man unafraid of anything, dismissing Senju Tobirama with ease. According to the intelligence I have gathered, Senju Tobirama possesses a considerable chakra reserve, yet that should not deter you, as your own chakra is substantial as well. Hogetsu paused, having heard whispers of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, being nearly limitless in chakra. If Tobirama is his brother, does he not also possess unfathomable reserves? He calculated quietly in his mind, aware that his warmongering nature was not mindless. Rational analysis and judgment of his opponents were of utmost importance before engaging in battle. Moreover, he had a repertoire of forbidden techniques developed over the years. Rumor had it that his brother, the first Hokage, had sealed his potent techniques within a scroll, prohibiting their casual use. Do you suppose he would heed the first Hokage's command and refrain from using them ever again? Observing Hogetsu's expression, Kagura feigned confidence. I believe he would indeed comply, for it is the first Hokage's decree. The existence of the sealing scroll was no secret, widely known. Hogetsu furrowed his brow, though he lacked actual brows. This gesture was a subconscious manifestation of his contemplation. Surely, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would utilize such techniques. How could one engage in combat without them? You know well enough, Kagura silently scoffed. I have heard he possesses a technique known as the Shadow Clone Jutsu, where the clones are physical entities rather than mere illusions. Given his chakra capacity, he could likely produce dozens, but certainly not hundreds. Imagining himself contending with dozens or even hundreds of Senju Tobirama was a disconcerting thought, indeed. A single fist would struggle against innumerable hands. Oh, and it would be prudent for you to also familiarize yourself with his Flying Thunder God technique. Reputed for its incredible speed, so rapid that many opponents find it impossible to grasp him. Yet, that is of little consequence. Your signature move is an indiscriminate attack over a wide area. Would you truly fear him? Konoha's other ninjas should also be considered, clans skilled in ocular jutsu like the Uchiha, masters of fire techniques like the Sarutobi, and those capable of transformation like the Akimichi. To know your enemy and yourself is essential to ensure victory in every battle. Would you not agree, Mizukichi? The silence enveloping Hozuki Mangetsu felt peculiar, an unsettling sense gnawing at him, though he could not pinpoint its source. Initially fueled by fervor to assault the Hidden Leaf Village, his perspective had shifted after gaining a modicum of understanding about its circumstances. He began to perceive that an attack on Konoha by the Mist Village might not yield substantial gains. Observing his wavering resolve, Kagura swiftly seized the moment, stating, "Once you conquer Konoha, your morale will undoubtedly soar. You might as well take the opportunity to strike the Hidden Cloud as well. Their shinobi are currently engaged in battle with the Stone Village at sea, leaving their home undefended. This is the perfect moment." Just as the second Kazekage had done, launching a surprise attack on the stone while their defenses were thin. Why not consider the Hidden Cloud as well? Mangetsu pondered this suggestion, finding a semblance of logic in her words. Indeed, opportunities are fleeting, you must seize them. Capturing both Konoha and the Hidden Cloud would render the Mist Village unrivaled among the 5 great nations. A slight cough escaped Mangetsu as he contemplated. Perhaps I should first target the Hidden Cloud and deal with Konoha later. Feigning confusion, Kagura inquired, "Why is that?" "The odds of success are greater against the Hidden Cloud. While they are vulnerable, I shall conquer them first and then proceed to Konoha, one step at a time, starting with the easier target." "Aha, so that is your reasoning," Kagura exclaimed, enlightened by his pragmatic approach. "What are we waiting for? With a new target in sight, we must commence the assault." As the cooling patch on his forehead was removed, Mangetsu felt invigorated, the dizziness and headache dissipating, leaving him revitalized, though the remnants of his flushed cheeks still betrayed his earlier state. Chapter 70. Take me home. The moment the Mist Ninjas advanced northward to attack the Hidden Cloud, it marked the definitive unraveling of the peace treaty among the 4 nations, igniting the first great ninja war among the 5 great nations, for were embroiled in conflict, while only the Land of Fire appeared to be in a state of concealment. Yet, amidst the fervor of battle across various fronts, none recognized the implications of this anomaly. Kagura returned to Konoha under the cloak of night. Approaching the village gate, she spotted Tobirama, who had been patiently waiting. The distant lights flickered softly upon him as he donned a gray kimono, exuding a tranquil and gentle demeanor. Upon glimpsing him, Kagura froze. The person she had longed for standing just beneath a nearby tree, lost in contemplation, his posture reminiscent of an ethereal dream. The summer night's breeze brushed against them, stirring the hem of his kimono, an image reminiscent of flowers reflected in water, or perhaps a moonlit visage. She had anticipated he would be preoccupied at home, in his office, or within the laboratory, never expecting him to be here, awaiting her return. Had he known she was coming back? 3 months had elapsed since she left Konoha. The cherry blossoms still in bloom at her departure, yet upon her return, the incessant chorus of cicadas filled the air. "Why are you still here?" Madara turned to inquire. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Kagura remained motionless, her emotions beyond the comprehension of someone like Madara, who had never experienced love. At that moment, Tobirama snapped back to reality. As he raised his gaze, he noticed the 2 figures in the distance, his expression softening, even the tension in his posture easing slightly. They stood like star-crossed lovers, separated by a vast expanse, the long absence rendering their reunion surreal and dreamlike. Fearful that this might merely be an illusion, neither dared to move. Madara, observing Kagura and Tobirama, rolled his eyes in exasperation and strode towards the village gate, scoffing. "Couples are utterly insane. You didn't see anything. I brought her back in one piece." He called out to Kagura, "You wanted to see him, didn't you? The one under the tree is a real person, not a block of wood." Madara," he remarked, departing, while the gate guards, reluctant to pry into the affairs of the Hokage, retreated into their posts, feigning ignorance. "Kagura?" Tobirama's voice, melodious and crystalline, broke the silence. Yes, she had finally returned to Konoha. A smile broke upon her face as she dashed towards him, joyfully exclaiming, "Senju Tobirama, I am back." Her lithe form collided with Tobirama's embrace, the force of her momentum causing him to stagger back, his back meeting the rough bark of the tree, which bore the scars of time. The impact was jarring, but Tobirama relished the intensity of the moment. It felt undeniably real. In countless dreams, he had envisioned Kagura close to him, yet those dreamlike encounters lacked weight. Now, warmth seeped through the fabric, grounding him in reality. He tightened his arms around her, affirming that this was no dream. His Kagura had truly returned after a long absence. Nestled in his arms, Kagura inhaled his familiar scent, reminiscent of the refreshing aroma of lemony mint soap. You haven't changed your soap. It's still my favorite scent." Tobirama remained silent, holding her tightly, fearful that if he loosened his grip, she might vanish once more. "Kagura, be gentle. You're hurting me," she playfully chided, nestled against him. Reluctantly, he eased his embrace, his voice a husky whisper. "Is this better?" Kagura nodded. "Yes, this is perfect." "Tobirama? Take me home." With a slight nod, Tobirama's expression softened, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the living room of his home, cradling Kagura. She surveyed the familiar surroundings, nostalgia washing over her, a smile blossoming on her lips. The flying thunder god technique truly was remarkable. Tobirama gently placed her on the tatami mat, his gaze tender and unwavering, akin to a serene lake reflecting autumn's tranquility. Kagura felt a rush of shyness under his scrutiny, rolling slightly away, covering her face with her hands, acutely aware of her flushed cheeks. Longing for the warmth of his embrace, she felt a wave of trepidation reminiscent of a child returning home after a long absence. "Come here," Tobirama urged softly. "Let me see you." Peeking through her fingers, Kagura caught sight of his smile, his gaze unwavering. Those crimson eyes holding a depth that stirred her soul, intoxicating her like fine wine. She could hear the erratic thump of her heart, an urge to embrace him rising within her, yet a sudden wave of shyness gripped her, leaving her in a state of confusion. This was not how it should be. In the real world, she was someone unrestrained, who could drive on any road and speak candidly. She had painted nude models during her art studies. And yet here she was, feeling bashful. It seemed that theory and practice were indeed worlds apart. She was no different from Kakashi, who had perused the entire Paradise of Intimacy series, knowledgeable in theory, yet inexperienced in practice. Kagura, as Toby called her name, felt his warm hand, slightly damp with perspiration, gently rest upon the back of her hand, which she had pressed against her face. The moment his skin made contact with hers, she involuntarily shivered, instinctively shifting further away from him. To Kagura, Tobi's hand radiated an intense heat, reminiscent of Itachi's Amaterasu. Wherever it touched, it threatened to ignite a consuming flame, one that would not extinguish until it had utterly consumed her. This terrifying, uncontrollable sensation sent shivers down her spine, compelling her to distance herself further to avoid being scorched by that fire. Tobi's heart sank at her reaction, and his brows furrowed in confusion. Though his hand remained poised to caress her cheek, it now met only empty air as she retreated. Was she rejecting his touch? The thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily bereft of reason, trapped in a haze of bewilderment. What had transpired during their time apart? Had he unwittingly done something to displease her? Or could it be that their love had withered in just 3 months and 6 days? No, that could not be the case. Was it the wicked Uchiha, the likes of Madara, who had ensnared Kagura with his charm, leading her heart astray? Surely, he must have taken advantage of his good looks to entice her. The very idea incensed Tobi, his fists clenching involuntarily, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the charged atmosphere. As Kagura lowered her hand from her face, her cheeks were flushed with an unusual hue, both beautiful and alluring. She gazed quizzically at the man before her, whose smile had faded, replaced by an expression that was cold as ice. "What was that sound just now?" she asked, belatedly realizing the tension in the air. Tobi's brows knit tighter, his insides churning with frustration as he stubbornly replied, "It's nothing. You must have misheard. Is that so?" "It sounded like a dislocated bone," she remarked, her voice tinged with skepticism. Tobi suppressed his anger, rising abruptly from the tatami mat. He turned away from her, stating, "There are matters in the office that require my attention. You should rest for a while." Kagura was taken aback by his abrupt departure, feeling a sense of loss wash over her. She had merely felt shy. Why had he left so suddenly? With a heavy heart, she lay back down on the tatami, her cheeks still warm and flushed. Tobi, the workaholic, just like in the original story, always prioritizing work over everything else. That has not changed at all. Chapter 71, Kanzuya. His younger brother having been away for quite some time, when Madara returned home, he was prepared to find a house covered in dust. However, upon entering, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that someone had meticulously cleaned the space, leaving no trace of dust behind. The furniture gleamed like new, and the air was fresh, indicating that the windows had been opened to let in the breeze. Surely, it must have been a task undertaken by the members of the Heavenly Fire. A smirk played on Madara's lips. He had not misjudged this young man, whose attention to detail was commendable. After a long journey, the moment he stepped through his front door, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion wash over him. As he relaxed, every muscle in his body ached, reminiscent of his childhood when rigorous training under a strict father left him utterly spent. The sensation of fatigue was all too familiar, akin to the evenings when he would soak in a hot bath after a grueling day. Speaking of baths, Madara quickly changed out of his outer garments, donning only his underclothes as he made his way to the bathroom, eager to draw a hot bath and wash away the weariness that had settled in. To his surprise, the bathtub was already filled with steaming water, and someone had thoughtfully added fragrant flowers to alleviate fatigue. He dipped his fingers into the water, finding the temperature perfectly soothing. Immersing himself in the warm embrace of the water felt more delightful than any divine experience. As he indulged in this blissful moment, the tranquility was abruptly shattered when the front door was violently kicked open. Caught off guard in his state of relaxation, Madara only realized what had occurred when the intruder, Tobi, burst into the bathroom. Madara's eyes widened in shock at the sight of Tobi's furious expression, his brows instinctively raising in confusion. Why was Tobi here, instead of with Kagura, where he belonged? Was this some sort of illusion? Initially intending to confront Madara, Tobi was momentarily stunned upon seeing him reclining in the bathtub. Half of Madara's body was exposed, showcasing well-defined muscles adorned with scars that told tales of battle, each mark a testament to his strength rather than a flaw. Tobi's gaze was drawn, almost against his will, to a particular scar on Madara's chest, contrasting starkly with his skin tone, a peculiar sight, yet not entirely unappealing. A surge of rage bubbled within Tobi as he clenched his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. This man had used his physique to entice Kagura, hadn't he? Madara rubbed his eyes, attempting to regain composure. Yes, it was indeed Tobi, the very man who had captured Kagura's heart. But why was he glaring at him so fiercely? "Hey, I'm taking a bath here. If you have something to say, wait until I'm finished," Madara retorted, draping a towel over his upper body, sitting awkwardly in the tub as he faced Toby. Toby found himself at a loss for words, his mind racing with questions but unable to articulate them. The bewildered expression on Madara's face revealed his confusion, as he seemed to regard Toby as if he were a fool. "What kind of look is that?" Madara demanded, irritation creeping into his voice. "You're the one barging in here at night. Is this how you treat someone who has helped you?" The mention of assistance ignited a spark of anger within Toby, who stepped closer, hands on his hips. "What have you done to my Kagura? Have you engaged in any indecent acts with her? Why is she acting so strangely?" Madara was left utterly perplexed, responding with sincerity. "What do you mean by indecent acts?" Toby faltered, struggling to find the words to explain. Surely any normal man would understand what he was implying, but Madara seemed to feign ignorance. "Stop playing dumb. Have you done something that you dare not mention?" Toby's frustration mounted as he struggled to voice his accusations. Realizing Toby's face had turned crimson, Madara finally grasped the underlying meaning, a smirk of amusement creeping onto his lips. "What? Do you think she's different from before?" Toby nearly blurted out. "She doesn't let me touch her." Madara raised an eyebrow, his expression betraying a sense of delight in Toby's turmoil. The amusement written across his face was unmistakable, as if relishing in Toby's plight. "It seems you may have a point there. Have you been the one to lead her astray?" With a disdainful curl of his lips. Although he was tempted to provoke you by saying yes, he had never done it, so do not unjustly place the blame on me. Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Have you failed so miserably that even your girlfriend despises you? Tobirama was rendered speechless by Madara's scorn, unable to utter a single word. Madara relished the sight of Tobirama's embarrassment, casting a contemptuous glance at him and sarcastically remarking, "Hashirama has a wife and children, even a granddaughter. Look at you, unable to secure even a girlfriend. The disparity between people is truly vast. Bah, you are worse off than I am." Tobirama retorted, momentarily taken aback. "That is not true. I just don't care for women. They are utterly uninteresting." Tobirama muttered indignantly, lamenting that he had even asked Uchiha Tenka to prepare the bathwater for Madara. Had he known, he would have made Madara do it himself, let him tire himself out. Men can be so petty. "For the sake of Kagura's safe return, I shall, for now, place my trust in you. In truth, my visit was not solely for this purpose, yet I find myself unable to utter kind words in his presence. Perhaps Tobirama and Madara will never be able to converse amicably." Speaking of which, Madara held a blank sheet of paper, ready to impose conditions. Having already determined his desires during his time in Awagakure. Multiple shadow clone technique. What? Tobirama blinked in confusion, bewildered by the sudden mention of this technique. "I wish to learn that." After 3 arduous months, he sought only a single technique? Tobirama found Madara increasingly perplexing. Yet the seriousness etched on Madara's face revealed no hint of jest. "Very well, I shall fulfill my promise." "That is good." Tobirama lowered his gaze, the dark lashes casting shadows upon his cheeks as he quietly inquired, "Did you encounter any danger this time?" This was the true purpose of his visit. He could have asked Kagura, but he knew her nature. Even if there were genuine peril, she would not divulge it, fearing his concern. She would carry the weight of past dangers in silence, never to speak of them. Such was her character. To claim that no danger had arisen would be deceitful. However, all had passed, and he had ensured her safe return, not a single hair harmed, at least no grievous injury. Madara Uchiha was not one to speak falsehoods, and Tobirama found his words trustworthy. "She must truly care for you," Madara remarked, prompting Tobirama to glance up in surprise. He scrutinized Madara's expression, noticing a nuanced emotion he had never seen before. To navigate among such perilous figures demanded courage and audacity. A single misstep could lead to one's demise. Yet she had ventured forth. Tobirama fell into silence, contemplating questions he had pondered before, yet he had succumbed to Kagura's fervent pleas. Ultimately allowing her to go, whether out of faith in her or trust in Madara as her bodyguard, he could not discern. Fortunately, they had returned safely. Yet, how could he doubt someone so devoted to his well-being? How despicable! Tobirama, unwilling to linger any longer, turned to leave. However, upon reaching the bathroom door, he paused, biting his lip in hesitation before speaking. "Madara," he said, "I must thank you, regardless of the circumstances." This was a heartfelt expression of gratitude. "I accept your thanks," Madara replied slowly, exhaling softly, his gaze drifting to the ceiling. Yet, what he truly sought was an apology, confessing, "I was in the wrong. I should not have severely injured Izuna. However, he understood that Tobirama had done nothing amiss. In the chaos of battle, it was either kill or be killed. Had he not given his all, Izuna would have certainly perished. Survival is an instinctual drive. Yet, Izuna was his brother. Chapter 72. Fever when Tobirama returned home. He found the living room devoid of Kagura's presence. The light in the bathroom glowed warmly, indicating she was likely enjoying a bath. Having calmed down considerably since leaving Madara's house, Tobirama languidly settled by the low table. Following his official ascension as Hokage, his workload had only increased. Indeed, the responsibilities weighed heavier than before. As he sat, fatigue swiftly enveloped him. He rubbed his temples with his thumb and index finger. Reflecting on his impulsive actions, this was wholly uncharacteristic of Tobirama, who was typically composed and capable of analyzing situations to find the optimal solution. However, whenever matters concerning Kagura arose, his calm demeanor vanished, leaving behind a man consumed by jealousy. Perhaps her peculiar behavior stemmed from other issues? He mused absently. After boiling a kettle of water and preparing a pot of green tea, half an hour passed. And a sudden realization struck him. Kagura had been in the bathroom for an unusually long time. Approaching the bathroom door, he noted the light was still on, yet silence reigned. He raised his hand to knock, calling out, "Are you in there?" Holding his breath, he strained to listen, but the stillness persisted. He knocked again, questioning, "Kagura, are you inside?" Yet, the only answer was silence. Had she returned home? That seemed unlikely. A wave of concern washed over him, and without further thought, he flung open the bathroom door. Bathed in the warm glow of the bathroom light, Kagura lay peacefully in the tub, her eyes closed and utterly still, her long, dark hair cascading like seaweed upon the water's surface. Tobirama's heart raced at the sight. Such a slumber posed grave danger. Should she inadvertently slip beneath the water, she could drown. He hurriedly knelt beside her, gently nudging her arm resting on the tub's edge. "Kagura, Kagura?" he called, but she offered no response. His gaze flicked to the water, which was clear and devoid of bath salts. Her body beneath the surface was clearly visible. This was the first time Tobirama had encountered such a scene. Kagura's petite frame, though slender, was not emaciated, with muscle perfectly adhering to her bones. Aside from a slightly flat chest, her physique was quite exquisite. At that moment, her fair skin bore a delicate pink hue, more tender than the petals of a rose. Tobirama's face flushed crimson, akin to a fiery sunset. The visual shock was overwhelming. Something exploded in his mind, and he found himself frozen, eyes wide open, breath coming in quick, cautious gasps. His gaze darted about, unsure where to rest, and even the arm he had touched felt feverishly warm. Swallowing hard, he hastily snatched a towel to wrap around Kagura. Avoiding her gaze, he carried her to the upstairs bedroom, a typical bachelor-s haven with wooden furniture, a spacious bed, and a soft orange glow emanating from a small lamp on the nightstand, lending warmth to the otherwise stark room. With a flickering gaze, he carefully dried Kagura's body, then draped his loose bathrobe over her before tucking her under the covers. Perhaps his movements were too abrupt, for she stirred uncomfortably, her brow knitting slightly. Her lips parted, barely forming a word. At that moment, Tobirama's heart raced uncontrollably. Kagura's head was the only part visible above the covers. Yet the thought of what lay beneath sparked a myriad of imaginations. What? As she began to speak, her originally crisp voice turned hoarse to an astonishing degree, leaving even Tobirama momentarily taken aback. "Am I cold?" she pondered, incredulous. "But it is summer." It was then that Tobirama noticed something amiss. Kagura's complexion was excessively flushed, her once porcelain-like visage now radiating an abnormal crimson hue. Alarmed, he swiftly reached out to check her temperature. "You're burning up. Have you a fever?" Indeed, she was feverish, and quite severely so. How could this have happened? Tobirama gently shook Kagura to rouse her from her slumber. With bleary eyes, she languidly responded, "You're back?" He nodded. "You have a fever. You're very hot. Get up and put on some clothes. I'll take you to the Konoha hospital." Kagura raised a hand to her forehead, confirming the heat radiating from her skin. Yet, she felt utterly drained and had no desire to visit the hospital, which she recalled from her first day after crossing over as a cacophony of noise, far too loud for her liking. "No, I want to stay here." At that moment, Kagura was as willful as a child, pouting in dissatisfaction as she cocooned herself tighter in her thin blanket. She inhaled deeply, recognizing the scent of the blanket mirrored that of Tobirama, both imbued with a refreshing minty lemon fragrance, distinctly his. Then I shall search for some antipyretics. Take the medicine and sleep, he proposed. In their relationship, Tobirama invariably assumed the role of the one who compromised. All right, she agreed. Hurrying downstairs, he rummaged through a cabinet for the medicine box, which mostly contained bandages and disinfectants. After an extensive search, he finally discovered the antipyretics at the very bottom. A glance at the expiration date reassured him they were still usable. Tobirama felt a wave of relief wash over him as he hurriedly poured a glass of warm water. He, along with many in Konoha, typically preferred cold water, but since meeting Kagura, he had taken to keeping warm water at home for her enjoyment. The tablets were uncoated and quite bitter, making it necessary for her to wash them down with several sips of water. Kagura's lips formed a high pout of grievance. When I take medicine at home, my mother always prepares sweetened water for me. I despise bitter flavors. Tobirama chuckled softly, caressing her cheek with affection. At your age? Still craving sweetened water? Didn't your mother restrict your sugar intake because of your dental issues? Special circumstances apply when one is ill, she retorted. Indeed. There were exceptions when one was unwell. You remember my dental problems? The fact that Tobirama remembered her words warmed her heart. Tobirama gazed at her, the soft glow of the bedside lamp casting a gentle light upon her face, rendering her ethereal. He had indeed committed every word she spoke to memory. Once he saw her take the medicine, he felt a gradual easing of his worries. The tension that had built up over many days began to manifest. This was no longer a time of peace, and he remained on high alert, uncertain how long this tranquility would endure. Did you really go to the office? She asked. Yes, he replied, not adept at lying, his cheeks flushing every time he attempted it. Kagura scrutinized him, extending her arm from under the covers. She smiled softly, whispering, You know, I miss you terribly, Tobirama. I want you to hold me. Tobirama was momentarily taken aback by her confession. She still exhibited a shyness that was endearing, her gaze flickering with a hint of expectation. In that moment, she resembled a hook, and he felt as though he were the fish, ensnared by her charm. A surge of joy washed over him, releasing the pent-up breath he had been holding. The air felt fresh and invigorating. He chuckled softly, a touch of self-deprecation in his laughter, reflecting on how impulsively he had allowed his thoughts to wander. Was he foolish or simply insecure? He slipped under the covers from the other side, and Kagura shifted closer, nestling against him, her ear resting against his chest, feeling the rhythmic beating of his heart. How long could his strategies hold off the four great nations? A few months? Years? How long could his heart continue to beat? Years or decades? Kagura feared losing Tobirama. She craned her neck to meet his gaze, her dark pupils reflecting his exquisitely crafted features. Their eyes locked, and a spark ignited between them, a flame roaring to life within their hearts. Chapter 73. A stalemate. Kagura felt the fingers resting on her shoulder, gradually tightening with restraint. This time, she wished to be the one to take the first step. Lifting her heavy head, she endeavored to capture the delicate curve of Tobirama's lips. Beneath the soft light, her movements caused her loose bathrobe to slide open, revealing patches of skin blushing rose-colored from the fever. The robe cascaded downwards, akin to unwrapping a gift, unveiling the enticing surprise within. Tobirama's voice emerged low and husky as he struggled against the impulse surging within him. His ascetic features contrasted sharply with the desires conveyed by his voice, his crimson eyes filled with an indescribable longing, his entire body tense. No, he murmured, slightly turning his face away from her lips. You're ill. This is not the time for such things. It's all right, she replied. Be a little more obedient. He sighed, soothing her. The night stretched on, its duration almost surreal. Following the earlier encounter, despite the late hour, both found themselves unable to embrace slumber. As desire subsided, Tobirama leaned against the bed, remaining by Kagura's side. Having been apart for so long, he had much to convey, and he yearned to observe her once more. He felt as though his very vision had become entwined with her expressions. At that moment, he realized the depth of his infatuation with Kagura had reached an alarming intensity. Kagura turned to face him, her features strikingly regal and cool, resembling a divinely sculpted being. How did you know we would return today? Tobirama hesitated before responding honestly. Whenever I have time, I try to sense when you're near. Today, I happen to feel it. How long did you wait? She inquired. Only 2 hours, he confessed, though admitting it felt somewhat embarrassing. As Hokage, Dedicating such precious time to wait for his girlfriend at the village entrance would certainly invite ridicule if it were to become known. Just arrived? Kagura pressed on, undeterred. Tobirama's gaze faltered momentarily, yet he nodded. Well, yes, sort of. Kagura chuckled, her shoulders shaking with mirth, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You know, you always display the same demeanor when you lie. I can see right through you. You've made mistakes in your judgments too, he retorted, unwilling to concede. Very well, acknowledging the truth without voicing it is also a virtue. Kagura seemed to delight in teasing him, her laughter ringing out as she asked, So, does that mean you think of me every day? Tobirama's face flushed slightly, his demeanor awkward as he replied, Not exactly. It's just he often found it difficult to be forthright in peculiar moments. Despite having confessed his longing for her, he still hesitated, exhibiting an odd blend of candor and shyness, a true dichotomy of character. Well then, on a scale of 10 for how much you miss me, what would you rate it? 3, 5, or 7? Kagura challenged him. Tobirama lowered his gaze to meet hers, his stare thick with affection, akin to the warmth of intoxication. Even the corners of his eyes tinged with red. His lips parted, carrying an air of bashfulness as he muttered, Perhaps 11. Kagura found herself momentarily speechless, only regaining her composure after a significant pause, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. It felt as though a long-dormant flower within her heart had suddenly bloomed, filling her with unrestrained joy. Was this what a straightforward man's romance entailed? She mused inwardly. Tobirama appeared equally unaccustomed to his own words, awkwardly turning his head away as he suggested, Let us not dwell on that. Let us talk about something else. Something else? Kagura pondered the events that had transpired during her absence. Tobirama, I've acquired many new skills during this time. Kagura grasped Tobirama's large hand. His fingers were long and well-defined, and if one overlooked the thin layer of calluses on his palm, from an artist's perspective, they could be considered exceptionally beautiful hands, exquisite enough to serve as a model in a high-end advertisement. She toyed with his fingers, counting them one by one repeatedly. Oh, Tobirama inquired from above. What new abilities have you acquired? I've learned the shadow clone technique, the transformation technique, and even some basic space-time sealing techniques. Most impressively, I have my own summoning beast, a ninja cat. Upon mentioning the ninja cat, a smile lit up Kagura's face. Tobirama pondered, she truly adores cats. After marriage, should they consider having one at home? Lord Madara taught me this. He has imparted so much knowledge to me, she continued. A pang of jealousy surged within Tobirama, despite his extensive development of ninjutsu. The majority of techniques in the ninja world being within his grasp, his girlfriend learned a technique from another man. This peculiar feeling struck him, akin to a mother missing the milestones of her child's first steps, words, and all those precious firsts. You've grown stronger, yet it's not due to my teachings. You've become skilled, but it has little to do with me. Kagura rambled on about her experiences along the way, the unique customs of each country. In the midst of her storytelling, she unknowingly drifted off to sleep, still holding onto Tobirama's fingers. Exhausted from her travels and the fear of revealing any weaknesses in front of foreign ninjas, she could only truly relax back in Konoha, at home, surrounded by those she could trust completely. As her fever gradually subsided, she felt as though she had been washed clean. Tobirama stayed awake through the night, holding a towel beside her, wiping away the sweat to provide her with comfort. It was only then that he realized what it truly meant to care for someone deeply. Leaning forward, he placed a cool kiss on Kagura's forehead, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Kagura, welcome home. That morning, as soon as he arrived at the office, Madara was already impatiently seeking him out, directly addressing him upon entry. The hand seals for the multi-shadow clone technique. Tobirama gazed at him in confusion, thinking that perhaps Madara was being overly eager. Have you rested enough? Are you certain you don't want to take a few more days off? I want to be unreasonable. Madara snorted, arms crossed. Not necessarily. You're the least principled of us all. Tobirama vehemently disagreed. He was renowned throughout the ninja world for his adherence to principles. From childhood onward, he had never acted without them. It was astonishing to be questioned about his character by his arch-rival. Tobirama considered retorting but suppressed his irritation, remembering Madara's contribution in protecting Kagura. He rummaged through his drawer for a full 3 minutes before finally locating the scroll marked with the multi-shadow clone technique and tossed it to Madara. This technique differed fundamentally from the regular clone technique, The clones were physical entities that shared similar abilities with the original while also evenly distributing the user's chakra. This meant the user needed to possess a meticulous and precise ability to allocate chakra. Any discrepancies could lead to failure. The learning curve was not steep. But the true challenge lay in the equitable distribution of chakra. Madara eagerly unfolded the scroll. The hand seals were not difficult for him, and he possessed the vast chakra reserves required. As for evenly distributing chakra, that simply demanded practice, and Madara exhibited a remarkable talent for ninjutsu. Most individuals lacked the substantial chakra reserves needed. Thus, attempting to create multiple clones would prevent them from achieving an even distribution. This was why Tobirama categorized it as a forbidden technique. Tobirama remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Most forbidden techniques were only applicable to the average ninja. For those with exceptional strength, the term forbidden held little meaning. As long as one could wield it effectively, it became a tool to be utilized at will. Madara's expression visibly brightened, and Tobirama watched him closely, sensing that Madara's fervor for this particular ninjutsu surpassed his interest in others, which struck him as peculiar. "Hey, you're not planning to use this technique for any nefarious purposes, are you?" Madara shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Don't be so biased against me. Aren't you just as bad?" Tobirama was left speechless. Their differing positions and perspectives rendered them equally matched, with neither possessing the right to question the other. Chapter 74. Establishing bonds with this world. Exiting the Hokage's office, Madara practically sprinted home, neglecting to close the door behind him. Once inside the living room, he immediately set about learning the technique. Standing in the room, with the scroll spread out on the table, he followed the hand seal sequence outlined within. Drawing forth chakra, he formed the seals and began to evenly distribute his chakra. He didn't need to create too many clones, just one would suffice. After several attempts, Madara successfully mastered the technique, effortlessly creating an identical version of himself. Staring at his clone, he was reminded of the time he taught Kagura the transformation technique. Observing a perfect replica of himself before him, the sensation was akin to gazing into a mirror, leaving him with an oddly unsettling feeling. The consciousness of the clone was linked to his own. Its thoughts mirrored his own, so without uttering a word, it began to move, swiftly forming seals. With a loud poof, the smoke cleared, revealing his younger brother Izuna standing before him. Madara chuckled at the sight of his clone morphing into Izuna. But the laughter soon faded, replaced by a wave of sorrow. Regardless of how he tried to convince himself, it was still his brother. Yet his mind sharply reminded him that this was merely a reflection of himself. This disconcerting feeling was far worse than the one he experienced when Kagura transformed. This was self-deception at its most profound, akin to layering buffs that ultimately returned to him, heightening his awareness. In Awagakure, he had attempted a similar method using the clone technique, which only produced mere phantoms that vanished upon touch. Kagura had witnessed that moment, albeit without clarity. Nisan, the clone, emulating Izuna's tone and mannerisms, called out to him. Madara's brow furrowed deeper, a simmering anger igniting within him. This was wrong, utterly wrong. The sensation of calling himself brother was an undeniable trick upon his mind. Shaking his head, he contemplated perhaps dulling his awareness to bypass this feeling. Yes, that was the solution. He nearly sprinted to his bedroom, where he kept his treasured collection of fine wines, sake brewed from sour plums, crafted by Uzumaki Mido during the village's founding. Tobirama had claimed it symbolized the friendship between the Senju and Uchiha clans, and at the time, he believed those words, cherishing the bottle without daring to drink it. Now, he could no longer afford to be cautious. He retrieved bottle after bottle, cradling them in his arms, uncapping each one and downing its contents in quick succession. He choked on a few swallows, but he paid no mind, grimacing as he finished one bottle before opening another. The taste of the wine eluded him. All he sought was to become intoxicated and escape the clarity of his thoughts. Despite the low alcohol content, a few bottles consumed in such haste would surely leave him dizzy. Stumbling back into the living room, he found his clone, still in the form of Izuna, standing in place, smiling at him with a resemblance that was eerily akin to the smile he held in his memory of his brother. Why is it that even in a state of inebriation, one cannot deceive oneself? Izuna, Izuna, I am here. Madara furrowed his brow. His beautiful black eyes filled with sorrow and anguish. His pain was profound. While others had family, he was alone. Among his kin, he had spent the most time with Izuna. The two of them, like travelers stumbling through a stormy night, braved the wind and rain, supporting each other as they pressed on. For a long time, he had only this one family member left, whom he called brother, sharing meals and sleep, training and fighting side by side. He believed that if he exerted every effort to protect him, they could remain together, that he would always have family. Yet, fate was unkind, and Izuna perished. It is said that the Uchiha clan values deep bonds, and he wished that were not the case, as it would spare him the loneliness he felt after losing his last relative. Over the years, he had gradually grown accustomed to solitude. Yet upon witnessing Kagura transform into Izuna, something dormant within him awakened. He had never considered this possibility until that moment, seeing his deceased kin in such a manner. When Kagura beamed at him, calling him brother, he was utterly mesmerized, the sensation akin to Izuna truly being alive. In the days that followed, driven by selfishness, he urged her to adopt Izuna's form, cherishing every glance. Along their journey, they encountered ninja attacks and bandit ambushes. Kagura was but a novice, terrified and flinching, unable to resist. Yet, the sight of her reminded him of Izuna, and he vowed to shield her from any harm. This was not due to the trust placed in him by Senju Tobirama. It was simply his own confusion, a desire to avoid the regret of failing to protect Izuna from recurring in Kagura. This side of him felt peculiar, not at all like himself. Yet it was the most genuine sentiment he experienced at that moment. Madara gazed blankly at the shadow clone before him. He had thought mastering the shadow clone technique would allow him to create an Izuna, but it seemed he had succeeded and yet failed. It was not as he had envisioned. Is it not amusing, Lord Madara? A familiar woman's voice broke through his reverie. Kagura, standing at the door with a food box, looked astonished. Her eyes were fixed on the clone, mouth agape in surprise. You, how did you come here? She stammered, raising her right hand to show him the food box. I brought you a meal. Yet, upon glancing back at the clone and blinking in disbelief, she reaffirmed that it was indeed Izuna. It was as if his cold exterior had been pierced, revealing a yearning for familial connection, akin to being caught naked in public. Madara's face flushed crimson as he dispelled the shadow clone, causing the Izuna before him to vanish. Kagura immediately grasped the situation. She observed Madara, whose embarrassment turned his entire face red, long hair concealing his eyes and much of his face. He turned his back, as if to lessen the awkwardness. Kagura gently placed the food box on the table, contemplating her next words, yet feeling that anything she might say would be inappropriate. Gazing at the empty room and then at Madara's solitary figure, she hesitated before raising her hands once more, transforming into the likeness of Izuna. Hey, brother, she spoke cautiously, harboring a flicker of concern in her heart. Given Madara's fearsome nature, she wondered if he might become enraged and harm her. Upon hearing her voice, Madara whipped around to see Izuna smiling awkwardly, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. He ran a hand through his hair, grinning at her, calling her name once more. Izuna. Madara released a slow breath, realizing that such matters required another's involvement. He could not manage them himself. Kagura, feeling a little shy, hesitated to meet Madara's gaze. The words she wished to say carried a hint of self-importance, and after a moment's deliberation, she resolved to speak candidly. Actually, like you, I too have no family left. If you do not mind, you can think of me as Izuna. When you miss him, just tell me, and I will transform into his likeness to talk with you. I can truly regard you as my brother. The feeling of being without family is truly dreadful. As she spoke, memories of her parents in the real world surfaced, and her nose tinged with sadness. Death signifies an end, yet she remained alive, filled with memories and emotions, inevitably leading to longing. Madara remained silent, and Kagura pouted, sensing her sentimentality was misplaced. His disdain for her was evident, making it clear that he would not agree to her proposal. Very well, he finally replied, his head bowed, his long hair casting shadows over his face, obscuring his emotions. His voice was frigid and tinged with helplessness. I wish to forge some connections with this world again, be it with Izuna or with you. I am willing to try. To live in this world necessitates a continual search for purpose. One must fulfill one goal before pursuing another. Without goals to sustain them, life becomes unbearable. Kagura shattered Madara's illusion of the Moon Eye plan, dismantling the sole objective that had driven him to persist. If possible, she hoped to aid him in re-establishing a semblance of connection with the world, no matter how minuscule. Chapter 75. The unusual begets the strange. The conflict between a Wagakure and Kumobakure had persisted intermittently for nearly a year, with Sunagakure and Kirigakure also joining the fray. Once the battle trumpet sounded, there were no winners. Losses were felt not only in terms of finances, but, more significantly, in human lives. The Umbu became remarkably active due to this war, infiltrating the battlegrounds to gather intelligence, which they then relayed back to Konohagakure. Even the security division became busier, as safeguarding the village became their primary mission. Who could have anticipated that the Uchiha clan would one day be so heavily relied upon? The perception of the Uchiha clan and the villagers toward the security division was quite positive, starkly contrasting Orochimaru's claims that the division, established by Tobirama, had erected a high wall of separation between the villagers and the Uchiha. The security division functioned for Konohagakure much like the police do for the people in the real world, strict yet protective. When danger looms, who do people instinctively seek? The answer is the police, and it is difficult to classify Orochimaru's actions as anything but unlawful. Thus, Kagura believed it was unjust for Orochimaru to place the blame for the Uchiha rebellion solely on Tobirama's shoulders. During this war, Konohagakure did not participate, but the entire shinobi world remained interconnected. When great nations clashed, there was no possibility of remaining unscathed. Both economics and diplomacy would inevitably be affected. Tobirama could not profit from the war, resulting in a gradual stagnation or even a decline in the village's economy. Hashirama had returned once during this period, and upon seeing that Konohagakure was unharmed, he once again departed with Mito, expressing a desire to explore other countries and contribute where he could. Tobirama vehemently disagreed, arguing with him, "You are no longer the Hashirama of your prime. You might not return safely." Hashirama, unfazed, chuckled as he patted his brother's shoulder, reassuring him, "If I encounter something I cannot handle, I will simply flee. I am quite adept at that." Tobirama was left speechless, wishing to retort that the Flying Thunder God technique was meant for combat coordination, not for fleeing. Meanwhile, Kagura interjected, "You didn't say that when you persuaded me to learn it." In this moment, Tobirama emerged to mediate, smiling gently to appease his brother, urging him not to lose his temper. "I will keep a close watch on him," he assured, casting a sharp glance at the grinning Hashirama beside him. "If he insists on being obstinate about this matter, I shall seal him on the spot." Kagura, listening intently, dared not breathe, her sympathy directed towards the sweating Hashirama, feeling comparatively lenient next to Tobirama, with a demeanor that seemed to shift like the changing faces of a Sichuan opera performer. Tobirama transitioned from fierce to gentle in an instant, linking arms with Hashirama and softly asking, "Do you remember Anata?" Hashirama, immediately cowed, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, I remember." "Excellent. Then we shall depart tomorrow," Tobirama declared. "It's up to you." Furrowing his brow, Tobirama observed the departing couple with a mix of exasperation and concern, akin to a mother-in-law watching over a son who is overly submissive to his strong-willed wife. He felt torn, recognizing both the strength of his sister-in-law and the weakness of his brother, his heart heavy with worry. As he gazed at their receding figures, he couldn't help but shout, "Don't be gone for 6 months or a year. Come back occasionally." Hashirama turned back, waving cheerfully. "The next time we return will be for your wedding with Kagura, so hurry up and marry her." Tobirama's brow furrowed deeper, his gaze shifting from the distance back to Kagura's face. She had once mentioned marriage after the war's conclusion. When would that truly come to pass? With the ceasefire between Iwagakure and Kimogakure, the first phase of the Great Ninja War had temporarily concluded. Due to his involvement, the course of events had deviated from the original narrative. Kagura, uncertain if there would be a second phase, noted that everyone seemed content for the moment. Even a temporary peace was still peace. They believed the fighting was over, allowing time for recovery, and for a while, it seemed that war would not resume. Indeed, for 2 to 3 years post-war, peace prevailed. The preceding conflicts had left the other 4 nations with significant losses of ninja, leading to a dearth of talent. It was then that they realized Konoha, which had remained uninvolved, appeared to be thriving more than they were. Envy mingled with helplessness. The year of war had drained their resources and military strength, making it impossible to continue battling Konoha. They could only begrudgingly emulate Konoha by establishing Umbu and founding ninja academies to cultivate new talent. After every war, a peak in marriages and births followed, and Konoha was no exception. Among Kagura's circle of friends, the first to marry was Akimichi Toraifome, followed closely by Uchiha Kagami, then Mito Minyin and Saratobi Hizashi. Haruno belonged to the esteemed category, and despite his efforts, Early Eye had not succeeded in winning her over. Gradually, he seemed less concerned about the outcome, finding joy in their playful banter. Kagura generously hosted banquets for her friends' weddings, not charging a single coin. After several such events, she lamented, "Thank goodness you have few students. If there were more, I fear I would go bankrupt." At that moment, Tobirama was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Yes, he was cooking, for Kagura was too lazy to move. With an impassive expression, he scrambled some eggs, not even lifting his gaze as he replied, "Stop whining. It was your choice. They offered you money, and you declined. I was just being polite. Regret it now? Go and ask for it back." "Let us forget it," she said, merely venting her frustrations. Though the explosive tag factory had not brought in much profit, her culinary skills in Chinese cuisine had certainly earned her a fortune. The villagers remained loyal, having enjoyed her dishes for years without growing tired of them, leading to a steady business. "They always help me, so this is my way of giving back." Besides, Kagura abruptly closed her mouth. Some thoughts were best kept unspoken. Tobirama emerged from the kitchen, presenting a plate of golden omelets, gently offering a piece to her lips. "Try this." Kagura opened her mouth instinctively, savoring the sweet flavor that aligned perfectly with her southern palate. The meal progressed swiftly, and at the table, Tobirama spoke little, which was somewhat unusual, leaving Kagura puzzled. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Do you have other matters to attend to today?" Without raising his head, he replied distractedly, Village affairs? Not exactly." He added after a moment's thought, "What is it then?" "Personal matters. Care to elaborate?" Matters." Kagura rolled her eyes, exasperated. If he did not wish to speak, she would not press him. The cold joke from the dinner table was no longer amusing. As Tobirama observed Kagura leaving the table, he furrowed his brow. Was it not funny? He had just learned it today, while watching Danzo amuse his girlfriend, who had laughed heartily. Where had he gone wrong? He clearly was not adept at charming women. Chapter 76. The proposal. Kagura departed, presumably heading home, and Tobirama did not attempt to stop her, merely watching her leave. Rushing back to her own home, Kagura felt increasingly baffled by Tobirama's wooden demeanor, sometimes astute, other times utterly daft. Yet, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. Love truly is an enigma. While sitting alone on her balcony, cursing Tobirama 180 times, a sudden knock at the door startled her. Kagura paused. The night had fallen. Who could it be? With a hint of confusion, she opened the door to find Tobirama standing there with an unusual expression. Dressed in a formal Senju family kimono, a white juban, dark green kimono, an apricot-colored haori adorned with the family crest, and gray-striped hakama. One might think he was off to negotiate with another country. "Don't you have your own key? Why knock?" Kagura retorted, turning to walk away. Seeing her reaction, Tobirama grew anxious, calling after her, "Wait. What is it? Let us go for a walk." Kagura eyed him suspiciously. Today, Tobirama seemed particularly odd, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. "Let us stroll by the river. It's been ages since we walked together." During this season? Though puzzled, Kagura couldn't resist the allure of his slightly flushed face and nodded in agreement. She mused that she would never make a good emperor, even if she were one. She would likely be a foolish ruler, prone to oversleeping after a night of revelry. Lust could indeed be a significant flaw, leading her to abandon her principles. She wished to indulge in a moment of whimsy, yet before Tobirama's earnest countenance, she found it impossible to act out. No sweet words were spoken to charm her, and the slight tension from their earlier exchange dissipated in the night breeze as they strolled hand in hand to the riverbank. The village had developed significantly over the years, boasting well-established public facilities, even streetlights along the riverbank, allowing them to see one another clearly without lanterns. Standing on the riverbank, Kagura turned to Tobirama, smiling, her eyes sparkling in the moonlight. "Is this walk your idea of a personal matter?" Tobirama nodded, sort of. Years ago, they had stood right here, where they now stood, as Tobirama had brought her to admire the night cherry blossoms. The river had been as dark as ink, while cherry blossoms floated down like snowflakes. They had sat beneath the trees, chatting, drinking, and kissing. The faint fragrance of blossoms had lingered in the air, unlike now, in the late autumn, when not a single flower remained, and even the leaves had fallen. It was hard to believe that just 2 or 3 years had passed. It felt as though an entire era had separated them. At that moment by the riverside, it seemed as though Kagura intended to express her grievances to Tobirama. However, as she turned, she was taken aback by a bouquet of flowers before her. The illumination allowed her to discern the flowers clearly. The deep crimson petals were layered, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Roses? Tobirama responded, gently nudging the bouquet towards Kagura, reminding her of her fondness for red roses. Yet, today was not a special occasion. Why was she receiving flowers? Tobirama fell silent again, patiently awaiting her acceptance of the gift. Where did these flowers come from? I didn't see you bring them. From the scroll. Ah, how convenient. Kagura hesitated before accepting the flowers, only to witness Tobirama suddenly kneeling before her, not on one knee, but with both knees touching the ground. This unexpected gesture startled her, causing her to step back in surprise. Why are you kneeling before me? She exclaimed, her face a picture of shock. Tobirama's face flushed deeply, a look of embarrassment on his countenance, yet he stubbornly remained on his knees. He opened a small, exquisite brocade box he had held tightly in his hand, revealing a circular ring within. At this point, Kagura began to comprehend his intentions. I wish to propose to you, Tobirama declared, holding up the ring. His demeanor, though tinged with awkwardness, was undeniably sincere. The last time didn't count, during the monkey's proposal. You mentioned that there should be flowers and a ring. I believe this is the proposal ceremony you desire. Kagura, cradling the large bouquet of roses, gazed at the man kneeling before her. He was still the same as before, able to remember every casual remark she made. I do not know what a ring is. No one in Konoha uses them for proposals. However, I perused your sketches and have a general idea of what a ring entails. This one is crafted from materials used to forge kunai. Would you accept it? Tobirama looked at her with a hint of anxiety, for he truly did not understand the significance of a ring. Had he not examined her drawings, he would have remained oblivious to its form. He even pondered what could be so special about such a circular band. But there was no alternative. Kagura cherished it, and he distinctly remembered the longing in her eyes when the topic arose. Yet, she neither nodded nor voiced her consent, nor did she take the ring. Tobirama grew anxious. It was his first time engaging in such an act, and kneeling there felt awkward. Apart from his parents, he had never knelt before anyone else. Under the soft glow of the light, Kagura's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she took a step towards him, extending her right hand. Slide it onto my ring finger, she instructed. Obediently, Tobirama carefully placed the ring upon her finger, and as he anticipated, it fit perfectly. To ensure the correct size, he had discreetly measured her fingers countless times while holding hands. Initially apprehensive, he now saw that it was neither too tight nor too loose. All right, you have placed a ring upon me, she smiled, looking into his eyes. I am yours from now on. Bathed in the light, Kagura examined the ring on her hand repeatedly. The slender band gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the illumination. While it was not particularly beautiful, nor was the craftsmanship exceptional, she found herself inexplicably fond of it, more so than a dazzling diamond ring, perhaps due to the heartfelt sentiment it represented or because the one presenting it was the person she loved. Using her ring-adorned hand, she pulled Tobirama to his feet and teased him lightly. Proposing requires one to kneel on one knee, you fool. Tobirama, earnest yet slightly defiant, replied. I have never done this before. No man in Konoha has. So you are the first to do so in Konoha? Kagura quipped, observing his mock-serious expression. Your hometown's customs are quite peculiar. She giggled. Indeed, it is this peculiar tradition that has shaped who I am. Do you still like it? Tobirama averted his gaze, looking into the distance. Kagura assumed he would not respond, but moments later, she heard him say, I like it very much. The three simple words resonated with sincerity. Chapter 77. Peace Talks. The impending marriage of the Hokage was a momentous event for the village. From the instant the news broke, Konoha erupted with excitement. It was late autumn, with winter approaching. Although Tobirama yearned to marry Kagura immediately, he acquiesced to her romantic inclinations, setting the wedding date for the following spring when the cherry blossoms would bloom. At that time, the streets of Konoha would be adorned with pale pink cherry blossoms, transforming the village into a picturesque scene. He envisioned welcoming a new member into the Senju family during such a beautiful season, and with this thought, a smile crept upon his face. Marrying the one he loved and establishing a new family was indeed a marvelous prospect. With just a few months remaining, preparations needed to commence. Kagura vaguely recalled the elaborate arrangements made for her cousin's wedding, where her aunt had provided numerous items, bedding, household goods, appliances, and even jewelry, alongside a car and a house. However, when it came time for her to prepare, she found herself at a loss. The world of shinobi differed from reality. so she decided to follow the norm, preparing what others did. Yet, after inquiring around, she discovered that the dowries were quite simple and more akin to gifts. Consequently, Kagura opted for a more relaxed approach. She decided that after the wedding ceremony, she would move directly from her residence to Tobirama's house, bringing her belongings along. Alone and without any escort, she reasoned that there was no need for excessive planning. Surely, what Tobirama desired most was her presence. This notion gave her a measure of confidence. Days turned into weeks, and as autumn faded into winter, spring finally arrived. As the snow melted and life began to awaken. Just as the trees sprouted their first hints of green, an unexpected assault occurred. The second Raikage, accompanied by a meticulously selected 1,000-man battalion, launched a surprise attack on Konoha. Tobirama personally led the ninjas to confront the enemy, leveraging the advantages of timing, terrain, and morale to decimate the Raikage's forces, driving them into retreat. Unlike the more aggressive first Raikage who had passed away 2 years prior, the second Raikage's motivations for attacking Konoha stemmed from a previous naval conflict with the rock village that had yielded no benefits. Seizing the moment when Konoha was unprepared, he aimed to catch them off guard. However, he soon learned that Tobirama Senju was not to be trifled with and gained nothing from the encounter. Simultaneously, the Mist and Rock villages engaged in warfare due to old grudges, with their respective leaders fighting at the forefront. After several months of conflict, both perished in a mutual demise. While other villages clashed fiercely, the Sand Village remained aloof, focusing solely on the advancement of their research into the next stage of the Shikaku and the development of puppet techniques, seemingly indifferent to the battles around them. This detachment proved advantageous, as the Sand Village was the only one to survive the first Great Ninja War unscathed. The second Raikage, unlike the leaders of the Rock and Mist, was more adaptable and shrewd. Recognizing the unfavorable turn of events, he swiftly sought peace talks with Konoha, to which the war-weary Tobirama consented. This development left Kagura feeling disheartened. All her efforts seemed futile, unable to alter Tobirama's fate of going to negotiate peace. Could they not continue to fight and annihilate the Cloud Village, especially now that he possessed the strength to do so? Upon hearing about the peace talks, Kagura's first instinct was to suggest the complete destruction of the Cloud Village, believing that if they were eradicated, there would be no need for negotiations, and thus no risk of falling into the trap set by the brothers Kin and Jin. Tobirama regarded her with suspicion, his gaze lingering on her before he finally inquired, "Are you an imposter?" Kagura did not grasp his meaning. In the past, Kagura was a staunch pacifist. Yet here was Tobirama, narrowing his eyes and scrutinizing her, audaciously urging me to annihilate the Cloud Village. Has he grown too close to that Uchiha Madara and caught his reckless spirit? Kagura inwardly sighed, exasperated by this death-seeking fool. She wasn't he infected, rather, she was attempting to save his wretched life. During that period, whenever she found herself with idle time, she would hover around Tobirama, incessantly imploring him to refrain from his reckless venture, warning him of his imminent demise. However, no matter how much she pleaded, it proved futile. He was resolute in his decision, cloaking his intentions under the guise of noble ideals. "This is for peace," he asserted with utmost seriousness. Kagura pondered, relieved that she had not yet wed him. Otherwise, she would truly be destined to become a widow. A plan had to be devised to spare Kagura from worry. Tobirama stealthily departed for negotiations, and by the time she discovered his absence, 3 days had elapsed. Enraged, she berated him vehemently at home. Yet he was her own, and the thought of merely waiting for news of his demise was unbearable. After much deliberation, she resolved to rush to his side. Realizing her own limitations compelled her to seek assistance from the formidable Madara. Madara was reluctant to intervene. Tobirama's death would serve as a fitting revenge for Izuna. However, Kagura appeared before him, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, nearly bowing in supplication. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to make the journey. By the time she arrived, Tobirama might already have met his end, and if that were the case, she could hardly blame him. After all, it would simply be the fate of Senju Tobirama. Although Kagura's chakra was indeed extraordinary, her sensory abilities were not on par with Tobirama and his peers. She could not perceive chakra from great distances. Thus, she devised a compromise, summoning a multitude of ninja cats, each marked with a technique. These feline allies darted towards the Cloud Village, pausing along the way. In this manner, Kagura could sense the one closest to her, enabling her to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly traverse the distance, and so forth. This method would undoubtedly surpass the speed of any ninja. However, this posed a dilemma. Unlike Tobirama, who could transport another, she was incapable of doing so. She cast an awkward glance at Madara, who mockingly retorted, "With your meager ninjutsu, I could outrun you on foot." Accepting the ridicule she had grown accustomed to, she brushed off his comments. Meanwhile, Tobirama and his diplomatic team had barely settled at the negotiation table in the Cloud Village when the second Raikage was suddenly slain by the merciless duo, Kin and Jin. The Leaf contingent was left utterly bewildered. Kin and Jin, fervently advocating for war over peace, were loyal subordinates of the first Raikage, and their aggressive mindset clashed with the newly appointed second Raikage's intentions. After much effort to persuade the second Raikage to adopt the first Raikage's aggressive tactics against the Leaf, they had engaged in battle, only to suffer defeat swiftly, culminating in the current negotiations. Realizing their predicament, the brothers conspired. Feeling their future was grim under the second Raikage's leadership, they resolved to stage a coup. Their initial plan was to eliminate every individual present at the negotiation table, regardless of allegiance. However, after slaying the second Raikage, the Leaf's representatives fled with remarkable swiftness. Kagura had previously warned Tobirama that these two brothers were nefarious, and now it was evident she had been correct. Killing their own leader was incomprehensible. Was this not their ally? As Tobirama retreated with his subordinates, he shook his head in disbelief, sensing a peculiar shift in his thoughts. Perhaps prolonged interaction with Kagura was indeed having an effect on him. Now was not the time for such musings. He led his 6 subordinates, battling as they retreated, until they reached the dense forests along the border of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Moon. With 2 fingers pressed against the ground, Tobirama soon detected the pursuing forces. He opened his eyes to assess his surrounded subordinates and remarked, "We are encircled." The pursuers number around 20, comprising Kin's elite troops, while we have merely 7. Uchiha Kagami suggested, "In this situation, someone must act as bait to divert them." Bait? Akimichi Kurama murmured, "That individual is surely doomed."